What's up, C Dot? How you doing? Hope you're having a good Thursday night. Just went live. We're gonna be on New World, which has 1,000. It's weird because there's 18,000 people playing New World, and about 1,000 of them are watching, which is actually I think some of the greatest audience retention, like 18%. Yeah, if there's 1K viewers and 18,000 people playing, that means like 20% of them are watching Twitch, which is, I think, the best saturation Twitch has ever had, except for Minecraft. It's kind of crazy. Oh, doing real good. It was a crazy day. I had to do a lot of shopping and errands and chores and work and labor and stuff after a 14-hour shift, and I had to drive to town, which is half an hour each way, and all this other stuff. And it was just a crazy day. And I came home and I crashed and burned from, I don't know, it was like 3 p.m. until 10. Yeah, it's like right now it's like 10. Yeah, it's 10 on the dot for me. So yeah, so pretty good day. Thanks for asking. How about yourself? Did you have a good day? Yeah, it was a pretty good day. So I'm full rested, about to go on and kick some MMORPG ass. I'm just getting my titles in order and all this, and now it's game time. Yep, 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 yep. Now it's game time. Now it's time for the most important thing in my life. Streaming. No, I'm just kidding. Video games. Uh, New World. Yeah. And then finally, our tags didn't go in here, so yeah, you guys can see what I'm saying. Had a chance to play with the pro today for a few games on CS. It was a great experience. You are one of the greatest CS:GO pros there is. C dot. Just because they're more famous than you doesn't make it that you aren't any better than them or of the same value. You are the greatest C dot pro. I'm sorry, you are the greatest C dot pro I've ever met. No, no, you are the greatest CS:GO player I've ever met. So, uh, so it's cool to play with professionals. I'm not downplaying that, but it's more like the professionals are playing with you. You know what I'm saying? It's like that movie. What is it? It's like that movie Watchmen, right? There's this wonderful scene where Rorschach, this crazy fucked up dude wandering the streets. Great movie if you've never seen it. I'm sure you probably have, but if you haven't, great movie. And Rorschach's been thrown in jail. Rorschach's a pretty bad person anyways. He's known for beating on criminals and, maybe like some child porn stuff and all this. He's not a good guy, right? And he goes to jail and he's looking at the entire jail, he's looking at the chow line, and they're all like enemies of Rorschach and his goody two shoe superhero like cabal or whatever. And they're all enemy. They're all basically supervillains inside of the jail. And he's like, "You fucked up." I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And so it's like, you didn't play with a CSGO pro today. A CSGO pro played with you. And that's how you got to think about this. If you want to be the best in the world, a good CSGO pro played with you today. And that's how I viewed it when I was climbing the ladder. You know what I'm saying? You're not trapped in, I'm saying, I'm not trapped in here with you. This is how it was when I went to jail too. This is kind of how you have to be if you ever go to jail, or you're suddenly in a big cabal of scary men and they're all kind of threatening you and shit. No, man. I'm not scared of you guys. Yeah, I know I'm right. Or I wouldn't have said it. It's like a CS:GO pro got to play with you today. So, yeah. It's winner talk. It's winner talk, like believing that you're just inherently better than everybody else. Otherwise, you won't be a winner. it's just core to the experience. If you want to be a winner, you have to fundamentally believe that you at least could be better than the rest of the world. You don't know it till it's proven, but you at least could be better than the rest of the world. And if a CS:GO pro is hanging out with you, like, good. That's a good thing. Let's see. Okay. Thank you for the follow, X or ZXCVB. What's up? And let me get my chat going. I am firing up this game now. I realize that I'm being slow. I'm sorry. I am getting on as we speak. Just got to get all the ducks in the row, and the ducks in the row, and the ducks in the row. Got to get the ducks in the row, the ducks in the row. And now we go on New World, which hopefully does not crash my stream. Now, for my righty, gun audience, let's do some liberal programming.
You know who I hate? Rich people. Why? Because they're all demons and reptiles. Click here to learn more.
Mm-hmm. Rich people are demons and reptiles. I really feel the same thing. Yep.
When I talk about reappropriating wealth from the wealthy, from billionaires, I usually...
reappropriation. You know what that means, right? He wants to rob all of their houses. Anytime you ever talk about reappropriation of rich people's money, right? Anybody who ever mentions reappropriation of rich people's money, what they're actually talking about is basically robbing their houses, robbing their banks, and taking their shit away. Now, you could call it like, oh, the government's gonna come take your money out of the bank or something, but no, reappropriation for rich people is actually just going to their house and taking their shit and their banks and their money and and all this. So like reappropriation, yeah, like I think I like that idea. It sounds kind of like eating the rich until there's no more rich anymore. You know, eat the rich, feed the poor until there's no more rich anymore, kind of thing. But oh man, New World, are you crashing on load? Jesus Christ, man. Watching these fucking billionaire despots when their fucking clients die in real time is just really a pretty good middle age. You know, it's pretty fun being middle-aged and watching programs work 25 years later much worse than they did in 1995 or something like that. Programs in 95, they never acted like this, not like this, where it just hangs half the time, and maybe it's programming to respond or, you know, something. But really, it's just a bunch of modern people stealing your money. Yeah, are you gonna load, or are you full hung, or what's your fucking retard problem? Let's try again, you idiot piece of shit client. Oh, New World went from 2 million people to 18,000. I wonder why. Could it be maybe that every single time that you like load the client, there's like now a 40% chance that you just straight up hang? That might be one of the reasons, you think? You think that might be why? You think maybe 2 million people left because when they fire up the client, it pretty much dies immediately, like half the clients on the market right now? Do you think? I think it might be why. I don't know. I'm just hazarding a guess, and I missed what you said. I'm sorry. You said getting griefed by the game. Oh, dude, half the games grief me all the time in real time. The billionaire software developers who made them just stole the money and ran, and they're spending it on children now. I mean, I'm serious. Like, see this rolling blue thing in the center of my screen? That's literally a loading screen for sorry, we spent your money on child porn instead of fixing the game. Or really, more like the NDAs around child porn instead of fixing the game. So, you know, sorry, you're just going to watch it crash 5 or 6 times. Maybe it'll start running again. Maybe it won't. You know, I just reinstalled this on my C drive last night, and is it gonna work? I don't know. It's like 50-50 whether it works. You know, maybe it will, maybe it won't. It freezes 11 to 45 times on the load screen. Oh man, imagine if Counter-Strike tried to do that, or Fortnite, or you know, like World of Warcraft or something. Imagine if one of the actual AAA-ness died on launch 4 or 5 times every single time you loaded it since day 1 launch. Imagine if that actually happened, like what it would do to their name, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm really not too surprised New World went from 2 million people to 18,000, because when I try to log in the game to try and make it popular again, it crashes 7 times on the load. Oh, I'm sorry. I love her. I love her. Are you gonna crash again? Oh man, it kind of seems like you are. Are you gonna crash again? I think you are. Like, look, You can just read it when it's doing it. You're like, ooh, really? Somebody stole that money and spent it on children instead of fixing their clients. I really full-blown feel this way. I think they were like, oh, good, we get to buy children now. And we're not going to fix this client. Fuck it, if it crashes 145 times on launch and 2 million people leave, oh, well, we can still buy children. You know? Oh, well. We still got their money.
I found maybe...
Is this music that you set to 15 volume blasting and ear raping your eardrums right now on the load screen? Thanks! Hey, you're such a good customer. Thanks for your $60. Here's some ear rape on your volume set to 15 clients. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. Thanks, New World. Thanks, AGS. Thanks. That only took 5.5 minutes to do a 35-second load. That's not thievery or anything. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. I guess the other 775,000 people left, but Skycat hangs around. That's good enough.
Good example of what happens if you have too much money. Wow.
I refer to myself as a professional rejuvenation athlete.
It's not funny. I know I'm not funny. You don't have to laugh. I'm just getting my frustration out on stream. I'm sorry about the negativity, guys. It's just actually true. Imagine if Apex like crashed on load 7 out of 11 times. Do you think Apex would still be alive? Do you think it would still be alive? No. But I mean, on a 5 gigahertz, you know, 3060 Ti, 64 gigabytes of fucking RAM, you crash 7 out of 11 hangs on a load. On a computer that's been reformatted in the last month, on a client that was just reinstalled yesterday, and all this, and no, it's a combination of me running in 2560 and 1440p in 2023. The video game industry really doesn't want that. They really don't want you running in 1440p, as evidenced by Starfield running in 36 frames per second on 1080p. So, you know, and I'm just saying, like, sooner or later, you can treat your community like this for a really long time, but no, 1.9 million people leave your clients. Because, yeah, they crash on load, and they can't get a frame rate in ECR, and, you know, and when they're in the town, their frame rate's like 50 at best, and, you know, they're just like, oh, man, did you do a lot of stealing here? And they leave. Yeah, you did a lot of stealing here, I would say. You cash grabbed the money and then left, and you're off in the Cayman Islands with your demon banker having sex with children and buying margaritas. I'm very aware of what's happening. I doubt the leader of AGS is actually like in California right now with the rest of his company. I really doubt it.
Enthusiast, I am a professional rejuvenation athlete. I am chronologically 45 years old. Biologically, I'm a few hundred ages.
Anyways, enough with the negativity. I'm just watching it every single fucking game that I play, except for EVE Online. Every single game I play, it'll crash, bullshit, run around, reinstalls, corrupted this, or 50 clicks to log in, that, or whatever. It's theft, you know. It's theft. So just, you know, call it what it is and move on.
Heart is 37.
It's theft.
My diaphragm strength is 18. My son is 17, and so I always tease him and say, when I grow younger, I want to be like you.
Is this one of those devices that
Okay,
measures
so
the age of your
basically,
skin?
why if I click on the body of the video, I obviously want to pause the video, not just on the pause thing. Yeah, he like drinks his son's blood or whatever, or like has it injected into him. Basically, there's this guy, this rich guy. He used to look like a normal human being.
Son, I am done sucking off the homeless. I need you to donate your blood to me, or they're gonna get me for vampire murder.
Like, he looks like if you asked somebody what a genetically non-binary person looked like. Seriously, I'm not the only one making that joke. Look at this photo. Incredible. I guess this is like the non-binary equivalent of Barbie dressing, where you're like hyper leaning into it or whatever. I don't get it. I don't know. Whatever. You know, whatever. Gay, but also whatever. Yeah, he's kind of like a lizard person. Non-binary people love to be lizard people. Like in She-Ra. Who gets that reference?
Wow. If that's a leftist, ew. That was the closest to Hitler speak I've heard in the last 100 years. So we'll get off that one.
In positions, just casually do some war crimes and leave open a bunch of mass graves for civilians. Just, oh yeah, dude, hear some murmuring on the radio. It must be they've given me permission to shoot down a fucking RAF plane over the Black Sea. In international airspace. Like, oh yeah, dude, totally.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
However, the second Russian pilot did not. Sergei, that was radio static, not World War III permission. He remonstrated and swore at his wingman when he fired. Oh shit! He remonstrated and fired. He swore at his wingman when they fired the first missile. Oh, okay. Never mind. This wasn't just a communication thing. I guess they fired a missile at an RAF plane over the Black Sea. That's cool.
Wow. Well, stay away from that place, you know? Stay away from there. I am buying a Great Axe. It is going to be expensive. We're looking for the highest gear score you can get me.
That's cool. Obviously, the RAF didn't de-escalate hard enough. Yeah. I can't believe the arrogance of the West flying a plane over international waters.
I know, right?
Yet the pilot still released another missile. Jesus Christ. We had been told the second missile simply fell from the wing, suggesting the weapon either malfunctioned or the launch was aborted. Oh yeah, dude. How'd that second missile just get over there, man? What? Are you kidding me? How'd that happen? Dude, what? Second missile? What? Oh, it fell off. Yeah, it fell off.
Wow, that's really not too much of an upgrade. Alright, well, works for me.
Christ.
Oh, maybe I should buy, like...
serious questions about the discipline of...
Or, yeah, I definitely should dump all of that, I guess.
Cool. Kind of.
What did I heard something funny today. What was it? Oh, God, I heard something funny today. I'll think of it.
That it managed to not hit a slow recon plane twice. Yeah, kind of. Which plane was this? What specific plane was this? I don't know. Oh, the RC-135. Oh, dude. How does a missile not...
What's up, number 2? How are you? What's up, number 2? How you doing? Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys on a Thursday night. Hells yeah. Reaching those goalposts. I'm kicking those footballs over the goalpost. Reaching the goalposts. And I love you guys. Thank you. Fishing and craft modes, resources, leather, Let's all kick the field goal together. Yeah. Field goal kicking together. Unity. No. Boycott Unity. I'm just kidding. Yeah, right? That's everything, right? Yeah. And then salvage your weapons. I want you to repair. Yes. And we are good. Now, I would like to go out, or east. I'm going east, am I? Yeah, I'm going east when I can't catch a shortcut, but that's all right.
Look at this. It practically looks like a fucking commercial airliner. Look at that. How do you... This isn't a fucking jet. This is like a proper slow-moving surveillance plane. How the fuck do you miss this? I don't know anything about air combat, but I feel like as missile targets go, this has to be pretty up there. The sky is pretty big. Missiles. Unguided missiles. Missiles are guided by definition.
No.
Not enough children on board.
Missiles are not always guided at all.
Only RAF adults that were on board, and the Russian child-seeking missile, the civilian airliner-seeking missile. When he said target acquired, he thought this was a civilian airliner, so he was like, "Oh, okay."
Okay, just doing some stream stuff here.
That aircraft doesn't even have countermeasures. Yeah, I guess we got spared World War III because the idiot fucking Russian just like blind firing missiles directly into civilians. We have looked onto heat signatures.
Racist.
Pig dogs must pay. Billions must die.
You can tell this guy was Republican.
Fucking
Vosh.
Straight up.
Vosh is what I call a dino, right? So he's about to take the liberal kingdom. You know, he's about to take the liberal crown, but he's the most right wing, like Nazi sounding, like epithet using, you know, just like sort of hateful, misogynist right wing person I've ever heard masquerading as a liberal I've ever heard. And you'd be surprised, like, I don't think the right understands what he's trying to do, which is co-opt the left. So they're, like, attacking him. But, I mean, this is the most right-wing lefty I've ever fucking heard of. He'll use words like the B word. He'll like, make fun of Russians with accents and stuff like this. Like he doesn't know what'll happen to him. Like, or a blackface or any of that stuff, right? All the stuff that you know, Shane Dawson is apologizing for 10 years later, he's doing right now. So you can see it. There's going to be, like, in 10 years, some woman who doesn't like him is going to link a video of him saying the B word like 149 times. And like, see, that's cool. Like, but see, I'm talking about he uses the B word in direct correlation to a living woman with a direct name and calls a direct woman a direct B word, right? That's a no-no. You can call this tree a bitch. You know, this tree is a bitch. I'm gonna make it my bitch. This tree's a bitch, right? The tree's a bitch. That's totally fine. Calling that wolf is a bitch. It's a bunch of pixels, you know what I'm saying? What you don't call anybody bitch is a woman, right? Directly a woman with a name, especially. And that's when it becomes like this, basically, you sound like Andrew Tate, but yet you're like the most famous liberal in the world, so I'm gonna call you a dino. And you know, we all got this for the last 20 years, right? Like what they used to say about Republicans in name only. This guy's a dino, which is far, far worse. It's far, far worse because it's actually a right-winger who believes in misogyny and like all that racism, bigotry shit secretly, deeply, because he's using that sort of language every single fucking day. It still makes fun of Russians to their fucking face with a Russian accent. Like that shit isn't goddamn fucking racist and like nationalist and all this other shit, right? Like Fox Television used to do, right? And so I literally see with Vosh a dino. It's a dino. It's somebody who's willing to call a woman with a name a B word directly to their face because they don't care about women. It's somebody who's willing to like set back race relations on YouTube. It's somebody who's just like basically a really bad Republican acting really bad in Republican ways as a liberal to try to make liberals look bad. And when he finally reorients himself to the right-wing party in the next 2 to 5 years or whatever the fuck, when he realizes that, yeah, he uses the B word, and yeah, he doesn't really like women, and no, he doesn't really like Russians or Chinese people or black people or any of this, and no, he is, like, privileged white, and yeah, he is a different tax bracket now, and yeah, oh, he's aching for those tax cuts and all these other things. In 2 to 5 years, when he's a rich white American, you'll begin to understand that, like, really, this whole thing was just basically a dino act where he tries to convince the left that he's actually masquerading as some kind of leftist SJW while he calls women B words to their fucking face, disgruntles Russians to their fucking face, and all this other shit that Trump does. Grabs women by the vagina by calling them B words directly to their face on stream and shit like this. I'm sorry, but it's a low blow. What can the woman do? Can she call you man vagina or something? No, she can't call you like the kind of word that has the sort of moral weight that the B word does. So you'd be surprised. This guy's masquerading as leftist, but he's got the right-wing beard, the right-wing glasses, the right-wing neck beard, the right-wing like girl repellents in the background, the right-wing anime, sorry, but I really do see a dino. It is like a dino. If it looks and smells like neckbeard right-wing Republican dino, it probably is neckbeard right-wing Republican dino. It's kind of like the smoke and fire thing. And so it's kind of funny. They want to burn this guy for being a fucking liberal, but Jesus Christ, I've never met a liberal that'll speak like him. Never in my life have I ever met a single fucking liberal that would ever be willing to speak and use the words that he does. It's an actual Republican masquerading as a fucking Democrat and a conservative masquerading as a liberal. And it's honestly really genius, and props to him and all this stuff. But all of the leftists are starting to get used to him, like making fun of Russians with bad accents right to their fucking face, and calling women B words right to their fucking face while her picture's on the screen, right? And all that really is a bunch of right-wing bullshit and sexist, bigoted bullshit that we've had for 5,000 years and shit, right? All that really is he's acting exactly like Daddy, the Republican. So just understand that, like, I'm sorry, but reality, like, liberals don't talk like this. They don't talk like this. Liberals don't sit there and opine about the war like this.
I'm sorry.
And it's kind of funny.
Forbidden heat signature.
And so you can see it when you've been leftists on the streets in grassroots green political parties and shit like this. And you've tried to drum up votes for the Green Party before, and you are definitely not voting for anybody kind of thing, right? Like you are probably a little more aware of the things that a good leftist will say and do. Like, for instance, a good leftist will never call a woman with a face a B word directly in public. It just won't happen. They won't get caught using the word. You want to know why? Because they go home to their liberal mother at night, or their liberal girlfriend, or their liberal wife, and she's not going to sleep or be around them or be happy with them or make them dinner anymore. Because she knows that you bigoted against women, or not bigoted, but you made bigoted remarks about women online today, and she's not too happy with you. And so most self-respecting liberals won't get caught using the B word while a woman's face is on the screen, because they know what that means. It's like getting canceled in your fucking real life, right? This guy doesn't care if he gets canceled in his real life or any of this other stuff, because he is a neckbeard living like a right-wing Republican who played too many video games and is using words like bigot, or sorry, like I'm using words like bigot, because he's using words like B word, talking about women. Now, the woman on the stream that he's talking about is possibly that thing, but you don't say it, and any good liberal identifying left doesn't say it, because trust me, we have enough problems with all of the labels and all the identities and the tribalism and the horseshit and the people feeling like they're being bullied. So a good liberal doesn't sit there and still use the words. And this guy does. And so you're going to hear it throughout this video a lot, And I'm sorry about that. And he's poised to take the liberal crown. And all I can think is, Jesus Christ, listen to this basement-dwelling, neckbeard, person with Republican tendencies trying to run the liberal coalition of the willing on the internet. And if you want to know what it sounds like this.
It's all Air Force pilots are like mobs, where they are constantly drawn towards the sun. And a lot of pilot training is just being taught to have the discipline to not turn your plane up and fly directly into it, That's a big part of being a good pilot. It's resisting the lure. It's like a siren, the temptress that is the sun, beckoning to you with its warm rays. Lamb! We don't know what it is, but we know not to go there. Could you say hailing through? Oh, like the battle cruiser? Hailing frequencies open. There we go. It's not the first time a reckless Russian pilot has targeted NATO aircraft in international airspace. In March earlier this year, a Russian jet brought down a U.S. unmanned surveillance drone, also flying over the Black Sea. In that incident, the Russian pilot was awarded a medal. Nice. Those pilots want to destroy the world so bad. Oh god, yes.
Like, one of the things he does is he'll be like, sorry, gay. And I'm sorry, but that's incredibly homophobic. He'll be like, sorry, it's gay. It's gay. And yeah, sure, I did the same thing all my life. You know, because I was around those people who use those kind of, like words too. But I mean, still, you don't say, sorry, it's gay. As if it's some kind of condemnation, as if gay is bad or something like that. You don't go, sorry, but it's gay. You know, and I've heard he does this at least once an hour or something like that. I've been watching him a bit over the last couple of days. He says, sorry, it's gay. Like some kind of condemnation, like being gay is bad, or that you need to make an apology for it. It's straight up bigoted fucking language that anybody with a clue would immediately not want to be in the same room as this person. They'd be like, I don't care what he identifies as or says he is. The way he speaks is actually incredibly fucking offensive.
Totally unrelated, but being reminded of the StarCraft 1 battlecruiser, this is just like a fucking memory that I just got flashback to. That's why I was quiet for a second. I was just remembering. When I was really young, I had StarCraft for the Nintendo 64, which is like a psychotic thing to have because that RTS does not work on a console. But I had it anyway, you know, like whatever. I was like 8 or whatever. So I mean, I was like a baby. I was trying to show my brother how to play StarCraft, and I was trying to set things up for him, like trying to teach him the Terran units and stuff. And I wanted to do it the same way the campaign did it, where every time a unit arrives, it's like the solution to a problem or whatever. So I was like, and here's the mighty battle cruiser, and I'd like, oh, that's a strong dude or whatever. And then I like shot some of his guys to show how strong the battle cruiser was, and he was like, no, you're killing my Goliaths, and he got upset with me and stopped playing. Alright. Okay, close this.
Turkey. Sorry, I gotta do admin for just a second.
My like 4-year-old young.
In the background, guys, I'm being constantly attacked. It's
No,
hilarious. But I don't know if you were aware. In the background, I'm being constantly attacked on all sides, real life or otherwise. And it's going on in the background. But yeah, I'm experiencing a full-blown cyber attack. It's actually kind of crazy.
Oh, Jim Cramer. We know about this one.
Jim, you said...
We are preparing to strike these companies in a way they've never seen before.
It's the UAW president, remember? The based one? The Marxist?
Oh, Jim, you said Ford does have the best offer. I think a 20.
Well, I'm going to posit something. The man you saw just now, I think, is a paper tiger.
Oh, is this the same clip that we've seen before?
He's coming in and saying, well, they've never seen anything like it. I think there's a nuclear option on the table, if he's not careful. And that nuclear option is a country called Mexico.
What?
You don't hear about it much. But if you say we're intransigent and we're going to stay at 40%, there's no give, well, you know what? Monterrey, Puebla, Querétaro.
This is such a perfect example of how the threat of foreign labor is always used as a way of supplanting domestic labor. Like, people blame immigrants.
No bigot would ever speak. I'm sorry, only a bigot would ever speak about that. Like that.
No. It's
a dino. It's a dino. Foreign labor, you know, only rich white wasps speak like that. Foreign labor. That's so bigoted and right wing. You know, it's like foreign labor. No, it's labor. If they're in America and they have a green card, like, you know, it's not foreign labor. And even then, it's even if it's like an illegal alien, it's still not foreign labor. It's not really foreign labor. That is only a right winger would ever speak like that. You know, you can hear it. He all of his life he was a Republican, and now he decided he wanted to just switch over so he could co-opt the party. But no, you can almost hear the hate speech live. It's kind of crazy.
High, and if the bourgeoisie decide that your wages are too high, they will find the most like flea-bitten, downtrodden, oppressed slaves on Earth, and they will have all the work be done by them. You know, quality be damned. It's like it's not their fault.
It's the capacity to have that happen, not overnight.
Mercedes did it in 2 years.
2 years would be a long time, too.
Why? They don't have that much demand. You put that out there and you say, listen, all the new... You want to know where the new ones are going to be made?
It's actually a perfect example so this is a criticism of capitalism that both like leftists and fascists have, which is its shiftlessness. Corporations are not beholden to any specific country, which means that corporations are free to do things that are objectively bad for the country they come from, and they can't be stopped, right? So, like, America is stronger when we have some kind of domestic manufacturing, right? I'm not saying all of it has to be done locally. That'd be ridiculous. Obviously, there is a strong, like, comparative benefit to having manufacturing done in some cases in Mexico or China or whatever else. We get all of our textiles from Bangladesh or whatever. But, like, it is a stronger American economy is one in which there is some local base. But corporations are allowed to go like, oh man, sorry, we were paying you guys like the wages you would have gotten if we had been keeping up with inflation while our company is enjoying record profits. Oh, sorry, time for us to take everything to our fucking Mexican factories, you know? And it's just bad for the country. And I'm not a protectionist, but like past the point, it's really obvious when the damage is being done and when the only people benefiting are like a small group of shareholders. It's just crazy how much of the world can be torn apart purely for the benefit of a few dozen shareholders.
Yep.
Like, that's really it. Those are the only people who benefit from it.
We're going to continue to make the old ones. But Puebla's got a 55,000 person factory for VW, and they got a good educational workforce. It's $5 an hour. No real pollution control rules. That's not to be mentioned. Free health care. So you know what? You want to play ball? You want to keep doing this? Mexico.
Glad to see you're standing up for the American worker here, Jim. Thanks for that.
Well,
Thank you.
no, I was a union member twice. One was completely corrupt when I led a wildcat strike and was fired.
Oh, okay.
That was not good.
But in this case, you seem to believe that the automakers have
Well, I just think that
the
this
upper
man,
hand.
and I like, you know, the union. You can
Jim Cramer's been wrong on everything that he says. He said the 2008 financial crisis wouldn't happen. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Does anyone also believe that Jim Cramer is slowly turning into Mike Ehrmantraut? I feel like from the side, he has the same profile and dead fish eyes.
say that they're way behind. The wages aren't the same as
Well,
how
his
well.
point would be that they have barely kept up. They haven't kept up with even
But
the pace of
20%.
inflation since
So you go to
2007.
25. Go to. Are they not? Is he not satisfied with 25% increase? I think most of America's is.
See, listen to the way this guy talks. Keep in mind, the auto companies are enjoying record profits right now. And the other guys, like, I think the UAW workers just want their incomes to keep up with inflation. And Jim's like, keep up with inflation? What's next? $1 million an hour? $2 million? Why not? Under doctrines of Marxism, I have read all 7 schools of Marxism, and there's no difference really. If you keep inflation, then they might as well just give you $1 million a second. And then, like, that's, like, legitimately the level that this guy is on. Oh yeah, he is turning into Mike Ehrmantraut because his solution is also sending people to belief.
Ford's the most unionized company in America. It is.
What about the way that they say they're going to strike, which would be not across the board,
Well,
but specific?
Stellantis is the one that you want to go after. Oh, you mean targeted factories?
Yes, targeted
So you target the F-150 because it makes a lot of money, the F-150 hybrid. You know, they can build a hybrid very easily in Monterey.
That's what I think. That's a very great and pro-American idea. I think we should have essential components for our national defense infrastructure be done by other countries. I agree completely. In a geopolitical climate where Republicans are literally threatening to invade Mexico, there is no idea that I think is better than us manufacturing. Oh, sorry. Oh my fucking god. The F-150 is a truck, not a plane. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. It's early. I'm still drinking my coffee. I'm so sorry. Okay, you know what? I take it back. The Ford F-150 is a vital component of our national defense. Who do you think? How do you think they haul that equipment, huh? With Ford F-150s. I'm kidding. Ford F-150s are great. The Ford F-150 is like one of the cleanest examples of how degenerate the American pickup truck has become.
What?
Serious. It's
What?
Like the Ford F-150 used to be the workhorse of the nation, and now every single person who drives one is a rich suburbanite who has never in their life driven on.
I have a fundamental issue with the stupid things that you're fucking saying. Just saying. Man. Now what is it you want me to do here? Obtain the second half of the map. Yeah, but But there's no like an indication or oh, maybe that's it. Let's see. Is that it? No, that's not it. Man.
On a dirt road, you know.
Okay, just
Like
doing some
when I was growing
admin
up,
here
my mental
every
vision
few
of the Ford
minutes.
F-150 was the ones
Kick the
that were created
scrubs,
around
you know?
the time that I was born. That was the ones that people were driving around. It was like, oh, well, that's a pickup truck, right? Like that looks like a pickup truck. That makes sense to me, I guess. It's pretty big, but then the 9th generation's like, whoa, did you just add like half a foot to the suspension? And then you go to the 10th generation, it's like, what? Like, look at this. Look at how low to the
Oh, there it
ground
is. Okay.
It's like, what? In just 2 generations, what happened? And then you have this, 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 and then you have this. And then you have the 14th generation, where, as you can see, the top bumper of the Ford F-150 is coming up to the light of these light stands. Look at this. A person standing, their head would be like here. Like, this is a fucking monster. And the truck bed is the same size as it was all the way back here. It can't haul anymore. Like I guess there's more horsepower. If you're trying to haul, like, I don't know, a giant brick of tungsten or whatever, then I guess you might want the newer one. But apart from that, some modern pickup trucks are bigger than World War II tanks. Yep, yeah. And remember, there's an amazing video on this. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a smaller bed. It's not even a larger bed. There's a whole video on this, not just bikes. But remember, the only reason this is being done is because there is a tax and like car test loophole that is provided for this kind of truck, which is allowing them, and they're trying to sell you more. Like, these cost way more. The average car price is going up. Look at this. Average new car price, $47,000. What the fuck? When I was growing up, I'm pretty sure people would get new cars for like
20,000.
What the fuck? And that's because when you go into a lot, it's like every... Look, yeah, in just 2 years, average car price from 2019 to 2021 jumped by $11,000. $11,000 in 2 years. And that's because, like, American car manufacturers are literally just producing, like, gigantic ultra trucks now. Alright, sorry. Bit of a tangent. Yeah, they're not even selling small trucks anymore.
B of A took a crack at that, what they're calling a standing strike, where you go after individual facilities. Right. Their argument is...
Oh, so yeah, so let's go back to Jim Cramer talking about how auto manufacturing workers are greedy. Ram's smallest truck is not available in the U.S. They literally don't sell smaller cars in the U.S. anymore. Like, they are artificially... So, yeah, free market lovers. They are artificially increasing the cost of cars by just
hyperbolic
selling cheaper ones in the United States.
No, there is small cars in the U.S., trust me.
Only selling the super expensive ones. Because, and this is what car-dependent infrastructure does to you. In a country where you need a car to get around, they know they have a captive market. It's like an inelastic demand, basically. So it doesn't matter. Like, oh, it's like, oh, well, people who can't afford a new car, people who can't afford a new car will just go into debt getting a new car. You can't not have a car in most of America. So, oh, $50,000 for a new car, whatever, and you can go used, sure. But that's like, obviously, a lot of people are just
excuse me.
People just have a bias towards new car, and sometimes there are issues with used cars and blah blah.
Look at all this hyssop. Yeah, lots of hyssop.
To coexist with that, so they see likely if it goes that way, makes sense to shut down, lay off the workers, and restart if and when you get a deal.
Well, look, I think this man... I would not say that Sean Fain is a paper tiger had they...
You just said he was a paper tiger.
No, I said I wouldn't say if they had raised a lot of money in a strike fund. Their strike fund is 5 weeks. Well, they can pay you $500, $600 a week, and then you're out of money. People like to get paid.
Their strike fund is only for 5 weeks before the strike starts.
You can't hold out. I mean, these guys are not like
you're just
running
basing
backs.
solely on
They're
the
not,
fact that
they're not like a running back who's going to hold out and get a big deal. There's no big deal. If you
running back, what is this guy trying to generate sports? If they're not like a running back, they won't be able to go far. What a tortured fucking metaphor. What are you talking about?
hold out. and you're got to put food on the table. I'm just saying that Sean Fahey, when you listen to him, he sounds like he's the president of the United States. No, president of something higher than the United States. He's
look at this. Look at this union rep, man. Look at how greedy he is, talking about how the company that they work for has not paid them wages that keep up with inflation, has taken away their benefits, and is making record profits. You know. Well, look at this uppity fucking worker. How dare he? Look, ha ha. They haven't raised enough in strike funds. Soon they're gonna starve. Ha ha ha. Paper tiger. What a fucking sociopath. I thought, man, it's genuinely incredible to me how like the country, like the national dynamic.
Most times, you know. Oops.
The culture, the zeitgeist has shifted to a point where people like this can just be on TV and not have like an avalanche of hate mail like flooding the network every time, like people just not listening to it, you know?
He's not, and he won by a very slim amount. And I have a factory in Mexico.
Trump made greed cool. No, that's the thing. Donald
No.
Trump, as bad as he is, would not agree with this rhetoric because Donald Trump explicitly ran, even though he didn't do it, on bringing manufacturing back to the United States. Donald Trump disingenuously appealed to economic populism.
No.
He was lying.
He wanted to get all of the Mexicans back over the border and build the wall, if you recall. No. Only a dino would talk about anything else.
That he can't even muster that very basic, insincere, disingenuous level of economic populism. Everything is Reagan's fault.
So, like, but I mean, a lot of it was Reagan's fault, though. Reaganomics set us back like 50 years. I mean, and it's weird because it's not a leftist person that I hear. It's a centrist person. And honestly, I'm starting to understand it now. I guess centrist is okay. It's okay, I guess. It's some of the course conservative values don't really fly on the left side, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is a Reagan thing.
Let me tell you something. It's fantastic. All my wife does.
Great, thank you, Jim Cramer. All right, that's the end of the clip. Nice. Yeah, I'm not saying that Trump would be like good for unions. He's not. I'm just saying that in terms of rhetoric, he would know not to touch on that. Car sizes over the years. Yeah. It's really bad. It's so cool how every driver pays the same, like, road tax, and how bicyclists also pay the same road tax.
Yep.
I wonder why nobody wants to bike in American cities. Have you seen that on Twitter right now, every once in a while, somebody will post, like, a dash cam video of a bicyclist nearly getting hit by a car, and all of the replies will be blue checks saying, I wish that car had killed that bicyclist. I hate bicyclists. It's crazy how fucking cucked people are by car infrastructure. Like, all these people, a lot of them who are, like, unironic fascists who want to return, you know? They don't understand. It's insane.
Unironic fascists is pretty much I would say the way he speaks, I think he thinks that it's centrist, but it sounds to a southern right-wing, it sounds like a southern right-wing conservative to me when he speaks. And it's weird. Where it's like cuck and
and all, by the way, this is literally just for like 4 industries. The car industry, natural gas, oil, and coal. Like that's literally like that's it. The fossil fuel, the non-renewable energy sources, they have a shared interest in the car industry. And like, congratulations, that's America. America is those 4 companies, or those 4 industries.
He spent all of his life on Reddit and 4chan forums, and so when he speaks, you can hear the, I don't know what the word would be, but I'm going to take a stab at it. You can hear the buzzwords and the repetition of the headlines in the forum posts that he would read with the, I would say, tagging of certain hashtags and Twitters. But my problem with that with that entire execution is that's generally where the right hangs out. Those tendencies, you see them on the right, not the left. So it's weird. This centrist guy, he steps to the left partisan. He's like, he steps to the left audience. He's like, I wouldn't mind being called a liberal SJW or whatever. And that's cool. But when you talk like kind of a Southern conservative right-winger, though. I think that's one of the reasons why you're so popular. And it's weird. You wouldn't be able to sit in I'm sorry, this is going to sound like, I don't know what the word would be. It would be like exclusionist or separatist or whatever. And I realized that okay, so take it with a grain of salt and a tongue in cheek, right? But if this guy, if he were to say come to like a birthday party or a like say a sushi dinner with my crew, he would make them extremely uncomfortable. He would make them uncomfortable. And I know what they would be thinking. Here's a closet dino using cuck language like a right-wing conservative Southern gamer, throwing out B words at women's faces, doing stuff like using certain definitions as epithets and stuff that you'll see right-wingers do. Because if you ever come from the douchebag leftist liberal hipster bent or whatever, or whatever you want to call it, like hippie or hippie dippy, like bleeding heart, right? If you're a bleeding heart, certain things when people speak, they make you incredibly fucking uncomfortable because there's something that you don't consider are things that should be in polite conversation. And then you hear a so-called leftist speak this way, and you're like, yeah, that's not like a leftist. It's some kind of centrist with a right-wing background and who's trying to lean left. So you're kind of like, well, maybe we should open the arms and maybe they'll see the error of their ways. But you're also like, yeah, but if you bring the cuck language to my party, if you treat people like that, if everything is a tribalist division bell for you, I don't know if the left is the place that you should end up permanently, because these are fundamental things that will make leftists around you not want to be in the same room as you. And I'm sorry, but like for instance, I don't believe I've ever met a leftist willing to use the word cuck, and I'm not willing to do it either unless I'm talking about someone else's usage of it. And there you go. So and that's what I mean. If this guy were to use that sort of language, if he were to call even a really nasty woman the B word, you know what I'm saying? It reminds me of like kind of centrist to almost right-wing leaning backgrounds when they were kids. And it doesn't really fly, though. If you were to use that sort of language with any of these people in the room, if you were to mock a Russian by using Russian voice, or mock a black person by using blackface, or mock a, or mock like a mentally disabled person by using the R word in the same room, or using like words like cuck and all this stuff when they're up in arms about weird sexual identity stuff and all this weird stuff going on with like misogyny and Andrew Tate and all this, and all these weird tribalist buzzwords that you wouldn't catch a good liberal using. You wouldn't catch them like they'll die first, you know what I'm saying? So this guy, he sounds centrist to me, but he also sounds like he hangs out with really right-wing conservative people who use really right-wing conservative language in a really right-wing conservative way, and that's very hard for me to stomach. If he had ever come around my crew, I don't think we would have got along with him. And I know what phrase would come up. It would be dino. It's somebody who's trying to pretend they're being a Democrat. This guy, I'm not so sure. You can tell his identity is messing with him. You can tell it. You can see it. And I hope he comes to the right conclusion at the end of it, because I don't believe the left is where he sits. If he were to sit in a room full of the leftists that I know, they would destroy him for even the language that he used. And I'm serious about this, and that's very weird. It's just freaking weird. My mother would not be comfortable sitting in the same room as this guy. She voted Democrat all her life. She would never truck with this sort of language or ever, like, even if the woman was somebody she really, really hated, really fucking hated. My mom hates some women on this planet. She really does. I'm talking like hates them. But at no point ever would the B word just come up in polite language. It just wouldn't do it, Now, he hasn't done that in this video yet, but I had to pre-screen this video to watch him before I even put it on my stream, because I was also really scared of the language, because he's like hidden as a black sheep. It's an interesting tactic. He's hidden as a black sheep Democrat or something like that, and that's cool. We want our centrist or left, I don't mind converting people back away from that bigoted language and that bigoted fucking tribalism and that bigoted ass separatism and all this weird shit about separatism and all this stupid shit, and how you have to have everybody be under some title so you can mock them. It's how I view it. And so, like, and I'll speak lively about this, you know what I'm saying? He would never have made it alive in the same room as my crew. And they're the most leftist people I've ever met, you know what I'm saying? Most of them are bi, most of them are, really like very down, staunch to the line, liberal, like pro marijuana, anti-jail, like pro-guns, some of them, so they identify libertarian then because they're struggling with something on the other side too. They're liberals with guns, right? They're like liberals with guns. And I'm sure that bothers the right wing probably, but see, everybody can like guns. But what shouldn't happen is everybody using words like cuck and B word and all this weird Andrew Tate language to categorize the entire world into these things that you can mock. You know what I'm saying? And the language that he uses, it comes off of right-wing 4chan. It doesn't come from like leftist beer hall, I don't know, hipsters or hippies. His language doesn't sound like hipsters or hippies. It sounds like guys who ride around in trucks with shotguns on the back. And that's what I'm trying to say.
And all of this is being done deliberately by these car companies. None of this is like just consumer choice.
Now, you can hear the buzzwords as he says them, right? Choice. He says choice because the hashtag buzzword feed off his 4chan forums and stuff, and all this, and his social medias and such. You can hear the hashtags roll off his lips, and I'll call them in real time. He uses this language that makes him sound intelligent, but it's actually just hashtag buzzwords, and I'm going to call them as he says them. Listen to it.
Manipulating and taking advantage of.
Manipulating and taking advantage of is like kind of like the language you would see on a rightist forum, kind of. It's
laws that provide
assisting laws
for SUVs and trucks. Because they're classified as like work vehicles rather than
classified as work vehicles, right? These are all things that you can hear the hashtags roll off of his tongue, and what I don't hear is like original thought. What I'm hearing is somebody who read like 15 years of forums but was never liberal. I wouldn't say was ever really liberal. 15 years of forums have got him using, like, I know because I've got this issue too. I'll call somebody or something the R word, R-E-T word, all the time. And while I'm saying it, I'm secretly hating myself because 15 years of the Call of Duty lobby did this to me. And you want to know where I got the R-E-T word? It's the Call of Duty lobby and the World of Warcraft and the Activision Games lobbies. You know what I'm saying? That's where we got that word from. And it wasn't the liberal culture that generally was using that word so freely either. So I mean, you know, it was, but it wasn't, you know, but it wasn't though. It wasn't though. There was this point back in like 2008 where they were actively like, don't use that word anymore. Most liberals were like actively like, don't use that word anymore, and that was like 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And like that was when all these kids were like 8 years old, so they don't remember it, but we do. Like, you know, like right about 8 years before they were all 15. It became unokay to say that. I mean, it was unacceptable to like use the RET word, but we've used it for 15 years. This is a problem. We've used this word for like 15, 20 years. It's kind of like taking a word out of your daily lexicon, like dinner or something like that. Okay, now we're going to go, that guy's a blank. You say that guy's a blank, right? And what you're thinking is, oh, he's an artard or something, right? But, you know, in your weird leftist liberal identity brain, you're thinking like, oh, it's just not right to use that language. And what if you're in the room with somebody? It's crass and it's American and it's disrespectful to the people's wishes. As you're saying the word, you're thinking, and I think how the rightist would think of it is, oh, they're going to crucify me for saying it. But how the leftist thinks of it is, oh my God, what if I offend somebody? And they sue me or something. It's actually like, that's, you know, that's literally how the leftist looks at it. So like this guy willing to drop the same language and not trying to actively fight it is to me not even the actions of a centrist. It is like a full-blown dino, a Democrat in name only. It's like a wolf in a sheep's clothing. And this guy, I could see him going full-blown Rush Limbaugh by the age of 50. I could see him doing it. I can hear it in his voice, you know? The way that Trump was a rhino. Like, you know what I'm saying, in the respect that he voted down the blue leftist line Democrat ticket all of his life. So I would say that, you know, rhino, that word was made up for people like Trump. Because we know that they voted, you know, all their lives for people like Kennedy, you know, McGovern, Clinton. All their lives they voted for Kennedy, McGovern, Clinton, RBK. I'm serious, like, you know, all his life, those are the people that Trump openly voted for. So then when and this guy, I think he's the same. He sees some favor with the opposite party, and they realize that they can just go masquerade as the party lead or something like that. But really deep down, they were raised like good old boy Southern South. Well, I mean, Trump wasn't raised good old boy Southern South. He was raised New York slumlord. But I mean, like, you know, but it's still, you know, well, not slumlord at all, excuse me, New York real estate developer, really. I mean, slumlord's too derogatory. I mean, I don't know if you could call him a slumlord, really. He was just a real estate mogul. So, I mean, and that's cool. But I mean, like, I don't know if you would call that a very liberal. I would say that's not like a very liberal discipline in this country. The landowner gentry, that tends to be sort of like the bankers, the right wing bankers and stuff. So you have to be sort of careful, like, suddenly coming over from the right and using their language, using their hashtags and their outrages to try to sound educated about the political landscape when you technically identify right, you use the words that the right uses, you think the same way, you use their hashtags and their outrages, you still monitor their websites, and you still track what happens to somebody in their party who hasn't been president for 4 years, which is to me really fucking weird. You're basically a Republican. I haven't met a good liberal who gave a shat about Trump since the day he lost the election. My mother, I would say, is a good liberal, but she also cannot let Trump go because Trump is her peer. Trump is like the same exact age as her, basically. I'm talking like down to the same year. They could have gone to the same fucking college. They weren't that far from each other geologically. So she has an issue with Trump because she thinks of it like, oh my God, Bobby from home ec class is destroying the country or whatever. And he's the same age as me. So it's a lot harder for her generation to let it go. You can see why the baby boomers can't let him go. It's why the CNN spins on him and all this shit. They can't see how bad it is to just attack somebody and bully them that long. You know, but I'm sorry, and I know this sounds pro-Trump or whatever, but I'll say it. Of anybody I've ever seen bullied online, and I don't have any sympathy for the fucking devil, but I'm saying, like, of all the people I've ever heard of get bullied online, I would say Trump was basically the world's fucking target for 8 years. And sure, I don't like him either, but I mean, like, that can't be easy. That can't be easy to be the world's joke for like 8 fucking years. And so I tell my mother, please stop talking about Trump. Please stop watching him on television. Please forget that he exists. He lost the election. Please stop fucking talking about prosecution or his racism or his xenophobia or all of this other stuff. Please stop like calling the demon's name and summoning it. Please stop giving it power in the media and in the press. Please stop talking about it. And look at it like this. Who do you think got cyberbullied the most in the world in the last 10 years? You can find some way to look for common ground there and maybe understand a mistake that the Liberal Party made, which was using, I mean, the same way that Joe Biden is getting used as a kick me target sign. These things aren't good for either party. They're destructive. And even a centrist would not like it. It's destructive. It's essentially cyberbullying. It's the willful destruction of somebody's, character on the internet or otherwise. And, so now, like, I all my life, I got used to the people who talk a certain way, the people who look a certain way, the people who do certain things. And then you see one of them cross over and begin to talk like one of you, but use the same language as the good old boy South. And I'm sorry, but it really sounds like a dino to me. And this was an issue for, they bandied around the word rhino for like 12 years or something like this. And they also bandied around the phrase the Tea Party. But I don't know. What I see now is like a centrist revolution of people who have bad tendencies from both sides. And that's how I fell on Bosch. And I mean what I say.
Regular commercial, like regular ordinary.
And this is a problem for me because when so do you understand what I'm saying? Like when I say that if he were in a room with my liberal friends and he were to say openly mock a Russian in Russian voice or call a woman a B word or anything like that, people would be so uncomfortable they would want to leave the room. And so you begin to understand this is a fundamental problem about the leftist, like non-conservative, like whatever you want to call it, like the woke or leftist, like regime or tribalism bullshit or whatever. This is the issue with it. Like, we can't actually handle some things. I think the right wing can handle anything pretty much, except for wanton spending of our taxes, I would say, which is why we call them conservatives. They're open-minded to almost everything except abortion and the liberal use of our taxes, And as far as I'm concerned, that's just an American who's concerned about what's going on. They're just our brothers and sisters like everybody else, right? Now, but they still can't go in the room with the liberals and use this kind of Russian bashing, China bashing, North Korea bashing, and some of these things that people do deserve some bashing, but the B word, the C word, all these things that you hear out of the right wing. And trust me, a room full of liberals would be like, sir, I think you should leave, kind of stuff. Sir, I really think that you shouldn't say these sort of words around my children, sir. And you'd be surprised what the actual response is to this shit. Now, this guy, I feel like he's poised to take the liberal crown, but I don't understand why, because any good liberal would never be down with his language. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. That's a centrist person. So then we make sacrifices at that point. We say us as liberals or left wings or Democrat or whatever the fuck you want to say. Bleeding hearts, whatever. We say, okay, well, there's room in the party. Just don't use the language. Don't be tribalist. Don't be just don't be separatist. Don't be talking about them, talking about like there's whatever. You don't need to talk about this color of their skin when you talk about them on the news. You don't need to talk about the color of their skin. They're humans, just like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Of anybody's color of skin. You don't need to talk about their sexual orientation. The gender pronoun shit bugs you more than it does us. But see, the problem is, like, you need that distinction. We don't. To us, it's just humans. You're the one who needed the goddamn distinction in the first place. So then if you're going to need the distinction, we're going to insist on the pronouns. Do you understand this? It's your dysfunction in the first place that led to this. Like you had to make the distinction. They're just people. So when you force the distinction label on us, you start calling people cucks and you start calling people this and that or whatever. It's just this weird, like, gender war alive. You know, it's like a weird gender war alive, or a weird, like, you know, a weird like classist war online. It's live. It's weird.
Deliberately keeping smaller vehicles from being sold in the United States, because if you have to import them, it's way
so you can see he's speaking of a hashtag that he read on like Twitter, and he's using the hashtag bullets because he read some bullets on a Twitter. And I'm sorry, but I don't see the original thought here, and I'm not trying to attack somebody. It sounds like I'm attacking them, or like I'm trying to be rude. But all I'm hearing is hashtags, though, and I don't think that's a good execution. If I were to push some kind of liberal, like, bleeding heart regime, which I don't usually try to do, honestly, I say I identify it as it, but I don't say you need to think this way, or you guys need to be like this, or you do this and that's unacceptable. I don't usually cast the stone, you know? What I'm saying is you guys ask for the distinctions. You need to say African American in front of an American male every time they're on the news. You need to do that. We don't. So if you insist on those pronouns, then we're going to get them right then, aren't we? And that's the thing. Usually at that point, we have to define the definition. We have to define the definition, and I don't really see the need. I don't, and this is a centrist thing, right? It's when right goes left a little bit. They're like, okay, well, I don't feel like I really support what the police are doing, or the rent anymore. And I'm starting to understand that the drug war was an idiot crisis, and it was all the government's fault. And I'm beginning to see what you were saying about the prison, military complex, and how the war in Afghanistan went nowhere and was a quagmire for 20 years. So now I kind of want to maybe drift over to your party a little bit more, because Trump is obviously a criminal. And we're like, okay, cool. Just don't bring your cuck language using, Andrew Tate thinking, like, you know, tribalist. You have to use the gender or racial, you know, delineation every single time you talk about somebody in the news or in the media. You have to separate everybody into this thing so you can make the labels and talk about how they're different from you. As long as you don't bring that thinking over to the left side, you're good. And this is why we call it centrist, because that thinking, it's unacceptable to the left. Like, most of the time, I would say the only thing the right wing will ever say, a leftist will say, that's unacceptable, is that abortion is okay, or that it's okay to blow a lot of money on stupid shit, you know, blow a lot of tax money on stupid shit, right? That's the things that the right wingers can't stand. They don't care about our language. They don't care about, you know, what our sexual orientation is, even, I don't think, you know, or even what the color of our skin is. I don't think even that much anymore. I don't even think racism is that. I mean, it's common, but it's not like systemically common. So now, like, you know, if you need to make those delineations, I'm trapped and I can't move. I'm trapped and I can't move. I'm trapped and I can't move. Trap. Can't move. Thank you for wedging me in every game I ever play. Thank you for wedging me. Thank you for wedging me yet again. Thank you. Imagine being a level. I know, right? I'm saying, like, right? I couldn't, like, I am. And this is the battle that I face. So they bring their division bell language to the centrist, like, you know, to the centrist stance. Now, this is okay with me, because you know what centrism sounds like to me, don't you? It sounds like the Unity engine dying. I'm just kidding. It sounds like Unity. And so I think, oh, centrist might be cool, but see, the problem is with this, you can't bring your language here. You can't bring your tribalism here. There's things that the left just won't do. You cannot bring your isms here. You cannot bring the isms to the left party. They just won't have it. You know, you can't bring the isms to the left party. They won't do it. They like that they will stand that ground. They will be like, no, do not use that language in public. I don't want my kids hearing it. I'm serious. They're gonna PC thug you. They're gonna be like, I'm a PC thug, and I don't want my son or daughter who might be trans or gay or whatever, you know, or whatever. Honestly, hearing this language in polite conversation and stuff, you're gonna catch the PC thug card from the bleeding heart left wing liberal. And honestly, you'll catch it from me, you'll catch it from all of us. That stuff, that is where we draw the line, because the thinking behind it is full of fallacy and bigotry. That's where we draw the line. I'll tell you right now. You can't step to the leftist party with that language. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. Like that's and understand. You want to embrace this guy. This righty who is now starting to poise to take over the leftist party online or whatever. He uses this weird Southern language that you hear in the Call of Duty lobby and 4chan and stuff. And he's got the neck beard and he's got the glasses and he's got the hashtag, phraseology and stuff. And he talks like a right winger. And I feel it's a tragedy that he wants to kind of cross sides because that language isn't acceptable here. I've never met a liberal who would say it is. That language is not acceptable here. I wouldn't want you saying that shit around my kids. I know you say that in your Discord lobbies and your fucking, your CS:GO lobbies and all this, but I don't want that language around my non-existent kids. It's what the liberals are going to tell you. They're going to be PC thug about it. They're like, no, I don't think of it as, the African American was arrested on the news today. I think of it as, that human got arrested. That's what they're going to say. It's how they used to make fun of it on the Boondocks with the next door neighbor. Remember, it was Tom and his wife, right? It's like Tom and his wife, like how Tom's wife used to talk is how we actually are, kind of. Though we will not take those isms. We won't be in the same room with you. We don't want to hear you say that language around our children. We don't want you talking about it on the internet. You'd be surprised how PC thug it actually goes because it comes down to the core ideals of the bleeding left-wing liberal party. And so that's all I wanted to say about this. I'm going to move on to the comments because I missed some. I believe in pronouns, so you're offending me. Just kidding. Yeah, right? So yes, if you're going to force us to make the delineations between gay and straight, black and white, Latino and white, whatever, a poor trailer park person did this today or whatever, if you're going to force the delineations and carve up my people with different fucking phraseologies and categorize, it's like the categorization of all humans to systemically sort of like exclude them. And I'm sorry, but the core deep thinking of it is bigotry. It's essentially bigotry. And this is how a good leftist will say it. The core thinking of it is essentially bigotry. If you had a gay or black or trans son or daughter or whatever the pronoun, and I'm okay with the pronouns, don't mind them. Because if you're going to force to do the delineations in a way where it matters, if you're going to say that person is any different from you or me, right? And instead of calling them just a person, you have to make the delineation of trans or black or anything that isn't white, right? We're going to call you on the pronouns then. If you want to take it through that bigoted form of thought where you have to put the labels on everybody instead of calling them your brothers and sisters and fucking letting it go, then we're going to call you on the PC thug language, and we will die on that hill the same way you'll die on that abortion hill. We each have things that we just won't do. Like a liberal cannot go over and say, I believe in abortion and expect to be okay in the right-wing party. You know what I'm saying? They can't expect to do okay. You can't be a liberal and go to the right-wing party and say, I really believe in abortion, that abortion should be legalized. The right-wing party will not like you. They won't want you there. It's the same thing. If you are a right-winger and you come over to the left-wing liberal party or whatever, and you say cucks and Russians and Chinese and North Koreans and all this xenophobia bullshit, you're not welcome there. The same way that you'll die on that abortion hill, I'll say your bigotry leads to this fucking unity division bell cracking. You crack the Liberty Bell with your bigotry, because remember, give us your poor, you're tired, you're hungry. It wasn't bring us your non-whites, your Latinos, your blacks or whatever. There was no delineation there in the melting pot at all. There was never a delineation there. You guys made that up in your fucking head. You said, oh, the people who have green cards or whatever. No, it was give us your fucking tired, you're poor, and you're hungry. It wasn't revisionist. It was always there. I had a fight with my friend earlier about this. And no, that's bigoted. When you need to make the delineation between human and you have gone down that bigot road and you've swallowed that red pill and you don't belong in my fucking party. You don't belong in my party. And I hear this guy using language like this that you only ever hear on 4chan. You wouldn't ever hear a liberal using language like this. You just wouldn't do it because they know that there are kids around and that it leads to this horrible systemic problem of like slavery in the South and like, Matthew Shepard and like, the KKK KKK, Nazism, the Holocaust. It starts, the bigotry starts, you know, it's just like revolution starts in the kitchen. The bigotry starts in your own heart and your own head. If you need to make the delineation between you and a black person or you and a gay person, you have lost your bigoted way. It is just a human, same as you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but and this is why we talk unity, because we want the unity. Everybody is our brother. Everything is awesome, you know, and all this like Tegan and Sarah leftist stuff, right? You know, Tegan and Sarah, hipster douchebag leftist stuff, right? Because now I missed some comments. So I'm going to get back to it. I'm sorry. All my friends are liberals. Should I still be friends with them? Yes. Yes. And the difference is your friends are probably not liberals. You are probably a centrist. It's okay for a liberal to be friends with everybody. It's okay for you know, a conservative to be friends with everybody. And it's okay for a centrist to be friends with everybody. But you can't come under the auspices of the party. You can't come under the auspices of the party and vote the ticket when you still use language like that to describe people that you think are different from you. It's America. We're the melting pot. So often in my experience, it's not that I'm right wing and all my friends are liberal and should I be friends with them? It's often that all your friends are liberal and you are centrist, or you wouldn't have any liberal friends.
Fuck more expensive, meaning that it's much more difficult to get a hold of them, meaning people are going to gravitate towards the cars that are immediately
No,
available.
I am centrist. I'm centrist because I'm pro-gun rights, right? But I'm pretty much hippy-dippy, anarchist, left-wing, liberal, food not bombs, Greenpeace, like fucking, you know, grassroots, guerrilla warfare, revolution, Greenpeace, like fucking Green Party person, right? But I still really, really, really support gun rights. This makes me a fucking centrist. And yes, I have many, many, many Republican friends because I have a centrist. I am a centrist, right? And I would suggest you are the same. If you are able to have many, many liberal friends, I would suggest that you are a centrist. And I believe I am the same. You aren't actually a Republican. I am not actually a Democrat. You might vote the picket line like I do, but I don't think you probably believe in them any more than I do believe in my quote-unquote party that I don't care about. I don't care about the Democratic Party. I'd be okay if it died tomorrow. I don't care about the Republican Party. I'd be okay if it died tomorrow. Don't care about them, don't want them, etc., right? And so this is where we fall. I would call that centrist, when you basically hate or like both, you know, and you hate or like things about both. I would say you are centrist. And let's make sure I didn't miss any other comments. I'm sorry. Sounds like something a liberal would say. I'm a liberal, yeah. I mean, yeah. I believe in my free sex, or not free sex, but my like no limits, no taboos to sex. I believe in my free like legalization of drugs. I believe in rent control. I believe in maximum wage. I believe in salary caps at $1 billion. I believe in all types of socialist horseshit. Absolutely. I don't belong in the right-wing party. I don't identify as so. I'm pro-gun rights, but that's it. That'd be about the only thing the right-wing party believes in that I believe in. That's it.
Go to like any local.
And you'd be surprised how many liberals like guns. A lot of liberals like guns. A lot of them. A lot of liberals like guns. And big SUV trucks and, you know, fried chicken and stuff.
Your house. Not like a super luxury one like Mercedes or whatever. I mean like a car dealership that sells cars that people can usually afford to buy, okay? And the cars they have on display there are sickening. Like, stand next to them and ask yourself if you would feel comfortable with your child or like your future kid crossing the street in front of them. It's insane. Like, these are accurate height comparisons. The Soviet T-34 has a less dangerous bumper than the Dodge Ram 1500. Look. The edge point for the bumper on the T-34 is
so he's showing a picture that you guys should see, and New World is on Unity, or no, New World's not on Unity, but it doesn't do well with the display adapter in any event. So let me switch over to the display capture after this pop is off me, and I'll show you what he's saying. The average Ford F-150 truck is basically being built like a tank now. And so you can see that the front of a F-150 truck is essentially like a battering ram, and has the kind of structural strength that a tank would have. And this is reflected in this picture that he's looking at. Look at the size of your average F-150 truck, which is like a British Cromwell, 241 by 114 by 98 inches, right? That's basically not exact, but fairly maybe about 20 inches off of the Dodge Ram 1500. And so this is a leftist liberal woke thing trying to say that every F-150 is basically the size of a tank and it's just too much for the road, right? But you'd be surprised how many liberals own F-150s.
Lower than the top of the bumper here. The higher these bumpers get, the more dangerous they are. A low bumper...
It's a good truck. And a lot of them live in the South, and...
that you see from these older cars, if you get hit by them, where do you go? You go over the car. Now that still hurts, don't get me wrong, but it's a hell of a lot better than
like,
going
okay,
under the...
all my left-wing liberal friends, they drove either Ford F-150s, Subaru Imprezas, or Priuses, one of the three. I'm serious, Ford F-150. I'm dead serious. Or Silverados.
The car, which is what's guaranteed to happen if you're hit by a modern SUV or truck. My dad survived being hit by a car when he was a no, he wasn't even on the motorcycle at the time. He was a pedestrian. He was hit by a car in the late 80s, and because every car back then looked like this, basically, even the trucks were pretty low to the ground. My dad just like slammed his palm against the hood of the car and flipped over it and hurt himself. Don't get me wrong, I fucking harmed himself, yeah. But he went over it.
Oh,
nowadays,
I don't know.
Like, car deaths are going up and up and up and up and up.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my life's an open book. It always has been. These are things that I would have preferred to keep secret for my family, but you know, we're not afraid. They've dealt with people like this. My parents have dealt with people like this before. I don't know why this person has such an issue. I've never done anything to him except yell at him when he attacks me. It's just sickness on the internet. It's as simple as that. You know? People dox because they're so bored and so obsessed with other people that they don't live their own lives anymore. And to get their own life back, they must just keep attacking and attacking and attacking till either their life or the other person's life is over. And once they destroy the person and the obsession is over, they can move on. Until then, they just fixate until they die. It's happened to me like 3 times. And it's obsession and low IQ. It's a mixture of both.
Because you can't flip over one of
It's always a
you
mixture of
have to
obsession
be
and
tall
low
to
IQ.
flip over one of these. If you get hit by these, you will go under it every time. There's no way to be tall enough. You can't go over them. I visited America and I was shocked by how high your cars were. Yeah, it's insane. It's genuinely insane. How do we advocate for smaller cars? This needs to be like a legal thing. Car companies have to be held to account. It's insane what they're getting away with.
No. Car companies can sell whatever the fuck they want. This is America. What you're proposing is the death of free trade. And you know who talks like that. You are proposing the death of free trade. That is the death of America you are proposing. Just saying.
Vosh, I think usually when you get hit by a car, you don't see it coming. I mean, yeah, sometimes, but even if you don't see it coming, with these lower cars, you go over the car. Like, the point of a bumper is to give a flat surface against which a pedestrian or a surface you crash into, like, you're trying to, like, leverage the momentum and the angle of the impact. If you have a car that has a bumper that cuts off right here at about the height of your waist, more or less, it's very likely that you will go over the car when you're hit, which is, again, like the survivable. That is better.
It's a sick person who can't live their own life.
Yeah, seriously.
It's sad and based.
American truck.
Gotta vicariously live through someone else and get their thrill off trolling someone else.
Like when they're compared to any,
It's
literally.
someone who's completely lost all of their personal power and has become a slave to an obsession voluntarily. And I don't know why they would descend so far and not worry about their own lives. I don't know. I don't know why they would ever do that. That's what the judge is going to say to them. That's what everybody's going to say to them, their parents and all this stuff. Why were you so worried about somebody else?
Like any other country on earth. This is just
You are
America.
an idiot.
This is just America.
You can hear the
This is not
judge.
any other-
The judge. You can hear the judge lecturing you in the court. You are an idiot. Why did you care about this person? Have you ever met them? Have they ever done anything to you? No. So why did you worry about this person who isn't you for 2 years? You can hear Judge Judy fucking saying it. And literally being like, I understand, sir, that you have a lot of problems with cognitive thought, as your lawyers told us. But, you know, really, it doesn't excuse it, really. Why didn't you just go live your own life? You can hear the judge saying it. You spent how long stalking somebody? Why didn't you just go live your own life?
Your country.
You don't have one, that's why.
It's just America. And okay, it's just America and Canada. Canada does
If you were to
this-
step outside tomorrow, instead of stalking Skycat for 14 hours straight every single day for the last 15 months, you'd be surprised what might happen. You'd be surprised, oh, the places you'll go, right? You guys remember, oh, the places you'll go? Really beautiful, oh, the places you'll go, right? If you just go out oh, the places you'll go, right? I believe this is about the level you're at. So we're just gonna, you know, what is the full quote you have, right? You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own and you know what you know, right? Oh no, this is a quote website. I don't know if you can actually recite the poem. I don't know if it's actually on the Wikipedia. I don't believe you can put it on the Wikipedia. He owns it. So I guess this is DMCA, unfortunately. I can't read you the quote, but without DMCA, I don't think. But, you know, really, oh, the places that you'll go if you just go out your door tomorrow instead of stalking Skycat for 14 hours. You'd be surprised. You'll make some money. Might get a date. Maybe you'll get a job or maybe better grades. You could make some friends, some real life friends. You could maybe not be on the computer 14 hours a day, unlike me, who's trying to do that for a job, and maybe go live your own life. And instead of worrying about Skycat all day, worry about worry about your body, worry about your dating life. Worry about your nutrition, maybe worry about your income or your intelligence, maybe get some education. If you make Skycat your life, you are Skycat. And I don't want you to be Skycat. I want you to be original and go live your own life. And I don't know why people get so sick. I don't know why. I don't know why people get so sick. They need to definitely go live their own lives. We don't know. We don't have an answer to this. It's a stumper. We don't know why this stuff happens. For the last, probably, I would imagine 6.5 million years, mankind has always looked out for number one and put himself and his family first. But now, in the last 35 years, because of the internet, there are people who are living entirely vicariously with no self-motivation to do anything about themselves whatsoever through other people's lives, celebrities' lives, etc., etc. Now, this broke a 6.5 million year DNA imperative, and it is the death of the human race and the lowering of the IQ, the idiocracy winning. Only an idiot would ever spend that much time worrying about someone else. And this is a fundamental core problem of the people who know the names of Kim Kardashian's kids, like my mother, It's the core fundamental problem of TMZ or Hollywood. It's the core fundamental problem of cyberbullies and all this. Anybody who lives that much time worrying about somebody else couldn't possibly have a productive, normal life that ever led to anything at all. And that is the verifiable death of the human race. When humans don't look out for themselves and worry about themselves and sit online instead 14 hours a day for 7 days a week, catch me 420 hours a month, you know, whatever that is, a year, you know what I'm saying? My name's Skycatlive, by the way, 24/7, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm kidding. A full-time variety gamer all day, every day, put me on in the background, right? I'm on 14 hours a day, generally like 10 to 16 hours a day, depending on what day it is and what's going on. And put me on, you know, there's a reason I'm here all day. I'm trying to drum up the support to fund my private war against the government and support my family and stuff. There's a reason that I'm here all day, every day. You don't have a reason. You just worried about another person's life so much over the last 15 months that you completely destroyed your own. And the reality is that is not a feasible human being. You aren't really you're basically a construct of obsession. You don't do anything but actively work out your obsession in your waking hours, and you have betrayed the human race, you have betrayed yourself, you have betrayed your family, you have betrayed your interests, you have betrayed your income, you have become a willing slave to your obsession. It looks like this. Looks like this. It's an apt analogy. It's why it was in Men in Black. Somebody oh no. I'm just trying to get an image. I clicked on an image and I got a video. Great. Good job, Google. Good to see the decline of Google. And yeah, here's the apt analogy, right? There it is. You can get a bigger image. Nope. I clicked an image and you keep popping a video because you're never mind. I'm incompetent. I didn't see the link. I'm sorry. So anyways, you get the idea. There's the picture of it. Oh, you guys can't see it, can you? I'm so sorry. Hold on. Display, right? There we go. I haven't been using a lot of stuff, but yeah, you see the image of that, right? That, like, open this in a new tab so we can get it a little bit better. There's the image, right? You aren't a human being anymore. You just have, you are just you have an alien of an obsession living in your brain that has completely taken over. It has erased your logic, your life, your income, your dating life, your reality, your health, your family, everything. And all you do all day is chase Skycat 15 hours a day for, 15 months straight. Now, this has never happened in the history of the human race before. There's been obsessions, but there's never been anybody willing to forego working to better themselves, working to forgo bettering their lives, or even really working to forgo buying alcohol, even, sort of thing, to go full-blown obsess over somebody this much. This is the worst human loser in the history of the human race. He has thrown the most per capita time away anybody has ever thrown away, and that's why. That's why. He literally does not have a brain anymore. It is just the obsession, steering around like a tank, just steering him around. He doesn't live his own life. He doesn't worry about his income or anything. He's constantly on fucking Twitch or YouTube, getting banned off Twitch, like running bots and cheating on CSGO. And, and I'm sorry, but that's not a life. It's not a reality. Nobody will date it. Your friends won't like it. Your parents won't like it. The school won't like it. Nobody will let you do it for longer than 5 years or anything like that. When they realize that you're just like literally trolling someone online 18 hours a day or whatever and actively hunting them and causing problems for their family and stuff, they will stop being around you. And if they stick around, you got bigger problems because they're sticking around to like take advantage of you. And because they don't like you. And I mean, I'm serious. So understand, anybody left in your life after you act like this for 2 years and stuff, they're just there to take advantage of you after you inevitably go to jail or get made fun of by the community or disgraced by the community. They're there to troll the troll after he gets burned by the community. So, and this is the reality. It's it's what it's become. And it's unacceptable. It's a human who doesn't give two shits about their own survival. And I really don't believe that should continue in the gene pool. And I believe, I don't know how to solve that, but I'm not saying eugenics or something. I'm saying I don't know how we can prevent young men from acting like this, but we cannot have it. We cannot have just somebody sitting there like 14 hours a day worrying about just that. And now I'm going to go on to my job now, and this is the last time I'm going to speak about this tonight. And you'll understand when, 10 hours go by and I don't speak about this again tonight. But, like, I do like weighing in and talking about realities. It's not a human being anymore. It's a sick alien obsession taken over until they just can't even have cognizant thought about the destruction of their own lives anymore. It's like zombification. It is a zombie of obsession formed by social media who stumbles around, not even worrying about its own existence, just trying to eat your brains with a fucking like myopic singular vision of a madman. And it's frankly disgusting. It is the foregoance of the wisdom of 6 million years of the history of human race. It's somebody who's literally let their sick obsession become their entire fucking life and are trying to actively destroy the human race by actively spreading the obsessions and the trolling and the bullying and the straight horse cockery bullshit, fuck you up your stupid fucking asses trolling bullshit.
Too, but to a lesser extent.
And that's all I have to
Maybe
say about
Mexico,
this.
I know
That
that
is
North
all I will
America is
speak about
especially
this
bad when it
tonight.
comes to this stuff, but I don't think Mexico and Canada come anywhere near American size like pickup trucks.
Thanks for listening. Garbage crap
So
person could be bred out of the human race and it would be okay because the obsession is literally its heart, brain, soul, and mind now. And it's literally a zombified slave who stumbles around 15 fucking hours a day, shambling around, no thought, no coherent thought of what it is they're doing or how much of their time or their life they're wasting away. It's a zombie, it's a brain dead zombie who has foregoed their own humanity. It is literally the zombie apocalypse.
The car companies need to be held to account. Billions must drive sedans.
Foregone, excuse me, not foregone. Foregone is not a word. Has forsaken, excuse me. Foregone conclusion is not the same thing as forsaken. The perfect grammar I would say would be forsaken. They have forsaken their humanity to chase some obsession because they took on the zombie obsession virus on purpose. The world didn't need a COVID-T virus or any of this shit. The obsession idiots have full-blown adopted it into their bloodstream voluntarily and given their fucking shitty humanity away that wasn't very high in the first place. But at least they were still at least some kind of valuable member of the human race before they got a hold of the internet 5 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever, right? But I mean, they are still like a zombified, brain-dead moron who's let an obsession take over so fucking badly that it's just... and I'm sorry. I promise I wouldn't speak about it again. I really mean that. I just sorry. I just I returned to it one more time because of the grammar. I had a grammar error there. I said foregone, which is not the correct usage of the word, is why I'm coming back to it. It's not about what I was saying. I don't want to come back to what I was saying. I'm saying I had bad grammar. The actual word is they've forsaken their humanity. And that's it. And I don't want to return to it any more than that. I'm sorry. I kind of broke my own little rule here, but I actually returned to it because of a grammar problem, not because I wanted to. I felt the thesis statement needed to get out.
People outside of America don't understand. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. What the fuck? I live in a small neighborhood in Amsterdam, and one of my neighbors is a Ford Raptor, and I fucking hate it. I just think they should be illegal. Literally, this is not a matter of like, oh, maybe some people need this truck. No, 0 humans need this truck. If you want a truck with a flatbed, there are earlier models that could be made today, that better versions of which could be made today, that have this truck bed and are about the size of this red car, maybe a bit longer. Easily. We made them for decades. And now, like, more and more people are getting really big trucks because, or like really big cars because they don't want to be in a little car on the road next to all these fucking monsters, you know? Because if you're in this car and you get hit by this car, your car is going to be turned into dust. Your car is going to be obliterated. Anyway, they should just be illegal. There just have to be size limits on cars. There is no reason to have a car this big. There's just no reason. None. No reason. Nobody needs them. So is Vosh still buying an SUV? I am, but to be fair, I'm literally buying like a subcompact crossover SUV. So yes, but I'm not buying a fucking pickup truck. We can do a size comparison.
Mine's bigger.
Hypocrisy? Yeah, hold on. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do the size comparison here on the website, okay? We're gonna do the size comparison. All right, so change car number 1. So we're getting Mazda, and then we're getting CX-50 isn't here, so I guess I'll choose the CX-5, which is like 1 inch smaller or whatever. Okay, so that's car number 1, and then car number 2 is the Ford F-150, because that's like the gold standard of shitty fucking gigantic American pickup. Ford. F-150.
I bet you own one in your lifetime.
You can compare it to the Model T. Wait, where's the oh, F-150. Okay, there we go. So there's the comparison. Okay.
Oh, I'm on display adapter. I'm so sorry.
This is a fucking SUV compact.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys.
Inside, like,
not my fault. The
inside
software
the
is
F-150.
theft.
This thing could drive this thing, you know? Now compare it to a normal car? Sure. I don't want to drive a fucking station wagon. What's a normal car? Do we want to compare it to Mazda's
Subaru.
Mazda's,
Subaru's a normal
sedan?
car.
Here.
Or
Mazda has a cute sedan. Pretty cheap.
Nissan Protege.
The MX-5. There. And that's like a tiny little... Oh, sorry, a coupe, not a sedan. My apologies. That's a coupe. This is a tiny little car. What's a good sedan?
Lincoln. Sable.
A Honda Civic? Okay, yeah, Honda Civic.
Civic?
I haven't ridden a sedan in so long. Everyone has SUVs. Honda Civic. Yeah, Honda Civic. This is like a classic. Yeah, sedan. Modern one, sure. Oh my god. Oh, whoops. I switched the wrong one. Okay, so that's a sedan compared to a coupe. So then for the Mazda... There we go. It switched the other one. CX-5, modern one. There we go. Okay, see? Now, the CX-50 is like 1 inch taller than the 5 or whatever, but as you can see, the it's just a bit taller, you know. I wanted more storage space. Still way too big. I do a surprising amount of Home Depot shopping, okay? I do a surprising amount of like dad shopping where I go over and I'm like, I feel like I could use a torque wrench. You know, how does it compare to a Fiat or a smart car? I mean, it depends on the car, right? I don't know. That's the excuse F-150 drivers use as well. Okay, come on. So you're gonna compare me to a... The point of a crossover is that it uses the same body as a sedan. It's just like taller, okay? Jesus Christ. Also, I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull the big boy card, okay? I have driven around and ridden in sedans, and I'm not that comfy in them. Sedans...
I'm gonna get off. This guy's boring me, frankly. I'm sorry.
Don't leave the video running when you get up.
100%.
To go pee.
Yeah, you can't do
That's like
that.
pretty basic stuff.
You stop doing that?
I only do it with, I usually only do it with my videos that I know are from my friends.
You do not have my permission to walk away from my
For the
videos.
record, I'm not actually walking away for an extended period of time. Like, what are you supposed to do if there's an emergency and you have
Just
to get
say,
up?
wait, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can. Well, of course you're gonna get up at a certain point, right? That is where that chair meme comes from, which then turned into like, oh, Hassan just like will click play and then leave his chair on and walk away.
You do that though. You just said you do.
No, but there's Like, yeah, no, they're
Disney, you changed.
Like, one thing you have to be really careful about is there are things that predispose you for success that at a certain point will also predispose you towards failure as well. So, like, for instance.
So what is the conversation happening right now?
The conversation, I believe, started around Lemino's new JFK assassination video that specifically covers the book depository aspect. Brilliant, super comprehensive, incredibly well-edited video, and of course, everybody reacted to it. It was trending. He's got millions of views on the video now. Someone got very mad that XQC had reacted to it as well, and it like only had like 10 additional minutes of runtime. You know?
So did he upload it to his YouTube channel?
I believe he did. Yes.
That's crazy.
And you know, a lot of Twitch streamers do stuff like this. I mean, I reacted to it as well. A lot of the same people that were yelling at him were also trying to yell at me and be like, he's the same. Didn't
Why
really
is yours
take off.
different than his?
Well, there's a couple different reasons. I mean, look, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's not reacting hard enough or it's not transformative enough. I don't know. I haven't watched his reaction or anything like that.
Well, we can't. Did he take it down?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't even think Lemino personally has said anything about it or has like struck it or anything like that. I myself have absolutely been someone who has broken some of those boundaries.
The first 3.5 minutes of my video were enjoyed mostly by Hassan's chair and his chat. Although apparently for the duration of this, Hassan was watching the video on his phone, so he can see everything that his chair is seeing. It's not until we're 4 minutes in, which just to be clear is about a third of the way through the video, that Hassan decides to add his first piece of commentary.
I feel like it's gotta be like it's gotta be, I don't know,
base?
like someone who has,
I mean, you know, like the whole react harder gets memed.
But I usually try
which boundaries did you break?
One of the things is, I think you'll agree with this as well, is just like, don't leave the video running when you get up.
100%.
To go pee.
Yeah, you can't
That's
do
like
that.
pretty basic stuff.
You stopped doing that?
I only do it with, I usually only do it with my videos that I know are from my friends.
You do not have my permission to walk away from my videos.
For the record, I'm not actually walking away for any extended period of time. Like, what are you supposed to do if there's an emergency and you have
just
to get
say
up?
wait, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can, well, that, and also you can pause it, but the problem is,
yeah, pause the video.
When you pause the video, it just like makes the content awful.
This video, Andrew Tate's controversy, have finally caught up with him. I watched this video, so let me see. And of course,
I do that.
Care about uploading this because
I go to the bathroom and I leave the video running, but usually I have the video game running. You know, like I'll leave like the screen open, and I'll be like, we're not really watching a video. I'll occasionally put on a video, like. I thought it was actually helping my people who are putting me on in the background to put on a video when I go to the bathroom or I have to go see my family or something. But maybe I'll just like leave the video game running with the music on, I guess, in the future, because it never occurred to me that, I guess, morally it's not that good to just leave someone else's video on your channel, because at that point you're basically just making money off them. I mean, not making money, but you're essentially them, you know. It's good. I guess I'm glad I came and listened to this video, because that never occurred to me. I never socially thought about the ramifications of just leaving an Asmongold video on while I run to the bathroom or something. But I guess, yeah, I could see how that would be considered really gauche and really bad, I guess. Fire staff. Blizzard. Ice staff. Fire staff, ice staff. Yeah, that was like one shot, man. That was like a 90% hit. How the fuck did you hit him that hard? Like, just honestly. AoE. Yeah, it was a good hit. I don't understand how this marijuana is always here. It's like the most dependable marijuana crop in the entire world. And it's right outside Windsward. I've never understood how this works. And all of these newbies are running through. But I think they're so excited to go XP, they don't want to stop at the hemp. Look, they don't. Look, they're like, I want to go level. And they're always they're like literally out. So literally, it's actually psychologically very interesting. If like sometimes I think a lot of money might be right outside the town, you know, where like they wouldn't even bother, like you might walk past something really valuable right outside the city kind of thing, because like people are so in a rush to get out of the city that they'll walk right past like a pile of gold, because that much hemp is like, I don't know, 50 gold or something like that. It's hard for me to walk past it. It's like, that's a lot of money right there. I mean, it's a lot of money to me. I don't understand like how people walk past that. It's like a new age where people have their agendas are so different from, I guess, growth, that they just walk past hemp plants. But I don't have that kind of fucking luxury. I don't know. I've never understood it. And it's not like that particular plant is coded to me. Anybody could pick that plant and should pick that plant. But I guarantee you, something like 50 people just ran through in the last 20 minutes, and none of them picked the plant, which is just frankly odd to me. Another thing I've noticed is while you're picking the plant, you realize that, oh no, but like 50 people have come through in the last, like just in the last like 90 seconds, we've seen like 10 people, right? So 50 people in 20 minutes, a lot of people might come through, like 100 or something. None of the 100 pick the plants. And something else that I've noticed is you'll run up to that particular patch of marijuana and someone will immediately come over and start picking your plants. That's something else that will happen. The minute that you show interest in it, it's just how human psychology works. They'll just come take the plants from you, even though you both know that nobody's taken those plants in, 20 minutes or something. The minute somebody wants the plants, another person shows up to contend. Because, like, humans are like really competitive. I would say these days, I used to believe that the meaning of, I used to think that the meaning of life was seek bliss, and I still sort of do. But now I kind of think it's like, go compete, right? Because if you don't compete, if you're not out there every day trying to better yourself or whatever, you get left behind. So now, like, I guess you could make like competitive assumptions about how humans are going to act if you do something, and that's another like psychological thing about the trolls, I guess. Is psychologically somebody will come and like thwart you if they can, because this is just the nature of the human race. They want to compete. If it's in our nature, if you don't compete, if you don't try and fuck with that guy and take his shit just for shits and giggles, you're probably not a good human being, because you got to know when you got to know when to scrap on the street and stuff. It takes an opportunity, and so it's just the nature of the human race to treat each other like that. It's an interesting thing. So you'll see this interesting social experiment. You could tell the New World developer did it too. They did it. They made this a social experiment, I think. The developer put an entire patch of marijuana right outside the town so that there would be like PvP at the marijuana patch, I think. But nobody ever, like honestly, okay, you saw those guys dueling at the crossroads, right? But I don't think I would ever would have dueled at the crossroads. I would have dueled right here where their marijuana pops every 2.5 minutes. You see it? You see how, and also you can see, like, so people have dueled at that crossroads since New World started. But honestly, right here is the best place to duel in the history of video games. Look at it. The marijuana is popping every 2.5 minutes. Like right here, right on timer. See it? So those idiots, and I'm sorry, but they're idiots. They're over there at that crossroads because it's actually a nice flat place to duel. But in my experience, I think it's much better to have this kind of background for dueling, and have this kind of LOS, right? See it? Like from like gunshots and stuff, right? I think actually this is the perfect place to duel. There's like a wall, you can crouch behind it. There's like stuff like this, but there's not that much cover here, right? Oh. So like I think of when I think of dueling here outside Windsward, I never ever 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 would have gone over there. I would have been like, "Nah, man. I'm West Side. West Side Crossroads." You know what I'm saying? I would have called it this. I would have been like, had I been young and wanted to do the PvP and cared enough to vibe with these people who act like wolves all day, you know, I would have like built a dueling club right here on top of the marijuana, and I would have held court, and I would have let them know that socially I was the best person here, and I would have been the one picking the marijuana the entire time while I hustle people in duels and try to train them and get them stronger in PvP to get them in an OPR guild and like look how fast the hemp pops, right? But no, those guys got to go over there to that flat street so that the other gun guys can't get any cover or anything. Or people can't get cover, and you can see they do this for a particular reason. Psychologically, they don't want you to get cover. But honestly, life is often a lot more like this. See it? And so why they duel over there is just beyond me. There's like perfect hemp right here in this beautiful flat place. See it? You can duel right here. I would start the duels over here on the flat rock right here. See it? And I would be running over here all the time to pick the weeds. See it? But no, and I swear to God, the New World developer is smart enough to actually do stuff like this. You can see they did it on purpose, and they made it like really Respawn too, right? But it's a crying shame that the community didn't see this or understand this for what it was. It's endless money while you PvP. Right? And you're going to hear it from the PvPers all the time. They're like, I'm fucking endlessly broke because of gems and stupid ass enchants and augments and stuff and materia. And I'm constantly broke all the fucking time, right? But it doesn't have to be that way. If you just go have your PvP somewhere where you can farm, you're good. And so walking out of Windsward, every single time I noticed this particular marijuana patch, and I'm like, wow, social experiment failed. The new gen, the dumb kids, they'll walk right past the marijuana patch. Which I'm sorry, but that's just not how humanity works. You have to actually better yourself. You're going to have to get the money from somewhere. So watching that marijuana patch, like, I think it's like this social statement. Yeah, you take a shot at me. Yeah.
He doesn't have any moral.
Well, okay, but you're watching like Andrew Tate's controversy that finally caught up to him. It's not necessarily like this isn't even. I think the most.
Hold on, go ahead. What do you think? It's not what.
This isn't even that bad. Like you're.
How do you know? I just started it.
Because no matter what it is, it's probably like is it just a bunch of news reactions?
No, it's a video. One video. I know because I watched it. This is the end for Andrew Tate. I watched it from Internet Art.
Internet anarchist. Internet anarchist.
I'm sorry, internet anarchist. Okay, I don't want to throw you under the bus by leaking DMs. I'm sorry, dude. Okay, listen. If I flex on that bitch ass, I swear I'm not doing it. But to use your name and make you look like a bitch, they're a bunch of bitches. When you act like some bitches, I have to call them out.
See what I'm saying? Like, so it's okay to call a straight man a bitch, but it's not okay to call a woman with a name a bitch. It's just not. Even that usage right there was kind of improper, and that's called etiquette, and there's a difference, and y'all are coarse and crude and vulgar, just like me, but we must know the difference. There's like a big difference. Like that, his usage of it was fine. My usage of like, you know, is usually fine because and that's XQC, you know.
And I'm sorry about that. Okay, so I'm leaking DMs this one time. Thank you. Fuck them.
Fuck anybody who rolls with them.
Actually suck it.
Yep.
Okay. This whole thing of theft is doing theft. That goes against your point directly, instantly. Okay. You are an idiot for even bringing that. And you know, he didn't say allegedly. He didn't say. He literally called me a thief and stealer right on the fucking broadcast. And Ryder says he also asked JCS and was given permission. And he wonders if Hassan did the same.
The main problem here
What a
is
moron, dude.
The main problem here should be that if this is on your main channel, you should definitely edit it more for sure.
I'm the internet anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries.
I mean, this is already theft. He didn't even intro it. He didn't talk about it. He's literally just sitting there quietly for the first 30 seconds. You should sue him. You XQC, you thief bitch.
Wow.
Stealing people's videos. He steals people's money too on
his
fucking
attitude
gambling.
on this, by the way, is look. You're talking to someone who I do not care about IP in the same way that you do. We have differing opinions on it.
You think that you should be able to take people's videos and re-upload them?
Well, not necessarily. I think
not necessarily.
I think you should still abide by.
I hate how much of a. I've been doing so good without Hassan, unnecessarily. Listen to how much Hassan like dances around in everything here. He's like, well, I think it's okay. I don't think it's okay. Okay, well maybe it's not okay, but like I don't think it's a big deal. You don't think it's a big deal? Well maybe it can be like a big deal, but like I don't think I believe in IP. You don't believe in IP? Well, like he's just trying so hard because all he's trying to do is not offend XQC and not offend Ethan at the same time.
Yeah, it's called getting canceled.
He's one of those people that's just trying to like say
not get canceled.
So they can just maximally clout sharp.
Yep.
I wonder if Ethan
Get canceled, not get canceled, and make money. Yep, that's entertainment.
I don't really care if someone rips my IP.
No, but you're talking about IP law, or are you talking about what your preference is?
My personal preferences and what I think, my personal preferences and what I believe and how I believe IP should be run is significantly more
how should IPs be run? How should IPs be run?
I think that
water modes.
There should be a similar structure to how patents are supposed to exist for all content creation. That after a certain amount of time has passed, for like television productions.
Hi guys, I love you.
Or even movies in general, that IP should be completely lifted, and you can make derivative works off of that with ease.
That's like a 50-year scope. That doesn't
not even a 50-year scope. I think it should be shorter than that. Number two, I think that as far as like rigorous control over IP, I personally don't have it. I don't believe in it. I don't think it's a good thing.
What do you mean you don't believe?
Yeah, what do you mean?
I don't
by
understand
that,
what that
Hassan?
means. So you think that people should be able to steal your videos and upload it?
Yeah, which is why I have.
Why? How is that fair to anybody? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you literally search.
Look, you won't answer anything. You really believe?
Kasanabi, there are 1,000 channels pretty much that literally take.
Because you don't make the lion's share of your money on YouTube. It's not a good argument, right? I don't even necessarily disagree with Hassan here, but he's just so desperate to clout shark. He's like so careful with what he says. He's not even like staking out a real or a strong position.
Everything I do on my stream and re-upload it and make money.
No, I know that you don't care.
Yeah.
You're talking about like the law.
Or yeah.
In a perfect world,
I don't care that much either about what people do with my content.
Yeah. In a perfect world, I think that
because you're successful. Because you're successful.
Would be heavily subsidized by government subsidies in the arts, in the field of art.
You would be subsidized?
Everyone, every type of content creation would be heavily.
I wonder, is Ethan real? I wonder if Ethan's real. Like every single thing Hassan says is stupid. He just said like 20 stupid things in a row, and every time Ethan pauses, I'm like, you wouldn't protect any IP ever? Well, no. I mean, it'd be like extended protect. Wouldn't that be like 50 years? Well, no. But like, I think it would all be subsidized. Would you be subsidized? Well, maybe. Yeah. Like everybody would be. Like it's just constantly saying like random, stupid, brainless shit.
Subsidized so that it would not be art would not be created for the sake of like
into like a real world right now.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying my own
like,
IP.
I don't think you're speaking to the real world right now. Yeah. Like what the.
So you believe that IPs, people should just be able to steal your content?
I don't
re-upload
consider,
it.
Well, first of all, I don't even consider it theft because people do that already, and I have given allowances for people to do that.
No,
However,
I'm not saying people are stealing your content.
Yeah.
I'm talking about IP laws in general.
I think that the protection should only exist for, you know, people like YouTube channels and whatnot, people that are smaller, independent operations, and that the restrictions should be heavily limited for larger corporations.
So how do you decide who's...
What are we even talking about right now? How did we shoehorn corporations into this conversation?
Smaller and who's a larger?
It's
It's
actually
the internet.
a good question. I don't have an answer for that. I've thought about it a lot, but I do not have an answer for it. I don't know. I think like
I have
maybe
no
revenue
idea what the
structure wise,
fuck
like
I'm talking
after
about.
a certain
So what, you just hit
yeah, you just hit
a
like
money
a certain
number and then
revenue
you have no
cap,
more
and then
protection?
it limits down
What if
like
you-
a
that's
like a
what
progressive
if-
taxation structure
Uh-huh.
where
Oh,
it like
progressive
basically
taxation?
limits the amount that you can maintain your own intellectual property patents.
What if you? That's how you make a living. So they take your IP away, and then all of a sudden your business goes bankrupt because everyone can steal your content.
What do you mean? Why would your business go bankrupt?
Your business potentially, you're making money by creating proprietary or unique content.
Okay.
So once you were like, hey, my business is doing great, I'm making $10 million a year,
Mhm.
and then you lose your IP. How's that make sense?
Because it's still unique content creation. Which means that
just start re-uploading it, and then your bottom line is going to get crushed.
yeah, you'll certainly, well, on your old library content, you would still have like some.
You see that this is so much more complicated
Yeah,
than it is.
100%. Look, I grew up in Turkey. We did not have access to movies when I was growing up that in a timely manner. We did not have access to video games when I was growing up in a timely manner. And the only way I was able to enjoy all of these video games when I was growing up in Turkey was...
Hold on, I'm sorry, I might be retarded. Isn't Turkey like a pretty Western country? Am I wrong? And he grew up, I feel like I saw a picture of him in his early days where he's like wearing like a full suit, riding a horse. So I feel like he grew up like pretty wealthy. Nah, bro, Turkey is... I feel like Hassan's family was like, if I look up like, picture Hassan riding horse, child. And I could be wrong, I fully admit it. This doesn't look like somebody that grew up poor.
I grew up in Turkey to a relatively affluent family. And if you're like even a little bit affluent in Turkey because of how massive the wealth gap is in a country like that, you're caked, in comparison to like American standards, where if a similar salary would not, or a similar amount of wealth would not make you, upper middle class even, such is the nature of, developing nations. But by the time I got to college, my dad lost everything, which is fine. I mean, I still had a lot of the benefits of early upbringing.
Do you mind telling us how he lost everything or what?
Futures trading.
Sorry, I was thinking about something else.
Gambled, basically.
Yikes. Okay. Had you been doing that for a while and seen some success?
I want to turn off this video so I can laugh at something and not sound like I'm laughing at the video. Sorry.
I'm a little murky on the details. Like, I don't think he's never fully like brought it up. You know what I mean? But he was successful. I mean, he was like lobbying the Turkish government. You know, he was like the right hand man in a holding group. You know what I mean? He had some pretty serious jobs.
That's the cheapest horse? Okay, maybe, dude. True.
Cracked
know.
video games there's a massive black market that was readily available, where you could go and purchase a game in a brick and mortar retail store that exclusively sold like pirated material, basically pirated movies and pirated video games. And the only way I had access to anything, like the only way I had access to anything that was going on in the rest of the world was through purchasing through a black market substitute, cracked video games and pirated movies. So
sounds like they figured it out for themselves over there in Turkey. I still don't see the solution of making everything IP-less.
So my point was, but that's a violation of IP. That's like heavily illegal.
And good for, and I mean, I'm not saying
Is that what he's
that they
comparing it
shouldn't
to?
do that. I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? Do
So
what you
you're-
gotta do.
So you're
But you do
fine.
need laws to protect your fucking
So you're okay.
property.
Okay, so we're not that far off from one another on this issue.
I'm not
Then
saying that if you break IP in Turkey, you should have your hands cut off or something. I don't care.
no,
about
I mean,
that.
first of all, there's no hand cutting in Turkey.
I know. I'm just
But
saying.
my point was that, okay, so you and I are in agreement on this then, because it's more of a wink and a nod where it's like, hey, listen, you know, sometimes you're gonna steal some movies.
If XQC re-uploads one of my videos and just sits there watching, I should have the right to sue him.
Yeah.
Why did he say yes now?
Yeah, if you regardless of my own personal belief, I think that there's
and now
still
back to like, well, me personally, I wouldn't personally. Me personally.
there needs to still be some limitations to what you can and can't do, because there's going to be bad faith abusers of that structure.
Is XQC a bad faith abuser?
I think XQC is working within the bounds of a lack of regulation around this sort of thing.
But it's not going to be regulated. That's the. I mean, it is, but you need to be sued. There's no
Like
mechanism.
his perspective on it. His
enforcement.
perspective on it is like, as long as nobody comes after me, why the would I stop? Which I kind of understand, because that's how I approach like IP from like MasterChef, for example. You know what I mean? Like big television productions of shows
Right.
that.
And they could
are
sue
no
you,
longer
and they
being
would,
circulated.
and they would be right to sue you. I think they would be in the right.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't.
But
I mean, I think it's. But ultimately, I think that's like kind of. The entire
bush.
gaming industry relies on Let's Play as a way to market their product, which is why.
I'm not saying.
Rely? What? The entire Let's Play industry could collapse, and I don't think it would have hardly any effect on the gaming industry at large. There might be some indie games that blow up off of certain Let's Plays, but no, they don't rely on it.
And there are symbiotic
Ah!
relationships.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm not saying that. Anyway, I
Stupid
want to watch
deer.
XQC. I really want to get a sense for when he starts talking.
And today, we'll be taking a look.
We're already watched how long we watched this thing? See, this moron is such an idiot. He's got
my
the.
God.
He didn't even edit it. I'm looking at his.
Ethan going in.
I can't tell which is his time bar and which is the one of the video because it's so fucking unedited. Like it's so you care so little.
This is a straight VOD rip.
He's been going for 30 seconds.
Following their move from jail to house arrest on the 31st of March 2023.
Fucking moron. Shut up.
No, man.
Okay, listen.
I want to know, man.
He's not even talking about the video. He's responding to a comment in chat.
Yeah.
Hold on.
News and developments in the Takeover saga. Following their move from jail to house arrest.
I wonder if they talk about the topics before the show that they're going to go over, because there's no way that Hassan would have agreed to this.
31st of March 2023.
Jack, you guys, I want to know. I want to know. He's like, I want to know, man.
Bro.
Chad is saying, don't watch this video. Why are you watching this video? And he's saying, I want to know, man. I'm an XQC analyzer translator.
So-
let me explain something here.
So
That is
listen,
gonna happen on a live
listen.
stream. That's always
I'm
going
not
to happen on a live
okay,
stream.
listen. Right
It's-
now,
your
Hassan, hold
criticism
on,
is about uploading this straight VOD rip
Yeah.
to your YouTube channel, right?
There's two prongs. There's two prongs here. One is uploading it to YouTube, which is insane, and he should be sued for this. And I hope people do. I mean,
I don't
shame
think
on
the
you.
content creators themselves always care about it, which is why.
Not always, but when they do, they should have. It's their right. I mean, I don't think it's respectful to upload a video like that. Period.
What?
At least put a fucking little effort into make it watchable. Like, what is this shit, dude? Moron.
That's just mean.
Well, okay, so there's two prongs. The YouTube one we've covered. The Twitch one has not really been tested. Listen, the walking away and leaving things playing, it shouldn't be done by anyone on Twitch ever.
Yeah.
Really?
I do it all the time.
Okay, I didn't know that that's how they view
I just think
this.
You're creating a huge legal liability.
Oh, okay.
Because
Oh,
one
shit.
day somebody's going to come start suing people, and if that's up, and if you've done that, you have a huge liability.
The one thing that haters are always confused about is like there's this meme about me, the chair meme, right? It's a part of Twitch culture because like when you're live for 8 to 10 hours, two things that are always
this
going to
thing
happen
again.
is like one, you're going to be eating on camera, so that's like a big meme. The other one about live streaming in general is that of course you're going to get up at a certain point, right? That is where that chair meme comes from, which then turned into like, oh, Hassan just like will click play and then leave his chair on and walk away.
You do that though. You just said you do. The walking away and leaving things playing.
I think it's okay for 90 seconds. But beyond that, you're kind of in the wrong. I think it's okay to step away to like for instance, my fridge is 5 feet away. My bathroom's 5 feet away. You know, it's 10 feet away, but these things are 10 feet away. But still, they're like 10 feet away. It's not like it takes long for me to go to the bathroom or go to the fridge or outside or anything. I have a smaller home, so like, you know, if it takes me 90 seconds to go to the restroom, I don't really think it's like that bad if I don't pause the video. But if it's sitting there for 5 minutes and I'm not there, I do see how that's really pretty much like theft. That's like theft. You can't really justify it or rationalize it. So I guess I'll stop doing that, which kind of sucks. I always thought it was like kind of like paying homage to the person that I was like playing on the stream. But I mean, it also is disrespectful because at that point you're basically them. You're like basically them. You're their channel, but any follows that you get are basically theirs because the content was theirs. So I didn't really realize how bad morally that is, and I'll stop doing that, I guess. That's cute. But I mean, they have a point.
Thing, it shouldn't be done by anyone on Twitch ever.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
You do that though. You just said you do.
No, but there's a difference. I don't let the video just fucking run
I do that all the time. I don't,
and just like walk away.
No, and I really don't believe he does either, because any minute that Hassan's not on screen is like another, you know what? It's like another fucking $50 lost or something. So trust me, this is how it really feels too. So every second that he's not on stream, he can literally feel the dollars flowing out the window. And I doubt he ever like if he did leave for like 5 or 10 minutes or even like half an hour, I guarantee it was like probably an emergency or something that was actually fairly important. And so, and I know because it's happened to me over the last 2 years. I've definitely like put on someone's video for like half an hour while I dealt with some problem, you know. Why are you not showing me this fucking... Oh, that's what I have to do? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, like... Oh, no, like... Oh, okay, they're gonna have me pick my thing now? I see, okay. Never mind, I understand what's happening now. Sorry, like, they really threw... Like, sometimes their questing throws me for a loop sometimes. It's not that intuitive. It's like, eh. But yeah, what was I gonna say? I think leaving their video on, though, I think is actually really bad form, and I never really actually thought about that, like, morally. So I guess I'll stop doing that on my channel. I don't, like, one of the things I thought I came to this was, as I did this, was that I promised myself that I would do this ethically and I wouldn't harm anybody. There's been times when I could have made attacks in my career recently. But when I came to the table at this, I wrote out my business ethics on how I was going to do this, and I made a serious attempt at a job, you know. And one of the things I came to was that I didn't want to piss anybody off or attack anybody. So this is why I don't ever do videos about stalkers or doxers or anything that's going on in my community. This is why I don't do hate videos on other people except for video game developer companies. And the 2 times I did that recently, I realized immediately that it was clickbait, and I didn't realize immediately. It took me like after a little bit, like 6 weeks, I realized that it was clickbait. And they were good videos, and I took some time cutting them, and I wrote out scripts and stuff, but they're also clickbait. They're like fucking terrible clickbait. Oh, I'm full, am I? Oh, I'm full. God damn it. Does this guy need a res? Yeah. Oh, God damn it. I'll do something else. Fuck it. There. That'll do. I have to dump all of this onto the auction house, I guess, yeah. I guess so, yeah. I'm just gonna dump like all of this on the auction house, and that'll take some time.
You did say you just.
I get up to either take a piss sometimes if I really have to pee without pausing the video, which I should. I should do like a BRB screen or something, and I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out a better way to do that by possibly playing something that like either the person will never have issue with, or rather, you know, playing like a TikTok or something, just like jiggle some keys in the eyes of the audience so that it's like the content is not stale.
So right, and that's fine. Like I said, but at any rate, XQC is the biggest fucking douche offender piece of shit ever. Literally hate him. He's so vile.
Hate them.
He is. He's just the worst, man. He doesn't care about anything. Why do people watch this? Like genuinely. Let me watch this now.
So that's
why men can't get matches
There's
on
another
dating?
question.
You're such a hater,
people
dude.
say that about you, and they say that about me all the
No,
time.
but he's not saying anything.
But it doesn't matter. Some people like it.
Look at this shit, and I'm at 1 minute. This motherfucker hasn't said a single word.
So far, he has only received a couple of likes and has 0 messages.
Oh, here we go.
He becomes frustrated.
No, false alarm. Minute 10.
Whoa, okay,
And starts
this is
questioning
a
himself.
little bit intel bait, a little
He
bit.
puts so much effort into
What the fuck is he even talking about? Who's he talking to?
setting up a nice profile.
I could tell you don't really
Why can't
watch
he
Twitch
get
at
any
all.
matches?
If I was watching this on Twitch, I would be perfectly understanding that
it's
it's
a
like
YouTube video.
yes,
That's what I'm criticizing. there.
fair.
Yeah.
If you're a fan channel out there and you're like uploading straight VOD rips, stop trying to go first to market. Another thing that they do that's frustrating is like they'll literally steal the original art, the original thumbnail, and just slap my face on it as I'm doing like soy face. I hate that shit. You didn't change the thumbnail. You didn't change the title. You're basically trying to squeeze into the algorithm and ride the coattails of a YouTuber who worked a lot and spent a lot of time and effort and money to make a video. I don't like that at all.
Can I tell you?
What?
Those
Or wait, yeah, I thought he didn't care about IP. I don't even know. I'm not sure.
guys have upset me a few times where I'm doing one of my interviews and then they'll upload you reacting to it before our show's even done.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, they're...
Acting to it before our show's even done.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, they're fast with it.
Have you told them to not do that?
There are instances like where I'll reach out to a content creator ahead of time to be like, are you comfortable with this? If they're not, I'll tell ahead of time, like, don't react to this, don't upload this.
Or like the being first to market thing.
But there are still absolutely channels that basically take advantage of the lack of protection on YouTube. Not just for me, they do it for Charlie as well. They do it for any Twitch streamer. Like every single Twitch streamer has like this kind of issue where they will literally go.
It's people they.
Oh, that's one of them. That's literally the channel I'm talking about. That's the channel.
I don't think Ethan knows. Hassan gives his full blessing to these channels. Hassan says quite explicitly, you guys are good to upload whatever you want. He supports the Hassan Industrial Eclipse Complex or whatever. He literally says that.
I'll respond to a Ben Shapiro video about me, and they'll upload it while I'm still streaming.
So you should DMCA this guy. You shouldn't let him get away with all this shit.
Like, look at this.
Yeah.
What is this channel? Hasanabi Capital 2. Hasanabi Capital 2. Is it this one or? Fan made channel. Why doesn't Hassan just DMCA them and then shut the channel down? Wouldn't it be pretty easy if he didn't like it?
And there's not much you can do about it.
You can.
There's like
not much you can do about it. You can just DMCA it. What do you mean? Why does nobody? Ethan's based on this topic.
feeling.
Not me shamelessly at least subs to 3 other fakes. No, it's fine. If you sub to them, that's fine, dude. I don't have a
I do not have a problem with the what do you call it, with these channels, as long as they're not like, as long as they're, dude, I don't give a fuck about IP, any of that shit. As long as they're not like, 1, portraying me in a bad light, 2, linking back to my Twitch and my original YouTube, 3, specifying that they're an unaffiliated channel. I don't have an issue with it. So many.
I don't know. I can't do anything about it.
DMCA them. YouTube doesn't care. They don't do anything. You have to do it yourself.
See, fucking A, dude. Me and Ethan, I would probably disagree on whether or not React content is okay, whatever. But me and Ethan acknowledge there is a tool for the problem. DMCA it. If it's so bad, just DMCA it. It's so easy. And Ethan is just as dumbfounded here as I am. If you don't like it so much, just DMCA it. What do you mean you can't do anything about it? It's a 90-second form to fill out. What are you talking about?
So they can't file a legal claim.
Yeah.
YouTube cannot file a DMCA on your behalf.
Correct. Well,
they can't do it.
That is correct. They'll do content ID, but it's not the same thing.
Okay.
But if you DMCA him 3 times, his channel will get fucking suspended or banned.
True.
You know what I mean?
And this is not one channel.
Oh, this was one of his first clips. Was this full rip.
There is so many.
300,000
channel
views.
is a network. They have like, they operate like a bot network. We've taken
But
down.
the reason that they're so successful is because
you don't do anything.
there's no accountability.
I know, but we take down their channels. They just make. They literally.
When was the last channel you took down?
And
You
make a
literally
new
give
one.
them
This
permission.
has been operating for a minute. If you don't
Podcast?
care, I'll do DMCAs when they upload my content like that.
Do it.
People that are uploading my content wholesale because someone reacted to it, and they're doing it to get ahead of our video in the algorithm, I will DMCA you. And I do not give you consent either, which I'm gonna DMCA these videos right now.
Do it. DMCA.
This motherfucker. Where's the other one? There was 2 of them, right?
Why doesn't Hassan DMCA? Is he scared of the backlash? No. Hassan likes these channels. He encouraged all of these channels to exist. He's just acting now like he's just like a hapless victim of all this. But Hassan supports these.
Can you make a note, Dan? I want to send a DMCA to this fucking guy for these 2 videos he re-uploaded.
Bro, we're just going hard.
Coming for you, bitch. Right.
Jesus.
The bell's tolling for your bitch ass. I'm coming. My first DMCAs in my whole goddamn career. Maybe there's been a few others of people re-uploading wholesale. But I'm fucking coming for you. Be afraid, motherfucker. And I got time, and I got people. I'm gonna follow you. New channels? No. I'm right on your ass.
They're out here looking like Mitch McConnell on the podium.
Goddamn right.
All right. Well,
things are heating.
Holy shit! Damn. And they don't need the. I'm being a major hater right now. But the frustrating thing is the H3H3 subreddit hates me. So if I did anything like this, I'd be obviously obliterated because they cover every random thing I have to say about a thing. When I'm even the peripheral, I wonder if, dude. I wonder if that subreddit has any idea Hassan's positions on like any of this shit or how Weasley, Weasley little liar. Okay, what do you want?
Well, I don't want anything. I just thought because I was loading the video. I thought you went to the computer and I could just call you and we could talk about it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like when you call me, I'm just like, "What's up?" That's my way of saying "What's up." Sorry.
Oh, yeah. What happened with you and the other clown?
Which one?
I mean, the other clown, man. You tried to get me on Twitter like everybody else. Just the guy, man. Muhatar or whatever the fuck.
Oh, you mean Muda?
Yeah. Did you roll him?
Did I roll him? I think we came to a kind of an agreement, but I'm not sure. Oh, Muda's still going at X. Uh-oh.
Wait, actually.
Hold on, I just saw somebody link a tweet. Okay, so you guys are enemies right now. Uh-oh. All right. What's up? What do you want to chat about?
Well, I don't know if he's doing that. I mean, how about you tell me how right I am?
Well, give me your full take on this.
The take on this is I'm not like farming chads or whatever. Fuck all of them. I think they're all wrong, flat out on all points. They have absolutely. It's unredeemable.
Nobody has any good point on anything anywhere.
Well, of course there are some small good points and things that we could do better, right? And things to pay more attention to, right? At the end. But I think that whenever you approach those topics with the correct with corrections, they just move the goalpost to the next thing, and at the end, they want the big blocks to remove based on bullshit arguments. So like, they're they're not looking for an argument. They're not looking to like actually find solutions. They just want to get upset. They just want to get mad. I think that's very much it.
Okay. So I guess let's back up. We're still talking about like React content, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what do you think their arguments are? I guess if you had to characterize like their position.
The way they do the position is I think they are upset that I'll start with their root thought, and after that I'll tell you how they manifest it. They're upset that some people have their work cut out for them, and it's easier than them to get views and money, and it upsets them. I think the way they manifest that is by going after React content, because it's the easiest, right? And it's in their territory, and they are upset at the way people are reacting, right? And they're presenting their arguments in a pretty shit way, just because they're upset.
Okay, kind of. That's not like the worst summary ever. I would add a small caveat that it's probably a little bit upsetting when people spend hours and hours and hours working on videos, and then they see somebody else kind of profit off that video, sometimes making 10 times the amount of money that they do, with like 10 times the amount of effort. I think that if we add that on, it's a little bit more of a fair summary, which I think is like an understandably annoying.
Yeah, but does that make them correct or not?
Well, I'm just trying to, let's just get at the emotional side first. Like, why are people upset? I think it's good to start there. Like, why would somebody be mad at this particular thing, right?
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still think they're wrong.
Which is fair. You have every right to think they're wrong. But just so that we understand that. So I'm trying to get a sense of like what you think is like right or wrong. I'm curious. So let's say somebody, I'm going to start with the most extreme examples and we'll tone it back until we reach a point of agreement, I guess. Let's say that somebody is going to release a video that they worked really hard on, but you somehow get a copy of that video early, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then,
100%.
Yeah, let's say that you react to that video before it's even on YouTube. You react to it, then you upload it on YouTube before they've even uploaded their version. Do you think that that's okay, or do you think that's bad?
That's a pretty, I think that's a good place to start, 100%. Because that's one of the main arguments that I actually agree with. And the way that I agree with it is simple. I think that even before I got criticized for it, it's something that I noticed that could happen, and I started to do less. The answer to your question is yes. I think it's bad in terms of direct impact, short, medium, long term. Usually with bigger creators, right? Usually with bigger creators. It's very important to notice that. So there's two parts to this answer. One, yes, I agree it's bad, right? And there are ways around that. But two, it also depends on size.
Okay, let's back way up, because we're jumping ahead really hard. Okay, so I'm just in this hyper specific. This is a crazy example that doesn't even happen. I'm saying if you were to get somebody's video before they've even uploaded it onto YouTube, and then you like broadcast their like blueprint to the video, like before they've even uploaded it, and then you react to it and upload it.
Terrible, absolutely dog shit, terrible.
Okay, we agree that that's
there's no arguments for that.
Yeah.
Zero.
Okay, I would imagine we'd agree there. So then the next question, maybe the next egregious thing is, let's say somebody just uploads a video within like 10 seconds of uploading it, a streamer watches it, reacts to it, and then their reaction is very minimal, and then they upload that onto YouTube, and they get 10 or 20 times more views than the original video. Do you think that's okay, or do you think that's not okay?
I think the specifics here matter more than the argument itself.
Okay, what specifics would you want to flesh out for that argument?
Yeah. It's why I think it's important to elaborate. If let's say I'm a guy, right? Mm-hmm. It's when the growth is predictable and when it's not. So for when something goes viral, right? If it's gonna go viral on its own or before somebody, right? It's very important. So what I'm saying, what I'm thinking is that let's break it down. Yeah. Initially, and at the, just gonna. I'm trying to organize my thoughts properly. Okay. let's restart. So, what? Sorry, scheduling. I'm not being given a lot of leeway here on my time to think.
You don't have to. Don't worry about it, John.
Basically, the way that I see it is, if it's almost instant, right, or right after, there is in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases, there will be negative consequences to that.
Oh, I'm 18.
In a lot of cases, but not every case. It's why I think that has to be approached case by case basis, and we have to use people's good faith. Like people have to be smart about it. You have to be like, you know. These are my thoughts, Jack.
Okay, I can kind of understand that, but the argument from the other side is going to be there might be harmful side effects, there might not, but there's never harmful side effects for the streamer. It's always good for the reactor. It may or may not be bad for the YouTuber. So
well, I haven't seen the content yet, so the video might be complete dog shit, and I might lose out on time where I could have watched a better video. So that on its own is a negative side effect. Your video is fucking dog shit. So yeah, that's a negative side effect. What about it?
Yeah, I mean that could be the case, but I don't know if it's relevant to this example. What I'm saying is that like there's a if you don't like the video, you can just shut it off, right? Like the risk, like you're making the risk for the streamer there sound like kind of high.
It is a smaller risk, yes.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the risk is almost non-existent for us, right? If we watch a video and it's like kind of dog shit, we just like turn it off.
I heavily disagree.
Really? Are you losing like you're on like 40,000 viewers and then you watch a boring video and in 2 minutes you lose 20,000 viewers and you're like, I got stop. The video is too boring. I need to find another video ASAP.
Well, see now you're putting a lot of feelings into it. I'm talking about quantitatively. So, if you were to really look at it quantitatively, I mean, yes, I'm still correct. Yeah, yes, there will be an impact there. That's a fact. Objectively, it's not even subjective. It's objective. It would be a bad impact. It's quantifiable. It's bad. Yeah.
Okay.
You asked me if it's bad, and I said yes.
Okay. Yep. I hear you say it. Okay. Let's say that maybe it is bad. Okay. But can we agree that the risk is way lower for the streamer than the potential risk for the content creator? Do you agree with that, or do we not agree with that?
Oh yeah. Yes. In a scenario where the video was uploaded 15 minutes ago or 15 seconds ago, right? In that case, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Continue.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that harm hasn't been proven yet by anybody, because obviously it's really hard to collect facts or figures on any of this.
That's incorrect. You just said something that's wrong, and I'm calling on it. That is incorrect.
What's incorrect?
It's not because it's hard to prove. It's because there just isn't. Otherwise, somebody would have came out of the woodwork already by now and did it.
When I say it's hard to prove, what I mean is that like if I use the word counterfactual, do you know what that means? I'm not going to kind of say. Okay, sorry. A counterfactual is kind of saying like, what if something would have happened? So people will say like, if the Soviets didn't backstab, or I'm sorry, if Hitler didn't backstab the Soviets, then they could have won World War II. That would be like a counterfactual. We don't know what that world looks like, so it's hard to say. Some counterfactuals are very difficult to measure because so many different things can change. I think that the counterfactual for React content is very hard to prove. Right now, so I'm saying that I don't know if harm is there. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I'm just saying that if it's there, it can be really hard to demonstrate that.
Okay, right? It's why I like to talk about size and when it was uploaded first initially. So usually when it's like a long time ago, there is I think there's a massive upside to the contrary, right? And at that point, it's up to them to break that down. Because since they're the one making the claim that it's bad, they're the ones that are coming out of the woodwork and saying that it's bad, right? So it's the burden of proof is kind of on them to figure out the problem and show the problem, right?
I agree.
Okay. So now we get that out of the way. Then we can move on to the next point, which is the contrary of improvement. Maybe not initially or on the same video that I'll watch, like videos on the internet. I'll watch this video. On his next upload, maybe I'm not gonna be live immediately, right? The chance that the people that watch the video on my channel watch it on his directly is significantly larger, and it's being quantified as larger multiple times. Like, yeah.
Can you say that sentence again?
okay, if I'm not live, if I am not live,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. If you're not live. Okay.
Yeah, let's say, and he uploads a video. Next time, after I watch another one of his videos, right? Even though the stats haven't proven yet, or not a lot, that the one video, let's say the video number 1, right? Me watching on stream doesn't really have a massive negative or positive impact.
Okay.
Right? It's not massive. I'm telling you. It's been quantified before, and the stats are there. On the next subsequent uploads, right? There is trackable data that it's improved the amount of views and how that video will perform. Right? So this is like a free argument. I'm not even like one thing by free is that I'm just saying that how do I say this? It's free as in I don't have to prove this. I'm just saying since we're on that topic.
Okay.
There's
sure.
a pause because I don't have to prove positives.
From
I have to
everything,
prove negatives.
Yeah. From everything that I've seen, it seems to be the case that there's either a neutral impact or there's a slightly positive impact, right? That seems to be the case. I do agree with that. Yeah.
But no negative, right?
That doesn't seem to have been proven. I don't see anybody having proved that so far. Right? We agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we agree there. If we move on from there,
yeah.
Do you think that a content creator has a right to say, I don't care if there's a positive or negative impact, I don't want people reacting to it anyway?
Absolutely. That's crazy important too. I think that's the most important part. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Do you think that then? How do you justify what the default position should be for a streamer? Because right now the default position for a streamer is you should be allowed to react to whatever you want, and if somebody doesn't like it, then they reach out and they tell us, hey, stop. But what about if somebody were to argue, I think the default position should be you don't react to stuff, and you have to get explicit permission to do so?
Okay, so that's difficult of an argument, right? Because there's two components. If I would argue your point and to win my point, I would also be losing my time because we can approach the next point, which is gonna be. Hold up, sorry, I'm playing this fucking game. I'm playing shapes. Which is? Oh yeah, where will it be uploaded? Is it only gonna be for live viewing, for Twitch VODs, or YouTube VODs? Because you know the fact that if you win this argument, the goalpost is gonna be moved to where it's being uploaded and what the image is coming from.
Well, sure, we're not even moving goalposts yet. You're moving like really far ahead in the argument. I'm trying to like trap you or catch you. I'm just like trying to figure out like, because if we ask questions like this, we can start to get an intuitive feel of like what feels okay and what feels like kind of gross. Like I think that, and then once we get an intuitive feel of like this feels okay, this doesn't feel okay. When we try to get around like what doesn't feel okay, then I think we can get closer to an answer of like, okay, this is what we should be doing. This is what we shouldn't be doing. So I'm not trying to ask you like, do you think that this is, do you think it's okay to re-upload something on YouTube? And then you're like, well, I think so. And then I'm like, okay, well, what if you re-upload it within 5 minutes? Do you think that that's okay? And then that's not okay. And then if you watch it on stream immediately, and then you re-upload it, and then you like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to figure out like what we think is like okay or not okay. I'm just like asking a series of questions to like get at like the intuitions here, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So back to the original question. We're saying, let's say some guy is, let's say that. What do we as streamers say? What should the default position be on reacting to content? Should we assume that people don't want us to react?
Assume, yeah. I think case by case. I think overall, I think it's been shown beneficial enough to do risk analysis and say that I think if people do it correctly, which not everybody does, but they should be. That doesn't mean that they will be. I think there's good of a positive argument to say yes. Yes. I'm not on the why, but it doesn't matter.
Wait, so you're saying that we should ask in advance, or that we shouldn't? That we don't need to ask?
Should, in my opinion, in the way I see it as potentially damaging would be on YouTube and the re-uploads. My opinion, permission should be asked when upload to YouTube. Going to live viewing, I don't really think permissions should be like needed since it's transformative by nature.
Well, okay, so I guess let's dive into that idea. What do we think is like transformative? Because a lot of people are gonna fight on what they consider to be transformative or not.
Oh, literally, to me, there's not much of a real cutoff to it. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's just transform it.
Well,
lol.
Are you just curious? Are you familiar with the 4-point fair use test?
No.
So for the United States, there's like a 4-point test for fair use, which is basically the defense of using copyrighted content. Basically, without getting into all of this, let's say that a React streamer watches a video, and then they watch it for the entire time and they don't say a single thing. Do you think that because the chat's there and people are watching the chat, do you think that that counts as like transformative?
No, not specifically, no.
Do you have any inkling or any feeling of like what makes something transformative? Like, is there some even like an arbitrary threshold in your head, where like if it's a 30-minute video and it's like 35 minutes and you react, is that okay, or do you even need to pause it to react, or?
Nah. I think that the top people put are pretty stupid. I think it's kids like it again. I don't mean to say that it's a cop out. Some videos are very educated by nature, right? And you're gonna be listening a lot. So then it would be hard to make an argument that it's transformative, right?
Yeah, sure.
If you're just like listening to the information and just kind of like trying to digest as much as you can and giving it the chat, like I think it's difficult. Do you understand that? You understand that though? Otherwise, like, how do you react to a fact?
No, I agree. I think I made this argument on my stream that like there are gonna be some videos that I have a lot to say on. If I'm watching like a Ben Shapiro video, I've got a lot to say on this. If I'm watching like a educational video in quantum mechanics, I'm probably not gonna have anything to say on this, right?
Yeah. Straight up. Yeah.
Okay, so, I guess so. In the current era, of like React content that exists like on Twitch and everything, do you think that anything should change? Do you think that it's in an okay place right now? Do you think it's in a not okay place, or what are your general feelings?
I think there's never gonna be an okay or not okay place. I think it's all up to playing by feedback, by ear. If somebody, do you think for even a second that I got contacted by somebody, or somebody told me like, hey yo dude, this is really bad, and I said like, fuck off, bro. I'm legally allowed to. Of course not. I think I'm pretty fair with the people, and I talk to them on a regular basis, and I'm pretty chill. And I want the best for everybody. There's so many videos I could watch out there. I don't give a fuck to watch your video, right? I want to watch videos. I enjoy watching videos. I enjoy learning about them. If you don't want me to watch a video, I won't watch it. As simple as it is.
Yep.
Sure.
That's how I feel too.
In your fights with Mudahar or the fights you're having on Twitter online, what's like the argument you see that's like kind of irritating you the most? You think like the least fair argument?
It's just the goal posting, really.
Goal posting.
The goal posting is like, it's all the arguments are all bad. Like if you win an argument, there's another one, and then another one. And I think that they don't agree that people are making money off of it. That's it. I think that's an issue of it, and I don't think you're winning against people because they're small, and they want to be mauled, you know.
When you watch the Ethan video from H3, when he was talking to Hassan, what did he say that you disagreed?
We could probably work backwards. What do I agree with?
Yeah, sorry.
Nothing. I mean, nothing. There's nothing. I think the guy has somewhere down the line lost his mind, and I think that he's brain dead. I think Ethan has lost his mind.
Wow, you guys talk so much shit. He's like, you guys talk so much shit all the time. Ethan is not brain dead. That is just frankly disgusting. What is his wife gonna think of what you just said? Jesus Christ, man. It's a human being. Leave him alone. You know, he is. I doubt he's saying the same thing about you, man. I really do. I really doubt he says it like that, man. That's kind of like, it's kind of like gang shit acting like that on the internet. It's goddamn dumb, man. You start a fucking like feud with people. What? Oh, shit. Nice. I was hoping for one. Took you long enough. Ooh. He spawned? Oh, God.
Reacting to your stuff and not saying anything, that you'd have the right to like DMCA that person. Do you think that's true, or do you think that's
Sure. I can't. Okay, so you know what? You know what's about that? Because of the nature of certain videos, right? I think making it black on white, the rule to all, is just a bad thing. And if I commit to this, then I will watch a video that's very, very, very hardcore on information, and the video will just end on. I'll be like, what the, and you'll be like, well, DMC, the police is coming. But I don't really agree with that as a baseline rule. I think it's stupid to make super across the board based on like that. I think it's dumb as fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm not necessarily saying a baseline rule. I'm just
What
saying
do you think
something.
should be my reaction to a quantum mechanics analysis of the double eraser theory that I want to chat? Wow, that is a spin. That is quantum-yum. That is scientific. Like, bro, like that. You know, like sometimes it's just like, okay, well that was vain from the video, but I can't react that much to it, you know?
Sure, but then wouldn't the argument be from those video creators and that you just shouldn't watch that video? They say just don't react to my video.
And how will I know ahead of time if it's gonna be reactable or not?
Well, if the title of the video has quantum mechanics anywhere in it, you probably wouldn't react.
There are videos of quantum mechanics that I can comment on and some that I can't. I've watched quantum mechanics videos before. I know about them. Some of them are easy to digestible to like a chat. Some of them are not. I mean, yeah.
Sure. Do you think if you run into one and you just aren't, let's say that you run into one, you didn't enjoy, or you weren't able to provide commentary that wasn't entertaining to you, whatever. What do you think is a way that like a content creator, YouTube guy, how should he be able to get his like grievances addressed? He feels like he's been injured. He doesn't like the fact that he watched it. What is like the recourse for that person?
Well, there again, to make that argument, you have to quantify the damage created, right?
Not necessarily always, but does that mean that they can't like perfectly quantify the damage then? That there's just they don't have any recourse?
Okay, then let's approach this from a standpoint of legally, like defamation, right? If somebody hasn't been damaged by something in any quantifiable way, I mean, how much are you gonna get? How much are you gonna sue them for?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean,
no, it does not.
Hold on. It absolutely does. In the United States courts, there's something called defamation per se, for instance, which means that there are certain types of damages that a plaintiff can prove where the court presumes what the cost of the damage is. So I believe when it comes to defamation per se, you don't have to actually prove damages. And I think there might also be statutory damages awarded in some cases as well. But you don't always have to prove one-to-one damages in a defamation case. I don't know. It's really been a lot of...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Nah, I've done a little bit of it too. I just don't. I didn't hear that part of it.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to prove damages. Yeah, just depends on the type of infection. But like.
And you would think that this would apply in that particular instance or ecosystem.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious. And well, in this ecosystem, well, no, I'm not necessarily, like I said, I'm not trying to figure out like what is the 100% like ironclad, like this is the legal argument and this has to happen, blah blah blah. I'm just trying to think of like if there's a YouTuber and he's like, I really wish that all these guys didn't watch my video, and now like they keep watching my video, and I've got to email all these guys and say, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. But like at the end of the day, the streamers are like, well, if you don't want us to watch your video, we won't. But we already basically did, and now you've got to email every person. You're just like kind of fucked anyway. Like, could you understand that being like a little salty if that was like the setup?
I mean, that could definitely be fucking annoying. Yeah, I don't know. Is that in the case anyway?
No, personally, I don't know where all the people who complain about React stuff is. I feel like it's kind of a totally fabricated problem, but
it's a fabricated. Yeah, it is. 100%. And I'm trying to tell them it's made up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not, because it seems like everybody's getting mad on behalf of everybody else. But
let me talk to chat, because I'm saying a lot. I'm agreeing with a lot of you guys saying don't agree, don't use it, because you're getting an argument. No, I don't think you guys understand it. I agree with almost all the points. Yet I fail to see the problem because there isn't a problem. You understand what I'm saying? There isn't a problem. There just isn't. It's made up. I think it's actually fucking made up. So until then, I mean, can you really blame me for discrediting it?
Have you, if you had the chance to talk to like Mudahar or whatever, would you talk to him?
Yeah, but I think the guy's kind of brain dead though. I think he's like Smalding.
I think he's Smalding. What does Smalding mean?
No, he's just malding. I think he's just a bald. I think he's just bald, literally. He knows it's coming.
Okay. I don't know if that's very productive, but okay.
Well, I'm not here to. I'm not here to be productive. They have to be productive. They're the ones making the claim that it's bad and damaging. Like, why is it the burden of proof is on them to prove something? I don't know what they're doing. I can just sit here and react to the video and say suck my cock, and I'm right. Like, why would they do anything? They're the ones making the claim.
Okay, true. Okay, well, I wish I could remember the claims Ethan made. I mean, like, I generally agree with you. I feel like the problem is largely fabricated. I don't agree with a lot of what they're saying, but I can understand at an emotional level, like the frustration of like you watch a streamer like basically.
Insecurity. Fuck their emotions. They're really suck my balls. I don't give a fuck. I hate insecurity. I hate people that are insecure all the fucking time. As somebody who had to hold the line on dozens of aspects over the years, I'm tired of insecure people.
I'm tired of insecure people too. I'm sorry. Now, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that he's saying, but I'm saying I'm tired of the insecurity in the people around me. I need some bravery. We used to aspire to something greater. And, like, I'm not talking about thumping my chest. I'm talking about being stronger people. And, I like, it's weird. The strongest people that I know are the most scared people I know. It's kind of weird. They're the strongest inside. But on the outside, they're, like, the most scared people that I know. But on the inside, I know that they're harder than even me, and it's weird. It like, I just need the confidence again. If you were to mix both of them, you'd have better things. If you were to mix the confidence with the hard inside and the you know the strength inside, it would be a good combination. But instead, you get imposter syndrome, and I'm not trying to bring them down for this. I'm saying it sucks. It's unfortunate, and I wish I could fix it.
Buddy, they fuck society in the ass because they cannot sleep at night knowing that they're weak ass fucking bitches, and it fucks me, and I'm tired of it. So fuck their feelings. I can suck it. They can just actually suck it.
Okay, but like, I feel like we can be a little bit more empathetic. No?
I mean, if they want to suck.
I don't know.
No, suck my balls. Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
I think it's they annoy me. I think it's really fucking annoying the way they approach it. So we wouldn't have a problem if they weren't like that, right? If they weren't soy boys, we wouldn't have this problem, correct?
No, I don't think it's about that. It's not the soy boy shit. It's the fact that a lot of them were raised insecure. I don't really know why. It's something systemic with the family where they think they aren't real people or something, so their lives are a little bit dysfunctional or something like that. And I think it's just I think it's mental health. Don't think it's soy boyism or any of this stupid ass right wing bullshit. I'm talking about, I think it's mental health. I don't think we practice good mental health. We don't worry about what the costs might be if we're super negative to someone or anything. We don't care if we punch someone or like Will Smith bitch slap somebody at the Oscars or whatever. We don't care. And the personal responsibility isn't there, and I mean, the mental health isn't there. People are really sick and they want to just fight each other.
So why do I care when it comes from they are wrong?
Yeah, I guess.
And I'm not siding with him. I'm saying,
do you think
like he does have a point, like about how, like, fear is like the motivator in a lot of these people's movements and stuff. And I'm kind of sick of the weakness a little bit. And I'm sure these Andrew Tate people have the same problem. But see, the difference is I'm not talking about like physical strength or whatever. I'm talking about bravery. I don't think the bravery is there. I think cowardice is the norm right now, and that's not good.
I'm not streaming on YouTube right now, so I don't know if he's like even. Does anybody remember what Ethan brought? Wait, do you disagree with Ethan that you should be able to DMCA somebody if they are reacting to your shit and you give them a specific authorization for it, or?
I think that's pretty harsh, right? I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty harsh. Other thing, because in the consensus of everybody else, right? I think that's pretty all in. But even DMCA, like, you should be able to remove it. Yeah, you remove it is fine. Yeah. Yeah, they remove their claim. Sure, that's fine. Because I'm one of the examples.
Does any of this argument change for you if we're talking about re-uploading it to YouTube, or are they all exactly the same in your mind?
Oh, wait, say that one time?
If we talk about like uploading things to YouTube, does the argument change at all for you? Is it exactly the same?
100%. Of course it does. It's why I'm pretty sure I'm one of the only guys who got my editor like, guys, do not put this on YouTube. Like, just don't. And they don't.
Okay.
What? Do you not agree with that?
No, I think it's fine. I super don't give a fuck about any of this. I think people really want to fight with you, but I don't believe that this is a real problem. I think that people just get really mad at streamers because we probably do some of the lowest effort to highest reward like content. So I think people just get really ass mad.
True.
Yeah, which I understand. I'm empathetic towards. Like, if you're a YouTuber and you spend like 2 months working on a video, and then you just see streamers make so much money and they can just like stream constantly.
Or we can grow a pair of fucking balls out of the blue. Maybe one day you wake up and you're not an insecure bitch ass, right? And abuse the fuck out of it, and literally run paid ads and all this shit, and just yoink the most you can out of the people that are doing it. Yoink me. I don't even for the content. I don't give a fuck if you yoink me. Yoink me. Literally, yoink me. I want to watch a video. Do whatever you want. You can berate me. You can say, if you're watching this video on your stream on Twitch, you are a bitch ass. I'll be like, you know what, dude? I'm a bitch ass, man, and I'm here for it, and that's fine. Problem about it? Like, I don't see a problem with any of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because they win. Because they win. They just don't. They don't see it as a win because they're insecure. That's the problem. The more in touch with their feelings, they would understand the actual win they're getting it, but they're not. They're just cringe. And until proven otherwise, I mean, I'm just right by default. I'm gonna say how this.
I'm not trying to make this I'm not. I don't want to denigrate anyone by saying that most of mankind is weak. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I think, like Andrew Tate, I'm trying to say I think like bravery is sort of like discouraged in the modern world culture now, and I think this is sort of a bad thing, and it sucks that some of our visions do align on that, but I think it's like, but we're discouraged to stand out. We're discouraged to stand out, I think. It's hard it's hard to say without sounding like Andrew Tate, because I'm not talking about masculinity, I'm talking about strength, and it applies to all genders and all gender spectrum. Strength is something that I think isn't respected as much as it should be anymore.
That's how claims work.
The trolls are respected way too much for what they do, when we all know that they're just basically a maniac gone crazy.
I mean, like,
not proven, you're wrong by default.
Sure. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
Like,
the dick eating is crazy. Yeah, I'm not the best. Well, like I said, I don't think that these are like real brawls. I don't care that much about this shit.
I'm not talking about my troll. I'm talking about like the professional trolls on the internet, like the troll rings and the bot rings and stuff. I'm not talking about my troll. That's not some attack on my troll or trolls, you know, or whatever. The people who have attacked me before. I'm talking about in general. Those guys, they built whole scenes off harassment of people. Isn't that basically the forces of evil? People who venerate people who treat each other badly, isn't that basically evil? Isn't that kind of what our original definition of evil is?
Then give me an argument. Then take one of their arguments that are smart, right? Take one of the arguments.
And I think this stems out of like the evil succeeds because bravery is discouraged now. You're canceled if you say something. You are treated litigiously. You are brutalized. You are like convicted in the court of public opinion. You are witch burned and all these other things.
Bring it up to me.
I mean, I think the strongest argument on their side is that you do have a right to your intellectual property, and if somebody wants to violate that intellectual property, they should explicitly seek permission first. I think from like an IP perspective, that's probably a strong argument.
So we're talking utopia. So you're talking because of the 1% of people that are hurt by it, that haven't said it anywhere, if they take your defense ahead of time and assume for them, pretty much, as we're saying. You're trying to like rewrite history, pretty much.
I don't know what you're rewriting history there, but
because if somebody's the one they're kind of reacted to, right? I think, okay, how do I say this? I don't see people who doesn't want the videos reacted to, right? I don't, and anywhere, anybody that said that. Yes or not?
I don't know what you just said. Sorry, say that again.
Say it again.
There hasn't been a lot of people that have said it. I don't want my shit reacted to.
There's not a lot of people?
There isn't a lot of them. There's a couple of them, but there's a crazy amount of them.
That's true. I agree with that, yes.
Okay. So, in that case, what was the initial point? Because I kind of lost track.
I mean, what even angle are we talking about here?
Well, yeah, no. Why did I get there?
Wait, where? Oh, do you think that people have a right to their intellectual property, basically? That they have a right to their own unique stuff, and that people can't just like copy it without their permission explicitly?
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, come on, man. Like if it's not transformative and it's just like it's the same thing they're getting yoinked. Yeah, no, 100%. People doing better. Always people doing better, right? And I'm always open, and I've tried to innovate in ways to do things better, right? I've always tried to make things better all the time. If they don't like something, okay, we can work around it and do it better. But it's like they don't. Some people are acting like they don't want that. They just want to be upset. And I don't think they like. I don't think they're right. They're not right about it. Like they're just wrong, you know?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Anything else? I can't think of.
Really?
I don't have like. Yeah, I don't have strong feelings about this. I feel like it's all stupid too. Would you argue that Dark Viper dude? Because I know that he was trying to dick ride you on Twitter.
I think this guy has a lot of problems that he has to deal with, right? And he has to do it on his own time and not by protecting his insecurities on the people.
It sounds like politicians.
I have a lot of problems that I have to deal with, right? Not a lot of them affect what I do I think the problems that he's having are affecting his professionalism, his work, and everything. And I think he's brainly corrupted. And I wish him the best.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Well, damn. Yeah. I mean, anything else?
Not particularly. Well, okay. Ethan made some dumbass claims, like a bunch of them.
Ethan
You agree with a lot of them.
When I don't, you asked me now to remember to name them specifically. I don't remember specifically. I just remember watching the video. I feel like every point he made was pretty good. I don't think he made any points like, oh, I super disagree with that. But if you feel like he made some bad points, if you can remember any, but I can't remember what he said specifically. I feel
Well,
like,
a lot of his concerns with my videos was that I wasn't talking properly. I wasn't full screened in. He said that I was supposed to skip the lore of the video and the story and go to the react part, and chat would have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about because that I skipped the part where it explains things. How can you do that? If I'm reacting to a story, I have to listen to the story, but he thinks that I have to skip past it.
oh, hold on. I could be wrong, but I don't think his problem there was your stream. I thought his problem there was the YouTube video.
Oh, see that? Now we're doing some goalposting again.
Wait, hold on. No, not goalposting. I believe that Ethan explicitly said that because Hassan said, as a streamer, and Ethan said, I'm reacting to a YouTube video. This is a YouTube video. I thought that was his issue. Because Hassan was like, well, on stream, I might do, and Ethan was like, I'm not evaluating this as a streamer. I'm evaluating this as a YouTuber because it's uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Gotcha. So what's the concern with that?
That he was upset because, well, because it seemed like...
Even then, I'm even more right. It's even more transformative. Because then I'm not full screened, I'm rambling, I got TTS on, and at that point, I mean, it's not transformed in the best way, but it's fucking transformed like crazy. So, I mean, at that point, I'm even more right.
How is it more transformative if you're not talking at all about it?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, like, if it's all chaotic and because he was mad at, like, the way I was doing it. Like, he was like, making fun of my speech and, like, everything, right?
Well, no, I think he was making fun of the fact that it got uploaded to YouTube, but it was essentially the same video, just re-uploaded.
Same video, but it wasn't. It was different.
Well, but it was because he said there was, like, minimal reactions from you. The react more, right?
No, because if that would be a crazy hill to die on, because because Hassan does worse than I do. Somehow, well, someone's kind of like lying about it.
Well, to be fair, sure, but I think that the issue is I think the issue is whether it got uploaded to YouTube or not, and I think the problem was for Hassan's videos on his main channels. That he doesn't re-upload those types of reactions to YouTube.
No, he does. No, he does. I proved all of it wrong. I proved all of it wrong.
Okay, you might have proved it wrong on your own time, but I don't think Ethan saw that. Ethan, and to be fair,
well,
Ethan was
getting
getting
a dick rider.
No, Ethan was not. Ethan was coming down really hard on Hassan in that comp. I don't think he was dick riding at all.
He was not. Do you agree as hard as he was on me or not?
Maybe not as hard as he was on you, but that was an incredibly uncomfortable conversation for Hassan. You could tell that was a really uncomfortable conversation for Hassan.
Man, you guys have a level of competition that I'm not used to then, because that's some soy shit. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I would be okay with that level of competition.
Okay, that's great if you'd be, but Hassan is literally one of the most soy people on the platform.
Weakness is not some soy shit. It's just weakness. And it's a much stronger statement to say that is weakness. You see how much better it sounds when I say it like that? That is weakness, and I do not respect it. You need to say soy boy, because immediately you tribalized it, you pissed off another faction, you've separated, you've insulted the guy where his manhood is at stake, and all this stupid ass hyperbolic tribal shit. And if you just say, oh, I don't respect the weakness, you can do just fine. Ooh. Ah, but I haven't been chopping trees. Look at how much blue trees that is. Wow. I wonder if I could get up to 50 fast enough to chop those, but I don't think so. What level is blue tree again? It's like 100. You can't get this fast. Yeah, it is 100, yeah.
Unfortunately, that's because of the game shit. You won't get a good faith interpretation of this, even though Hassan does worse for the same.
Really, bro?
Just fucking donuts. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I think Hassan was pretty. I think Hassan was pretty. was pretty uncomfortable in that conversation.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't
like.
think so.
He was like it was so bad that like Ethan had to apologize later on Instagram.
Really?
Yeah, he posted a story.
To me, it felt more like
he posted a story 5 hours ago. He said, "I didn't realize he was being so combative until after the episode. Sorry, everyone. Deactivating Goblin mode for the week. Sorry at Hassan and Piker. Love ya. No homo."
I mean, that guy's a very like after the fact type guy anyway. Let's be honest, he doesn't actually stand for anything until after the fact.
Maybe sure, but I don't know if that's relevant to the argument. But yeah.
But it is. I think it is. Yeah. And then what?
And then
like, yeah, he was coming hard on me like crazy. Like the fact that it's not properly like cut or edited or like that I'm not full screen, that I'm speaking in a weird speech pattern or some like a lot of just really dumbass fucking shit.
I think that his bar for what he thinks React content should look like is like the early React content that they uploaded on YouTube, which is almost. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. No, you're right. No, you're right.
Yeah, which was like exclusively like their form of React content, which was the majority of the video is going to be like their editing and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah. So you're saying he's a fucking boomer? Is what you're saying?
I mean, a little bit. I'm just saying that's probably the standard that he's applying. And so when he sees the streamer re-upload a video, basically verbatim, except they like say a couple words.
But he's wrong. You get that though, right?
Oh, because you're saying that he didn't represent your video accurately?
Oh no, I'm just saying like you're saying that standard is old as fuck, especially when you're mixed with live content and he's being delusional about it.
Well, I mean, the standard is whatever the original video creator wants the standard to be, right?
Which is pretty much unspecified.
Well, but it's up to the original copyright holder, which is the one that made the original video.
Yeah. So how have we seen any cases of people that have been like mauled about that or saying anything about that? Because personally, if somebody were to say, "Yo, I'm not good with that," I am telling you 100%, it would either get modified. I would say, yeah, sure, you can have whatever fucking. I wouldn't combat claims or whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Just that my editors ask when it goes to YouTube. They actually ask. Every video presented on that, every example of me on that video, was in fact asked about. Literally, my editors asked about all of them. So I was right on all accounts.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you might have been. Yeah, fuck. Why don't you go argue with like Muda or Ethan or?
Well, bring him here.
Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Fetching. Hold on one second. I'll see if Muda's awake. I don't have Ethan's contact. I don't think Hassan will let him talk to me.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. I don't think Hassan wants to be anywhere near my orbit or anything near me.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, which honestly is kind of fair enough.
That's the game. It sounded so weird. I thought it was coming from the outside for a second. It was like something about that tower, I guess. There's a boob on, there's a butt on the tower. There's a butt eye on the tower. See it? Butt eye. Butt eye. Butt eye.
I didn't split the fucking atom. Well, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not scared of any debate. Like, I think these guys are all fucking stupid. Like, just get a grip already, man.
Wait, why the fuck don't you just play Factorio if you're playing shit like this? What the
Factorio can I don't know about Factorio. I don't know about any of it. I don't know about, yeah.
what the f is that sentence? I don't know about anything? What?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
But you know about this? You're basically playing Factorio Lite.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you mine resources. You're sending them down conveyor belts to machines. I imagine you're probably
Yeah.
combining these.
You're playing like the bad version of Factorio. He's right about that. I'm sorry. I've been wondering it for like an hour. I'm like, why are you playing a bad version of Factorio? This seems like it's low rent arcade. Aren't you somebody who makes like $100 million or something like that? Why would you be playing the garbage version of Factorio? I literally had this thought 45 minutes ago, and I thought, I guess I must be the only one who's thinking this. But then he did call him on it. He did call him on it. He's like, why are you playing this bad game? Like,
more complicated shapes or something, right?
Yep, that's right. That is my car.
I mean, this game looks good.
So you give Mutter.
Not as much, no.
I think I just straight up wrong. I think that guy loves to preach to the choir, and Twitter is the easiest audience for that. And I think he's just farming that because
Okay, I feel like you're a little train brained. Okay, I don't think it's like a matter of like preaching to the choir, blah blah blah.
No, I believe that. I believe that 100%. I'm not being schizo. I believe that these are. He knows his argument is at least slightly over the top, and he's playing it up. Like he knows since it's Twitter, it'll pass and it'll get easy, more views, whatever. And he plays the whole thing, and he does that.
Do you think maybe he just might feel a particular type of way about it because he tends to put a lot of effort into his content?
But that's like a big. That's like his problem. Has there been any videos?
No, I'm not disagreeing that it's not his problem, but I'm saying he's not being like conspiratorial, or he's not like hyping it up just for attention, blah blah blah. Like he might genuinely feel that like this is shitty.
Oh. Okay. So we're going back to like the super victimhood thing of like, oh my god, this is hurting these guys. You know, it's unproven, and he's running off with it because he knows that people are gonna take it for face value, even though nobody said that it hurts them. And he's just being the hero on Twitter. People are just eating it up, and you think that's a good thing? That's fucking cringe, bro. I'm like, what happened to you, man?
That's just.
No, what happened to you? What happened to you? You changed.
Wow.
I'm just, that's a very human thing to do and feel.
No, you changed. That's.
For real?
No, that's actually changed.
Okay, I'm just kidding. I think it's a conspiracy that him and the other YouTubers are trying to bring down all the streamers. I think that's what's actually happening, okay?
No, I'm not being that schizo. I just think that like, you know for a fact he's playing up this really, really fucking weird hero mentality. He's gonna save people that didn't ask to be saved, and they don't have a problem with anything. And he knows he'll get away with it because it's Twitter, and they'll suck it up.
Okay. How would you know if he felt genuinely about it versus if he was playing it up? What would you like? How would you even figure that out?
If he made an argument that made sense.
It's a shame. It's a shame because
Not to drill into specifics.
Well, there goes that. Oh well, I can always buy one. I mean, fuck it.
Well, if you're
no, never mind. That was a good thing I did.
A problem that they didn't mention is a problem. Then what the is the problem?
I think that for most people that are creating content like this, I don't think you necessarily think you need to have like an injured party saying something specifically. Like, it probably just seems wrong on its face without anybody complaining about it, right?
That's not because you feel such a way that you're right. You're just still wrong.
Okay, I mean, if you want to get ultra anal about it, then the reality is legally every streamer's probably in the wrong for doing React content. If you want to just take pure legal, okay,
that's right.
So if we can all agree that from a legal point of view, it's probably almost certainly wrong, right? Is it really that far of a hop and a skip to say not only is it legally wrong, but people might also feel emotionally like it's kind of shitty too? Is that not possible?
Well, then that would be their problem. Because for the people, it's a win, and all I think about is the win. It is a win. It is a flat-out win, and I feel sad that people aren't more vocal about somebody acting like a hero for them about a problem that isn't a problem.
Okay, sure.
Like,
I'm not. Hold on. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I take issue with saying that it's just like, for instance. So I came out generally against these people. I came out generally defending streamers, but I'm actually not typically known as like a reactor that much. Like, because I put on my BR back screen and just go away. So does that mean am I virtue signaling? So I'm not like part of the people that are being mentioned here?
wait, say that one more time. I lost track.
So I was one of the people that came out like kind of hard against the YouTubers here, but like I'm not generally like a reactor, like put on a video and walk away. Like I think I've tried that like twice in my life, and both times I got copyright
Yeah,
struck.
but in this instance though, in the way you're talking about, a problem has been mentioned, correct?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that like.
So you are reacting to a problem. This is a reacting to a problem that doesn't exist. You made a problem by saying there's a problem.
Okay, so you think because he was one of the first people to bring it up, or because he saw a tweet, couldn't he just be reacting to some of the tweets that went viral over it?
Well,
like
also mentioning a problem that isn't mentioned by the parties themselves, bro. It's like Disney. You changed.
Why are you yelling, you fucking
I believe you're
freak?
still there and you haven't changed. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance on this, and I'm gonna lose my
Wow.
shit. Okay, guys, listen to me very carefully. Okay, if you see a video, okay, of a guy talking to another guy from afar, and there's a camera, right? And somebody on Twitter retweets the video and says, I think the first guy said the N-word to the other guy. Oh my God, this is disgusting, and everybody jumps on them and makes conclusions, right? Do you believe that that these parties, everybody's right here?
I think it could be cringe. I think it could be a virtue signal. I'm pretty sure my very first tweet about this was, is it time to virtue signal about React streamers? I think it was my very first tweet about it. So like, I do agree there's a little bit of virtue signaling going on, but I just think it's damaging to the mind to go in assuming that everybody's bad faith, everybody's farming engagement, nobody has any genuine feelings or arguments about it. Because I can definitely see why people that make high effort content, like this has happened like year after year after year with people that do high effort content versus low effort content.
So you don't think there's enough of the way that they're going about it and how hard they're fighting? You don't even think for a second that they're being kind of weird about it. Because they're like some guy. I mean, this Viper guy, even though he's not a victim of it, he's quite literally equating reactors to rapists.
Well, if he's done that, obviously I disagree. But I mean, like, I banned that dude for myself.
No, he did that. No, he did that. No, he did that. 100%. Don't do the if game. He did that.
I'm only doing the if game because I haven't seen that clip myself, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it. Okay, I would do the same if somebody brought something up for you. Okay, if he said that, then obviously that's bad.
No, he said that. He did that.
Okay. Well, listen. You told me to steal on the other side, so.
What?
You told me to steal on the other side, but I don't know. That's like if I was trying to look at it in the best way possible from their point of view, I think that's what I look at. I think that generally people that do high investment, high effort content tend to feel kind of shitty when people that do low investment but like high reward content are like taking their content and basically repurposing it for their own shit. I think that people tend to get like,
and here's my take: if they are not part of the interaction, they can nicely suck my balls. They are not part of the interaction, and they're not on the receiving or giving end of it. They can suck it.
Okay, yeah, I mean they can definitely do that, and that's
Well, otherwise you're making a pattern in society of giving a lot of people that are creating problems for the sake of creating them, for the sake of looking good, or being a hero, right? And you're making problems out of thin air, and you're potentially harming possible good things for people that think is good for the sake of doing it. People need to stop that, and you of all people should know that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the issue is that like if somebody found a way to make money off of somebody else's work and literally they didn't lose any money, nobody was harmed, nothing like that happened, I think people would still feel bad if they weren't making money off it, even though technically it's just like a net good in the world, right? If somebody found a way, let's say that you made a painting and somebody found a way to take that painting to a new country, show it to a new audience, and make 10 times as much money as you, but you didn't lose any money from your original market, right? I think in your world, you'd say like, well, that should be fine. Like, you've just made a bunch of people in a new country happy. The guy that took the painting, like, makes more money. He's happy.
Yeah.
Like, and the original creator isn't harmed at all. We shouldn't hate anything about that. That should just be, everybody should see that's a good thing. But I think in the world we live in today, the person who made the original art is going to feel like they want some sort of compensation, or they're going to feel like they're being ripped off.
And then they can talk about that and talk about that, what they want out of it, that type of interaction, right? I think a discussion can be had, but an assumption that it's not, and an assumption that it's worse or as different conclusion is harmful. Especially when people say, I think it's when people say you're being a thief and you didn't ask for the permission, and you use examples on your podcast. That's dog shit. Just say, hey man, by the way, he's a thief, and he didn't ask for permission when I asked about permission in every video presented. And I think that that is deliberately harmful in a worse way than anything that you could do. You get what I'm saying. That's slanderous by nature.
Yeah, sure.
Well, no, quite literally. No, literally.
Well,
yes.
yeah, for people referencing your particular videos that you got permission to, yeah, that is slanderous by nature. Yeah.
He called me a thief. He called me a thief.
Yeah, I think it's true. Listen, I'm like the worst person to argue about this because I don't give a fuck about any of this, okay? I don't care if somebody rips my videos and makes money off it. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world to get upset about. If it's not like actually like taking money. Yeah, so
agreed.
Yeah.
Also, these people, they lack insight, and somebody needs to give them a class on marketing. It is the freest marketing they've seen in their whole life. They lack vision because they are old and they are.
Okay, true. Well, okay. All right. Well, listen. Anything else? I gotta research for debate tomorrow. So.
Wait. Where's Ethan at? Put him on Discord.
Yeah, I don't have Ethan just on my Discord. Okay. He's not responding on Twitter. I think he tweeted and probably fell asleep.
No. I have a DM on my phone. I just don't open it. I'm lazy as fuck.
You DM'd him on your phone. Is that what you just said?
He DM'd you on his phone, but I'm too lazy to open it.
Well, why don't you open it?
Man, but I have to stop my game into that, man.
Okay, well, I don't know why you're asking me.
He doesn't take out space on my head.
I don't know why you're asking me to get Ethan on.
Because I'm in the middle of a game and you can do it faster.
I don't have your phone, so if you want to ship me your phone, then I can answer the DM for you or give you your password and log in your fucking account.
I'll open it. This is tomorrow. He has to prepare. He has to get all of his stats, and he has to get his fucking hair comb, and he has to get his anti-aging coloring scheme and shit like that.
It's gonna be a big debate. Is it gonna go on your YouTube channel?
I went on my debate. You know why? Because I live in the real world instead of living fancy like everybody else these days. Holy he's such a bitch at these days. It's insane. People are losing their touch with reality. It's fucking crazy.
Did you learn that on your last first class flight? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. What do you think is like the most, what's the most frustrating?
Yo, I came up from Portal, bitch. I've seen it, motherfucker. I've seen it. Don't discredit my experience because of whatever I'm doing right now.
I agree. What are the things that are frustrating you the most right now?
People, false victimhood on Twitter is the problem right now.
What, besides this react shit, what do you think is the other stuff that's like triggering you?
Yeah, literally, yeah. No, this is a concept, not this, like the whole thing, like people just being victim for no reason about like always biting themselves into a corner and then it's fucking cringe as shit. It's like the whole like I can't believe these guys doing this. They're assuming like 8 fucking facts and they're wrong about all of them. I think that's shitty and causes more harm and it's been insane. It's been crazy these days.
Okay.
You not agree with that?
I mean, I kind of do, but I don't know like what media worlds we both live in, so I have no idea if the stuff you're talking about is stuff that I would be seeing or talking about, so it's hard for me to agree. I don't know, like, that's why I asked you, what do you see that people are triggering you about? That's why I asked that.
Oh yeah, it's just very, it's very abrasive. It's like the whole, like, I'll assume the worst out of everybody and damage everybody, and on the other end, they'll say, fuck him anyway, because fuck that guy. Like, selectively. Yeah, Jonah Hill as an example, sure, I think that's fine.
Jonah Hill shit as an example. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. True.
And like assuming like the worst always of everybody and they causing a lot of damage to everybody and it's like everybody's like one move away from banging something to a corner and the whole like I hate everything mentality these days is really bad too. I think everybody's so negative. People forget to like smile, laugh, and have some fucking fun with their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's different today than it used to be?
100%. 100%.
Why do you think that's changed so much?
I think people used to get excited for stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, why do you think it's changed? What do you think has made people?
Oh, because there's a big push on social media that like everything being bad and dog shit and everything going down and whatever is more relatable. It's like the current relatable state. So like everybody feels that they're gonna get more traction and more interaction, more whatever by doing negative things and having negative takes. For people to approve with them, and they live this life of pretending to enjoy things, or paying to consume things, or even consuming things that they don't like, based off the fact that the level they're gonna get online, and I think that's just kind of sad. I think it's a big loss of happiness for everybody.
Well, I'm just curious, how old are you again?
27.
One thing that I kind of miss a lot, I don't know, we might have talked about this a long time ago. I remember way back in the day, before there was like wikis on like every fucking game.
Yes, yeah, the mystery was the best. The mystery. You didn't know, you would have to talk about it like.
The mystery,
there was,
the
like,
mystery.
There's like an established meta for like fucking everything now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
if you wanna get into running
yeah.
or the gym, people are like
Yeah, like I one of the things I liked about New Worlds is I felt like a lot of it people didn't know already. It was really fun to do a new MMORPG that not everybody knew about, not everybody was a god at, because you immediately stood out. I like immediately stood out amongst those people. I immediately stood out. Yeah. And yep. And I like new things. I don't like getting stuck on the same games. I don't like getting like, you know, pigeonholed in some place that I don't want to be. There's a quest that's kind of interesting that I'm kind of surprised that I can do. But I'm not really going here. If I drop here, I have to commit to going all the way the fuck out here. Which isn't that bad of a journey, but the real money stuff to do would be to go to this and that. So that's where we're going. Yeah, we're going north. Like, yep, there it is. See it? Yeah, I want that. So... dropping right here, notice I stopped, right? Dropping right here, know your cliffs. If you commit here, it would have been 20 minutes. So the cliff matters, doesn't it? Dropping off this cliff, you might think like, oh, it doesn't really matter. It does. This is like committing for 20 minutes or something like that. It matters. So I thought about it and took my time.
Recommending you like 52 different meta ways to like run on a treadmill.
And you don't have to ask like your fucking... your classmates, fucking cousins, uncles, grandpa, like how to fucking beat this Easter egg in this game. Like before it was like a quest. You were sent on fun quests across the board to find out cool shit about like games and shit like that. Like people have like strategy books and shit like that. Nowadays, like you log in, everybody knows everything. There's no mystery, no fun about it. It's all cut and dry. And people actually don't even well, that's another story. I don't think I want to admit about that. But like, I like doing things out blind, and chat doesn't get it sometimes. Like, I'll be like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna pretend like I just bought this game, and like, let's say a Destiny 2 raid or Destiny 2, it's like, we're doing it out blind. It's like, dude, do this, do that, and it takes time, you know. Like people, if they get out the first time, it takes a long time, and those take a long time, but people don't get it. They just don't get the mystery of it, you know.
Yeah.
Like, there are some things that happen on the internet very rarely that give you that fact, and they're so rare these days. It's like twice a year we get like something that's actually has a mystery behind it, like either a Destiny raid or a Call of Duty like zombie map. Like this is very I think one of the most fun things on the internet out there. Like I'm not just saying it, I'm saying on the internet, right? And I think that's cool to be part of that mystery, and it makes your experience worth it. It makes you feel like what you did and what the time that you spent was mattered. Nowadays, I feel like nothing matters.
Yeah.
It also make like artificial value behind it.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if it's changed since our childhood, or if we just think it has because we're like nostalgia tripping. I'm not sure. It's hard to know.
I don't know.
Do you see any? Do you see Oppenheimer or Barbie?
I saw Barbie. I didn't really like it.
Why'd you see Barbie over Oppenheimer?
Because I was going with Clothing GG and time. You know, Oppenheimer's longer and whatnot.
Gotcha. What's the last fun game you've played?
I don't even know, to be honest.
He's unhappy. He's unhappy. You can tell it, or he would immediately say.
I finished Star Wars as I was small. Then I went to do other things, but I enjoyed playing the actual game. I think Star Wars is fun. I think any game that has like a lot of depth with like progression and like either digging or going up somewhere, like like Terraria is really fun. You know, I think it's like really cool.
Have you beaten Terraria yet?
All I have to do is Moonlord.
Oh
and
shit.
one more boss fight.
If you get bored or if you enjoyed Terraria.
Dave the Fisher was really good. Dave the Fisher, I really love Dave the Fisher.
What? The
What?
Fisher?
Dave the Fisher.
Oh, I haven't played that. But there's a big mod pack.
Wait, what?
for
Dave the
Terraria
Fisher? What?
Dave the Fisher was really good. Dave the Fisher, boss fight.
If you get bored or if you enjoyed Terraria.
Dave the Fisher was really good. Dave the Fisher, I really love Dave the Fisher.
What the
Oh.
Fisher?
Dave the Fisherman. Dave the Fisherman. He's saying, yeah.
Dave the Fisher.
Oh, I haven't played that. But there's a big mod pack for Terraria called
Calamity.
Calamity. Yeah. That's a good one. And it's super polished. Like the music for the bosses are good. Like bosses are cool. All the new progression, everything. That's a super sick mod.
My game just crashed when I was about to go hard, and I will get banned from the game. My life is actually really good. I'm very much blessed and everything. I just like to complain.
Is the devil's pyramid above your house again or whatever? Do you hear him?
I looked at it. It might be, yeah.
Okay. Your screen's not shaking, so I think you should be good. Where do you live right now? Or I mean, like, not exactly. Or do you even say the city you're in?
Texas. I live in Austin.
Gotcha. Cool.
I'm near my next topic. Yeah, I'll be here for a bit more, and then I'm going to Vegas. I'm pulling the plug on everything.
Where are you going to Vegas?
Have some fun and live a little for a couple days. I'll have it set up over there, I can stream it and whatnot, and I'll do IRL with Aiden, I think, or something. And after that, I have friends that live there. Just gonna give it a shot at that. I'll do whatever. But I think just overall, like the living situation, it's been just really, really bad.
Because of like swatting and stuff, or just because not enjoying the people you live around?
Just the stuff that Okay. The less talked about stuff. If that makes sense. So that's a little bit it's a little annoying. I think a lot of it is like very dehumanizing. But
when you're,
what's up?
Do you have like a time limit on that yet for when you're over all of that, or?
Could be any day now, to be honest.
Sounds kind of ominous, but okay.
No, I mean,
okay.
okay.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
No, you don't want to know what I mean, actually.
Well, no, I don't know what you mean, but I assume it's not killing yourself, which is what the joke was. But yeah, okay. Or maybe it is what you mean. I don't know, dude.
Shit. I mean,
North winds.
What was I saying? Yeah, it's just. I'm not sitting and complain like some was like. Since I'm rich, of course I have all the options in the world. I can do whatever I want and buy myself out of most things. Like I could just buy into the house and buy into this and buy into that, right? But I think people can understand sometimes that some things are just very dehumanizing. Like some things will just make you feel like, I don't know. It's just not. Yeah, it's just dehumanizing, man. Like sometimes you're human at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah. I don't know.
And it just sucks. You know, you could buy yourself out of it. Like, I don't want to.
Do you do you have like, what do you want to be? Do you ever think like even 6 months ahead of time, like where you want to be?
No, I'd like to think about it like the same day. Like if I want to go somewhere, I'll pick a jet or a plane and.
Yep, that's what I would do too.
Lack of building towards something might like contribute to your unhappiness.
Slightly, but I've also realized that I think a lot of components in your life can kind of control that, and at the same time, like you're at least for my situation, I'm setting myself up for failure by trying to predict a certain oh, it's gonna be like this like soon or that or this or that. Like it's just very unpredictable, right? And things can be taken away from you, and
you say that
it has.
Yeah, you say you're setting yourself up for failure. But the reality is like the conquest for any accomplishment includes a risk of failure. That's why the achievement feels so good.
No. I don't think you're misinterpreting the word failure in this scenario.
Okay, sorry. Reinterpret it for me.
Like at that point, we're wasting time, investing time into something that has more chance of failure than not. So I'd rather like kind of like bunker down and play by ear, right? Instead of setting myself up for failure, literally.
Yeah, but there are going to be some things then that are out of reach for you to ever achieve if you only go day by day, right?
Yeah. It's like weathering the storm until killed then, I think. Does that make sense? Like, how do you say, like if you say like, instead of trying to build a house in the rain and not being able to set up the foundation of it, right? It never actually works, right? Instead, I will focus right now on acquiring lumber and shit and just weathering the storm, right? And preparing very much for whatever happens after the rain. Do you get it? That doesn't mean that I'm not building towards anything, right? It just means that like I'm just separating the logistics of building it.
Did you ever watch the movie Collateral?
No.
I have. I love Collateral, yeah.
In the movie Collateral, Jamie Foxx is a guy.
Oh,
who's like a taxi
no,
driver
I haven't seen that one though.
Owning like a luxury car service, and he goes to pick up the bad guy, Tom Cruise's character. But before he does it, he's flipping through pages in a book, like marking like the perfect future luxury cars he wants to buy to set up his ideal luxury.
Yeah, I'm
car
doing that.
service.
Yeah, I'm doing it 100%.
Yeah, I think you are.
No, I'm doing that in a lot of ways. I'm setting everything up, right? I'm not gonna. I am actually doing that, right? All those things aren't doable now. Doesn't mean that I'm not interested in doing them, right? I'm just gonna.
Sure, I understand. Well, so I didn't finish my story.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, so Jamie Foxx's character, I think Max, is contrasted with Vincent, Tom Cruise's character, throughout the film, because Tom Cruise's character is very much like an adapt to the situation, you know, flow with what's going on. And Jamie Foxx's character is very afraid to make a move on anything. And they have a confrontation before the third act of the film, where Jamie Foxx's character Max he's having a moment where Tom Cruise's character is trying to make him realize that you're wasting your entire life planning, and if you really wanted to start your luxury car service, all it would have ever taken was a down payment on a Ford Town Car. But because you were so afraid of failure, you never took that first step, and instead you wasted your entire life planning for something that you were never going to take a step towards doing.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying necessarily you're doing that, but I'm saying
okay, then I relate to that, and that's what I've been doing. Like instead of the opposite, maybe I misworded everything, so you kind of got the opposite. A lot of things I've been doing have been for that, like to try at least give it a try. Yeah. So now I get it now. What you're saying, yeah. I think me moving here was that. Me trying again was that. Like me, like all the moves are mental. These are all attempts. They quite literally are, right? In every sense of the word. It just hasn't worked out. But I don't give a fuck. Just keep trying, right? It's not like a stagnation or just a giving up. I'm not doing that. I'm disappointed in certain things, but I mean, you can try about it or just fucking.
Yeah, I guess the only scary thing is that like if you don't ever try to think 6 months ahead and you just live like for the day every day, then there are going to be certain projects that require like a negative downtime for a month or two that you never want to go through, because in the short term it's always going to be really shitty. But then you kind of like don't ever spend time building towards anything bigger that might be a little bit more fulfilling. So I imagine probably one of the big deals you have in life right now is that you've got like a certain level of happiness. You probably feel like relatively happy, but your level of fulfillment is probably very, very, very low.
Very low, very low.
And that kind of weighs on you after a while.
It weighs a lot, yeah. I think it weighs a lot, yeah. I mean, I don't have a house. I don't have a place I like. I don't have and people say just buy one. Well, I mean, listen, man, I'm not. I don't want to elaborate on some of these things. But yeah, it's like it's not fulfilling. Like living in fucking empty house all the fucking time and buying shit and like living behind it. I have like 7 houses that have full steps on almost in all of them, and I'm not going back to any of them. Like it's all like cursed.
Dear God, why?
I'm still trying.
Yeah, so
like 7 houses. Yeah, okay, you know how I would get 7 houses? If I ever had 7 houses, I'll tell you how I would get them. Other rich people would step to me and be like, yo, I'll sell you a house for $30,000. And you're like, yeah, fucking right. And they're like, no, right now, man, I know you got money. Buy this house for 30 grand. And I'd be like, okay, sure. That'd be about the only way I'd ever fucking have 7 fucking houses. That's ridiculous.
Like,
disgusting, frankly obscene. It's obscene and disgusting and stupid. Disgusting and stupid. It's like
yeah, you have to like take.
For the last 100 years, I've seen out of Hollywood story after story of story after story after story after story of Hollywood divorce and falling from grace. Right? You have your blows and your your highs and your lows, and you have your Scarfaces and your casinos and your you know, and your Wolf of Wall Streets, right? It's what Hollywood and everybody's obsessed with, getting rich quick, right? So you get it, and the first thing you do is act like them, and you buy 7 houses. Now, I could see buying 2 houses, because that'd be enough for me. I'd be like, yeah, if I needed to impress anybody, I'd be like, yeah, I have a house in LA and I have a house in New York. Or whatever. Or, I mean, no, it would be a house in Denver and a house in LA. And when I want to be alone and be myself, I'm in Colorado. And when I want to party and be with my, you know, be with women and go drinking and stuff, I would do it in LA with the, you know, the Lana Del Rey set. And I think that's, you know, that would be about as far as bragging rights I would ever need if I wanted to brag, which is something I just don't need. So I don't believe I would ever even need anything other than like a place that was safe enough for me that I couldn't be killed. You know, it would have to be a place safe enough for me where I was never killed. That, if I had to buy anything, it would be that. If I wanted to impress the world, which I wouldn't want to, unless like one of my loved ones was like, you need to brag to the world to represent this company, so you're gonna buy this second house to represent us, and you're gonna like it. And I'd be like, all right, fine, I guess, you know. But that'd be about like the most I'd ever do. I'd be like, 2 fucking houses is enough. At that point, they'd have to be offering them to me, right? And you know what I'd do? I'd take the 30 grand and I'd go in the next day and I'd be like, go down to an auction. I'd be like, yeah, I got this lot right here. Got it for 30 grand and shit. Looking to let's say 9-tuple my money. So if you pay me 270 grand, you can have this house. And somebody's gonna say yes, and because it's a $500,000 house I got for 30 grand. It would have to be something really crazy like that for me to brag or act that fucking stupid. American Gangster was about this. Wolf of Wall Street was about this. You think that these kids would learn the lesson. You know that they're sitting there watching Netflix all day. Not Netflix, but like YouTube and Netflix and stuff, and all this television and all this like YouTube about like rise and fall stories. And so what do when they get it? They act exactly like every fucking Jordan Belfont, Wolf of Wall Street douchebag in Hollywood. And it's like a culture of decay, of the value of the things that we need to feed our kids and keep our society running and all this. But some idiot gets a hold of it and they just Pablo Escobar burrow their way out of jail with hookers and cocaine and stuff. And you're like, nah, man, you kind of missed the point there. We actually needed you to understand that, or whatever, you know. It's like kind of dumb. Like, that much money can basically make it free for you to build your own jail at that point. It's a little disgusting. It's, you know, it's a little base. Now, I don't care that Pablo Escobar did that and escaped from the jail. I just think it's kind of funny that they let him build his own jail, you know. And so, and this is the world that we live in. It's like Plastic Fantastic. The world is yours. We're all Scarface. We all go through phases. We're all The Weeknd, and then we go big, and you know, and all this, and then when you get there, all the people that you used to hate when you were poor is exactly what the fuck you act like. Which, I'm sorry, I don't believe there is a requirement for that. Now you say, "Oh, you've never had money." Well, I have had money. I have had money. In my life, my family has had money. I have had money, so it is easier for me to see it, I think, from the outside. Like, I've been poor and I've been rich, and I would say that, like, between is the best place to be, where your investments are somewhere where it's taking care of the people that you love. And that's how you get universal love and fulfillment. This shit about 7 houses and gambling and fucking NFTs and Bitcoin and cyberbullying and stalking and all this shit. NFTs, all of it. And, you know, I'm sorry, but that Plastic Fantastic culture is what this 100 years of Hollywood and 100 years of stories and 100 years of icebergs on YouTube, for you to understand that, like the first thing that's going to happen, you know, and I spoke about this yesterday, when all of your wishes are granted, many of your dreams will be destroyed. And I mean, it sucks, but it's a truism, you know. It is. When all of your wishes are granted, many of your dreams will be destroyed, and you can dream up some crazy things. It doesn't really matter. Your fulfillment goes out the fucking window. You're not happy. You're not in love. You don't enjoy anything. You're like Hugh Laurie at the fucking demolition derby story I always like to tell. Like I saw in some B-side rarity thing on a House MD DVD, Hugh Laurie was talking about how he was high on cocaine and drunk, like I think, and this was like way when he was much younger. But he was like high on ooh, this tiger will kill me. Yep. He was high on cocaine, and he was like, you know, at a demolition derby, and he had just had sex with 3 women in the limo on the way over. And you know, and everybody's like, oh, that's sweet. Listen how fun that is. Jesus, that's gonna be the most fun you could have per capita. Demolition derby after you fucked a threesome on the limo on the way over, drank whiskey, and then drove in a demolition derby while you were high on cocaine, right? The kind of thing Viva La Bam would do, you know, or like Steve-O or something like that, right? But, I mean, the problem is, that's what they always said you would do. You said you wouldn't do that. You know, generally, like if you come up out of the gutter and you have talent and stuff, you promise yourself kind of that you won't become this douchebag unless that is what you want. Sometimes it is what they want. They just want the vacuous, nice lifestyle, you know? That's commendable. I don't really care if that's why. My main thing is like, if you get it too fast, you don't really learn the lessons necessary to do the upkeep, and the get rich quick thing. It's cool, but it doesn't have a good effect on the society. And the movies always reflect this. They're like, yeah, Gatsby's car chase was irresponsible, and it's a piece of fiction, so it's okay to drop it, right? You know, and the endings in Gatsby was beautiful, both in the book and the movie, you know, but it's still about the life of excess a little bit, and how it can kind of blind you and turn you into a fucking fool. So when I hear some fucking fool talking, I'm talking straight fool's folly. Anybody talking about 7 houses or any of that shit, I'm like, yeah, is that what you aspire to? And sure, you work for them and you earned them, but I mean, like, the bragging aspect of the modern culture is not conducive to good human interaction. You know, it's like this sinking effect upon it where, like, oh, you're not a real person unless you got a Lambo or a McLaren or 7 houses or 5 girls or five boys or whatever your fucking deal is. And it's just, you know, I don't really see why that vacuous fucking culture is so fucking venerated when most of the culture is obviously this downward spiral culture that eventually implodes and burns out rather than fades away, right? And so, oh, hey, I'm going to see the event. I ran to an event by mistake. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so let's get back on it. But I'm like, okay, so XQC talks about 7 houses, and I'm like, sure, yeah, if you're like real estate and manager and your money manager pitch those 7 houses at you as investments, I can see that. But I mean, I don't care. Like, don't you think 2 houses is enough for most of the fine women on the planet when they know you have like $20 million and shit? Isn't that enough for them? Should be enough for them. Why does it need to be everything? It's greed, and it is the forces of evil.
Take deliberate steps towards, I guess, like building things that are a little more fulfilling in life, right?
You're right.
Oh yeah, okay.
Are not possible. So instead, I'm kind of making a plan for it. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I don't know what you're making a plan for. Maybe.
Well, I'm kind of planning and thinking about the whole thing. But I'm on hold. That's the way it is. Yeah, I'm on hold.
How do you feel like? I don't know if I'm gonna say shit that stuff's into drama because I don't fucking keep anything. How are your like friend situation right now? Do you yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with as like friends like that, 100%. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any drama on that front right now. The only one that was a bit of drama is just like living situation, which I a little bit like overstayed my welcome because I thought I'd be more free by this time. And some things would be resolved, but they're not. I was just like again, hoping and planning for a better future that didn't pan out. And so I'm not mad because it didn't pan out. It is what it is. I'm not gonna punish myself for trying something that didn't pan out, rather than just saying, oh, I give up and I'm not gonna do anything. Like I'm not doing that.
Okay.
Was that not good?
It could be good or it could be bad. I mean, truthfully, honestly, I don't know I don't really know you well. Have I ever seen you in person before, actually?
Yeah.
Wait, when?
TwitchCon maybe?
If I saw you, it was for like 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, like one thing is it could be that, oh no, true, that's right. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. I just screwed through right now. Sorry.
Wait. So, what?
One shot.
What'd you say?
I remember seeing you now. I'm sorry. I saw you and another really tall person. I just remembered. Yeah.
A really tall what? Bro, what? I don't know what you're saying. I'm not kidding.
I saw you and another very tall person. I remember meeting you now. Just ignore that.
Another tall person? Who could that be? What?
Why are you doing this to me?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Talking about HDMI cords, okay? It was outside a pizza store.
Oh, it's not like that. Like it's well, people don't cease to exist because of the specifics. Like,
okay, well I'm not trying to fucking trigger you or something. Okay, damn, jeez, I don't know. Okay.
I'm not getting triggered. I never triggered it.
Okay, all right, fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the time they're not triggered. They're angry, but they're not triggered.
It's
No.
possible that like you move past your current situation and dumb shit, and you're like super free and you get a lot of stuff you can do and it feels really good. Or it could be that like this is kind of an excuse right now not to do anything, and then once that gets solved, it'll be like, okay, well that's.
Well, I'm trying. I think people can see that I'm trying. I'm thinking I'm trying.
Okay, yeah,
I think me going live is trying enough.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if that's true. If going live is trying. I think that there's like a really unfortunate trap that people can fall into. I think as streamers, it's really unique to us, where it's very easy to move life sideways.
Easy.
Yeah, you're not going up, you're not going down, you're just pushing sideways, and you can do that forever as a streamer on stream. But even though life isn't getting better or worse, like time is slipping away, and you're losing your chances to like search for fulfillment, and it is bad, but only like a really long-term way that's hard to see. I think it'd be kind of scary sometimes.
Yeah. I think it's easier to back down and make an excuse for it, right? And I have made a point. I want to grow as a person. Last year or like a year or whatever amount ago, and I told myself to I didn't want to be that person anymore. And that's been like the biggest growing part of me is showing up to stuff, doing some stuff, and picking and choosing what I do. And as a person, it really becomes a promise to other people and my commitments. In the small steps, it's like the small stuff. I think it's been important that I do those steps, and I think I'm doing pretty good with it.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, as long as you feel that way.
Wait, but what was that? I don't remember meeting you that much.
You don't what?
I remember meeting you that much. Where did I meet you at?
I remember seeing you in a depth outside. It was like a restaurant, but I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen you before, and I think I saw you both one time. I'm surprised that both you were very tall. That's all I remember. By the way, I think we saw each other.
What was wrong? Where, like at the TwitchCon outside of randomly?
It must have been. There was I think there was a pizza store down the street from where TwitchCon San Diego was, maybe. Yeah. That's what I remember. But I think it was literally for like 30 seconds or a minute or something.
Okay. I mean, it was for an event. Like I wasn't just out.
Yeah. No. There wasn't like an event there. Yeah, we were just getting food or something.
There was an event.
Well, there was TwitchCon, but we were outside of TwitchCon because I was.
Oh yeah. I remember.
I couldn't go. I couldn't fucking go on them. Yeah.
Oh, you were banned. I forgot about that. You just tell me that.
Yeah.
Damn. I'm not being weird. I'm asking questions. I'm not like being a bitch ass and shit. I
know you're not being a bitch ass.
Like, I'm not.
No, I don't think you're being a bitch ass.
No, because people think I was like baiting or being weird, like, and I just didn't know about something. Like,
okay.
Didn't understand it or heard it.
Don't know if I can do that. I think I can get across the water. Try again. Kind of fun, to be honest.
So I never talked to you in person then.
Not too much, but I don't think we spoke much back then.
I think I have to cross there.
It's a lot easier to back yourself in the corner and say, oh, I'm cornered. And I should do the opposite. I say, I'm back into a corner. I'm gonna fucking do something and then do stuff. That's easy for me to do that and process these emotions, you know. rather than doing the opposite. Right?
Yeah.
I'll buy myself into a corner on purpose sometimes and be like, okay, it's a bit worse than it is, but it'll give me motivation to do something about it, you know? So for the better good.
Have you? This is gonna sound kind of weird. Have you ever done like therapy stuff before?
I did a couple counseling and some other shit. Not really though.
Okay.
I did 7 years of therapy.
Interesting, but not quite therapy, because that's usually.
Yeah. Don't.
Have you? Do you ever talk to? Have you talked to Dr. K before?
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to them offline?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he gets it. I think he gets some of it. He calls me a sailor.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says I'm very driven and I sail from point A to point B. Sometimes I feel like I was like being a bad. I was like, is this like am I being a bad person? Like I'm doing this and I treat somebody like this and they do that. And I feel like people were giving me a lot of feedback and I was being a bad person about certain stuff because I'm being like either harsh or direct or cold. I just do my thing, right? And the way I deal with problems sometimes I just do my thing, and I don't want to project my insecurities and my thing on people. So I just do stuff, right? I advance myself, and then he said that yeah, it's a trait that some people have, and it's you're just sailing from one point to another.
Have you thought of when you think of yourself as a sailor, you think it's a good thing or a bad thing?
The what?
When you think of yourself as a sailor, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing for yourself, and I think for like goals and where you're going, and it can make you short-sighted, and you can get blindsided by things that are like building up in a negative way. I'm trying to learn from that and become better with it. I think like when you neglect certain parts of your life because you're so driven, sometimes all these lacks can start combining and then kind of falling out on you, you know. And I didn't realize that until until stuff happens, you know. It is what it is.
Yeah. I
feel like being driven is not a problem on its own.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think that there are big investments that you can make in mental health that are really hard to see the payoffs because there's not like a financial.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. I feel like having like, a therapist, like having somebody that you could talk to that isn't trying to like use you, gain anything from you, gets a lot of money from stream shit or whatever. I feel like it'd be nice if a person you could just like dump a whole bunch of shit on that's just there to like listen to your problems and listen to what's going on in your life.
Is that what friends are for?
It sucks to the cat can run through the water, but I can't.
Yeah.
Literally not. Those
Those literally right about one thing, and they will just wait till the fucking. They'll just wait till the fucking sun stops shining, and they will fucking dump on you, support, and use all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I think to be fair too, a lot of people in this world, just as a result of everything, are like very insecure. Or not insecure.
Yeah, yes. Say it out loud. Yeah, I've been saying that forever.
Yeah, they are insecure, but they're also immature. So like the advice that they can give you, because they're constantly comparing themselves to you, they'll get jealous or upset over things.
Weird.
They get weird, yeah.
Why do people do that? I hate that shit.
Well, I think it's pretty natural.
Like, I just do my thing. Yeah. I don't think so.
No, it is. Come on, you're at the top, so it's different for you. But like,
but I've worked to get there. I didn't do it to project my insecurities like a bitch. Like, I don't think you understand it. Like, people will always fucking compare when I'm being myself and I'm not comparing it, and I just stay in my own lane. When people do that and compare, it's like it's their fault. They're being fucking stupid.
I understand what you're saying, and you can call it stupid, but it's very human, and it's important to understand that every single person you meet is probably going to do it to some extent, right? If you're talking to a guy that's like doing okay, making 70, 80, 90, 100,000 a year, and you're trying to get advice on like you don't know what to do, signing like your contract.
It's actually kind of fun. It's like Frogger. Reminds me of Frogger.
It's going to be hard for him to separate out his personal feelings from like your feeling. And then God forbid if you complain about anything, the person's probably just going to be resentful. They're not going to want to give you any advice at all. They're just going to feel like shit, right? Yeah. Why the fuck are you complaining if you get 30 million, 50 million, 100 million? Like who the fuck cares, dude? You're doing great, right? They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be in a situation.
I think Ludwig gives good advice, and Hassan sometimes. I think Ludwig gives actually good advice though. And Train as well is kind of more on the real side sometimes, and he knows how things are in practice, and he gives decent advice as well.
Yeah, sure, but it's very scary because like these friendships are, well, from what I can observe,
it can flip on you with the mass when you least expect it.
They're literally on a knife's edge, right? Depending on who does what content, what day, or what way the live stream fails, subreddit blows, or what's going on.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's a little scary to lack so much stability in a friendship that you're getting so much like emotional.
You're right. You are right. That makes sense. Yes. Yep, that makes sense. And I get that. And it always it did feel in the past like yeah, it's bad. You are right. Also, people making everything about money all the time is on my nerves a little bit. I need to choose better.
Yeah. There's like
Come on, man.
The really unfortunate thing is there's a lot of like there's
Nope.
a Venn diagram of like good friends. I think once you become like pretty successful, and there's a lot of things that just don't overlap. So like for instance, it's really nice to have people that are relatively simple in their life. They don't think or obsess about money all the time. They don't really care about like cloud or social media stuff, and they can give you like really good and grounded advice. But those people aren't going to have any advice to give you because they have no idea what your industry is like. They're going to be totally detached, right? Yeah. But then when you look at people who can give you good advice because they are in the industry and they do live in this world, they're also going to be envious of your success. They're going to compare all the time. They're going to like look at opportunities for themselves. Like it's very, very hard to find people that you can connect with and like help you like map out your shit and figure your stuff out, who aren't trying to either gain off you or just like feel resentful about you and then just like say random shit or whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I think I've like it's been getting better. I just don't like I mean this. I mean if people get something they want. Okay, I don't care. I might do the best that I can. I've always tried my best to ignore and avoid the topic of money like entirely.
Yep.
Everybody I've done it and these days it is just not the same. It is just so different that it makes me kind of zones me almost out entirely. That like people care more about it than I care about it myself, and I'm the one who has it sometimes. Like I don't get that.
I mean, because like it's like money is not everything, but not having it is. Have you ever heard that? I think it's a Kanye West lyric.
No.
Like when you have it, it's like oxygen. You don't really care unless you're not getting enough of it, right? So I mean, like it's easy depending on your position to say like, who cares about the money? It's not a big deal. But when there are people that are still grinding and like trying to get their money up, or they're trying to hit certain financial milestones, then of course for them they're going to be thinking a lot more about it, you know.
No, that makes sense, 100%. But like on the personal stuff, like it just kind of sucks that the people that I end up caring about, like in that regard, like that's just kind of dog shit.
Keep in mind too that another issue you're running into is money also probably is really important for people that lack fulfillment, because money is like the only like proxy they have to fulfill themselves. Like they think that if they get more money,
or they think like a goose chase. They think so.
Yeah.
They think.
But the reality is like if you're a streamer and you're making 100K a year, like that's probably like about the maximum level of fulfillment you're gonna hit. Like I don't see streamers that suddenly start making 7 figures and they're like, oh my god, like I traveled the world, I went to Switzerland, I climbed these beautiful mountains, I blah blah blah. Like generally they just keep streaming. They might go on a yacht, but like they're not like doing things that are making their lives like so much more fulfilled. Like they're not like taking up like a sport or a hobby or something. You know?
Yeah, it's why I think some people's behaviors that we've seen, I always highlight it to chat and I always tell them about it. Like I think because it's all a line that goes up and down. It's like it's just gonna. There's never a big jump up or jump down unless sometimes there is. And when there is, I always underline it. Like Tfue had his massive contract during the Fortnite, right? Man, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. You know, like he signed at his peak during Fortnite, right? And he got this massive contract. I mean, I know the details, but and like, his contract ended, I'm pretty sure, right? And I mean, I don't give a fuck. He got the bag, and I'm proud of him for it. But I think now he's like, I think he's kind of like over it, right? Over like streaming or whatever, right? At the same time, jumping up and jumping down, in amount of money, he can draw a line of like, okay, yeah, I'm going to like retire now and just I'm gonna go take my time and go live life and buy things and just actually like live the fruits of what I worked for. And I think that's what Tfue doing right now. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's actually doing. Like I mean that. And that's not a mental freedom that a lot of people will give themselves. If people in trouble will always say it. Dude, you have money, you can do that, and you can do this, and you can do that. No, it's allowing yourself. Not being allowed by something, it's allowing yourself to say, oh, I quit now, I retired now, because everything's always ongoing. It's a never-ending process. It's a line that doesn't end. Finding where your end is at, or where you slow down, that is like extremely difficult. I know I'll never be able to retire because I'm addicted to attention, but like that's not the same for everybody.
I mean, I think once you get big enough as a streamer, I think the attention does become like a thing, right? Like people don't realize how much more important this, especially if you don't have a lot of money. It's hard to realize this. People don't realize how much more important attention is than money. Like the only reason people get money is to get attention.
It's for attention.
That's the only reason. That's why people buy the flashy shit. Like look at the take.
What? Are you serious? Oh my god, I don't agree at all.
Why are they losing everything now, right? It's because they wanted attention and they did everything they could to get it. Look at Donald Trump. That dude was a billionaire. He was set, and now he's looking at like federal prison. Why? Because he wanted the attention. He wanted to be president, right? It's just funny. Like the attention is a really dangerous drug.
Power is pretty cool too, to be honest.
You can say power, but like I feel like power is another way of saying influence, which is a type of attention, right? When we say attention, really what we're saying is power over other people, right? That's what that means. You're called influencer. It's kind of like a joke term, like influencer, but truly, like the ability to influence other people is probably one of the most addicting things for a human.
Yeah, for sure,
sure.
It's why when I'm in a game and people they go into chat, type this, and they get addicted instantly. Like they're really hooked on that and it's why I always tell the chat that if you do dumb shit and snipe and do behaviors like that, right, and you ban it because you did it too many times and I told you to stop, I will never unban them.
I will never unban you.
They're absolutely hooked, and when they are unbanned, they will do it again. It doesn't.
Yep, they're hooked.
I've never seen somebody reform in my entire life.
Nope.
I didn't reform.
Yep.
I agree. It's true.
Yep. They're addicted to it. They can't stop. And I won't treat with them. Well, I won't deal with them. I won't talk to them. Yeah.
What else?
Is there like a celebrity or anything you want to meet, like at some point, or?
No, not really. I don't think a lot of them are interesting. The only people I care about is people that are famous because they are interesting, right? And that's like kind of cool. Those people, right?
You should try to meet like Tom Cruise. That seems like an interesting.
Nah, not interesting in the way that I think is interesting. That guy is like, maybe I guess. Kanye's one of them. I feel like it, but I mean, he's all over his own stuff. So I'd probably be a ride that's like more about him than the interaction itself. I want it to be like something that's an interaction, you know? I think that's like.
Wait, if you could get like an hour conversation with Kanye West, would you do it?
Yeah, for sure. The fuck.
Have you tried to set anything like that up?
Fuck no.
Maybe, I don't know. At this point, I have like so many fucking mutuals, surprisingly. But I feel like if you could get in front of him, or if somebody could put you in front of him, I feel like you'd do it. But I don't know. I'm gonna be blatant about it. Okay, I don't think I'm very interesting in a lot of ways that I display myself to be. Right. I think I'm interesting in other ways that I haven't really displayed a lot. Right. And I think that's kind of fun. I think that's cool. I think it's a trait that I have, even though maybe I don't, or I'm being ego-indie about it. And I do think and I can't explain it to anybody, and I feel like some people will get it, but I can't. Like, does that make sense? That you think you're interesting in a certain way, but it's hard to explain it to other people.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to explain it to them either. I just want to meet somebody that gets that, and I got that when I met Lil Uzi Vert. A lot of things I was saying, I didn't have to say, because he would just get it, and I think he enjoyed that too. The energy we had, because we just kind of got onto that like creative freedom and other things that we're talking about, and I didn't have to explain anything. And I wanted to have a more in-depth talk about some of these topics that aren't really like out there. People don't really get when they watch the stream or whatever. You know, like it's a big part of me, but it doesn't display stuff on its own, because the things that you think like that, they make you do things, right? You do things from that, but you don't display that. You display the fruits of that root thought. But the root thoughts are important. They are the cause of it. I think those are important to talk about to people that feel the same way. Otherwise, you're gonna sound like you're crazy. You get that or not?
Let me translate. So you'll meet a type of person, and you have a type of chemistry where you get along with them, and even without hearing their root thoughts, because of the way that they act and the way that they carry themselves and the way they communicate, you can tell that you have similar root thoughts. So you kind of vibe on that level, and then you can have those like root conversations with them, so that you can make sure that they have the same type of thing.
And I don't explain it. Well, I did that because and then you never really get there because they're just nodding their head the whole time, right?
He's very nervous.
Otherwise, they just get it. Like a lot of streamers sometimes they'll be like, you know what I hate about streamers overall, and don't make me parallel to anybody. That's like everybody. They do behaviors and things that they don't think I see through. And it's so cringe to see through it, and I have to nod my fucking head, and I get all these patterns, and it's like, dude, like, shut up, like, just be quiet. Like,
I feel like the worst example of I don't know if it's still true, but when I lived in LA, the amount of the amount of random like name dropping and shit that people would do is always like so fucking cringe. Like you'll run into somebody like, oh my god, like I just came from like X, Y, Z. It's like, why do you think I would care about that? Like, why are you even saying this to me? Like, am I supposed to be like, you know what it is? You know what streamers are like? You know these people like? They're like the people when you're at a restaurant and then outside you hear, and some guy like a fucking like. Yeah, and like
you have some Corvette or some shit, like
bro,
last year's Corvette model.
Yeah, we're all streamers. Like, no one here is gonna wow you.
Nobody cares, dude. Like, oh my fucking god, dude.
Fucking yeah. There's a lot of behavior that's like that. Yeah, yeah, and then it's like this shared delusion where it's like, are we both supposed to sit here and pretend that like we don't know exactly like
what your intentions are, what you're doing? Like, I know everything. I've been here for 6 years. I've been at the top, I've been at the bottom. I know all the dynamics, all of them. When people do things and they're like, oh, I think I'm being smart. I'm like a socialite. I'm being smart about. You're not. I see through. You're an idiot. I see everything. And just cringe to see somebody like it's like when you're playing somebody and somebody's cheating and they're right in front of you. They're cheating in a game of cards or whatever. And you can see and they'll keep playing the fact that they're not cheating. You're like, dude, please, man. Like, for the sake of my own sanity, just stop pretending.
Pretty cringe. Yeah, LA, I definitely had that. I definitely had that for LA. It's probably true everywhere, but man, LA was oof. Yeah.
But a lot of people project that onto me, like, dude, why don't you want to meet this person? This guy's meeting this person. Why don't you want to do that? Like, because I don't give a fuck. And what it gives me, it gives me status.
I don't care.
Like,
yeah, I don't care.
Even if I don't get
if somebody was like, would you like to meet?
They care so much about this shit. It's so weird.
Okay, so if somebody was like, would you care to meet Leonardo DiCaprio? I'd be like, no. No. If he needs me to, or you pay me to, yeah. Otherwise, no. And I love Leonardo DiCaprio. Trust me. But I would be like, no. No. The answer is no. If it was like, if it had been Hunter S. Thompson, yes. Or... no, there's like almost no one left. Almost everybody else is dead. Everyone I would have done is dead. So, honestly, I don't care about meeting people. I don't think their clout matters to me. Oh, I missed this somehow. I did miss it somehow. Oops. That's not good. That's worse. Don't go down there. Alligators. What's up? What's up, number 2? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Just, yeah. Yeah. Because I know I'm supposed to be starstruck, and I know I'm supposed to care. Don't care. Don't care. No, don't have two spares to square. Don't have two spares to. I don't have 2 squares to spare or care. I don't care, said Pierre. Don't have 2 spares to square. Care. Don't care. And this is an interesting thing that I don't think is that uncommon. I think actually some people are actually living their own lives and just don't really care about other people. Like, or at least, like, it'd be nice to meet Leonardo DiCaprio. Sure. But I don't care to. I don't need to. I don't have a burning desire for that. I don't equate any power to it or any kind of transactional weight. I'm sure it would enrich me. I'm positive of it. But I don't desire it. And this is something that fundamentally I think maybe comes from just the broken wiring of my brain. Because another way that it manifested is I get very nervous when I'm about to go on stage. Oh, okay. Server crash. Oh, the server crashed. Shit. Okay. But yeah. What was I gonna say? I lost. Oh, server crashed and it distracted me. Look at the server. Try again. What was I gonna say? I'm only 16. Is that right? I'm only level 16. Is that right? My hardcore character is still higher than this non-hardcore character. That seems crazy to me. They've changed the leveling a bit, I think. They've really changed it in the last year. It's an interesting experience. Oh, are you gonna full crash? Don't full crash. Yeah, we're okay. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, and I realized that that's weird. I realized that I don't think of people as this thing that could enrich me or make my life better if I would ever be in the same room as them or something. Unless that person were to like slap down a bunch of money or fix some kind of problem or solve some sort of issue for me or something that actually had weight, I don't really care who they are. And I think this is kind of uncommon. But it also benefited me in other weird ways. Like, when I walk in a room, rich people understand that I don't consider them any better than me. And this isn't because I haven't been rich or that I haven't, or that I'm not rich right now or something like this. It's that I just think that they're equal to basically okay, so I could walk in a room. I believe that the dog and the cat in the room are equal to the two humans that are in the room. So Johnny Depp and his girlfriend could invite me to his house or whatever. But honestly, I would still think that the cat and the dog are of the same value as Johnny Depp and his girlfriend. That's very weird. When people actually see it, when they understand it, when they're like, "Oh, you're crazy." Yeah, everyone's equal. Yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah. I mean, I'm crazy, and I believe everyone's equal. So that, I don't get this rush. I have met some celebrities in my time, and I don't get this rush, Now, if they were a huge influence for me, okay, my favorite celebrity story was tripping acid at the local H show with my two best friends. And that was an amazing show. And at the end of it, I went looking for the lead singer, and I was like, I've never done this. I walked up to the guy selling T-shirts at the front of the show, and I was like, I'm looking to try and get an autograph or at least shake the hand of the lead singer of the band who played tonight. I don't want to act like some scumbag. I don't want to go stalk the guy. I just wondered if they ever do meet and greets, because he was like one of the biggest influences of my whole life, right? Oh my god, am I gonna make it? I don't know. Go. Please drop aggro. This dog's gonna catch me, maybe. Oh, don't kill me. Okay. So, gotta solidify the work. There we go. Got 3 more. That's going to be enough to reach it. That's the city. I mean, that's the town hall. That's the town walls. I mean, I made it. Look, I at level 16. Woot. Made it to Brimstone at level 16. Anyways, so yes, we're going back to the video now. So yeah, so celebrity, while I respect that they're, I guess, rich, I respect that they have power or whatever and clout, but I don't care. I say this on my stream a lot. I don't care, said Pierre. It's this powerful thing It's not nihilism. I believe in a lot of things. Love and a beautiful view, sunlight on a beautiful day, you know, Yosemite or I don't know, the Colorado Rockies, maybe beer, having sex with a beautiful woman. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of really good, wonderful things in this life. And I have no problem loving these things. And I'm a really happy individual, I would say. But I still don't give a shit. gotta remember, gotta cap that sentence. Still don't give two shits about your money, your life, fancy new whatever, don't care. Unless you promise, and this is the funny thing about actually living for yourself and not being focused on someone else's life, right? Is you just don't give two shits who they are unless they mean something to you, right? And there's a lot of power in this, I would say. A lot of personal power when you just don't care. I mean, I would say, self-help sings say, do nothing, right? I mean, I really feel like this.
But they project it onto me. Like I should want that.
I mean, I think there's like social... there are like social games that we all kind of play to signal to each other like how we feel about things because it's seen as like more acceptable and it gives you a level of plausible deniability versus like other things.
Yes,
you know?
true. You can back away from some certain things, like yeah. little jokes gets like that. I get it. Yeah.
One thing that's really difficult that people don't understand is that like sometimes the social game isn't important, but the willingness to play the social game.
100%. Always. That's the only thing that matters. I think I'm gonna go ahead of that. I'm gonna say that's the only thing that matters to me. Is that they tried it. It's when you try it that somebody becomes lose integrity, and then that makes you just kind of like hollow. I'm like, man, this is fucking stupid.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it depends.
The attempt is really odd. I think the attempt is enough of a display. Unless they're wrong. Unless you were wrong about it and you misjudged.
Well, I mean, like, even
also,
things,
you have to stop misjudging.
Sure. If I'm, like, traveling somewhere and I meet a girl and she's like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, let's go back to my hotel room and just fuck. Like, she's probably going to be like, this is kind of weird and leave. But if I'm like, oh, do you want to catch, like, dinner and then, like, go hang out? It's the exact same thing. But it's, like, for some reason, like, the second one is, like, 100%
phrasing
rate and the first one, like, gets you Me Too'd on Twitter. And it's like, okay.
100%. But if the ending is fucking, you guys both agree on that, right? But if you meet somebody in content creation, for them, so a lot of times making content wouldn't be the goal for them. It's just to get clout, right?
Yeah.
I want the focus to be about the things that matter, not the things that come from the things that matter. Otherwise, you're jumping one step and things become hollow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of like shallow, hollowness.
So if somebody wants to do something cool to make money, it's cool. If somebody wants the money that comes from that thing, well, that's boring as fuck. I could do that with anybody. What would I choose this person? Is being dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. To make it for the content that I've been doing for the past year, whatever, the Tates are a really good example of, if you look at like Andrew and Tristan, like they have like a lot of money, they got a lot of cars, they got a lot of watches shit, but the two guys, as much as I hate their whole lifestyle and everything, they're genuinely like really funny, really charming people. Like they, like
yeah, of course, charming 100%.
Yeah.
I love to use the word charming because I like to use that word a lot. Charming.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't differentiate it. To do charming is like charming is the type of trait that I think like people that climb the social ladder very fast have.
Charisma.
Like, if you were to take like all the money from Tristan and Andrew and you were to add 50 pounds to each of them, you make them like a little chubby and you throw them in a club, those two guys will clean the fuck up. Like full stop. It doesn't matter. But people see the success that they've gotten because of all of that, and then they try to get like the other things that are supposed to be proxies for a good character, but they don't actually build a good character, and then you just get these like really hollow automatons that have like nice cars.
They jump from point A to point B when they didn't even to get to point B. The only reason why it works is charm, and they have none of that. No tact, charm, and delicacy. They just go straight to it, and they don't get the whys. So people always go on like dating, like fucking, like advice type shit. Like, dude, I don't know. I think it's odd.
Yeah.
So I've been cutting up a lot, and I feel bad about that. I'm just kind of really today. I had to spark myself awake today. Bro. I woke up. I was sleeping. I woke up on the carpet. I was sitting face flat, and my face was hurting because the carpet was on my face the whole time.
Do you have like a pillow?
And I was on the ground, and I had a chest ornament. In 1 minute, I was late already. I told him I need 2 minutes. I need 10. I need 20. I need an hour. But I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna stop. And I booted up my stream. I was like brain rotted. So it was a very like crazy sparks. I'm all fucked up on that.
Have you figured out your sleep stuff at all or anything yet?
Nope, it's really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, I can't live like that.
What else? I've stopped having like major episodes where like I go really far and I do like a lot of it was like the episodes have kind of like toned down to just like breaking a wall. That's like that'll happen like once every maybe 5 days, something like that, right? But that's about it. But no more like running around and like going down the street type shit.
That's good.
Which is a lot of progress, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Yeah.
Progress. I see progress when I can get it. What was we talking about?
They don't have anything to talk about. Jesus Christ. They're some of the most successful people in the world, and they have nothing to talk about.
Overwatch, stall, watch videos, play a game for like a little bit, chill out. Drama mostly.
Drama.
What was the last drama arc before the React content arc?
I don't know. What was it? Some of the Hassan's probably, something like that. The kick drama was pretty bad. I'm always in the middle of it, which, you know what? At the end of the day, like, I don't care that much. Yeah. I pretend like I care, because like sometimes like, you get mad about it, but I mean, I can't care that much. Like, I have so much on my plate that like, people, like, it's crazy. I'll have a tweet like about something. You know, man, like 3 dramas at the same time. People will think like, oh, dude, like, shit. They think they're the target audience for what I'm saying on Twitter, but they're not. They're like the 5th, 6th target of that. Like, it's like, I'm not talking about them because I have much more on my plate than they think I have. It's kind of weird, actually. I think that's what it's like.
Sure.
I understood what he said.
Yeah, you're good.
Do you feel like you can, when you're off stream and offline, do you feel offline or do you still feel connected to everything happening online?
I feel connected, but like with my other issues and shit like that, I feel like I'm not. I wish I was fully locked in at like 100%. Not feeling I'm not locked in at 100%, it kind of sucks. I want to be at 100%. I feel like like I said, I have a lot on my plate. I'm not just saying that. I have a lot on my plate, and it's like I feel like I'm not fully connected, and it sucks. And I'm just waiting for the fact when it kicks back in.
Isn't that a bad thing? Don't you want to be like a little disconnected when you log off, or?
And be what? Half of something I could be? Like, then you lose the potential, and then there's regret and fucking resentment towards yourself and self-hatred and shit like that. It's pretty bad.
So this is what I meant when I said that the streaming constantly may not necessarily be the best thing, no? Like, do you think that the best you can be is...
Yeah, but, yeah, you're right. You're right about everything. I know what you're saying. Yes, you're right. It doesn't mean that it's better. But sometimes I'm very driven, like, and I don't want to sell myself short, you know?
Yeah, but like,
I always
I'm
want
saying that, like, if there are buckets that we can put time into, let's say we do 100 hours a week streaming and 0 hours a week on ourselves, like 2 hours a week on yourself, and then like 98 hours streaming. It's basically not going to affect your streaming at all, but just 2 hours a week on yourself is like a huge...
That is your main argument. That is Devin Nash's argument about stream stats. Yes. I agree with that. Yes, you are right, but it won't feel like that.
Well, is there a way that you can change your thoughts to bring your feelings in line with...
Very difficult. I've never really had any success with that.
Well, have you made a deliberate effort to try that a lot?
I have, but like, to me it's all or nothing. I better quit streaming right now than fucking spend like be half an like not fully into it. You know, it's like very difficult to process these thoughts properly. You know.
I feel like you yeah, I feel like you're gonna. I feel like, well, I mean, you've probably been doing this, right?
Burnout?
The problem is, I don't like the way that people say burnout, because when people say burnout, people are assuming that you can, like, you're gonna hit like a burnout state, and then you're gonna have to
like
reset.
Yeah.
But I think there's something. I think there's something that's more scary than that, and I think that humans can, exist in burnout forever, and I think that's the scary part. Is that you're always burnout.
I honestly, I feel like creatively, I've been on that for like about a year, but I don't feel hopeless. I feel like I can get out of it. I'm almost there. Sometimes Ted doesn't get it because I speak in code. I'll be like, chat, I'm almost out of it. Like I'm getting there, you know. And I think that's what I meant by that. Like this little phase I'm in, I'm almost out of that. Like I don't mean like in practice, like things or whatever, or panning out a certain way. Like I'm just mean like mentally. I'm almost past that. That'll segment, you know. And I feel like I'm getting ready. And I will be ready.
Okay.
And I would hate myself forever if I sold myself short and I didn't achieve the things that I felt like I should have achieved. I never want to be in a position where I look back and I'm like, could I have done more? And be like, yeah, I could have done more. I fucking hate that, man.
Well, what are like the big achievements that you're like hoping to have in your life? Or, like,
none. Just the things that I do normally, the things that I've done to get where I'm at, are all tokens of progress, existence, of vision, and I just want to go back to like doing more of these things. Like sometimes it's like just being an innovator and doing better. Like, does that make sense? Like, they're not massive things. Everybody just say, someone done this, do this, that. And for me, like, I don't need these big lines to kick in for me to feel fulfilled. See, these medium, small tokens that are here and there that make you feel like you deserve where you're at and you're doing good. And I think that's super important. To have
but I guess one of the things that's difficult for you is that, like, I think that to set that in your brain up when you have like 3,000 viewers and then you're climbing and climbing and climbing is really good. But once you're like the biggest streamer, like,
yeah, it's why I said when I use the word innovation and whatever. When I find something that I knew, I don't give a fuck if nobody uses it. Nobody sees it as an innovation. It innovates for me. That's all I care about. Because then they'll translate to other things and it'll branch out and it'll change everything in small ways that people don't even understand it. But it has a ripple effect. And that makes me feel fulfilled to see that in other people and in the space and everything. Makes me feel like I went really hard. Like, and having these small things happen are very fulfilling. They're very fulfilling. And stats, I've never, I don't care what the public perception is on any of that. The stats have never been a motion or a notion of anything for me, and they never will be. I didn't have sub count ever, viewer count shit, follower bullshit. I've never celebrated milestones of fucking 100k subs, 50k subs. I didn't give a fuck about that.
Nope, I don't either.
Tokens of progress in quality or innovation or vision.
Nope. I absolutely agree. I don't care about chat on my screen or stuff blocking my shit, like, other than my picture. That's it. I don't care about like managers or deals with people. I don't care about subs or ads or money. To me, it's about doing what I set out to do and trying to get a community built of a little bit higher standard, you know. And it sucks. It's hard. It's especially when I don't have enough self-control at the beginning of it to even begin to be good at it. I knew it was going to take like 5 years for me to get anywhere with this, and it has been like that.
These are just the byproduct of a bunch of other things.
Oh, well, thank you, number 2, ditto. Thank you. But yeah, it's a struggle. Like, my anger was definitely I would say my anger was the nails in the tire that puts the car in the canyon. So, and that sucked. And it took me 18 months at the beginning of my career to even understand it, to even conquer it or even get anywhere. And that's the stuff that he's talking about. And so he doesn't really fuck around with like anything that isn't like the goal, you know, and that's kind of how I feel too. Looking for refined cut gemstones of the what is it? Is it cut amethyst? I think abyssal. Yeah. Void. There it is. Void. Right. But yeah, I want like the best void I can get, which is the purple one up at the top, cut pristine amethyst, 453. I mean, that I don't have that kind of money, so we'll go down. We'll go down a tier. we're looking for amethyst. Yeah, cup brilliant amethyst. Yeah, that's a bit more in my line. And he's, I mean, yeah. Let's see. Let's sort. Oh, you know, I wasn't sorted by cheap. Maybe I will go back and actually look at those pristines one more time. I wasn't sorted the right way. Yeah, I mean, you're not cheap. No, and there's only like 6 of them for sale. This server, oof. Yeah, it's a new server. It doesn't have these people hanging around flowing like money into the server at all. So like, you know, this is a fairly interesting server in terms of its execution. Most people out here are making it on their own. And I thought I would be able to kind of buy, and I can. But I mean, where I come from, I'm used to tier 5, but they're reaching tier 4 right now because it's only been like a year or something like that. So these Cup Brilliants, they're of high value to me. Gonna buy like what, 6 of them? Yeah, and this is like a fifth of my money, but I frankly don't care. I don't care about. Oh, did I buy the right ones? Yeah, I did. So, and we're gonna put and then in the armor. This gives you void. I'm sorry, I bought 6 of these, but I want them for the weapons that I'm going to have. Yeah, for both of these, right? So I want purple to be a reoccurring theme, void, right, on my weapons. This can't be socketed into an item of this type. Oh, yeah, I guess not. But on the axe, I did get it. So on the, yeah, but on the, I'll need a diamond for the, oh, no, I'm looking for the refined resources of the cut gemstone variety, looking for cut pristine diamonds. They're sitting 149, sure. I'll take like 3 of them. Yeah, because I don't care about money, and I haven't even finished selling. I mean, I don't care. I'll just keep making money. I don't care about that. So there we go. Yes, and then now I have the gems that I want. I'm going to carry them with me so I can always just slap them in if something else falls down. And this one gives you physical and damage absorption, which is what I was going to put into this pair of shoes. Yeah, pair of shoes has a nice gem on it, so I bought a new set of armor. There goes the wizard hat, sadly. Okay, and that's all my shit. Got a new set of armor. Looks good. She looks a little more warrior and a little less mage, which is good. That's kind of, but I mean, she's half warrior, half mage. Very strong one too. So then we come through. We see the map has another territory jump from Windsward. I guess I don't have to use this place as storage, so I guess I won't. I won't come back here unless it makes me, and I will now do a transfer from Windsward out there to Brimstone. So, but because I don't like Windsward, I've never liked Windsward. So, yeah, I don't like the layout of Windsward. It's fucking annoying, and I'd rather learn Brimstone's layout because it's like new to me than waste my time here. So, but yeah, see, I struggle with even finding the box. I mean, if you live here long enough, you understand it. But I mean, I come from I spend most of my time in like, it might make more sense for me to be in Everfall right now. That's where I usually spend all my time. But honestly, if I could go back to, yeah, like, can I take all? Yeah, take all. Yeah, will you let me? Oh, yeah, that was nothing at all. Yeah, shit, so cool. Yeah, pull all that stuff out. Yeah, where am I right now? I'm in Windsward, and I don't think I put in anything in Everfall, did I? I don't think so. Let's see, is there anything in storage there? No. So, yeah, cool. I can just go to now I can just go to Brimstone, right? Yeah. Excuse me.
I feel much more fulfilled about being behind it or before it than the actual thing itself. Because that's a stupid goose chase of like, oh my god, I'm trying to hit all these stats or whatever. And it's why I get a lot of streamers every year. Every year I get streamers. And it's about time, maybe in a month, well, I'm gonna get a lot of DMs, and everybody's depressed. And maybe why, and then they'll tell me, and I'll pretend like I don't know what they're about to talk about, and I'll let them spit it out. And that fact is, it's back to school, and their numbers are down, and the stats are down on fucking stats rankings or some shit like that, and they don't know why the stats are down. They don't get it. It's back to school. They think their content fell off. They think their fulfillment is way down. They're molded themselves, and they're fucking. They're going. I've had people, bro. I've had check themselves into that shit. Just going mental. They think that their content sucks. It's just back to school, you know. And I don't want to make them feel bad for it, because it's why I haven't had fucking view count on since I left. Since before I left Overwatch.
Yeah, you know, that would be fun to just take the view count off and not even look at it. It would be fun, and just and you know, that would be a fun experience. I look at the view count all the time because I'm like, who's here, which, speaking of, yeah, just having a look there. You know, who's here, right? Because I'm like, yeah, but the view count really, I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's very conductive to worry about it. I don't think I think you have to be good enough entertainer to be entertaining all the time that you're on stream. You can't really, like, you know, even when you're tired and you're wasted out, 14 hours in, it's 6 in the morning. That's part of the entertainment. It can be like, I'm cracked out, guys, I'm exhausted, blah blah blah. And you have to be good at all of it. And I would say that the view count, the money, the prestige, the clout, the fights, the drama, I don't really see how that really should affect. I don't see how that should affect me. You know, I would like to invest in good strength food while I'm here. I'm gonna keep the jewels, the dyes, the furniture. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I'm not. Oh yeah, and I got all that other fishing stuff that I want to keep. Yeah, I have like fish and stuff that I don't care about. And it's weird. The each day that goes by, you can see I care about items less and less and less. They've inundated looting to this point where I'm like, I'm just not that into it, you know. Where I'm like, man, it's just like dealing with all this bloated crap. I would prefer to just sell it wholesale to the people who would prefer to deal with it. I know there's a lot of people on this planet who just want to shuffle loot around, and I'll help you engage in that, but frankly, the less I have to deal with it, the better.
Like 4 years ago, because view counts are dog shit. I wanted to measure whether I'm doing something that's good or bad or quantify, because it doesn't quantify shit. It doesn't. People say they fell off, and the argument is that the stats are down. They are dumb as bricks, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that person. I want to guide myself by the result.
Yeah, but what comes up must come down. Like, okay, so you had a meteoric rise to fame. You think that can last forever? No. All of the books and all of the movies and all of the legends are going to tell you that what comes up must come down. And so you must gracefully go into that dark night, or you end up looking like Trump. And you're trying to cling to it, and you got orange face, and you're desperate, you know, and desperate isn't a good look. It's just not a good look. Yeah, will you sell? Yeah, will you buy this? Wait, no, I don't want to post that. Oh yeah. So I came here. What did I came here to do? I got good potions, but I could use a ring. I guess I can use a ring. That I didn't realize that I didn't have a ring. So there we go. We're looking for rings. Anything at all. I don't have a ring, I guess. I have the slot, but I don't have the ring. I must have disenchanted it by mistake. That's unfortunate. So, oh yeah, wait. Yeah, go to apparel. Did I fuck that up, I guess? Any rings at all? What about, like, this? Will that make it better? I think I saw something there. Yeah, but like yeah, rings start at tier 3 at level 25. You unlock the slot for some kind of special thing that they give you, but I don't frankly care about that. Yeah, I don't like. So I guess the ring slot doesn't matter. But I came here to buy something else, and I can't remember what it is. What was it? Damn it! I want to buy some good strength food. Right. So we're looking for attribute bonus foods for strength. And the best strength food that I can get in the T2, which is, I think, oh my god, some of this food sounds so good. garlic steak and stuff. Strength by 6 and dex by 4, but I'm actually looking for just pure strength, whatever that is. It's... There it is. Supreme Omelet. This guy's selling them for fairly cheap. I only need like 10 of them. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, like 10 of them. Something. Yeah. That strength by 20 is huge. Like right now, my strength is fucking 16, I guess. Yeah, my strength is 16. That's it. Shit, yeah. My strength is so low. Yeah. Oh, I got... you know, I'm going to respec now. I realize now that I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this way wrong, so... There's the breakdown of it. There's the breakdown of it. Then this must come up higher. And the focus is okay, but that, I mean, that's the breakdown of it. I think. Wait, I want to respec one more time. Oh, yeah, 13 goals, fine. Yeah, that's fine. So, okay, I can see the DPS rating. I forgot about this. So, let's see. If we pump strength, we're going to get 313 on the axe, right? And then if we pump this, we're going to get 173. But then, okay, so then go back and pump it. I mean, what do I get for 50? It's like damage to melee basic attacks and 10% mining speed. So, I mean, that's nice. But, I mean... I like the random critical hits more because it applies to both weapons, I think. So, intelligence and focus. So, right now, the sword doesn't need to be that high, but it could be better than where it's at. Yeah, like 10 points in the strength is pretty good, and we'll go 10 into int, 10 into focus, and we're looking at like 248, 196, and then we're going to go 197, 198, 199. That also made my axe go up too, which is good. 200, 251, 203. So intelligence is getting me the furthest that I can get for on my axe as well. I believe that's the cut, kind of. But no, I think losing... I think actually the focus is where I would prefer... I think I'm gonna dump it all back out again, and I'm gonna dump it to focus because I think I want to cap. Yeah, see, I naturally have a lot of focus, so I'm going to just cap it to that and buy that because that's the best thing for everything. It's -5 to ability cooldown. It's actually really good. So then we dump the weakness into the intelligence and cap out the strength much more. We got a lesser across the board there, I think, but a more solid heal and a definitely crit bonus and stuff, right? Yeah, and so assign 48 points. The next thing that I didn't get was, oh hey, blueberry pie and stuff. So I have these supreme omelets, but you can also get level 20 food, which is something else that I need as well. Level 20 food. Not trade skill, but recovery food. Health recovery for rank 2 is travel rations, yeah. Sort by price. Yeah, shit, but whatever. Buy a lot of it, yep. And then... Yep, and then put these on the bar. There we go. We have a real verifiable buff, you know. The food should be eaten, and that'll be when I get back to where I'm going. I have a turn in Corinth, so I'm just going to go there. And we're back onto the video.
Past year or two for streaming stuff that you're proud of. Where you're like, oh, I'm glad I did that, or I was happy that this turned out.
Yeah, like, okay, so streaming, what I was proud of is I feel like eventually, the people that were attacking me sort of see that it's sort of pointless because I don't care. And I would say that was my greatest achievement, was this understanding that maybe I might do a little better with the trolls than some people do. Man, this axe looks fucking sweet. I'm so glad I bought it. Fucking sweet. Yeah, she looks sweet now. She looks so cool. Yeah. So now, I want to hide the hat. I don't like her hat, so and change skin and no hat. Okay. And then, oh no, you didn't apply? Okay, well, I need you, oh, territories, Windsward. Windsward will be, I don't know, XP gain, I guess? I don't know. And then, trades, no, what am I doing? I forgot. Oh, I'm hiding my hat, so my hat annoys me. I want to change the skin on the headwear. Apply. There we are. Much better. I like her hair and I like her vibe. I like her kind of vibe. You know, it's kind of Clementine.
Well. Going live. Literally, I mean that in the best way I can. Like actually, just going live. I think like it's just been like so bad. Like just going live is good enough. I think. Staying afloat in a certain degree, I think, matters a lot. I didn't do much this year. That's why when I got my fucking award at the show, I was like, I wish I didn't show up to the event. Because it's like, now I'm at the opposite now. Somebody telling me like I did good, when I know I did bad. How do you process that as a person?
Well, so, because I'm trying to figure out, like, inside of you, there's got to be some metric for success. So you're talking about. I'm trying to get you down on some examples. I'm curious. So like for instance, you guys said that like going live was something that I think that was good. But then you're saying you got an award for success. And you're like, I don't think I deserve that. But internally, it seems like just going live and surviving the year might feel good. Why? Yeah. Why do you feel like you don't deserve the award? I guess if you feel like you were able to persevere.
Because I did so fucking good on every other year. If you want to talk about stats, I got the stats. If you want to talk about innovation, I did innovation. If you want to talk about the streams, I did the streams. If you want to talk about all the other things that I did all of it. And nobody noticed it. And it's like, now I'm like just doing dodges of multiple phenomenons. And like, now I'm underlined at my worst year. I think that's fucking dumb. How could anybody feel good about that? It doesn't make any sense, right? And then, it's not only is it not something good, it's something bad because you get a token of progress as you're regressing. These are mixed signals you're getting. There's about streams and things and events that I did, or collabs on the fly that I allowed myself to do. I think were pretty good. I think some of the interviews that I did, I think were really fun. Even though they were pretty like nothing like with people. I think those were really fun. I think I allowed myself to at least try things I didn't try in the past. I think trying a game show that was disastrous and do some of the interviews, or at least I didn't do before in terms of content, and just trying and doing it is more than I think I can put myself on the bad. I can reward myself for that, and I think I should.
When you succeed at something or you fail at something, do you have like a way of like rewarding yourself or like taking a break, or is it always like is the reward for everything you do just continuing to trudge forward?
Yeah, it's like okay, as soon as it's done, it's not like, oh wow, we did that today. It's like, okay, what are we doing tomorrow? And that's like a never-ending chase. It's like very difficult. You have to hit a low to really catch in a reward. You cannot end on a high. It's like not possible. You have to wait till shit gets depressing before like you can process that as a win, which is really bad, I think.
Is there anything you're excited about in general in like the streaming world right now?
Not particularly for live content. Yeah, I'm gonna do IRLs. I wanna try to be what I've always wanted to be, just because I think I'm good at IRL. When I stop caring about the things I shouldn't care about, which is very vague to say, but it's true. Like, I think I do IRLs in a way that's decently unique, and it makes me feel fulfilled. But for that, I need to stop caring a lot about some things I do care about in order to do better, and I gotta get better at that and get there, and I think I will.
Do you have any experience doing IRL streams that much, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I've tried in the past. There are some things I want to do in the past that here's a good example. The stream with Miz downtown was impromptu, and I think it was pretty good, right? But that's always something that I always wanted to do, and just turn a stream on it and just be like, let's see what happens, right? And that's what I perform. I am a terrible planner. I'm a terrible I don't hold up to my own expectations. I'm dumb overall, right? When it comes to execution, I don't think anybody can beat me at execution. I can execute a plan I get on the fly better than anybody else can, right? That's like my only thing that I'm good at. And I think if I put that in the IRL setting, then I get shit done. But the problem is for that you have to kind of let go of certain things, and I've been bad at doing that, and I've been not doing IRLs.
Do you know who John Zerka is?
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm only asking because it kind of reminds me a little bit of like one of John Zerka's stories.
Oh no!
He's really great content, but an unfortunate issue he's had through his career is he doesn't have somebody to kind of like aim him in a certain direction.
That isn't gonna work, is
do you
it?
feel like you'd like do well if you had like a manager behind the scenes to like control a lot of these events for you? No.
Absolutely not. Nope. Because I think IRL is not about the events that happen. It's about what you do with them. You can have the best content out there and point your camera at it, and you're the best streamer in the world, right? That's what people think. I think you can go in the forest and take two sticks and have the best content of all time, right? And it's just about what you do with it. And sometimes I don't put myself in the mental space where I will do those things when I should do, and I know I can.
Sure, I guess when I say manager, I don't mean a guy who's like, hey, like we're gonna go shoot this event at this time. I mean somebody who's like, let's say you wake up and the guy's like, hey, the IRL backpack downstairs is ready for you. If you want to go, like everything's set up, like good luck. Just like somebody so that like, because I wonder like, do you have moments
Sorry guys, I've got a bio. I'll be right back.
Set up right now, and then you're just like, I'm just gonna stream or whatever. You know?
Gotta pee pretty bad.
I that. Yeah, you're right. That's been a bit. That is crazy. It's been a big block that's been making me fail. Is that fact that I'm dealing with like 90 things at the same time, and I have to organize. I get it. I'll sound like a fucking first world problem, but like doing like business, taxes, like problems, fucking like errands, adult shit, and then I could just go live and stay afloat for the day, right? Or I could like set up something for the wrong. Like it's just hard, and I think somebody would have been really useful for sure. And I think I was something I want. Yeah, I probably want that.
Yeah, I understand the issue. I complain about this a lot on stream too, where it feels like it feels like if you have like one or two like real life errands you have to run in a day, it like destroys your entire day.
Yeah,
and like anything
it's
like
done. It's done.
Yeah, going to the DMV, going to the dentist, going to the bank, like everything takes like 4 or 5 hours, and then it just feels like your whole day is fucking destroyed. You know.
Yeah, so that's the thing, 100%. Oh, skip Masters 5, man. I'm the fucking god of this game, bruh. Master 4, bitch. I've just been selling myself short like crazy. Which I think I would be more upset about if I was in like a prime state. I am not in a prime state right now. And I'm still proud of myself. And I gotta give myself some credit. First thing afloat. Like I'm not even trying to self-glaze or whatever. I think most people would have drowned in my position by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, like I understand what you're saying, but I think that like one thing you have to be really careful about is there are things that predispose you for success that at a certain point will also predispose you towards failure as well. So like for instance, if you're a streamer, oftentimes you will have like an artistic dedication to like certain crafts or skills. So like going live, streaming and stuff, like, and this is a really beneficial thing. But one issue you run into, it's kind of stupid for me to tell you this because obviously you're a fucking multi-millionaire, but like at some point your success starts to get inhibited by your autistic drive to do things because you would be way better off outsourcing a lot of work to other people. So like for instance, you should have a maid, you should have a cook, you should probably have a personal trainer, you should have a therapist, you should have a guy like giving you a backpack to go live. Yeah, and it seems annoying to do all these things, but the reality is if you would have set up like 5 or 6 people around you working full time, your life would be instantly better. Yeah.
I don't cut you off. I had to cut it so I don't lose my idea. I think a lot of things that I do that make my day a certain way are also why things work, and they're part of me, and it's like very important. I don't want to lose those parts either. Does that make sense or not?
No, I don't think they are. I think they seem like it, but I think they are. I say this in the nice way because I used to do this too. I think it's a lot of it is cope, and then like. Okay. Did you ever watch House?
No.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes, I did.
Like autistically smart.
House is so good.
He's like addicted to pain.
House is my favorite show.
And a lot of the arcs in House is like, I need my addiction and my pain
I
medication.
need my
to be
addiction.
in pain in order to be a good doctor, and I'm not going to be a good doctor if I'm not in pain, and I need my medication.
Okay, I do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, And so like we think that, like if I stream like 14 hours a day, this is what makes me like a good streamer. And maybe I just need to have like a shit diet. I need to wake up at like 6 p.m. and like I need like these are the things that make me good. But that's not true, right? You'd probably be good in a healthier environment. You'd be way better, probably in ways you don't even realize. I think.
That is correct. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And that's the. I mean, my schedule's not normal, nor will it ever be. I think this guy's schedule ended up being sleep till 6 p.m. Right? But I think mine's like whenever. I didn't go looking for that. I was like that when I was 10 years old. It was much different for me. So, like, sure, I could benefit from some structure and aids, like 6 people, like, helping me. But, I mean, I don't think, I don't know if that would make it any better. I don't know about that. I think having those people in my face would drive me crazy.
Instead of losing touch with what makes me me, that's my point. I think in a world full of people that are trying to like drive you to be like they are and other things and in a bunch of these environments, like it's really scary to lose like the things that make you you, you know, like it's the thing that works the best. And I'm proud of who I am, and even in my worst times, and I want to lose that. You know, I think color and personality with people is very almost rare. I want to protect with everything that I have, the things that make me me, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. God, I know so many random pop culture analogies for these problems, but like there are things that make you you, but it's not like an autistic dedication to waking up an hour before a chess tournament with your face like carpet indentations on your face, right? Or it's not having like 20 because
feel that way.
It might feel that way, but you can probably find a million losers for every XQC that have all of your habits, right? But the thing that's making them different from you isn't like the fact that they're late to chess.
No, it's his face.
Missed flights or
it's his face. The girls like his face. That's what, dude.
So, yeah, I can
women need women. Okay, trust me, it's his looks. Women need somebody to look at. For every like attractive young man, there's like 500 attractive young women. And so the women need something to look at, and I really feel like that was a big part of XQC. You can sometimes get away with it, but I mean, really, X Factor to me is intrinsically laced to like beauty and structure and propriety. So like, it doesn't really matter what age you are if you're looking like your age and you're looking okay and successful and happy. But I mean, but you still sort of like, but you still need that X Factor beauty thing that women and other people look for, and that is what I think gives these people license to do anything at all and have 7 houses and all this stuff. I've always thought of it as kind of like breeder politics. Now, that is incredibly rude, you know. But I mean, it's still like, you know, it's still sort of how I feel about it. It's like breeder politics because these people are so attractive. People like, you know, Emily Bloom, this guy XQC. I would say to a lesser degree, like certain other people. I just want to get into conversation about this. It's just sort of like their looks are definitely part of it. And I think they think it's the personality all the time. When really, I think a lot of this is that women tune into them and just tune out and look at their face. And like I really feel like this way, and I think it has like if you're famous, it has lots to do with gender politics. Lots of young women are attracted to you. It's you know it's social currency in a way. And whether you have it or not, you can still be successful, but it's definitely can be that catastrophic trigger between, say, a Marilyn Monroe, right? And I think the hottest actress in Hollywood is Amanda Seyfried. The difference, and it's funny because Amanda Seyfried actually played one of the most beautiful actresses in the world, Marion Davies, in a movie called Mank. And they make this assertion in the movie Mank that as I feel, Amanda Seyfried is like the most beautiful woman in the world. And at the time, Marion Davies was considered to be the most beautiful woman in the world. She was Howard Hughes' wife. And their whole story ended up being the story to, you know, what's that fucking movie? Citizen Kane and by other extensions, things like Mank and stuff. Mank's about Citizen Kane. And now, like I don't know what it is, but that feeling of understanding the beauty will pretty much move mountains. It'll move people. It'll form crews. It'll sell makeup. It'll sell clothes. It'll sell music. It'll sell tweets. It'll sell fucking social media. It'll sell ads. It'll sell a lot of ads. That beauty. And so if you don't intrinsically have it, you have something that the rest of humanity kind of looks for. When they look for success, they look for breeder beauty. And if you don't have breeder beauty, they tend to skip over you. And I went at it looking at that like kind of resentfully. Whether I'm attractive or I'm young and skinny or old and fat, it doesn't really matter. I didn't come looking for people who wanted to judge me on my looks. And that's that, but I mean that's the state of things, though. House would say it's the state of things. It's human nature to want to lie, all this stuff. Everybody lies, you know. It's just part of it. It's part of our nature. So it's hard to look at the cold, logical aspects of it without some sort of sense of self vanity or what you might bring to the table. And so, in watching somebody have a young, attractive body at the age of like 27, you know, living that Kurt Cobain life, totally, like, you know, blown up and had their shit put on blast, and now they're fucking, you know, they're Billie Eilish, you know, and it's good. But I don't know. It's hard to describe it. If you think that that's going to last, it might lead to a storied, beautiful career, but you won't be. I struggle to look at it like whoever the most attractive man in Hollywood is supposed to be. Is it supposed to be like Shia LaBeouf or whatever? I don't know, Bradley Cooper or something. Pick a young hot Hollywood star or whatever, handsomest man in Hollywood or whatever. I don't want to get into TMZ bullshit. I'm just saying, without that X factor and that beauty, you don't pull the kind of units that move weight. And that's the difference in the whole fame spectrum. You must have the X factor. It's not just your beauty, though. It's also your personality and what you believe. And if you have the trifecta, they'll sell you.
Smart thought, yeah.
They'll sell your music. They'll give you $100 million. They don't care. They want to move units.
Agree with that.
Like, there is probably a better version of, like, I feel like you think the best version of yourself is where you take, like, your quirks and you max out the autism level on all of your quirks.
Well, I don't know on purpose, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but in reality, the best version of yourself is probably pulling back on those quirks just a little bit, because the underlying things that make you interesting or unique, like, those quirks might result from that, but that's not what does it, right? There's a lot of autistic people out there that just play games and are losers and sleep on the floor and blah, 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 yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I think that was pretty well put. Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you talk about, have you figured your romance life out at all, or is that like a nightmare? Or?
No, it's on a complete fucking halt. I think it took me a lot of time to be an adult. I think being an adult isn't as easy as it sounds when it comes down to like just mental focus and just being in tune with yourself. And I think as much as I want to be like the Chad Lord that fucking that isn't affected by things and just does everything, which I think in terms of action and keeping up with everything, I think I do pretty decent at doing. But I was like keeping afloat with everything and just, but like I never allowed myself to properly heal or move on. And a lot of these things they begin mentally when you just when you tell yourself, the healing starts when it starts, you know.
Yep.
And
when you heal yourself, the healing starts when it starts. He's right about this. And like I knew my healing started when I just didn't have hatred in my heart anymore. I didn't dislike or hate anybody, even the people who had attacked me in the past, who had done their time, or the new people who attack me now. I don't have any hate in my fucking heart anymore. You can't make me. You can't try and get me to do it. I just won't do it. I'll be frustrated, but I still don't have that hate in my heart anymore. And that's how I knew I was going to heal. I was going to be okay, you know? I knew. I was like, I really just don't hate anything anymore. I don't hate bad music. I don't hate bad drama. I don't hate bad people. I don't hate anything at all. I don't, it's just stupid. Like, I don't feel the energy is conductive. I don't really understand why we need to just dislike everything. As long as it's not like child porn or fucking murder or rape or some kind of disgusting fucking like immoral behavior or whatever that you can't condone, that would normally most likely end you up in jail or that kind of thing, bad morally bankrupt shit, you know. I would say it's fairly safe to say that there's really no reason why we have to live our lives hating everything. And I think we were kind of raised to hate everything. If you're not a winner, you're a buster, and I hate you. And until you're a winner, you're a buster, and I hate you. And when you're a winner, I'm still gonna tear you down because I'm not a winner. And if I'm ever a winner, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a buster, and I talked shit about you and called you a buster your whole life, and I'm so sorry. But I'm successful now, so I don't have to apologize. And boy, we all just had so much fun because I had to talk shit, didn't we? So, and I don't know, it's just, I don't know, it's like, we don't need to live with this hate in our heart anymore, like, you know, like Martin Luther King, etc., etc. I mean, it doesn't really, like, or Gandhi, we don't really need this heart or dislike, this heartening dislike of crab people who just want to fucking scowl and troll and make fun of fucking everybody, and they're addicted to it like a drug.
I think this, when you're not like healed or when you're not ready, I think it's a bad spot to start building new things and do stuff. And I think I'm okay with if that lasts like maybe years, you know? I think that's okay to say. Like, people feel those ways as well. I think that's reasonable.
So guys, I'm going to pull this video while we watch it, and I'm gonna switch over to display adapter if I'm safe. I don't know if I'm safe. Yeah, I might not be safe actually. Let's try to find like a safe spot here. Fuck it. Do I have this? I don't. Son of a bitch. So 9, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to pause to eat dinner, but I'm going to watch the video. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to kill the video, but I'm sorry, I'm going to kill my face, but I'm going to eat dinner here as I need to eat dinner. You know, I have not really eaten much today, so I'm going to pause and eat dinner for about 5 minutes, but we're going to watch a video, but I am here. And we will switch over to the display capture here, and we will watch XQC talk to Destiny, and we're rounding up at the end of this fucking 3.5 hour video about being a streamer, and it was very, very, very illuminating for me, because to get inside these guys' mind and what they're dealing with, it helps me plot my choices and my course better. To me, it's like getting better at doing what I do. It's kind of like, well, it's like learning, if you were a chess master, it'd be like studying Deep Blue or Kasparov or something. It's good for my career, I would say. I'd drag you guys through some of this stuff that I'm sure is frankly boring, but it's good for my growth, you know.
In order
I'll be right back. Sorry, I just got to grab my dinner.
For those things to change, at some point, that's going to require like deliberate effort from you to change it, right? It's not going to.
Yeah, it's one door. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Deliberate as in what? As in like, I meant more for like mentally, like healing in order to like begin something new and start thinking other things and really giving things a chance. Like, some things will work out to really give them a chance. But, you know, like, and I have to like heal upon myself to get there, and I think I've overplayed to myself and others how much I did that. And I have to.
Are you taking like, you feel like you're taking deliberate steps right now to do that like healing process? Like, is that something you think you're actually working on? Okay, that's good.
Yes, and I think.
So I am here and I'm going to respond, but I would like to listen while I eat.
I think the first step to doing better is to stop getting worse. Literally, I mean, it sounds simple, but you have to understand what makes things worse. Right? In order for you to stop doing them, you have to identify what makes you worse.
Very intelligent.
What's an example of like a behavior that you thought was like making you worse? You feel like you've gotten better at now.
I can't. I mean, some of these make me like I'm vulnerable. Like I don't want to like say it on stream. It's gonna.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get cooked for it. You know how the internet is. I'm not gonna do that. How can I even say that anyway? Let's say, man, this is kind of tough actually.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, like how breakups can be, right? Like even slightly like being dumb and like looking at what other people are up to, shit like that, right? I think it's like a terrible behavior, right? And I had to stop myself from doing that like way back. But at first I didn't identify that as like something that stops you from doing better, right? It's a pretty bad pattern, and it's counterintuitive, right? It does the exact opposite. Was it not?
Yeah, I agree. If you're talking about like one of the biggest pieces of advice you give to people in breakups and everything is that like you have to stop checking all social media.
Yeah,
of, like,
exactly.
But that can be really hard.
And that's hard when you're streaming because when everybody puts it in your face all the time, it's very annoying, right? But I understood that like doing the deliberate steps it is to get away from that and not do it, identifying what those are and doing better, I think is an important part of the process. And because in the end, it's not about like where I'm going or what I want to do. It's more about like who I want to be and doing better. And that can mean a lot of things. And I just want to be a better person and I want to like improve overall. And I think that comes from like doing the right thing sometimes, you know? Like just doing the correct move and not coping and doing other shit that's like, like maybe like this time one time, maybe next time I'll do it better or whatever. Like just doing better.
True. Yeah, doing better is always good. Yeah.
No, but like actually, not like the cope of like, well, I'm doing this just to do better. Like really targeting it. And does that make sense?
A little bit. When you talk about these things, if you can, you try to use like one or two examples. I know it's hard, but it grounds out what you're saying a lot. I think it's good.
Yeah, like checking in is one of those things. Stop. Just I know maybe it's only works for me. Stop making new connections with new people and stop holding on to hope that things will be different or things will be healed in a certain amount of time and I'll be able to have something at that point, right? Just really, just putting a stop to all of it and just working on myself and just putting myself and the focus again, not other people, especially in that time where like everyone wants a piece of something, you know, like. Does that make sense?
I think so. So rather than deliberately fixing things that you're dealing with for yourself, stop hoping that you're just going to meet a new person that's going to make everything fall into place without any work on yourself, and they're just going to fix everything.
I stopped doing that a long time ago. Like 5 years ago. I was like, no girl's going to come save me. My parents helped save me, but they didn't save me. I saved me. No girl is going to save you. No drug is going to save you. No rehab is going to save you. No mental health facility is going to save you. Nobody's going to come be Captain Save or whatever. You have to save yourself. And I thought for like 15 years that some girl was going to come along to save me, or some band or some game or something was going to come along and save me. No. Around 36, I was like, yeah, I gotta save myself. I don't think I need anybody else anymore. And that's when it got better for me. I was like, yeah, I don't think life is suddenly gonna get better. I think I just have to get better. I don't think life is just gonna suddenly get better. I had to like pretty much stop everything I was doing. I had to stop engaging in hateful behavior, like in terms of like screaming at people or acting angry or being drugged out and dramatic and stuff. I had to stop fucking like getting in drama with the law. I had to stop disrespecting my parents. I had to start being totally available for them. I had to stop being available to someone I really loved in a way. There was so many things that like you know, I had to stop doing methamphetamine, which was my drug of choice. I had to do all these other things that had to lead to a better place, or I wouldn't have done them. And I didn't think suddenly overnight that was going to happen. Like, you know, I knew that I'd acted like an obsessive idiot for like 26 years or something like that. I was obsessed about the bands that I listened to. I was obsessed with the girls that I was in love with. I was obsessed with music and fashion and raves and drugs and camping and like the Colorado and, you know, skateboards and music was really the big one. And well, not the big ones, of course. Big one was video games, obsessed over video games. And I'm still doing that like 26 years later. Picked up video games when I was like 8 years old. It's been 32 years. 32, or more than that now, like 32 and a half now. So it's like, you know, 32 and a half years later, obviously the video games were going to be there all my life. But a lot of the other bad things didn't necessarily have to be. And when I realized this, I was like, shit, I'm so angry at myself and the world and everyone else for fucking up my chances, my dad throwing my shit away, and, you know, the man threatening my ex-girlfriend and scaring us and attacking me, the madhouse and the addictions and all the suicide and death and all these problems, right? I'm not making light of suicide. I'm talking about, like, suicides around me. And also murders around me. And I just... You know, I had to get better. I was like, no, God or nature or Buddha or, you know, Mahatma Gandhi or somebody, nobody's going to wave their magic fucking wand and cure you of addiction, sadness, sorrow, melancholy, and the infinite sadness disease. Quite literally, I would say, if I had to describe what my problem was, it was melancholy and the infinite sadness disease. All of my favorite singers were dead from depression and drugs. And I would say, thank God we still have Billy Corgan, because, you know, he said it pretty well the best. It's melancholy and the infinite sadness. Kurt Cobain is dead, and your greatest idol is dead, and there's no one to believe in, and all this other stuff. And so you're like, okay, well, like, okay, you know who XQC really fucking reminds me of? You know who he really, 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 really reminds me of is Kurt Cobain. He really does. He reminds me so much of Kurt Cobain. He speaks faster than him, but probably not when Kurt was on speed. I bet when Kurt was on speed, he spoke just as fast as this guy. So I don't know. I you know, and I just like, I don't know if you don't see these things and you stop thinking, oh, she didn't love me right. Like, I remember one time, it was so personal, long time ago. I told a girl, oh, you don't know how to love. And I still lie awake at night thinking about that sometimes. I'm like, that has got to be the most horrible fucking thing I ever said to somebody. And I got to say amends to that one, to some God that I don't even believe in. You know what I'm saying? Gotta say restitution day on that one, because I'm sure that was just crushing. I'm sure. And it's just not fair. And I was so rude. And you look back at that and you're like, well, you can't fix that. You can't go back. You can't fix saying that. You can't take it back. You can't change the way your life is. You can try, and I don't fundamentally believe that people change, but I do believe that they do lie about it to themselves enough where they do change. In the end, they lie about it to themselves so much that they do change. And this is such a weird, unhealthy process for, I think, all of the human race to just kind of like come around to the idea that no one's going to wave, God isn't going to wave some magic wand. God helps those who help themselves. And that's what it took for me. And I've had haters all my life, and it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't really matter. it doesn't change, you know. It never changed. He knows it, I knows it. None of it surprises me. They can't pull any wool over my eyes or anything. It's, you know, I've been done seen that 25 years ago when the first scandalous people I ever met me. You know, it's weird, but
Sign actually. I can't believe we're actually gonna lose this. I played so well. What are the examples or the topics about that?
How do you feel like your relationship with your family is?
It's alright.
It's alright. Nothing weird. A lot of people I've talked to that have, and obviously you don't have to share more than you want to, but a lot of people that I've talked to, me included, sometimes earning more money complicates a lot of pre-existing familiar relationships in really negative ways, and that can have like really negative downstream effects on you and the people around you.
I mean, I'm old. They're kind of old, so like in a lot of ways, I just send them like endless vacations. Like they want money for something, they can just have it. It's not.
yeah, that's how I feel too. If they need it, they can have it. I just bought my mother an oven, and that was money that had nothing the fuck to do at all with streaming. At all. And I worked for it. I deserve it. It's my money. You know. But I chose to buy an expensive oven for my mother because if they want it, they can have it from me. They were there. They looked out for me when I really needed it, and so we look back. We look back. You know, we do the same. So I would doubt my family would ever be uncomfortable with my success. I think what they would be uncomfortable with is me being surrounded by people targeting me, which is already happening.
Big deal. Like with the amount of money that I haven't made, it's like. How much is sending mom to fucking to Europe or like on a cruise? It's fucking nothing. So they just go on infinite vacations. And I mean they don't really ask for much. I mean I buy them shit, but like they don't have to ask. Like I'll buy them stuff out of kindness, but like I don't. Like you know they all have like beat up cars. I bought a beat up car. That's one of the things that like. I think. I don't know. I think they get it. I think they're chill.
Yeah, okay.
I don't find currently.
They have to get it. They can't change it. They can't change it. You know. They have to get it. And this was something my parents, I think, had kind of a rude awakening this week. They have to get it. They have to understand it.
Fulfillment. In like.
Or what are you gonna do? I mean, if your family can't handle you, like suddenly becoming famous overnight, what do you do? I mean, you know, what do? You can't stop being yourself and being famous and being successful, and you don't want to resent them for resenting your fame and the problems that come with it. And I'm sure they like the money. But it doesn't change the fact that they can't do anything about it sometimes. They can't even do anything about it. It's so powerful. It like they can't stop it. This kid, he's so famous that there's no way his parents could ever in any way or form stop it. Like the whole hype machine. There's no fucking way. And I wish they would talk about that.
Whatever. It's just not like the type of relationship I have with them. So that's like.
Do you feel like really disconnected from your family? Do you feel like they understand you at all? Or?
100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm disconnected for sure. Yeah.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I'm disconnected from my family. They're so different from me. So different. I can't think of anything that they do that I ever could have had an interest in beyond reading and television. They're good at, we love talking about that stuff, right? Reading, television. I would say we all appreciate good food. They love food. I don't love food, which is just another way in which I'm not like them. All of my family love food. I could give a flying fuck about food. I'm like, how fast can I get this meal wolfed down? I don't care about this. You know?
Yeah, brother.
Yep.
Do you have any relationship with him? Or like how far apart are you from age?
3 years.
Must be nice. All my life, right? The old MBN, right? All my life. I used to think of it like this. The old MBN must be nice. Must be nice to have a family. Must be nice.
We're like.
You're my family. I love you.
But I don't like. I don't really talk too much about like problems and stuff. I kind of try not to. Like I only good things, and I try to.
My family was 3 people 2 of which are still in my life and wonderful, wonderful people. They're just old. My mother and my aunt, and my father, who left it when I was 12. That was it. I mean, the rest of them, pretty much. Maybe my cousin once in a while. Yep, but that's it.
I'm too driven right now. I don't want to like.
Yep, I'm too driven. Yep.
You know, I'm just kind of almost like waiting when things are like easier or simpler, so I can do stuff with them and whatnot. Right? It's kind of what I'm doing now. And he's doing his thing. I mean, he has his own adult life, you know. Like, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not trying to force anything. Does that make sense?
You're not a what anything?
I'm not trying to force anything. Like more interaction than I should, or like
I had the same problem. I was like, if they aren't in my daily life, it's because of a reason. Our lives are just not compatible. If they wanted to be in my life, they would, I think. So I had the same problem where I was like, I think I would like to disassociate myself from pretty much everybody but my closest family. I'm gonna burn. I would say the words that I would call it is like, I'm gonna burn the bridge that spanned the first 35 years of my life. I would say I burned the bridge that I used to span my 35 years of my first 35 years of my life, and this did not go over well. And so now, what can I do? I can't force them in my life. They don't even live close to me anymore. And so now, you know, what do you do about that? That totally isolates you. Family is important, but I don't know about living in the same home all the time. I don't know about that. I always wanted to start my own family. I really came into the adult world believing that I really didn't want to be around other people, I think. It's kind of crazy. I came into it thinking I will have a girl in an apartment most of my life, and I think that suits me. I think I guess you could call that a simple kind of life. Just apartment living where you work jobs and love each other and maybe have kids or something. I don't really care. It's not much to aspire to, but it was a lot more than the catastrophe supplied. In the catastrophe. You know, it was a lot more than my life's the catastrophe supplied. So, like, you know, so I think about this all the time. I'm like, ooh, must be nice. Must be nice, you know? Must be cool to still have connections and all that stuff, but I'm like, nope, no thank you. It's not that they weren't good people, it's not that I don't love them, it's not that I don't want to be in their lives. I don't think I was ever a person who could handle them. And I tightrope walked the Asperger's autistic tightrope for 38 years before I fundamentally understood that I wasn't built that way. I'm just not built that way. Where I had like 15 people in my fucking house and I had the hottest girl in the room and I was popular and everyone loves me and there's bongs and drugs everywhere and, you know, beautiful women and stuff and friends hanging out, hipsters paradise, whatever, right? It still was never really me. This was me. This is me. This was always me. And, oh no, what happened here? Oh no, did you log me? Don't log me. No. You should go beep, beep, beep. You should go beep, beep, beep. Oh, don't log me. Come on, man. I'm trying to provide content, man. I pay for your goddamn game. Don't be logging me out.
I'm just gonna coast it, and I think it's pretty okay.
And so I look at my face in the Streamlabs, and I'm like, hi. And I'm looking at the face right now, and I'm like, you are finally a person, you know? The minute that you finally got away from all of them, you became a person. And this is... Now, what happened here? Did you crash? Come on, you're crashing because I alt-tabbed or whatever? Don't crash. Oh, did you crash? I think you crashed. I don't hear any sound coming out of you. There we go. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. So now we're going off the display capture and going back to New World. Sorry about the distraction there. Just had to get some protein and eat and stuff. It's been a very stressful week. Okay, so what next? We have that thing. So, okay, and then I'll fire off this. Excuse me. Is the silence is uncomfortable for me.
Outside stream friends, like people that you, here's something that I've kind of noticed. I realize this in real life. It actually feels kind of strange. Sometimes I feel like friends or family, I feel like they're kind of like roots, or you can say credit history, and that sometimes it's nice to measure friendships just in how long you've known somebody. Like if you have a friend that's like 15 years old, or 14-year-old friend if you want to go that route. It's nice to be able to have somebody that can like reach that far back into your life, to have somebody to like connect with. Do you feel like you have any friends like that, or all of your friends like streaming friends?
No. I don't feel like I have that at all. No. I don't think I have any remnants of any bit of my past life. And I think that sounds kind of chameleon and crazy. Like I just shed my skin and switched to a different fucking life. But it wasn't like that. It was like when I stopped being a bad person, pretty much everything in my life entirely catastrophically changed. And I mean, they called me the Catalyst for a long time. And that was a self-title too. I was like the Catalyst. I was the cat. People call me Cat all my life. Cat, the Catalyst. Where's the Catalyst? Where's the Catalyst? Get it all the time. Where's the Catalyst, right? Where's the Catalysta? And, like, I don't know. I'm gonzo. I'm dunzo. I'm like dunzo. I was sick I was sick of being a link in the chain that didn't lead back to me. You ever seen like the loop at an end of a chain and there's like a little bit of dangling chain, you know? My life felt like the dangling chain on other people's agendas. And I felt like I was the link that was holding the loop to the chain that made the circle. But another half of me was flying around, like flapping in the wind, connected to the two little other chains in the link. I could do a Microsoft Paint about this, right? I thought about it like this a lot, kind of. I was like, okay, so you're the chain and the link, you know, like, so we could draw like a chain here. Use a whole, you know, artistic thing here. I mean, this sucks, but so, you know, link-wise, like a chain goes down, and I'm just trying to draw like a simple chain here, you know, just a simple one. I'm not trying to be good at this, you know what I'm saying, but like imagine it's a chain, right? And so down here at the end, there's like a loop of the chain that's connected, and a couple of like stray loops here as well. And so I'm the guy holding the chain together, the catalyst, right? But and half of me is kind of like out here in the wind flapping, and I was helping this whole circle stay together. But at no point did I don't feel like being the link that helps keep it together was very productive to my own life. It's not like I ever got up the ladder or the chain, you know. So there was this point where I was like, yeah, I will, bleh. I will, you know, bleh, you know, bleh. I'm gonna start drawing now. Like, you know, ladder in the chain, right? And you're like, you know, and you're the weakest link in the chain. They know it, but you're also like the head cornerstone, though. You're the head chain link. You're the paterfamilias. You help keep together a group. You either lead or someone else who you really love leads the group at any given time. And if you're in trouble, the other chain links will come help you. They'll come right to your home and they'll be like, I'm here and I'm ready. And you have a strong, strong foundation of circles of friends and family and stuff. But at no point did I feel like my part on this chain, like right here, was integral to some sort of personal growth. I felt like I was the linchpin of most of the people around me at basically zero. I mean, it's like a sunk cost. They're like right. It's like what's at right, like at right at zero. It's like at zero, a sunk cost, right? It felt like being the linchpin in a family, in a circle, that I felt like when I was ready to grow, there was no way I was getting off of that chain. And sure enough, the minute that I was just like, I'm sorry guys, I'm breaking the chain. I broke the chain, and it didn't matter because I was the last little dangling piece on the chain at that point. I was right down here at the end of it. I at times I was in the circle, at times I was at the center of it as the catalyst, at times I was way on the outside of it. You know, it went to the revolution, and by the time I'd gone all the way around to the outside of the circle, I reached the chain and went off the link again, and I wasn't even on the chain anymore at that point. It's like a bad analogy, but it's like kind of how I feel. And so like at that point, I just broke the chain and it flew off. And I was like, it's time to link other chains. You know, that being like me. Either me and a few others. Maybe 3, 4. Make us a nice little tight group. Maybe a wife, a kid, or at least my family. Some of my family. 1 or 2 of my friends that are still left after the basically catastrophe that was my life. And that's how I feel about what they're talking about, which is that when you're on the chain and you are such a fucking freak, like a freak of fucking nature, and you're not part of the chain even though you're an integral link. And I just broke it at that point. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm leaving humanity. And the way I did it was kind of sly. I told my closest friends and family what I was doing the day I left. I didn't warn them I was leaving. I didn't go see them. I didn't say goodbye. I mean, I said goodbye when they called me, but I didn't tell them what was happening. The full-blown death of my public persona. It was just the full-blown death of my public persona. I was just like, I'm sorry, I'm not a public figure anymore. I'm Cat Stevens on a. And this was long before I ever even started a stream or anything like that. I was like, I'm Cat Stevens in the monastery at this point. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that story, but Cat Stevens was a very famous. I'm on display adapter. I'm sorry, I'll fix it right now. There we go. Sorry about that. So Cat Stevens is a very famous singer from the 70s, I believe, 70s, 80s. 90s, and yeah, you might know him for like Peace Train, come on, ride the Peace Train, or ooh baby, it's a wild world. Without the music, I can't sing. Sorry, and I sing flat when I don't have music. It sucks. I try not to do it because I can't sing. I'm pitch deaf when it comes to not having something to sing to. It's so annoying. And so it's very hard I can sing something if it's my song, but I can't sing other people's stuff. It's so annoying. Not without music. So I need the melody to sing to, or I can't. I need the melody to tune my voice to, and if I don't have it, it's very difficult for me. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Cat Stevens got so sick of the public and what it had done to his essentially, I would say, innocent life, and what it had done to corrupt his images around women, drugs, life, money, evil, all this stuff. So around the age of, like, I don't know, 28, I think. I don't know. I should go look, but, you know, I'm just citing the story as I know it. Like, he disappeared to a monastery in Spain, if I recall, for like 15 or 20 years. And this was it's kind of like the Dave Chappelle. Cat Stevens is where Dave Chappelle got his idea to just F off to Africa and disappear right after his season 3 launch. Excuse me. And he had just promised Comedy Central like 2 more seasons, and they had said, this is back before $50 million was unheard of. And you know, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna give you $50 million for 2 more seasons for Chappelle's Show because, frankly, Chappelle's Show and South Park are carrying like the entire Comedy Central network by themselves. And so the 2 shows that are keeping people coming back to the cable network, we're just gonna throw all the money at." So Chappelle was like, "Okay, sure." And then when he realized how much pressure this was actually going to be and how much of a commitment it actually meant, the money men and the lawyers and the people and the drug dealers and the drug keeper awayers and the hangers on, the contracts, the problems, the endless lunches and meetings, the breakdowns with the family and the problems and all this, probably some cheating and problems and all this, because usually when you're famous, people like just bad stuff tends to happen, right? So he fucks off to Africa and he doesn't say anything. And we knew it all too. We were like, Dave Chappelle's hiding in Africa, and everybody's smiling because they know that much fucking pressure on one fucking person is just unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. One person could never be able to carry the Comedy Central fucking network by themselves on top of, you know, Matt and Trey. I mean, if you were to just edit Matt and Trey out of it, what was left? I mean, they were stinking it up, and they had a dead cable channel. And along comes Dave Chappelle Show, and he fucks off and goes crazy when they sign him for like, I think it was like $50 million, and it was just unheard of. And he went from being like, you know, like a successful movie star with like $20 million to like $100 million overnight. And at that point, he just was like, nope. Tweaked out like Tweak from South Park. I think they were kind of talking about Dave Chappelle a little bit in some ways. And they were just like, I can't handle it. He was like, I can't handle it. I can't handle the fake people. I can't handle the lawyers. Can't handle all these people hanging around me, all the bodyguards and everything. Can't create a process. The only thing I do is write bad jokes about how they're annoying me and all this, right? And Eminem went through the same sort of thing too when this happened to him, and he was like, you know, I can't take a shit in the bathroom without someone standing by it, and that's a really funny way of saying it. You can't take a shit in the bathroom without somebody standing by it, you know. And so this kind of fervor just was never really that good, you know. It was just never that good. So Dave Chappelle fucks off the same way Cat Stevens does. And after that, I was like, sooner or later in my life, I was going to need that. And I think there comes a time in everyone's life when they should pretty much degenerate into the person that they were when they were born, and have no outside influence and no echo chamber, and just live with themselves and think about what they want and the things that they wish to say, and connect with themselves. And I don't suggest we all just say goodbye to everybody. That's just horrible advice that I just don't condone. I'm saying it happened to me is all. It happened to me. Like it was cleansing and it was blessing, but it was also hands down the worst thing that ever happened to me. It was the best thing and the worst thing that ever happened to me, kind of like Rust, you know. So whatever, it was an interesting time that, and then now that I'm like kind of over it and I saw the outcome and I came through the light at the end of the tunnel and I'm happy, but I'm feeling guilty, right? You feel guilty afterwards. I'm feeling so guilty. I'm like, ooh, I've neglected some friends now that I owe life debts to. And I've disappeared out of their lives like some kind of feckless asshole who just doesn't care about their fucking feelings. And I don't know why I did this. They'll just have to trust that I needed to and leave it at that. And I think that's what this guy needs. I think he needs to shut everybody the fuck out. Go on down there to some fucking like island with some satellite internet and shit, and live in some villa with like a few like manservants that don't interrupt him at all. They're there and they're supporting him and making sure that he has 3 solid meals a day, and they're like, you know, they're making it so he doesn't have to drive anywhere or get anything, and if he wants something he asks for it and they get it, but he never sees them. He just has a room, really big, huge room with lots of stuff in it, so he can get to being the artist that he originally was before all the fucking middlemen poisoned him. And I mean this is what happened to God damn it, rest in peace, you know, rest in peace, right? This is what happened to Soundgarden guy, Chris Cornell, This is what happened to Scott Weiland, Stone Temple Pilots guy, Kurt Cobain. Like what? Like so, rather than burn out and fade away, I suggest you just leave humanity. Just leave humanity. Don't leave us entirely. Just leave humanity as you know it, and try being the child that you were. Like this is what John and Yoko did when they went bed in. You know, when they went bedding. They were like, we don't care what you think, and we don't have to tell you what we're doing with our time, and we don't care if we're the most popular fucking people in the world. All we're doing is sleeping and fucking and making art and listening to music and brewing coffee and playing with our kids and just, you know, like trying to keep the Beatles together without blowing it all up. And the constant barrage of questions and problems at them was just like disgusting, you know. And I'll show an example of this when they were like, you know, they had the press just hounding them at their home when they're doing a bed-in, right? You'll see it, like the whole world's press is there, and they're asking them questions, right? Interview, right? I'm looking for the interview. Give me just a second and I'll pop it to the display adapter.
Plan to make them as peaceful as you made these blood-crazed Canadians.
We're really talking to the best thing we've done so far is talk to the people at Berkeley, and we think we had some influence in holding back any violence that was going to come out of that.
Yup.
And we believe that, and we
Yeah.
talk to them solid every hour before the march.
During this last week.
We talk to them every day. We talk on the phone, on the radio station, live.
I saw them throwing rocks at cops just a couple of days ago.
Well, I mean, it's an unjust war that nobody wanted. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Oh, damn it. Why would you... I'm gonna stop second guessing America on my stream. I know it's not a good look. I'm sorry.
Better talk to him a little more.
Well, nobody got shot this
He did it. Look what happened to him. Don't ever second guess America. Just accept what happened and move on.
No.
Don't ever rag on America. It just leads to bad places like getting shot by a high-power rifle from across the street or something. It's just not... It's not, you know... Just understand that people are people and let it be.
What are you doing about it?
What am I doing about it? I'm cheering the police. Now, you people have a home in London. Are you permitting people to come in and defecate on the rugs, smash the furniture, and beat you up?
Violence in that
Then why do you want them to do it in Berkeley?
We don't want them to do it at Berkeley. We're telling them to protest some other way. If they'd stayed in bed at Berkeley, they wouldn't have got killed.
I couldn't believe how hard old Al tried to get John to punch him in the head. He just totally and openly insulted Yoko. You may well have film footage of it. It was just an amazing thing to see him, you know, calling her awful names and just being totally belligerent to Yoko.
Yeah, don't, like...
Obviously suckering John into trying to throw a punch at him or something.
I'd be delighted with any conversation.
Okay, I'd like to add to what you said about John Byers. You know, it's good to just offer tea or something like that.
I can see why you want peace. God knows you can't have much, from my own observation. But anyway, I'm delighted with that, you Madame New.
He kept
My God, you're a fucking asshole.
calling her Madame New and insulting her, and John's face was working very hard. And it was a real test of the peaceable intentions of the whole summit.
Who do you write your cartoons for?
I write my cartoons for money, just as you sing your songs. Exactly the same reason.
Yeah,
and exactly the same reason much of this is happening, too, if the truth be told.
But if
Do you think I couldn't earn money by some other way, by sitting in bed for 7 days, taking shit from people like you? I could write a song in an hour and earn more money.
Now, look here. Now, don't say this. You got into bed so people like me would come and see you.
Not for money.
The tension in the room certainly built with the people, you know, that were involved with it, especially Derek Taylor, who was over there sort of looking after John and Yoko, and he just got madder and madder. He was, you know, ready to kill him.
I wasn't so sure that John wasn't going to go after him. And
Yeah, don't talk about me in front of my face. It's just not, I'm gonna treat you like anybody else who treats me like who disrespects me.
Because Derek broke first, John saw what his responsibility was.
You are our answer to Madame New.
Barabbas.
But I'm sure the other three guys, the other three fellas, are Englishmen.
What does that mean?
Think about it. Get out.
I'll try and work it out. Now, Derek.
Oh, really? Come on.
Well, I'm not having these people insult. Leave it. We asked him here. We asked him here. He's right.
Yeah, like the open conversation is fine. It's okay. New York. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What was this? It's like. Oh yeah, old New York. Teamsters. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that trade union thing. I want to watch this again. This shit's so good, right? So
we've got another 500 who are now in the process of graduating. Now, the reason we need this, it's the lead-in to our career development. So they get their high school credentials, so they can promote upward and develop upward. The nurses' aides to licensed practical nurses, the custodial assistants to supervisors. So this is what we've been doing. We keep looking at that and giving them an educational arm to help their going up. Your steward training, for example, goes on all the time. The steward is really the key to the union. Don't let anybody kid you. We don't say it as a morale builder or a shibboleth. You got a good steward system, you know what's going on. Whenever a local union says, you know, how come you haven't trained the stewards? Man, that's a sign, go, and we go.
Now, can we get at least two persons who will play one who will play the role of the supervisor? Would you play the role of the supervisor? Who will play the role of the steward? All right, you will play the role of the steward. Who will play the role of the employee? Okay, would you all three come up here now and take chairs? Take a chair here. I want you to do this as if you were doing this in the hospital itself. I would assume that we open up, the steward comes in, you say hello, and you pick it up from there.
How are you, Mrs. Massey? Well, the problem here is that Mrs. Roma has been absent from her job Thursday and Friday of last week and Monday of this week. Now, I have a job to do, and I have reprimanded her and told her that she cannot take any more time off, and I will take 2 days away from her for being out. We have patients here, which is my first concern, and although I know she has a problem with her child, patients do come first in the hospital.
Well, now, Ms. Jones, the first thing I'd like to say is that I understand your sympathy in saying that the patient do come first, but in this woman's case, you can't say that the patient would come first to her because her child has to come first to her. Now,
might I just interject in one moment, please? I
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
ask you something, Mrs. Jones. Did you not know that that child was sick from Monday on, and I had a babysitter for those first 3 days, but on Thursday, Friday, and Monday, the sitter couldn't come. I tried coming in. I worked Monday through Wednesday, did I not? You knew the child was sick.
Well, may I say something, Mrs. Roma? I have your record here, and it's very bad.
Unfortunately, the child is a sick child. I don't say
yeah.
that because I don't want to, and you know what?
But
I
we
work, I
still
do a good
have a
job.
hospital here, and we have patients here. And I'm sorry, you will have to make other arrangements.
I have
Because I called up the doctor, Dr. Schneider, and I spoke to him myself. And he was very kind to say that he would give me a letter stating that she does have a child that is very ill, and that this child has to have her own attention. She cannot have babysitters to take care of the sick child. And
Well, I will have to write
And I have
her
proof
up.
of this.
I will have to write her up and send her some because we cannot have a person staying out 2 and 3 times a week. Well, that she has a child a night.
Well, if you do that, but I will definitely fight that because I think
Well,
it is
then you
unfair
do
and
just
unjust.
that, but until you
I don't
do
know if
that-
you know what justice is,
Until
but
you
unfair.
do that, Mrs. Massey,
Well, I'm going to do it
I
immediately.
will have to write her up and send it
Immediately, I am
upstairs.
gonna do
I
it
have
immediately.
divorce on my back,
I don't
and I
care
have
who
to
you
take
have
care
on
of
your
my
back.
position.
You're going to have me on your back, and when you have me on your back, you got somebody on your back.
That was a lovely situation, wasn't it? Now,
very typical. Okay.
I would not have let that supervisor draw me out into a fight because that was not the arena to fight in. I would simply have advised that supervisor that where she has a twofold obligation, an obligation to her employer as well as to that employee.
Today I see you the pacifist. We had a steward who stood her ground, who spoke as an equal with the supervisor. She wasn't intimidated by the tone of the supervisor. She referred to the contract when necessary. She decided to avail herself of the second step of the grievance procedure when she found that she did not get a solution or a proper answer. And it was a wonderful illustration of what the steward is supposed to be like, and I hope she will serve as a model to all of you in the work you will be doing from now on. And thank you for the excellent work and participation and your time that you've given all this week.
This union does more collective bargaining than almost all the other unions in the city put together. We have literally hundreds of titles, so we're always in bargaining. I'm not going to say it here. When you meet over a period of years with a chief negotiator for management like Herb Haber, you just have to get to know each other. What he understands about me, and he once said it, and I thought it was a great compliment, that I'm a lovely guy, but if I hurt any of the workers I represented, I'd cut out his belly button. And he's right, I would. As I thought what happened, the guidelines are very obtuse. Nobody really knows what they mean. We feel that we were caught in the squeeze where we would have had a contract and Washington would have to judge it. We don't believe we ought to continue to be punished. I told the group that, that I'd like for them to hear your side of the thing, but I also told them quite candidly that we can't keep this dance going.
We have some areas in the realm of efficiency and productivity that I think need to be discussed and need to be developed.
I happen to understand productivity. The mayor really doesn't. I happen to understand efficiency. I don't think the mayor really does, so I don't want to use it as a slogan. But the point that I'm saying is that in fact, in most of the productivity in which this union's been involved, the union instituted between they and me. The upgrading of nurses' aides for greater job responsibility, the roving crews in parks the union presented and worked on, the upgrading of custodial assistants so they can become supervisory personnel the union worked on. So we're not afraid of it.
It's not simply a question of providing these opportunities for people to upgrade themselves, but I agree with you. That serves a double goal. We're very happy to provide ways and means of providing opportunities for people to upgrade themselves, particularly when that also provides the city with a higher degree of service and flexibility and so on.
But that's efficiency.
I agree. You're arguing my point. Efficiency and productivity.
I'd like to see Hamilton and Lindsay talk about it.
Well, the mayor has.
Except he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Well, you know that we have a basic disagreement on that point. He not only knows what he's talking about in these areas, but he's galvanized a lot of his departments and his agencies.
You work for him, and I work for him. You work for him,
I work for him, and you work against him.
And I work for the horny-handed sons of toil. That's the big difference.
Well, I like to think that we're both doing really the same thing, that we ultimately have common goals. In any event, I think the resolution of our problem lies in this area.
We've been banging you for an educational fund. We have one. The high school equivalency stems from that. College credit stems from it. It's been very successful. This doesn't add one nickel to the worker's salary. He doesn't get it. It goes into schooling. What is the schooling utilized for career service? If a man goes to college and picks up some credits, it makes him more efficient.
When you establish an educational fund for workers who are at the lowest salary levels, it's appropriate. When it starts going up higher, it begins to fritter away, in our judgment. It doesn't really solve the basic problem.
But that's productivity.
Well, no, I think it's productivity. I think its measure of productivity is when you utilize it at your lowest levels of employment for people who come in at the bottom of the line.
Really a new definition.
No, I don't think. Well, this is our judgment of it. I think there is where it has validity. There is where it needs to be considered. But we have an additional problem, Vic, because under the freeze, we are limited in the amount of money that we can spend. And if we put any money, if we agree that this is a sound and valid place to go, Monies that are put there will come out of the basic tax.
You obviously don't have City Hall guidelines. If you say that you got a productivity factor, this has got to come down the pipe. The only other caveat that I throw at the table, the only other happy warning I give you, Herb, start throwing money. Start throwing money on the table with it so we can eat while we're debating. I represent a lot of grubby people who are making $7,000 a year, and they don't know how to spend it, though. They're making so much, Herb. They're really going mad with power. Yeah, but they really waste it. They spend it on some crummy stuff like food and clothing, and I warn them against it. I'm saying to you, Herb, that we really need, within the next couple of weeks, some bedrock negotiations. That I say to you.
I agree.
If not, I just take it away from the table. I'm going to take it away from the table because it's silly, you know, playing back and forth. The popular mind, the editorials of the New York Times, makes our production for the members contrary to the needs of society. Pure crap. Giving a hospital worker $7,000 or $8,000 a year is not a detriment to society. Giving a man a decent pension in his old age is not a detriment to society. That's phony, and it's contradictory. Make the man a whole man, and you make a better society. Your strength is based on what you produce for the rank and file and how you produce it with them. The more they are involved in that production, the stronger you are. The more they feel a part of the union, the stronger they are.
No, what I'm saying. Hold it. No, wait. It is any equipment in the park department, whether it be in forestry, in shops, or out in the field, the trucks belong to the motor vehicle operators. That's their title in the city of New York, to drive all equipment for the city of New York. You have a man getting $13,000 driving a vehicle which is out of title, and a man is sitting down $7,000. That's all he gets for a starting salary. A motor vehicle operator. Why doesn't the city put a motor vehicle operator on that truck for $7,000 rather than have a man that's a qualified tree surgeon, $13,000 riding behind the wheel of a truck, driving a truck? What is he doing that for?
Now let's get that straight. Every negotiation.
What do we have motor vehicle operators hired for? What do we have motor vehicle operators hired for? Do we hire forestry men to drive trucks, or do we have motor vehicle operators? We have motor vehicle. That's your interpretation of a crew service. I'll take and show you a truck down there that's 20,000 pounds. That's a motor vehicle operator. It's a responsibility to drive through a city street, and you have to have a professional man behind that wheel.
You're not a professional. Let's get something straight. Listen to me.
Who's not a professional?
You're not a
I'm a
professional.
professional driver for the city of New York. I had to take an examination, and I had to pass.
You are a civil servant who took an exam.
Now, Tom Lurie, you know this for a fact. I brought this out before the Department of Personnel 3 years ago when I went to a meeting. And she told me that she was going to look into this and have things taken care of. Not a thing was done. Go around the city of New York and see what's being done in the park department. Because of lack of coverage. And you got your laborers that belong in these playgrounds driving the vehicles all over the city of New York. Now get them off the truck,
You know what he's
save
saying?
money,
I understand
and
what he's
get the
saying.
place
What do you
straight
want?
now.
Wait a second.
What are you
You know what
going to do
he's
about
saying
that?
here? You know what he's saying here? Seriously. It's a beautiful point.
Yeah, I know it's a beautiful
That
point.
productivity
You
works
had a
both
court
ways.
case back in '66.
Both ways.
Productivity.
Productivity, baby. I'll save you money without productivity. I'm saving you cash.
Beautiful. You saved me money.
I'll save you cash.
Like some of those fire officers driving in City Hall, double of the MVO guys, and they sit on their ass much better because they got bigger behind.
Right. Yes, that's right. Oh, I watched yours spreading too.
What?
Not
No,
you.
no.
First of all, as I said before, you don't have it in your contract. Every time you come into negotiations, you want that provision in, and the city will not agree to it.
You got sanitation vehicles, big garbage trucks laying against the wall, not getting anything. They're laying against the wall, Tom. And you got 3 laborers that should be in different parts departments working, and you got them running around the city doing nothing. Doing nothing.
I think a very important point is made. Efficiency and productivity works both ways. Some of the most inefficient practices come from you guys. I don't have to tell you about the high-cost drivers. Joey was just mentioning it too. Now, it seems to me if we want to get one house in order, we ought to get them all in order. If you don't want him sitting on his duff, we don't want a $13,000 or $12,000 a year man driving the vehicle. Maybe efficiency from your side can match efficiency from our side.
No, let's go a little further in that. On some of these small agencies, we only have a few MVOs, and they drive a commissioner or maybe a deputy. Majority of the time, he's just sitting in the office. And when he sits in the office, he don't sit by himself. He's sitting and he talks to somebody else. So I don't have just one person doing nothing. I end up with two people doing nothing.
You say these fellas driving these big commissioners are sitting on their butt doing nothing. I have to differ with you. I've been doing it for 19 years, and I'm in sanitation. I've been driving the big horses. I've been bringing people to and fro. That car never stands still. Every time an MBO wants to do something different, give me a little more production, we're being stopped by somebody else. It's not our job. You're not supposed to do it.
God damn it.
So we're trying to show productivity.
Wonderful, you're doing it. That's what we want. But everybody isn't like you or your age.
No, don't pass away on me. My whole MBO, in-home sanitation.
Hold it already, will you? For Christ's sake, I want to move on. You hold it already.
Let's get a clarification before Tony fights.
We're not going to get...
Mr. Laura, what does it mean? But I just want to... Just one second. One clarification. He's under the opinion that his chauffeur sits on his butt. Now, hold on a second. Hey, just a minute. Come on, Tom. Did you ever drive a truck around a city, New York? Try it someday and see if you're sitting on your butt doing nothing.
Hold it a minute. You are a wild group, you are. You are a wild group.
God damn it.
One of the conflicts people talk about is the fact that the unions are asking for more money while the city is starving. If the unions didn't ask for more money, the city would still be starving. Don't people realize this?
Oh yeah, grinding for the past few hours. Right on. Yeah, let's grind together, man. I'm on the grind too. I started this character yesterday, and I'm I don't know what I'm now. I'm something level 20 or something like that. And I think within 2 or 3 days I'm gonna cap a character in New World. So let us cheer to success in whatever venue it may be. And to all my gamers here, I wish you success in all of your gaming endeavors tonight. Feeling good. Back to the top 20. Yeah. Feeling good. Well, right on. Well, congratulations. I hope you have many, many wins. Many, many wins. We say good hunting. We clap you on the fucking back, and we don't say we don't say anything negative, and we don't say anything fucking positive. We just say, and this is champion speak, by the way. We clap him on the fucking back. We don't say anything negative, anything positive. We just say good hunting. We say, good hunting.
That the reason for the bankruptcy has nothing to do with the workers? That there are non-unionized cities that are going down the drain? Don't they know what's happening to the cities? That enough money isn't coming in? That there's an $81 billion war budget?
Good hunting.
You can't build enough schools? If you just don't have the health services? What in the hell has that got to do with $7,000 a year for a hospital worker? Everyone knows it's nonsense, but they play the game. We talk about increased efficiency and productivity. Well, it'll have to start with the mayor first, who's terribly inefficient. And then let's work it out. And you know something? You'll get all the increased efficiency, all the increased productivity, and you won't get gigantic wage increases. Guess what? There will not be enough money to run the city. Because the real contradiction, the real disparity, is people want more and more service, more cops on the beat, smaller classrooms for their kids, better highways, and then when it comes to paying for it, to hell with it. I spend more time worrying about enough income in terms of the city and the city services and where we go as I do on almost anything else in the union spectrum. It's becoming ridiculous. You know, it's stuff the members don't see. It's hard to convey. It's the most critical aspect now of our work. Unbelievable. And you need a positive program. Because the time is short and the legislators are always in session, you got to catch them where they are, in the hallways, in the John, anywhere. Sometimes I can have the leisure of meeting them in the office and sitting down and really having a long conversation, but that's very rare indeed. I was telling John, seriously, I was just saying that we come down to this poll every year.
This thing with Unity, man. This thing with Unity, man. Thank fuck God that source is not fucking Unity. You know what I'm saying? Thank fucking God. Today, the guy who made Rust, Gary, Gary, the guy from Gary's Mod, right? He was like, Rust 2 will not use the Unity engine. I'm not kidding. He was like, Rust 2 will not use the Unity engine. And this is some drama in the fucking scene, right? After the controversy, immediately Facepunch was like, yep, we all knew that engine was garbage, and yeah, man. And so big drama, man. Rust 2 is gonna see a big fucking delay from this. And Helk was pissed. Like, Gary's pissed. They're like fucking pissed. Gary Newman, right? He was like, he denounced the changes on a September 13 blog post, positing that the new pricing strategy makes no sense beyond the mobile gaming sphere. It also created a variety of issues across all platforms. Elaborating on that point, Newman said the tracking installs isn't feasible due to piracy, giveaways, the need to account for customers changing hardware, and a swath of other challenges. Facepunch would even be fine with eating the added costs if Unity delivered a flawless tracking system, the official wrote, clarifying that the studio isn't furious because of the new fees, but Unity's decision to implement them after capturing a significant market share with a traditional single fee licensing model. Newman likened the idea of an engine having game download fees to a hypothetical scenario wherein Adobe decided to charge for each Photoshop edited image view and all this. And yeah, I mean, we're all aware of it, but I mean, man, this was a fuck up. Now, Rust 2 is going to be delayed by like 3 or 4 years. I would have said it was probably coming out in like 2026 or something like that. Not anymore. It's going to be like, it's going to be a cold, hard time for Rust because they're going to have to sit there for like another 5 years before there's any more new content. Those poor boys, they're stuck using an engine they don't want to use on their main game that they thought they should just buy from these guys. And now they've just bailed out. And like it's the end of an era for Rust. And so I uninstalled Rust yesterday, and I did this before I woke up this morning, and I put on the when I woke up, it was when I got off my stream this morning. I went to go look at the fucking media on the television after I got out of the shower, as I was going to do laundry and get grocery shopping and go to the dispensary and stuff. And like fucking there on the television is motherfucking Gary Newman talking about how Rust 2 done fucked up and it's going to be a while, and Jesus Christ, man. You said gonna probably be almost impossible to port the game to a new engine. Yeah, they can't. Well, I mean, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna probably use the source engine. You know what else is looking good? I don't know why Valve's big honey. I mean, Facepunch is Valve's darling. I'm fairly sure Valve owns Facepunch. If they don't, they're definitely like basically hand in glove, you know? So I don't know why that Rust can't look like this, you know? Why can't Rust look like this? I mean, you know, there's really no reason why Rust can't look like this. You know, there's really no reason. We looked at this already on the stream, but Rust can and should look like this, and Rust can and should have the CS:GO engine. And I believe there should be an unholy union between the company that's running Counter-Strike 2 and Facepunch, and I think they should unify. I really feel this way, and I feel that CS:GO should unify with Rust because I think they're the same fucking game, and I think Rust 2 should just be World of Counter-Strike. I'm serious about this, all of it. I'm dead serious about it. I think Gary Newman has an interesting prospect here, and they're probably sitting up in that boardroom talking about this shit right now, right? I mean, they're gonna have to. He's already said that, like trust me, dude. Gary Newman will not fuck around. He's rich. He doesn't need to. He goes to the cigar bar with Gabe Newell. You know what I'm saying? This is not a scrub. So like, you know, so. This is drama in the scene, and so as I said, you know, he announced it. You know, Rust 2 will not use, and you know, so now I want them to bail each other out. And I think they should unify the worlds, and I think CS:GO should. And I'm dead serious about this. I wish they can't do this, but I wish they could. But they're all Valve's darlings. You can see it right here. They're all Valve's darlings, anyways. If we pull the Steam and we look at the good shooters on well, really, it would be. Hold on, let me switch over here. If we look at the good shooters on Steam, they're all really like pretty much like the same sort of premise, except for I would say no, they're like all pretty much the same premise. So if we look at the the Steam player statistics today. I want to see how CSGO did today, right? How did CSGO do today? 906, 985. It's good to see it, right? So there's other games here that are going to get fucked by this Unity change, right? And I'm hoping that maybe CSGO and Rust, who are basically the same developers and the same engines and the same concepts and the same creative worlds in different ways, I would hope that they might be able to maybe unify. And you know what I want is I want World of Counter-Strike, not Rust 2. I want Worlds of Counter-Strike where you can either go to the battlegrounds of CSGO 2 or you can go live with your clanmates in Counter-Strike land. Or, I'm sorry, Worlds of Counter-Strike, or whatever. I'm serious about this. Worlds of Counter-Strike. I don't know what the fucking name would be, but Counter-Strike Online something? CSO? How about CSO? I want Counter-Strike Online, and I don't want Rust 2. I want CSO 2, with the exact same fucking engine being the same engine across that. And how World of Warcraft had it was half the community was on the PvP Battlegrounds, which would be CSGO 2, right? And half the community was on the PvE side of it with their clans hanging out playing Rust, essentially, right? And I don't know why they couldn't do this. They're all the same cigar bar guys. They're all the people on this list. It's CS:GO, it's Rust. I mean, in Team Fortress 2, these are all the same people basically. I don't know why they can't unify and provide an amazing experience that takes shooters into the evolved future that they should be, where no matter what, CS:GO 2 is this amazing thing. And yeah, but I don't think it can happen. I'm just spitballing what has to happen here, because if Rust, I mean, CSGO has nothing to do with Rust. They're not the same thing. They're not the same companies or anything, but they do have the same engines and the same, like, they don't have the same engine, but they have the same fiscal producers, the same dev teams, the same people. They all come from the same incestuous Valve scene. And some of these guys are of course CSGO modders, and some of these guys are of course like Gary's modders, but I don't know why they can't unify and provide like an overall experience of maybe like a Battlegrounds game for Counter-Strike that actually had PvE in the form of Rust, because the games are basically the same fucking thing, except instead of, in CSGO, you just skip the whole farming phase and just buy your guns from the vendor. Other than that, they're basically the same fucking game. They play the same. They've got the same angles, same peaks, and everything. I mean, so that was my thought, is can't we get a unified, like, so now I see kind of a fracture here of CSGO, Team Fortress 2, which is still getting 100,000 players a day, and Rust, right? And I think maybe they could unify that, and that's all I wanted to say. It's just some crazy jack-off gamer fantasy, but I think they have an opportunity here, because with Rust 2 going back to the drawing board with a new engine, I would like to supply the problem with Counter-Strike Go, right? You getting it? You get what I'm putting down here, right? You get what are you smelling what I'm cooking here? I want a PvE side of CSGO, and I want that PvE side of CSGO to be Rust 2 / CSGO, CSGO, right? Rust 2, the PvE side of Counter-Strike, where if you're bored, you can go chill with your homies in the PvE and the raiding, or if you want battlegrounds and fast killing, you just go to CSGO, and they're all in the same client, and they all seamlessly connect. And I thought, man, isn't that a beautiful gamer's dream, right? Rust 2 gets the beautiful battlegrounds that it needs instead of the horrible raiding that's destructive and wastes people's time. And then CSGO gets the PvE that it needs to survive the new age. Because I mean, I would say Destiny 2 would be the best game ever made if the PvP was good. The PvP is not good. PvP is good at best in CSGO. It's the best we've ever had. It's right there. See it? So, just spitballing something. I was kind of excited about it. I was like, maybe with changes, they might do something greater now. And I hope they do something greater now. I really do, because as you can see, they're on the way back. They're on their way back to the fucking drawing board now. Like, really bad. They're like, yeah. They're like back to the fucking drawing board now. Oh, God. I want to see what they're saying about this on YouTube now, and we're going to go see... I think this is a good time for Shadowfax to show up. Yeah, like, you know, but I mean, but see, this is the problem, right? So, okay, I've seen it before. Well, no, I mean, I've only ever seen it one place. It's World of Warcraft, but I've seen it before. If you had done 20 years of World of Warcraft, you would know it. I've seen one game that offered perfect half-side PvP, perfect half-side PvE. I don't know why CSGO can't be that game. Are you getting what I'm saying? Why can't CSGO be Tarkov? But with farming and stuff for its PvE side, but for its PvP side, it's just CS:GO and all the original maps and everything, right? And they're you know, and it's all got the same level system and the same skins and everything. I dream of a world of CS:GO because I'll tell you why I'm not playing CS:GO right now. It doesn't have the PvE that I want, but it has the combat I want. It has the combat I want. This game and like FFXI and CS:GO have like and Rust to a lesser degree have the combat that I want, and I want to mix that with a PvE title. I don't think it's possible, but one can dream, you know. So let's go see if anybody's talking about this. It's gonna be this week, you know. Yeah, the battle royale in CS:GO. Okay. I didn't know CS:GO had a battle royale. Wait, CS:GO has a battle royale?
In CS:GO, if you don't mind me asking.
A few years.
Yo, anyone on the T side got a micro royale dropped? Companies don't do things for fun, and they definitely don't do things out of
no shit.
The kindness of their hearts. They want results, whether that be increases in profit, high.
No shit. And I'm not looking for a battle royale. I'm talking about Rust, where you have a base that you hang out with your homies and shoot the shit and go farming and stuff when you don't want to be fighting in active battlegrounds like CS:GO 2. Right? And I want the seamless connection between the two, like Destiny 2 tried to do but failed with Crucible, right? Crucible failed, or or if Destiny 2 would have taken the crown. Somebody needs to take the crown now, and I feel that's all I'm trying to say. Like I realize what I'm trying to say is kind of like bullshit that it can't happen, you know. But I think CS:GO 2 is poised to take the crown now, and I wish they would do it in a more complete way where you know, they would, you know, definitely maybe satisfy both urges, because I think the shooter scene needs a looter shooter mix between Minecraft and CS:GO. And I think that was Rust. That's what Rust was supposed to be. But the PvP in Rust is garbage in my opinion compared to CS:GO. So if we could get CS:GO's engine with Rust gameplay on the other half side of the menu when you log into CS:GO, we would have this beautiful game. I mean, I'm repeating myself. You got the concept, I think. Right? Yeah, another game mode, right? Like imagine if Fortnite Save the World was in CS:GO 2, but it wasn't like a battle royale. It was like Rust, where, you know, you could live so like, you know, you have like 3 or 4 hours that you try to be the best in the world on CS:GO 2. What do you do with the other 8 hours of the day when the kids aren't playing? You go play the PvE side of CS:GO 2, which is essentially Rust. And I mean, the Rust was originally like a Counter-Strike mod, as I recall. I mean, it was a different company. They went and made a real game. But I mean, it started off as essentially a Counter-Strike mod, the same way CS:GO is. You know, so I don't really see how they don't live in the same infrastructure with the same producers and the same directors. And you got the point. I'm just repeating myself now, but yeah. So let's
player counts and so on. And
so I don't think Battle Royale would be successful necessarily. I'm talking about like CS:GO Tarkov. on the other half of the CSGO side's menu. So when you log in, they're like, would you like PvP in CSGO 2 or would you like PvE in CSGO Online? CSGO, right? And I think you're about to see this. League of Legends people are about to step to the MMORPG scene. I think you guys need a looter shooter that has your engine, and I think it's the most direly needed game in history. You guys need a CS:GO Borderlands. You need it. Tell me you don't need that. You need something else to do in the meantime when you can't get the matches that you want, right? And so do you sit there and watch TikTok all day? Or do you go chill with your clan in your home Harry Potter dorm that you built yourself, and you got a rack full of guns and everything's dope, and you got your own bunker and shit, and you got posters on the wall that you self-decorated and shit, and then when your clan's ready, you guys go into the battlegrounds and go play CSGO too, right? I've had this in my life before. I saw it on World of Warcraft. It is possible that the dream can happen, right? Yeah, like that. And I'm not saying change CSGO 2 at all. I'm saying don't change it, don't add to it, don't connect the two don't tunnel to one or another, right, or anything like that. I'm saying one mode on one side of the screen, like Fortnite, and then save the world on the other. Fortnite did it, but they didn't make save the world good enough, right? They just didn't, right? They didn't make save the world good enough. They should have. But Rust did. Rust did kind of do save the world well enough. So we need CSGO Online, where when you're done getting your PvP for the day, you kick back and you have a social experience with your clan in a living space that you can share as quarters in a CSGO Online world. And that's what I want from it. That's the sociality that I feel that the shooter scene is only getting from like the deep lobbies of Warzone, the deep lobbies of Apex and Valorant, and of course CS:GO being at the top, right? So my problem is those people don't have a place to hang out when they're not in the lobbies, and that's what I want. I think, and I don't know if it would be successful. That's just what my vision would be for something for like if you wanted to say cement CSGO as the greatest game of all time, it must conquer its past and enter the PvE arena and give these kids a Minecraft experience. And that's what I want now. That's what I want it from Gary New. I don't think I want a Rust 2. I want Minecraft CSGO. Believe it or not. Sounds crazy, but I really do. I want a PvE side of CS:GO. It's the only game that I've ever thought was worth a shit when it came to combat, really. And I'm sure you probably feel the same if you're this high on the ladder, man. The only good combat I've ever done gun-wise is like Fortnite and CS:GO. That's it.
Game has been packed full of scandals and controversies. It definitely wouldn't be a bad idea to get some more.
I'm sorry, Battlefield was good, but I mean the frame rate in Battlefield isn't always so good. Battlefield could be good. Yeah, we've had good ones. Battlefield is a good example. I don't know if Worlds of Battlefield would work, but I would like to see, and I don't know if we need to turn these games into anything that they aren't already. We just need to connect to them. We need the PvE side of CS:GO 2, right? There, like that. Halo Reach, something like that, right? Like something like Destiny 2. Imagine if Halo had actually made Destiny 2 good, where the Crucible was like CS:GO, but the rest of the world was like Halo. Right? That's what I'm talking about. They're doing this shit with Starfield, right? Fuck Starfield. I want CS:GO Online. I really do, because they're the only people who actually bothered to get combat right, except for like Tarkov and Fortnite, I would say. There's like 3 games. It's really, I mean, and that this is Apex and PUBG and Valorant and all the others. But I would say, in my estimation, there's like 3 clients that are worthy of this sort of PvE, engagement. And I think CS:GO is the one that should do it. And I believe that Rust should die. And I think the CS:GO should take over Rust's job. And I suggest that they merge their company and they pursue making CS:GO the greatest game of all time by covering the other shortcoming that it has, which is not giving you guys the social space that you need to be with each other and be beloved brethren, instead of just talking shit in the lobby while you wait for the next match to start, right? That's where I feel this is why we have such toxic lobbies and stuff. If we were living in the world with each other, it wouldn't be like that. Rust isn't like that. I mean, it is, but Yeah, Activision, yeah, thwarted by greed. Such a great concept. Destiny is such a money-hungry piece of trash of a game. But it could have been so great. It was the world that we all needed, connected to the good PvP. But, I mean, they fucked up Crucible, which is just beyond me. At that point, okay, if somebody was like, you want to go play Crucible, I'd be like, no, I'll take CSGO. I'll take CSGO. No, I don't believe I'll ever play Crucible again, no.
Clearly, CSGO was trying to cap.
For one thing, low grav isn't that fun. I don't know why anybody ever thought it was. Low grav is not that fucking fun. It's not that fun. Halo jumping around while you no scope headshots and stuff like that. Sure, that was fun for 10 years, but I don't know about anti-grav like low grav that much. I'm not that big of a fan of it. It's cool because you can do stuff like jump to the top of buildings, but it also makes the combat fucking dog piss in my humble opinion. I'm sorry. Low grab makes the combat jokey and dumb, and I don't know why they wanted that like that. I watched the Destiny jump. You can jump so far in Destiny, so far. It's like watching somebody jump across the room, and it doesn't really make sense for an engine, really, you know? Yeah, like, no, I'm not saying low grav is bad. I just think it's jokey. I don't think it's good for a world that you live in. I think it's a good mode. That's it. But I mean, Destiny 2 went the low grav thing for their entire execution, and I don't know I think that suspends the realism in a way where people are jumping around more than they are shooting and stuff like that, I think. But that's just me. That's my old inherent bias. I'm not trying to state something as fact at all. I'm just trying to get my opinion out there of Halo reaches and Halo 3s and Destiny's execution of low grav. That's a good mode in the battlegrounds. And Crucible, I think it would be a good mode. But it's not good for the overall game because it kills the realism of gun combat. Because every time someone shoots at you, you jump 7 feet in the air, and suddenly your feet is where your headshot was. And I'm sorry, but I mean, that's just a reality that never really happens. You would never be jumping so high that your feet is at head level, you know? It wouldn't be conductive to a gunfight. It's not good for realism, and I think the combat kind of suffered from it. But that's all theory. I'm just saying that was my takeaway, I think, after Reach. I beat Reach. You know, I beat Reach, I beat Odds, I beat 3, 1, 2, all of them.
Games like Fortnite and PUBG.
PUBG has a good engine in the respect that it's the most. Well, I don't know if it's Arma is the most beautiful engine, but it's also the most clunky.
Released battle royale titles were at the height of their popularity, and when this update was made, people.
Yeah, right. If I wanted real gritty combat, I'll go play Battlefield. Okay. So you want the fantasy. I think it's a valid point. C-Dot, I concede it. I won't fight it. I think you got a superior point. You know? I won't argue with it. Yeah, I guess realism is good in realism games. That's what I'm talking about. I think CSGO is a realism game. So I want a realism MMO like CSGO Online. I want the realism. That's what I want.
Game mode that could potentially rival those titles. So when Danger Zone released as a
I don't know. I don't know if turning CSGO into World of Warcraft is a good idea. I don't think it is. When you say it like that, I don't think it is. It sounds like a failure of an idea, and I'll straight admit it, right? When I fire it off like that, what if we were to turn CSGO into the Tarkov that we always wanted by just turning it into an online world that connects to the battlegrounds where people can do rank play or unranked play at any given time, but they can also just pop to their clan whenever they want to, right? Halo isn't real, that's why I liked it. Yeah, I'm struggling with I want the CS:GO realism of survival gameplay with full loot drop in a really big world like Rust, and I mean I did have that in Rust for a long time. But I mean the combat in Rust isn't too good, and the engine isn't too good. You know, it's
an awkward piece of dog shit. It wasn't very long before the critics came running. What the fuck is this dog shit game mode?
Sorry, I thought it was on display capture.
The drone system to get weapons is abysmal. There's only 16 total people in a full lobby. There's cheaters everywhere. The crate system that
right after I said what I said, we hear what actually happened with Battle Royale. But see, I'm not talking about Battle Royale. I'm talking about Rust. Rust is not Battle Royale. It's a game that runs over 1 to 2 to 4 weeks. It's one single match that goes 1 to 2 to 4 weeks. It's long, you know. It
requires you to have a gun before.
Tarkov is not connected. None of the maps in Tarkov are connected, and that's what keeps me from Tarkov. If the hideout was connected to an overworld, I would be a happy camper, and I would only play Tarkov. And that's what I'm saying. CS:GO needs to solve this. You know, Battlestate said like 5 years ago, I believe it was, that they initially wanted to connect all of the maps in Tarkov to an overworld that your hideout actually existed in, and that you could travel from woods to custom to, you know, to any of those maps. Are they? Well, yeah, on the roadmap, but I'm talking about like you on the way to the extraction point, you live in a base that you built yourself, or a hideout that you built yourself in a world like Rust or Minecraft, right? Minecraft is a better example. Think Minecraft, but with CS:GO's engine. That's what I want. And I think and I'm not saying that CS:GO should be replaced by the world of CS:GO. I'm saying they should complement each other, split right down the opening main screen like Fortnite does. Would you like to do PvE, or would you like to do PvP? Would you like to go to the island for BR, or would you like to do creative mode, right? I want a CS:GO creative mode that leads to a place like Rust. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what Rust is. That's what Rust is. It's just that the engine takes, you know, 3 to 7 minutes to load, and it crashes all the time, even on good hardware. It has good frame rate, but I wouldn't say the recoil and the guns are very good anymore. And it could use the touch of that CS:GO 2 has, of that arcadey, good, smooth Fortnite combat. You know, it could use that touch. It's very clunky and old and a little bit like, I don't know why we can't have Gary's mod for CS:GO. You know. There you go. Yeah. And Battlestate did, you know, this is not my idea that I'm saying. Battlestate said this. I heard this out of the scene like 4 years ago. Battlestate's initial conception was to have the game out for like 5 or 10 years, Tarkov, right? And then eventually connect all the maps, put it on an overworld, and put you in a hideout in the overworld, and you had to go like with your clan to the extraction points in like a vehicle kind of thing. And they were like, at no point is Tarkov going to be just an extraction shooter. Eventually, it's going to be this big fucking Fortnite game that you play over several weeks, right? It's not like dying is, you only lose the gun that you've got, that like Tarkov, right? So Tarkov's close as well, and Rust is close, but no one's ever done it before. And I want a Tarkov Rust in CS:GO's engine. So why not just add CS:GO's engine to the whole other side of it, creative mode? I want a creative mode CS:GO 2. That's a much better way to say it. I want a creative mode CS:GO 2 that uses that engine to let us free ourselves, like Gary's mod. There you go. Yeah, it's boring because you don't live anywhere. There's no, I mean, the lobbies aren't really very lit up. It's a very antisocial game. It's extraction, so you get fucking pissed off when you die. I mean, it's got all kinds of problems and stuff. Rust doesn't have those problems. Rust's problems was the Unity engine. So, yeah, it just stopped, right? Yeah, I played a lot of Tarkov. I played like a year, and I got to 22, and then they erased my progress, and I stopped after that. I was like, God damn it, man. You know how many thick weapon cases? And I got to like level 22. And on top of it, I also paid Battlestate for 2 different accounts at $120 a pop. I paid $240, and Battlestate thanks me by wiping my character. And I was like, okay, well, wouldn't you normally wipe the character at launch day? But launch day was so slow and so long that one day I wake up 4 years later and Tarkov's finally launched, and I log in, and like a year and a half of work was destroyed. And I'm sure this left a bad taste in everyone's mouth.
Or getting a better gun is retarded. The money setup is stupid. The hostage system is...
I'm not kidding. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, it has been 4 years and I got to level 22. You know how hard it is to get a thick weapon case? There's videos on it on YouTube. It's not easy. Got to kill the scab sniper and all this shit. Got to get a red fucking pick and all this shit. And I'm sorry, but like that it was not really okay that they just wiped all my work. It really demoralized me towards the game. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I get it, because you finally launched, but fucking pre-release was 4.5 fucking years when it finally hit. I was like, wow, you should have just let us keep our shit at that point. Yeah, right? Like, Yeah, that's the wipes that they do. I don't like that shit. See, I'm talking about I want CSGO Online where my shit gets wiped. I'm okay with it wiping every month, but I still want that Rust permanence where, like, I live in the world and I shoot at tanks and shit, and it's kind of like Battlefield. But when I do, but when I don't want an overworld like that, and I want just direct combat, I can just switch right to the CS:GO lobby, and I'm in there on Dusk on CS:GO 3. Right, it's a long time away what we're talking about, but I have like this vision of like with Rust's engine being declared to be new. I wish they would just take CS:GO's engine because they're all in the same cigar bar anyways.
Waste of time. What the fuck were they thinking? Well, clearly he had a good.
Yeah, Rust does, the Tarkov does, the wipes. Yeah, the wipes is another problem. I want a world that exists that never really changes, that you can like set up like a clan base in for social reasons with mini games inside and all kinds of stuff, like a good MMO, but it's all CS:GO's engine, you know, or something like that. I mean, we need Final Fantasy 14 but with guns.
Good time. Danger Zone was
We need Gold Saucer but with guns.
trying to be unique, which is a great thing. CSGO has been a pillar in the gaming industry for a very long time, so even though they were hopping on current trends, they still wanted to try and carve their own vision and ideas into the product, and they succeeded. Danger Zone has a lot of very unique aspects about it, some
Cool.
of which no other battle royales include. The landing system, for example. In Danger Zone, all players fly in together like they do in other games, but instead of having complete free will to land wherever you'd like, you are instead given a tablet which shows the entire map.
Gotta move my
You pick
character or I'm gonna get logged out, sorry.
Is that if someone just thinks or you want to go faster than you do, GG, better look next time. Taking someone's right to choose where they want to land is not a very hot way to start out a nice new battle royale, but maybe they're just innovative geniuses. What definitely doesn't help is the fact that once you are landing, you can hardly even control how your character moves in the sky. So once you're forced to do one thing, you're just forced to do another. But maybe people like being limited in their decisions after all. You get on the ground and what happens next? Well, you start off with $500.
So yeah, I think we kind of covered this. I was just, you know, throwing some stuff out there. There's stuff going on in the background, and I was just spitballing what I want from them. And yeah. So I'm gonna finish up this video and then yeah.
I gotta think about it.
Like, do you have anybody you talked to that you went to like high school with or grade school or?
No. Maybe one, but I don't really talk to him because I just don't talk to him. Yeah. I have a couple of shorter ones that I've been there at the beginning. Like, as cool as it sounds, like the people initially that hosted me, with like whatever amount of viewers, like 1,000 viewers or whatever, when I was really small, when I was nothing, these people actually ended up being the most caring. Mendo's one of them. But then,
Wait, what was the word you just said? Mendelundeman?
Mendo's one of them. It's one of my friends, Mendo.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He hosted me when I was like a nobody, pretty much. So like he's seen like the nothing and the rise, and it's never changed him.
Do you do a lot of things with these people, or? Sometimes I notice that I have a bad habit where I'll have good people in my life that would probably be good to talk to, but like I have them and I can think about them, and if somebody asks me like, oh yeah, that's a good person, but I never actually like make an effort to reach out.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I want a Half-Life 3 that has the engine of CS:GO. We don't need to besmirch CS:GO with PvE. I just thought it might be a good way to envelope CS:GO into being the greatest game of all time if it had a world of CS:GO, you know, where you could just use the engine and live a clan life like Rust. I think Rust kind of bit the clan life of CS:GO to do what it needed to do. So, you know, now why not retake that and build a PvE place that you can terraform and stuff with your Minecraft homies who play CS:GO and stuff. A place like Minecraft, but, you know, creative mode on Counter-Strike's engine. Yeah. Creative mode. I guess it's Gary's mod, but it's not Gary's mod, though, what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an MMORPG like Rust. I'm sure it's possible. I hope so, but I don't think I don't know if it needs to be CS:GO though. I think I'm talking about a new game. The more I talk about it, I believe I'm talking about a new game. But I want Valve to make a new game that is a creative mode that embraces clan life, so that the shooter kids have an MMO that is in Minecraft. You know, something anybody can play. Damn it. Ah. Oh, that's not good. Get out. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Ah, get off me. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, 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 hoi. Here, here. Yep. Stupid kitty. Oh, no. Oh. Come on, man. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Hoi. Oh, and you leashed after all of that. God damn it. Ah. Fucking ads and fucking kitties and all that. Okay, sorry.
Do you think do you do the same thing, or?
Oh
do
yeah,
you,
oh yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, I don't talk to any of these motherfuckers.
What do you think keeps you from ever like reaching out and talking to these people?
Just like, I don't know, maybe like guilt or something like that, like, or like,
Like, do you feel like a burden on them? Do you think they just won't give a fuck? Do you feel guilty because you're more successful? Do you like, what is the?
a little bit. Also, I don't want to like admit to certain weaknesses. Sometimes like, some battles are my own, and when I have all the battles that are on my own, and then I get like parents and they're like, oh yeah, we'll be there for you, like we'll show up, and I'm like, no, like, and I don't want them to be there for it because I'm an adult and there are things that I have to face myself with. These are battles that I have to take on my own, and I don't want anybody near it, you know. And I try to isolate some of these things, and I think some unhealthily and some healthily, right? But
God damn it. I
think it's the important part for me to deal with it on my own.
Do you have anybody that goes to you for help or advice?
Yeah.
Come on, man, move.
Does it feel good when you're able to help people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it feel better when you're able to help somebody that like you respect or look up to, that they would come to help or something?
Yeah, it feels fulfilling for sure. Yeah.
Oh, get out, get out.
Like,
Oh, get out.
People do things that that I could take my own advice on, and I would never do for myself, and they do it and it works for them, and I give them a bit of,
get out.
Like cope juice.
Something I noticed for people that hit like certain levels of success is you have a very weird complex where you're
God, go.
incongruent
Go.
head at the same time. One is that it feels kind of burdensome, or it feels troubling to
come on, man.
reach out to people for help.
No, go.
Like either they're not going to be interested, or
gotta go.
No,
Sure, but I feel
they always wanna.
Stupid kitty.
But I feel like if somebody reaches out to you and is able to help you with a problem, assuming it's somebody you like, you're not going to think negatively of that person, right? But it feels like you feel like they would think negatively of you for doing the same thing that you'd appreciate them doing for you. No, do you understand?
No,
fucking stupid kitty.
If I don't reach out, I do. It's all really like self-inflicted or self-report. Like I always like, if I want to, I do it. If I don't, I don't. But there's no like thought behind it that stops me or makes me do it. Does that make sense? It's pretty free for all in that realm. Does that make sense or not?
No.
Oh, he fucking healed,
like
son of a
bitch.
bitch.
You think they're just like dumb things that you do that are like.
No, I don't feel like a burden to go on them. I don't feel like there's no real thought behind it. Like I've reached out to people, and I think about it now. I'm like, how did I feel when I was about to reach out to them? And I feel nothing. I feel like
So you,
if I want help, I can do it, and there's no problem with it. And
I got this.
Sure, and I can understand that feeling, that you feel like it won't make a difference or whatever, but do you ever feel that way, reach out to somebody, talk to them, and afterwards you do feel a little bit better, or no?
A little bit, maybe, but I think I get mixed signals because of the distraction it gives me. Not really the healing from it, or like the
so
from it, you know?
annoying.
Do you think building a habit out of that might make it like a more healing thing? Like, for instance, if you go to the gym one time, it's actually like a really shit experience. You're super sore afterwards. It's not fun. It's just like whatever. But if you continue to do it over and over again, right, kind of like basically doing training for relationships. That if you go to talk to somebody one time, maybe it like kind of
come on, man, move.
But then you're like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I fucking vented on somebody. I trauma dumped, and maybe it's not even real or whatever. But if you continue to build that relationship, then like over time, not only is it somebody you can kind of trust because you develop like an actual relationship with them, and they get feedback on your problems, they give you advice. You can also, when you share future problems,
come on, man,
like
I got it.
Frame of reference because they can kind of relate it back to things you've told them in the past.
Yeah. Yes. I have that, and I do that. Yeah.
Come on, kill him. Yes, go. Oh, I don't have an Azov staff. I don't have a staff yet. Son of a bitch. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Oh. I'm not. I can't even do this because I'm so like. God damn it, man. I can't even do this with like I'm so low level and I'm not supposed to be here that I can't literally finish it. They haven't given me the quest to go do that stupid thing yet. So annoying. I'm like, man, I'm 22. I'm 3 levels under. It's a 5-man dungeon for level 25s, and I'm a solo 22, and I couldn't finish it because of the game. It's so annoying. Oh yeah, there's plenty more, but without an Azov staff, I can't cap out the site and get the credit for it because I haven't done the stupid quests yet to unlock it. So I was good enough to kill it by a 5-man dungeon by myself, 3 levels under, but I wasn't good enough to like go get the staff first and stuff. And I forgot that you have to have some stupid staff to make it all have a point in the first place. And I hate that sort of design usually, but I mean, yeah, just go home. No, wait, no. I gotta go home, which is, yeah, way up here. I can't believe I made it across the world the first, or what, like the second day. That's kind of funny.
I feel like the people,
no, yeah, it would normally be, yeah, but it's actually fairly uncommon to solo these, actually. It's not that common. People don't do it that much. It's not common to solo these under leveled. You can solo it right about when you're 25, but it's the chances of winning when like you're like unless you're like meta gaming, your chances of winning are not that good. Wow, the water looks really fucking good. Like, I'm glad that I binded here because the water is fucking beautiful, frankly. It's like awesome. It looks fucking so sweet. It doesn't look as good as CSGO though, which is kind of funny. Now,
like maybe I've shared in the past too much with people that shouldn't have been shared that much with it, and I think that's shunning from doing it more.
Sure, that's fair. That's where
I just have to be more careful with it next time.
That's where the having like the tendrils that go really far back help, right? Because like a friend that you've known for like 12 years is probably not gonna fuck with you too much, but like people that you've just made in the streamer world, yeah, streamer friends are really hard because everything's on a knife's edge, right? Like if a certain streamer doesn't like you, you might find that you're like missing like 5 friends all of a sudden, or like stupid stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, and I mean you don't want to tell them like exactly how it is either, because like you know how it is, like you don't know when somebody's gonna play it as a card, you know? This guy is really mad at me.
Which guy? Are you in Overwatch?
Well, yeah, this guy. I'm getting sniper locked.
Nice.
I'm getting challenged to rank up faster.
Very good.
I'm playing against snipers, and this guy is a fucking loser. He said in chat, I'm a loser, I'm ugly, bitchless, employless, and I'm in your game because I want attention. Fuck me.
Kind of looks like a turd from the back.
Oh, someone in my chat just said the Genji is stream sniping. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
Genji, wait, are all the? I'm sorry, I just don't know. Are all the heroes in Overwatch 2 from Overwatch 1 as well?
Yes. Yeah, it's the same game. It's
What was that?
It's the same game.
Is it all the same? Is it all the same heroes as well?
Yeah.
It's the same game, and
Wait,
they just released the same game a second time. But it was free at least when they re-released it. The same game.
Oh, McCree is gone. Oh wait, was that?
No, no, no. McCassie is still there. I call him McCassie all the time. Ooh, fun. This will be fun. Yeah, that looks good. All right, you.
Do you feel like you have like a
times to
revolving door
die?
in terms of meeting new people, getting bored of them, moving on? Or do you feel like it's like relatively stable?
No, I mean I'm a streamer, right? So I mean, I also then I was gonna say aware like me, and they try to relate, but like absolutely fucking not. I mean, I'm a streamer at the end of the day, right? So like that's completely out of balance. I told you one thing that'll get maybe it was a good warning, like a warning that was very ahead of the curve. Many people like I thought maybe meeting a Norman, like somebody who doesn't really know much about my world or knows anything about me, you know, would be good. And it was like a lesson at no cost almost, where I just went out one time with this girl, and like we're just gonna go out like you guys gonna eat or something like that, okay? It's whatever. It's some very hollow shit. It's not. And then she asked my address, and I gave her the address, and I didn't really click it at the time. And then she pulled up, and then I have a nice house over there, and then she saw the house, and I could just kind of feel like it kind of shifted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the equivalent is like sometimes when I meet new people, I'll be kind of a little bit vague. I'm like, oh, I do YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
But then as soon as they like see the channel and they see the numbers, like the dynamic can shift a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought, I was like, okay. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you gotta be. But I mean, like I said, it's a lesson at no cost. I think it's a big lesson and a very, very small cost that could be really bad down the line if I was something I really, really wanted or really cared about. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, the thing that's challenging that I kind of mentioned before is it's like that Venn diagram of people that are in the streamer world or out of the streamer world. Like they have like the traits that you want in people, they're not going to have because of the worlds that we inhabit. When I was in LA for 3 years, when I did my Tinder, I removed all of my socials from it because I just wanted to meet like real life normal human beings that didn't know everything about me and all that shit, and it was just more interesting to me. And there were 2 people that I met that I had a good time with that I was pretty happy about. But I noticed that like talking to people in like the normal world, it's like an alienating experience, like from the online world, because you can't really talk about any part of yourself.
Anything at all, and then if you talk about anything at all, you'll sound like you're fucking mental and you have a problem with your brain.
Like telling people, like so right now there's like 7,000 people on that think I'm a neo-Nazi, and it's like a neo-Nazi. What do you? And it's like, well, it's like political stuff. Like you don't understand. Like these same people think I'm also like a pedophile because something I said online like 10 years ago. I'm like a pedophile? Like what do you? Like, and it's just like you can't. Yeah, there's like no way. Like why are people sending you death threats? And it's like, well, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. You're getting death threats. Isn't that really weird? It's like, well, no. It's kind of like
they will never get it. They'll never get it.
Yeah.
And then imagine some guy in the real world that make like $12 an hour, and you said like and you tell him like. This guy gave me $25 and he said this and that. Fuck that guy. Like, like what's wrong with you? And like, okay, well, dude, like, you're starting. I mean, dude, like, you know how it is.
Yeah, that's a.
You can explain it. You would have to spend like a day to explain how that works to somebody. They'll never get it.
When you meet for like new people you meet, for girls or whatever, is it just people that reach out to you, or do you go to like a specific? Like...
Oh no, I have not met anybody new ever since months now.
Oh, you just don't give it. Okay.
Well. No, I'm not gonna like accuse you. Actually, 2 days ago, I was like, you know what? I never look at all my DMs. I always look at like who's talking to me, right? Who's like sending me a DM, who am I responding to? And I looked at it and I was like, you know, like I keep scrolling down. There's nobody. There's no girl, no new girl, there's just nothing. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I just realized that, I don't know, like, something in my head clicks. I'm usually like pretty like over that shit, like I I'll like respond or reply or like DM people. But I haven't talked to anybody, and I don't feel a need to either. It's just been kind of odd.
How many people do you think on average you talk to in a day, not including your chat?
7,000.
Honestly, I've been trying a lot to I've been thinking about making a new Discord and just leaving it all behind, and just starting fresh entirely, because a lot of people like just useless DMs that don't lead anywhere for nothing. Almost just like they just want to like check in on gossip or something like that, and it's just like I get way more DMs than I should be getting, and it just annoys the fuck out of me.
Yeah, you probably don't like keeping up with those, I guess. Yeah.
I don't like social media, or I mean, I like texting, but
Are there any other big like streamers?
and I like DMs. I do DMs. I like them, but I don't.
OTK and you know.
I don't like spending time on it though.
Or work together with like Ludwig and his podcast or whatever. Are there any other like groups of streamers or people that you want to like work with or do things or?
I really enjoy playing spending time with Ludwig. I think Ludwig, like, he kind of gets it. But me and him are not the same operating people at all. Like I said, I'm very execution based. I'm very like for me, the plan is irrelevant, but for him, the plan is everything, right? So me and him do not connect on it at all whatsoever. Like I do not get him, and he does not get me. Like, it's fire and water, which is kind of good at the same time if you think about it. It's so opposite, right? That there's so much to learn and share. Right?
I mean, there can be, right? Different people can learn a lot from each other and complement each other's weaknesses, or different people can drive each other fucking crazy and hate each other. It just depends on the differences, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it sounds like you guys enjoy each other's company, even though you're quite different from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes it sees me as a partial liability sometimes also. I don't know. Fair enough to be honest. I'm not even like bro, I'm not even like being like like, oh my god, is happening to me? I'm just saying, like, I think everybody does, to be honest. I mean, I'm unreliable, and shit blows up everywhere I go, and people know that, and I don't blame them for like thinking anything about it.
Yep.
Are you enjoying the chess stuff you're doing recently?
Yeah, I think it's gonna give me like something to do, and I like just sending it on things that I want to do. I'll look at the chase chat.
When you wake up in the morning, do you feel like driven to do anything, or is it just streaming?
Oh, yeah, streaming. I feel very driven to do something. I've always had that though. Like, it doesn't matter. I get up and I just go, but whatever that is.
Are there any new games you're looking forward to at all, or?
No.
No. Do you think you'd ever spend like a ton of money on, not a submarine trip, I guess, but maybe like a spaceship trip?
Absolutely not.
Oh, good. An epic chess piece.
Like
Cool.
Risk of Death?
520, huh?
It's 0 interest, like actually 0.
Is there any kind of site that you want to see in the world, like mountains or any nature shit, or?
I will get my leg fixed and go to like the big snow parks and big snow hills that I dreamt of when I was really young.
Legs.
Do
you have like a leg injury thing right now, or?
Yeah, I have a torn ACL that was operated on, but failed,
Oh, torn ACL.
bolt isn't holding.
Oh, god damn it. Sounds horrible.
How did you tear your ACL? What happened with that?
Snowboard.
Oh.
Snowboard, huh? That'll.
These like massive jumps and his.
Yep. And I was like, man, if you do snowboarding, yeah, ACL. It'll be ACL. It'll be ACL. All my friends broke either clavicle or ACL.
It was my last ride of the day.
Yep.
And
always is.
when it's not when it's not like like a lot of traffic during a certain period of time, everybody knows how much speed you need to do to get to take a jump, and there's a slight powder. It was snowing, a tiny bit, you could barely see it, but that causes you to slow down. You don't really realize it. Like, it's pretty slim. So since not a lot of people are going on the hill because it's late at night, a tiny bit of snow, a little powder, it just slows you down. So then I went like full speed, as I literally went on a straight line from top to bottom, and I realized like down at the bottom of the jump that like I didn't have enough speed for it, and these jumps are like really big. So, and these jumps are made for you to either land properly or overshoot them. But if you undershoot them, you're just dying pretty much. And I undershot it, and it just the board broke. And the binding broke, and it spun my leg around, and it just torn everything in it.
Would you ever want to go to like a cool, like a renowned mountain or something for snowboarding?
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
want
Copper or Vale or Aspen.
to do this. What I was saying, yeah. I want to fix my leg and do that.
Oh, but I mean, like, is there like a particular... I don't know anything. Like, I know for like, I think for surfing, there are like some places where people are like, oh my god, like it's a dream to go. Like, is there a same thing for like?
Whistler, yeah, like Park City, fucking.
Whistler.
Like Bear Mountain, shit like that. Like.
Bear Mountain.
I'm from, bro. We're broke as fuck. Like, all our hills are pretty like, entry level. You know, in terms of like snow park. How big the jumps are and what it's pretty all slim. Yeah. So all of that sounds kind of dank to me.
Okay.
That'd be kind of cool, yeah.
Snowboarding is fun as hell. I did a lot when I was a kid. I miss it, but too fat right now. If I ever lose the weight, I'll go back out there. I also have a bad elbow, so gotta watch it. Can't do it when I'm fat, but if I ever lose the weight, I'll go back out on the slope. I like snowboarding. I've always been able to skateboard. That's something I never really struggled with that much. I'm tall. I'm tall for a skateboard, but when I'm not fat, it's fine.
Did you ever ski?
Okay. I need to whatever mountain. What's up?
Did you ever ski or did you only snowboard?
Oh yeah, I competed. I was like slalom competitor. That was really good.
Oh, okay.
I one day I fell and it was really embarrassing, but I just realized that like I was doing it for my dad and I wasn't doing it for myself, and I just quit right there. Yeah, it was what you do in slalom racing, you usually get 2 passes, so you do the whole like the whole course twice in a day, and the second time's always pretty bad because there's ice that builds up on the turns, right?
Okay.
Because
you say right, I have no idea, but I'm taking your word for it.
Okay, yeah, because whenever you take a turn so many times, right? Because everybody's doing the same run.
Like packs of snow or whatever, and it gets like the texture changes or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Because as people like cut that corner really sharp throughout the entire day, it just gets icy, and yeah, it just gets really icy. So then what happened then is that I was going down the hill. I was doing my second run, and then I turn the corner, and it's full ice, like from top to bottom, and just like there's nothing I can do. Like it's never gonna grip, and I fall, and I lose both my skis, and I just start sliding down like on my ass. I just start sliding down. I'm just sliding down all the way down, right? And the way it works in that sport is that you have to go through every flags to finish your run. And my dad always told me like, doesn't matter what you do, you finish your runs. And I just kept it in my head, and I fucking climbed the mountain on foot, like a degen, all the way back up, take both my skis, go all the way back to the flag, put my skis back on, and finish the run.
Yep.
Right? And like, I got last place by like fucking like 8 minutes, something like that, right? Like it's not even, but
when you say you competed, was this college or high school?
No, it was more like it being high school, yeah.
Okay.
That was good though. I have a bunch of medals and trophies, but I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for my dad. So.
How did you shift from the mentality of doing something like that for your dad to like streaming, or how did your parents feel about you playing video games and streaming online?
Because I've always competed in everything I did. I competed in trampoline, gymnastics, ski,
Yeah, but
snowboard.
were your parents like happy that you wanted to play video games instead of like?
No.
I mean, they want me to be good at everything because I think a lot of my dad's ego with his friends were through their children. Right? And they would like kind of like flex their children's achievements, and me and my brother, like, we had nothing. And in terms of like schooling, he can flex for shit, and I think it kind of made him feel bad. He wants to perform and stuff, so like we any sports, we clapped all of them. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Even like all the other kids at school and whatever the fuck, like we clapped every.
Yep, I would say I was a skateboarder, a snowboarder. I was like a fast driver. One time I got towed in the back of a van. We would go to the skate park at like 3 a.m. so we wouldn't have to wait for other kids, and we would get the entire park to ourselves. And we'd shine our own light and stuff so we could see what we were doing and run from the cops for when it came down to the fucking the curfew tickets, which it did like probably like 20 times or something. Physically, when I was a teenager, pretty much anything that we could challenge ourselves with, we did. And so I was also like, I was really good at bicycling. I could build a bike, you know. I can still build a bike. I can, you know, like snowboarding, skateboarding. I mean, like physically, when I was a kid, I was the fat one of the group too. I was the fat one of the group. Any of them would tell you, but I still did all of it, a lot of it. You know, I was the one who, like, I fell off a fence when I was 19, drunk. You know, like, you know, I jumped off a 3rd-story building once when I was a kid, and then also when a second-story building once when I was a kid, flattened my left arch. Yeah, like, you know, that drive to be good at everything. We had that too. We were drug kids. We had done all the drugs, you know, and we were such selfish people, kind of, I think, in a way, because we like just, you know, just did whatever was fun. Didn't matter what it was. We ate bad food, and we had bad relationships, and we called each other bad names, and, you know, I don't know. All of us were like renowned thieves in a way. Everybody in my crew, except for the women, were like renowned thieves. Like, they could steal anything, you know. Not that we did. They were just like, wow, look at all that. You know, just that, you know, like they like, if they wanted to do something, they would do it. Like, one time, my friend L, he walked out of a pro sound place with a guitar behind his back while he was talking to the guy. That kind of thing.
Every sport we went to, we called everybody. You know, because my brother's extremely talented. He's like gifted at sports.
Yeah, the gifted kids. We were all like gifted. Like, everybody was expected to be like a bicyclist and a snowboarder and a skateboarder and a fast driver and like a drunk and a druggie, and I mean, like, anything we could get our hands on. Motorcycles, mopeds. I'm sure we would have done skydiving if we had money. Traveling across the country, road trips, you know, all that shit. Road trips to California. I went to Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for a year and a half. I mean, yeah, we had like a very weird crew with a lot of weird tastes, and definitely that sort of lifestyle that he had growing up. Now, I don't liken myself to XQC. I'm just saying that, you know, well, for one thing, I'm sure he's definitely like at least like, what, 13, 14 years younger than me. But yeah, when I was, he looks like I did when I was his age. Yeah.
But in school, we were just a bunch of fucking bums, and like,
yeah,
a lot of things, like.
Now, in school, we weren't bums. I was in the senior year, but not until senior year. I was never a bum. Well, I was a bum in school in the respect that I didn't do the homework and I skipped school all the time. But when it came to the tests that mattered, I passed them, you know? Because my whole thing was, you guys just can't have me doing busy work. You know how it enrages me. I'm sorry, but you ever met somebody who has like you remember, okay, how I always tell people, right? A lot of people can't handle this either. My ex didn't like it. My friends didn't like it. So you ever seen Back to the Future when Marty McFly sees red, kind of like a bullfighter, or like a bull does, and when somebody calls him chicken, right? So my thing is don't ask me to do busy work. It enrages me. I pretty much won't do it. If it doesn't serve me or you, like homework, for instance, like, or anything having to do with that. If it like busy work is something that I just don't have a taste for. And they knew it going in by the second grade that I just wasn't gonna do it if I didn't believe in it. And so I was the no person. I said no, 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 no. And they're like, yeah, all right, fine. You know, they could see it really mattered to me. I was like, no, I'll do it if I want to, sure. And they're like, all right, go apply yourself. And I'd go out and I'd play I'd solo in front of 5,000 people and shit like that. And I would. But I mean, like these things were things that I wanted to do for myself. The minute that they said, oh, you need to go practice to be good or do homework or any of that stupid shit, I was like, nah, just test me. And they're like, what? And I'd be like, yeah, just test me. And I'll see if I can test out of this. And I literally must have challenged like 12 teachers on that. I was like, nah, test me and I'll test out of it. And they're like, your intellect is strong, but you haven't done the fundamentals. And I'm like, I can if I need to. And they're like, yeah, it's obvious that you kind of can. I'm like, yeah, I just really can't handle being told to do anything at all. Never have, never will. Homework, rules, people stuff, traditions, birthdays, fascism, or any of this other stuff and everything in between. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just not...
Dream of becoming a pro sports person in that realm, right? Like,
yeah, like I didn't like sports when I was a kid, but I was a skateboarder and a snowboarder and a hacky sack player, a biker, like a bicyclist. I had an expensive road bike, right? I had an expensive mountain bike too. And like I had like, you know, I don't know, like it's just weird. I had all the snowboarding gear and the goggles and the shit. I had camping gear. I was a camper. Definitely lived out in the wilds for a bit. Like, you know, I was homeless for a bit. I mean, I had a lot of life skills and stuff, but I wouldn't say that I particularly like to do any of them except for video games. Which, well, and I like making love and I like love. I like love in video games. When it came down to it, I was good at a lot of things, but I wouldn't say I was like good at almost anything but love and video games, I would say. That was the one that I was able to focus on. The rest of it, I was like, yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's me. You can see this here with him. He was like, we were bums at school, and I would say I was definitely a bum at school. I failed out of the 8th grade because I literally skipped so much school in the 8th grade because of the divorce that I literally just didn't believe that I was going to school anymore. I was just going through the fucking objects of leaving the house in the morning, and then I would just go off and smoke cigarettes with my delinquent friends and figure out what to do about the future. And they realized long back then, when I was like 13, that we had adult problems pretty young, and we had given up our innocence pretty young, lost our virginity pretty young. Definitely were kind of crazy kids, and their battles and their problems that they do with their normal lives wasn't something that usually applied to almost anybody that I knew. Like, one person would be building a trebuchet. Another one would be mixing on MTV Music Generator on the PlayStation 2. Another would be drawing. Another would be smoking weed. Another would be skateboarding. And another one would be telling us about Noam Chomsky and shit. And then there was all the sisters and the girlfriends and everybody in between. But like my crew, I wouldn't say any of us were almost ever experts at anything, except for maybe my best friend definitely had a pretty legitimate life like that. He ended up being kind of an expert at being real estate, I would say. But I mean, of all of them, almost, and a couple of other of us are experts in other parts of their field. But I mean, like, overall, I would say, like, jack of all trades was something that was a reoccurring theme in my crew. So, and that's why I bring this up about the snowboarding, the skateboarding, the skiing, the mountain biking, the motorcycling, all that stuff. You were expected, in my crew, you were expected to do all of these things because it was Colorado and we had access to all of it. Smoking weed, getting drunk, all that stuff, all of it at the age of like 13. It was a lot of pressure, and I didn't know. I thought the entire world was like me, and a lot of the world was like me, I would say, but not all of us. Not all of us was like me. No. No, not all of us were like my crew. No. Later on in life, when I traveled in other places, I was like, yeah, I don't meet a lot of people like my crew. If
you think of when you're young, we never thought of it as a career. We kind of like spend less time and kind of quit on all of them.
Yeah, like careers were something that like were basically this lie to suss out $100,000 from us for a fake bachelor's degree. We were hep to that fucking shit. And honestly, if any of us had any discipline to pass college, but every single last one of us was successful. Every last one of us was successful. I was the worst one, and I was only on the streets for like 4 years and 10 months or something like that, I think it was. So, I mean, like, I was the worst one by far. Well, I wasn't the worst one because one of us is dead. One guy was not successful, I'm sorry. 2 of us weren't successful until later in life. But everybody there was fine except for me and the other guy. So, you know, in the end. So... And that kind of pressure, it's not conductive to a normal life, and you're constantly living life like Bam Margera, but you don't have that kind of money, and you don't want the kind of ego where everybody's kissing your fucking ass all the time, and aesthetics didn't really matter. It was about their personality and their intelligence, and all these other crazy things, and honor was like definitely a rule, and nobody slept with each other's girlfriends or anything like that. There was never any scandalous shit in my crew almost ever. I don't ever remember one of my crew members ever. I think the worst thing that any of us ever did to each other, and this one was a bad one for me, is I stole $10 worth of acid from my friend one time. And that was it. That was like the worst thing I think that any of us ever did to each other. Betrayal was not something that really ever happened. I think you could say my friend doing what he did was a betrayal in a sense. But there was never like my crew. I don't remember any drama ever. I don't remember any drama the entire 20 fucking years. I don't remember a single time there was ever drama, except for the funeral after my friend did what he did. So, I mean, even then, that was his drama. It wasn't ours. We hadn't done anything wrong. We hadn't even seen him in 7 years. So that was a trip. You come up. They called us indigo children, and a lot of people I expect coming through my channel are probably the same. Usually, it's the indigo children having like kind of you know, what do they call it? A Hedgehog's Dilemma from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Me, I competed in everything, and I played a lot of games. I started streaming because I want to be pro at Overwatch. Because if I'm gonna spend time playing a game, I want to be pro at it.
Yeah, and I don't want to be pro in video games. I just want to look pro. I don't care about being pro, and I don't care about dying or what anybody else fucking thinks about it. I want the impression that I might be good at it. That's it. I don't care if you think I'm good or I'm bad or whatever the fuck. I just want to look like I might know what I'm doing. That's it. I don't care about some standard of some ladder or something like that. I just want to look like I know what I'm doing, and that's good enough for me. And I feel like I've always... Now, am I flagged, motherfucker? I think I am. If you want some, you can have some, but I'm not trying. Yeah. I will stomp your fucking ass. I don't care if I'm 5 levels lower. He knew it, too. He took one look at me, and it was like, nah, this guy's fucking trouble. Yeah. Yeah, by the glow on the axe, you should know. I took one look at him and I didn't back off. You see it? I stepped right to him and I was like, you want some, bitch? Old habits die hard, you know what I'm saying? World of Warcraft will teach you to walk the right fuck up and engage something like 20 minutes of loss or something like that by walking up to the motherfucker and be like, what? What? You know, right up to him, like, what, motherfucker? Right up to him. Did you see it? Because I'll walk up right to him. Like, I don't like Russ because they'll just peg you in the fucking. I mean, I do like Russ, but I don't like. Oh, was it mine? It was mine. All right, fine. You're gonna. Oh no. All right, you don't want it. I was faster. I mean, I was. You see it? I mean, I was faster. I went diving for it first. Sorry. Now he wants to hunt Eldergate Puma for. Okay, Puma, huh? All right. Oh, damn it. I think I want to re-examine my skill set. Yeah, this Void Gauntlet. While that's nice, I don't know if Petrifying Scream is my thing. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, what's up, bitch? Alright. Hut. Oh, yeah, you. Hit. Hut. Oh. Hut. Hey-oh. Alright. Thank you. He came to skin my tiger again. And it's like, what's up? Ah, I misclicked. Damn it, stupid weird hitbox thing. Stupid deer.
Just like I wanted to be the best at everything I did. And it just worked out. It just worked out, but it didn't.
Yeah, I had a particularly bad ego because I'd be like, all right, name the game then: chess, cards, poker, blackjack, video games, Street Fighter, fucking Soul Calibur. I'll drive faster than you. I'll charm your girlfriend. I mean, like whatever it is, name the game, motherfucker. I was a very cocky motherfucker when I was young. Yeah. I don't propose that people are like me. I'm just saying, like, you know, like not everybody was like this like, you know, wallflower.
For the last time.
Were you living with them when you were doing Pro Overwatch?
Absolutely not. Kicked out.
No, nope.
Why did he kick
Kicked
you
out. Yeah.
You weren't working or going to school, or?
Nope, just Overwatch.
Yeah. I was going to school, but like I was like staying up late at nights, and I had a job, but like I stayed up late at nights, and then they thought I was like too loud and useless, so just they pretty much kicked me out. I wrote them a letter and I got the fuck out, because yeah.
How long did it take for you to make up with them after that, or make up? Yeah. I'm assuming you did.
Never.
Never. Never.
I mean,
no.
like,
Oh, long ago. Long ago. Oh, yeah, making up. No. Long ago, they realized that I was doing lots of drugs, and I was kind of scandalous, and I was hanging out with the bad crowd long ago, like 25 years ago. And you don't ever go back. They're like, yeah, you've been there. You've been across the tracks and shit. You know? The fuck was that? What do you want? Alright.
Mom is very helpful now. Just chill. Wasn't really her fault initially. They ended up fucking me over 2 more times. In pretty bad ways too. even when I had already made it. So when I made it, there are times where I could have lost opportunities, and too bad, it happened twice, and it really fucked me up. It made me feel like, no matter how far I go, how much I make it, they'll still try to put like sticks on my wheels. So healing past that was like very difficult. Hold on, let me get Ruby downstairs. Let me get one second. Now you're a millionaire now, yeah, but like money doesn't get past that.
What's up, juicer people? Are you guys using the Kick chat as your offline chat yet, or are you guys using the Twitch chat still, or would you guys exist when XQC is sleeping until 8 p.m.? A lot of Twitchers, okay. Neither Omega Lol, neither Omega Lol, neither Omega Lol. Ooh, that guy got banned.
What happened?
What?
What happened?
Oh, I was just reading your chat. And some guy got banned. Rip to that dude.
Go back to what?
I don't know, I'm not a fucking mod.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever tried to collab or reach out to any YouTubers?
No, I think most YouTubers are interesting, boring, stupid, and
It's a big world out there. Most streamers are boring and stupid, to be fair. Right?
and that is actually spot on. You're correct with that.
I feel like you have, because you're like arguably the largest streamer or the most viewer hours at least, right? Like you could probably have big penetration into YouTube, or like have you ever thought like you could collab with like Mr. Beast or something, maybe, no? Or Sniper XXX, whatever that girl, right?
And then okay, and then what would be the motive, and then what would be the end game of that? Like, what's the?
It would just be really fucking fun content.
You think so?
To see you do like kid reacts with that XXX Sniper Wolf person or whatever the fuck, I feel like that'd be funny as fuck.
Yeah,
You might fucking
funny,
hate
yeah.
it, but you're
bro, I feel like you know, there's even it gives you an opportunity to do.
What?
I like you don't think this is some psycho shit. I like making just a full personality on the fly, right? Not personality, but like what do I do for life? I've touched it a bunch of times when I get into Ubers and I just give them like a load of dog shit on like what I do for a living and shit, right? I thought like these people don't really know me, how I'm like behind camera or whatever the fuck, right? So like it's kind of fun to think that I could be anything I want, right? Like if we make a video, right, and I start acting it.
No, you can't do anything that you want. You have the kind of face that anybody in the world can recognize exactly who the fuck you are. You can't hide, and you can't be anyone you want, and it's a great fantasy, but nope, you don't have anonymity ever again. You won't ever have to starve under a bridge ever again, but you don't have anonymity ever again.
In a certain way, right? Like, you get it though, right? Like, I can act whatever I want, and for them, like, that's just who I am, you know? I think it's kind of funny. Like,
yeah, in the social games, like, they're not gonna call you out on.
Yeah. So if I do the kid react and I'm really fully into it, and I go full NPC mode. I mean, shit, that's kind of funny. That's funny content, is it not?
I mean, yeah, I think it would be, yeah. But yeah, I don't know how much research they were doing you beforehand, but yeah, I think it'd be good shit. Or one of those fucking Minecraft YouTubers or whatever. My son used to watch that shit when he was like 5 or 6. I don't even remember their names. Dude, I didn't know like any of these people existed, but then I would look at his like played list because I'm making sure he's not looking at any of that weird Elsa shit when he was younger. And it's like all these random like 4Kids Minecraft YouTubers that all have like fucking 5 million subs and shit on YouTube. I don't even know these people. They use like kid voices and they're like, I'm like, oh my god, these guys are like.
There's hundreds of them,
Making the Stampy, that was one of them. Yeah, was it Stampy? Yeah, that guy. He talks like this, guys, and he's like really happy and all that shit or whatever.
That's funny.
I think it was.
If he does that, I respect that a lot. I think.
Before we get into the video, I just wanted to let.
I wanted to become an animator one time for summer camp, and I did an interview. I killed it, but they got mad at me because I wasn't singing the songs. Man, I'm shy, man. I'm shy.
Because you didn't sing the songs? Was this fucking Camp Art Cult, or what the fuck were you supposed to be singing?
Like you need to know all the games and all the whatever for the kids, right? Because I want to do I want to be summer camp instructor, right?
Yeah.
And when it came down to the part for like the songs, these teens or young adults that wanted those jobs, they knew all the songs, and they started singing them, right? And like, hey, go ahead, let's say you guys are in practice. Like, let's pretend that there's kids and we're gonna do activities, and they go na 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 na, and they start singing the songs, and I'm like, I didn't sing a single one of them, and I was like I can't fucking do this shit. I don't know the lyrics. I don't. This is cringe as fuck.
Oh god, are you doing the lying thing right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
and then
okay.
I ended up not getting the job.
Damn, that's brutal. You were literally the guy from the meme, like standing in the corner of the room, like everybody else is out there partying, and the thought bubble is like they don't know that in 6 years I'm gonna be kicked out of Overwatch for being homophobic. You were that guy. They had no idea. You were a treasure that they completely passed.
Kicked out of Overwatch for being homophobic.
Wait, actually, I'm curious about the Overwatch shit. Did you feel like your fucking life was ending when?
Wow.
Or did you
Wow.
feel like I can focus on streaming? Or?
I was so driven. I had to fire my eyes back then. There was no doubt I was gonna make it regardless. Whatever I did. I coped for at least a day though. How many guys with you? Like.
Yeah, that's depressing to lose the place where you. It's depressing to lose the place where you came up. Like I lost WoW around 2015. I was like, this is just not fun to me, and it's never gonna be fun to me ever again. And I was like cast adrift, and I still feel sort of cast adrift, but I have found better places.
Well, I look back at this, and I think these are the times in your life where literally every hour matters, right? And you can't doubt. Any ounce of doubt, and you're done. It's over. You get overwhelmed, and you're gonna lose belief, and you're just gonna cry. You're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Like your career will die, right? And I didn't take a day off, but I remember like I got kicked out. I was out of options. I coped for one day. They told me like, yeah, we're done, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll talk to the president of the company, and then I'll do that, and maybe they'll get me back in. Maybe I don't have to make the announcement. Like I can sit in the league.
Nope.
Next day, it just kind of it was announced, and I kicked in like, this isn't happening, right? And we're GG.
Yeah.
Yep.
And at that point, I switched gears, and I'm like, okay, then we're gonna make it regardless. And
Yep.
then
Dunzo Gonzo. Bye.
And it panned out, but it took a lot of focus and a time of like being upset, being surprised, being a bunch of feelings. I'm pretty proud of myself in the way that like it was a lot to handle, and I had not only handle, I had to perform pretty good doing it, and I kind of went hard to be honest. So, props to me.
Shit. I didn't get the fucking
No, I could buy the whole
teleporter.
fucking league. I turned that to my fucking Colossus league. Fuck them.
True. Do you one of the things that's really sad that I always tell to streamers whenever they're going through like big drama or whatever, that's like really hard for a lot of people to realize is that like anytime people are going through big drama, I always tell people like, listen, like take a day or two to figure it out, but you have to go back to streaming. I know so many people that they
really?
quit. Yeah, because they end up quitting, right? Because the cycle that people fall into is they get discouraged because there's a huge event that happens. Then they take like weeks off, and that's already like. But if I see somebody do them, like they're done, they're not coming back. I didn't think Mizkit was gonna come back. Yeah, because then you come back and you start streaming, and the first thing you get is that same hate because you haven't streamed in like a month, and that's all people remember you for. And then you shut it off, and then you repeat that like 3 or 4 times, and it's just less viewers every time. All you see is the hate, and you just like you're mentally like fucking destroyed.
Yes, yes. You know what's crazy though that you told that if you actually said that as advice to people. I guess not a coincidence. I guess you just get it like I do. I've told every person you can think of, even small streamers out there, anybody you can think of, that this happened to them, I told all of them in DMs, out of the blue. DM request. They don't even follow me on Twitter. I sent them a DM. I'm like, dude, you have to go live.
Yeah.
I'm like, brother, I don't give a fuck what you have to do. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're going through it, and I get that. I'm like, if you want a career out of this and you want this to matter, you hit the button and you just have to. And you know what, dude? Only like I think one person did out of all of them. No, nobody actually did it. Actually, I'm
Hold on,
zero.
No,
There's zero.
dude. I have sent these exact, like, check your notes. Bro, I have sent these messages, exactly what you're saying, to so many people. And, like, because I see that they've stopped, and I'm like, oh, no. Do you see the picture I just sent you?
Oh, my God,
I
yeah.
have sent these messages, so many people are like, bro, you gotta go live. And they stop, and then they give up, because, like, the drama is too much. Yeah. Oh, man, yeah, I've had the...
I thought that Mitch Jones and a bunch of other people.
I don't want the drama.
I have at least 10. At least. All the streamers that you can think of, that were like going to drama and shit like that. I didn't give a fuck. Okay, if I agreed or not about what they did, it didn't matter. Okay, like I think there's value. Dude, it was just like go live. Just send it. Like you have to, because you're gonna crush yourself. And bro, I'm not kidding. Nobody did.
Yep. No.
Like,
no, they don't.
Wait, you too? Never?
No, they don't. No. Most of the people that I've given this advice to, they didn't do it. They're like, oh, I'll try it. Oh, blah 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 blah. And then,
I was trying to give chat like some sort of hope by lying. Okay, I was gonna lie. I was gonna say I was gonna say one did, but it's zero. Nobody did.
No, they don't. Don't do it.
Damn, I'm actually kind of surprised that you're at 0 too then.
Yeah, and then I'm sad because every now and then I'll like check on like Twitch tracker to like see do these people ever try, and you'll see like 6 hours of streaming over the past like 4 months, and they tried it, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's why for me it was like, it was this super important process. Just fucking send it, because especially when you're not wrong, or you're not like people want you to fall more or something, like. You cannot owe yourself, like, you know, you cannot owe yourself to continue if you're not wrong or you didn't do something bad, whatever, and then or you've fixed the problem or the process of like, dude, let's fucking, you have to go, man, you gotta go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'm not. I know chat. Mitch is live every day, but I'm not. I would hate to claim credits from him, but I told him to go live way earlier than that.
Is he actually live, or is he on the Watch Me Blink channel?
Watch Me Blink, but he does that because of drama shit.
Yeah, what's up with all these streamers with the... Because Asmongold does it too on that Zach channel.
Yeah, I know.
It's like so funny that like, it's like this simulacrum where like you hide from yourself in this metaphorical sense. Streamers do it like in action. It's not metaphorical. They actually create like alternate Twitch channels.
Yep.
Like it somehow changes their engagement with the world. That's just so funny to me that it's like that it actually manifests in a very real way. Like sometimes I feel like I'm wearing a mask. Like 500 years ago that would be like a Shakespeare play, but today it's like Today I'm not Asmongold. I'm picking fun of Asmongold, but really a lot of streamers do this. Like I'm not this guy. I'm on my other account. It's like way different now, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. When in fact, it's all just a dumbed down version of themselves. That's more lazy. That's it. There's no.
Maybe.
Which is fine. I mean, I do have extras offline, but chat. Sometimes at night I was lazy and I felt like I wouldn't talk to chat, so I just go live on a channel. I don't think he's. See, this is what happens when my chat sometimes is that they want to hate so bad they won't even listen to the scenario going on the screen or on the stream, and it'll just say either says you or you whatever when they're not even listening. They're not even listening. They're not even listening.
No, they're not even listening, and you'll be talking about something, and they're just off ragging about something, like about some woman named Alice or something, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, you're not even paying attention. You're just hating on Otto now. I've caught that a bunch of times.
Channel that I have as like a, oh, we just got you, dude. We just got you because you have one, right? When the whole point of it was that it just, whenever I'm out of juice, I want to talk to chat. Well, I'm not gonna go to my channel. I'm just being lazy. Like, I would just start like COD and just rip to the channel. It's not as an escape of the other channel. Like, it's an extension, not an escape. I wish we all understood that. Like, it's never been an escape ever. It's like an extended. Does that make sense? Oh, you get it?
No, I mean I can understand it. Yeah. There's two, because sometimes sometimes people would go live on. Here's like the one thing that I can kind of see it for is, especially because at some point I had to do this with my Dungeons and Dragons. Some people make a second channel to go live with content that won't appeal to everybody, and viewers are actually retarded. I can name a stream. I'll make my stream title name. Do not come here. Boring content today because I'm just planning on research or whatever. And people will show up like, why the fuck are you doing this? What are you doing here? Blah blah blah. It's like, bro, I'm here for 8 hours a day. Like, go away and come back later. Like, what are you doing with your life? Like, you don't have to watch this right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can understand that. But the funny thing is, it feels like for some people, those secondary channels, like I know it's happened to more people. I keep picking on Azagol. I'm not meaning to pick on Azagol, but I think for Azagol and Mitch, their secondary channels basically became like their main channels. Like they were just starting to stream it every single day. Yeah, and it's like, what is even the point?
Because they think that they're avoiding something. They think there's an actual like removal of some overlap that they don't like. Like they think there's an actual something when it's just about size, right? And if you care that much about it, you can just kill your channel on purpose for like a couple weeks, and it'll become like your other channel. It's all about size. It has nothing to do with filtering or whatever the fuck. It's just because there's just less people. That's just it. That's why I love streaming on Kick, because overall, when I have like slow mode and some other shit, and the chat isn't as fucking degen mode here, right? Well, I can actually interact and sit down and actually talk to chat, and I really appreciate that. I think it's all about some of these effects that come into play, right? And people they think I'm lying when I said that. This guy's flying on the highway. Holy, these guys are
like, okay, I'm so jealous of him being a main Kick. I would love to main Kick. I don't care. I would masturbate. I would let you guys see me sleeping. I would introduce you to weird people. I would show you I would show you me driving 100 miles an hour. I would do like sing-alongs every day, duets and chorus lines and stuff. Like, honestly, I think censorship is a lot of a part of my job. And I kind of really want his freedom, but you can't make a career off Kick. I don't believe that's possible unless you're essentially getting naked or gambling. It is a gambling naked website, so that's what it's for. And if you, and I'll get naked and I'll gamble. I don't care, but I don't think I don't think that was the direction my career was supposed to take. I think I'm just supposed to be a normal streamer, just like a normal streamer across like 4 platforms. I don't know. Maybe it's not normal to be across 4 platforms and not have an affiliateship with like 1,200 viewers or 1,200 follows. But or whatever I'm at. What am I at now? What's it at now? It's like 1380. Jesus Christ, it's gone up fast over the last couple of months. Like just 3 months ago, no, just 6 weeks ago, it was like 1175. Yeah, that was some growth, I guess. That's interesting.
And I think that's like very, very important for me. I think there's a lot of value there. People say, oh, it's about the money, and you know what? I know all I said. People said that. But I think people generally think that it's like
I was like, I want a personal history of everything I do over 50 years, and I want to bring everyone else along. And I mean, I knew it was selfish, and I was like, I don't think I need to charge them for this. I pray to God they'll donate, but I don't think I need to charge them for this. It's something that is a guilty pleasure. It's like believing in yourself so much so that you want your own personal history. And when I'm old and I'm too old to cut it anymore, and I'm not on the camera, and I'm sitting out there fishing on a river or something, and I can't be on camera anymore. It's just too stressful for me, and I have Asperger's and dementia and stuff, and my brain will be gone. I'll just sit there and watch all of my old videos. And it reminds me of this old episode of Batman the Animated Series. It was my favorite one, called The Gray Ghost. And Batman at the end, after he saves after Gray Ghost saves Batman, and it was Adam West, and it was the new voice Kevin Conroy passed, I think, recently, and the new voice Kevin Conroy, and they meet together and they talk about being old and young. And the Gray Ghost, man, was such a formative episode for me. And I was like, I want my own library at the end of my life. Like there was another one. Clayface was like that too. Clayface was a Batman villain who was Roland Dag. Like Roland Dag was selling him this stuff that would turn his face to mud so he could remain ever young and be like a Hollywood star forever. And yeah, that episode was kind of, oh, I'm encumbered now. That sucks. Oh, hey, well, yeah, but I don't need any of that. No, that's okay. I guess I'll get this and go. And so, yeah, and that's what that reminds me. I was like, at the end of it, the factory that burns, at the end of it, it's such a good episode, and I'll ruin it, but because it's like unlikely that anybody will watch it anyways. But the episode's so good. The guy at the toy store is buying all of the toys from the Gray Ghost, and the Gray Ghost is the original Batman from the Silver Screen era, like Adam West, right? And so Batman in the Batman animated series gets hip to this villain that's using remote cars to blow up buildings and to rob places. And then they start getting a copycat in Gotham City that's blowing up like banks and stuff and stealing the money. And they figure, and they don't know, but it's actually the guy who's been buying the toys from the Gray Ghost the whole time. The Mad Bomber ends up being the guy who works at the toy store, and he stole the premise from this old Gray Ghost episode, and so Batman has to go back and track what's happening. And doing so, he makes friends with the original actor of the Gray Ghost, and I forget the name, but. And so, and the Gray Ghost was very formative for me because at the end of the episode, Batman does the greatest thing I think I've ever seen anybody ever do, maybe. It still chokes me up. It's like one of the sweetest things I've ever seen. So the factory blows up that the toy maker has been using the cars that he bought from the original episode of The Grey Ghost to blow up these banks and scare people and terrorize the city. It's just horrible. And finally, Grey Ghost and Batman unite to fight the toy maker, troll guy, who turns this beautiful episode from Americana into this terrible death march. And as they bust him, the factory with all the cars inside and all the bombs goes up, and all the bombs and all the C4 go off all at once, and it destroys everything that the toy maker has, and in doing so renders Grey Ghost basically persona non grata entirely. Like every last bit of all the Grey Ghost merchandise had been bought out by the toy maker, and in the resulting explosions, after he becomes this terrorist crazy person, kills the entirety of Grey Ghost. And so the only replicas left are the personal collection that Bruce Wayne has kept. And so at the end of the episode, Batman hands him his collection of his master tapes back to him. And he's like, I've been saving these since I was a kid, and I was fortunate to be rich enough to collect them, but you're a poor, old, out-of-work actor now. Like, you can have your whole legacy back. Don't ever lose this. Keep another lock and key, and don't ever sell it ever again. And it was like the most beautiful ending I've ever seen in the end. Like, the entire legend is totally reinstated and put back behind lock and key again, so the childhood hero of your youth isn't totally ever dead and blown up in a house fire. Like, for instance, people don't know this, but the Square Enix's server site burned down, and the original copy of Final Fantasy XI is there. They have the original copy of the 911, but there was an original FFXI Final Fantasy XI. Excuse me, the original copy of Final Fantasy XI, and so they recovered, but a lot of Square Enix's original work burned in that fire, and there's some masters of games and codes and stuff that was lost in a terrible fire, and people don't know that. Oh shit, yeah, you want. Oh. Yes, absolutely. Good fight. Thank you, sir. Abu Dhabi. No, I'm okay. Oops. So yeah, and like, so that, in that whole episode, right? So I was like, when I started this, I was like, I want to be like the gray ghost. I know that I'm likely to be alone when I'm old, so I want to be able to go back to my own catalog and look back over 50 years of my own memories and watch them when I'm like 85 or 90 and I'm too old to cut it anymore and I've got the colostomy bag or whatever and I'm like senile and I'm like crazy, you know. And I want my own personal library to go back to, you know. That's why I'm doing this, definitely. Yep, drop that, and yep, there we go. I gotta warp back now. I guess I can't keep going. I'm too full. Okay, we called you in. Yes, there we go.
All about money or whatever, and there is a crazy amount of value for me in this experience that I have right now compared to the Twitch. I think it's very, and I love that I can do both, because they're both slightly different, but they are both very important for my experience.
Sure. Yeah.
What else? Was I like, oh yeah, and for Mitch, like, it's easy to write a wave, right? Writing a wave is usually pretty easy. So like, if I was feeling down and things were bad or whatever, and Overwatch 3 comes out, well, fuck, man. I mean, I'm the Overwatch guy, you know. Like that, I can ride that wave. Like for Mitch, it was the WoW wave. And I wish he displayed the pattern behavior of going live every day without like WoW Classic or before whatever. I like he's been going live, but riding that wave a little bit, right? About like a WoW whatever.
Who has?
Mitch.
Oh, okay.
I just kind of wish that he kind of showed me that my advice was listened to a little bit, you know? And he actually just went hard without the wave and just kind of sent it, but he didn't. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I fucking hate Mitch, so yeah. But that might be true.
Well, like I said, I don't send this advice to people, even someone that I even agree with. To be honest, I'm not like, I'm just trying to just send it out because I would want to hear that, right? Yeah. And I know it will cause a positive result. They'll probably end up in a positive thing overall, right? And it's like, you know what, man? Shit, man. Like, I want to see my advice being taken, and because I want to see myself in somebody else, but nobody does it. You know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's, but it's hard because like I try to be careful for that because like I don't want to ever get too invested in other people because most people. It's funny because most people won't, or at least maybe I'm just a loser. I don't know. Most people won't listen to advice I give them on anything, even if it's like a situation I've lived like a million times before, and I'm like, bro, this is what you're doing. This is what's going to happen. Do this so it doesn't happen, and then they don't do it, and it does happen. It's like, oh, whatever, you know. But if you start to get really invested in that, I feel like I would just get so upset. Like, why wouldn't you just listen to me? Like, do you think I'm a fucking retard? Like, I'm reasonably successful.
Yeah, like I wish my friend had listened to me. I remember sitting down with several people in my life like this and losing them. Kind of. I was like, well, you are a needle junkie now, and you've been in it some weeks, and what you do, like right now, today, or over the next like couple of weeks, is going to dictate how the rest of your life goes. And within a couple of years, you're either going to be dead or in jail. And this is where you make your choice. Do you be a junkie loser who picks the needle, or do you listen to your friend who's trying to tell you right to your fucking face, your only friend in the world, that right now what you choose to do dictates how the rest of your life goes? And sure enough, 2 years later, he was in the ground.
Successful. I'm like 10 years older than you. Like, why would
his brother's still a friend of mine.
But most people don't give a fuck.
I warned him. I was like, get your shit together, you know. And they don't listen to you because they can't. I just watched my friend literally resuscitate you after you OD'd. And then I had this conversation with him that day. I was like, man, how you, like, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you use needles. I don't care. I'm not judging you. I'll always be your friend, whatever. It's just that What you do right now is going to dictate how the rest of your life goes. You must master this now and stop before it gets out of hand, or sure enough, you'll either be dead or in jail like clockwork. And I told him, I was like, at that point, I'm not your friend anymore because I don't do clockwork. I always need some other way out. I don't do clockwork, systemic breakdown in prison or jail or the grave or worse. You know what I'm saying? I just don't do it. So I told him, I was like, how you choose will have something to do with our friendship too. And he chose the needle, and sure enough, 2 years later, he was in the fucking ground. And that thing about, God damn it, can't you listen to me? Like, I'm the worst one, too. I'm the worst one of all of them. I'm not the worst one, like, needle-wise, but just talking about, like, full-blown druggy fucking, you know, abandon, mindless self-indulgence. I was, like, the worst one. And I wish they would listen to me. I actually know. You know what I'm saying? This guy's so cool. This is my favorite guy in the game. He looks so cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. We can do that. Yeah, you want some, huh?
To be fair, like, I was the same way. When I was, like, 22, like, I remember arguing with, like, the owner of, like, pro gaming teams and, like, bro, you don't have to die on this hill of, like, saying the F word and shit. And I'm like, you know what? I do, actually. Fuck you. I do need to die on this hill.
I do. Yep. I do need to die on that hill.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think yeah, I did something pretty much. I learned from my own mistakes. You're not going to learn from other people's mistakes or learn from their advice.
Absolutely, yeah.
I could have done way better. I'm not unhappy where I'm at right now, but, like, yeah, you're right. It is like that, and I think I've been over-invested a couple times with people like that with advice and with disappointment. But I'm like you now. I've retracted entirely. I will send them all the packaging they need, right? And if they want to take it, well, I mean, enjoy your fucking miserable life, man. You're gonna lose, and they do lose. So fuck them. Jesus. Well, I'm sorry. It is what it is. Like,
do you keep track of haters? You were praying on anybody's downfall? Where you're like, hell yeah.
No, I don't, because I know they'll fall, and they do. Like,
yep, they'll fall, and they do. Yep.
They did fall.
Yep, and when you check back, they fall. They fall. They always fall. They always fall. They always fall.
People's downfall. They prime the downfall because they want somebody at the bottom.
They want to be at the bottom.
They just want a partner to feel miserable.
Yep.
Because they're fucking miserable.
Yep. They're miserable pieces of shit.
People, I can't relate to that shit. Fuck them.
Yep. Fuck them. Fuck them. Never did. Never will.
I hate these people.
I hate these people. Yep. Fuck them. Yep.
But and it's kind of sad.
I need them. I need them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It upsets me that my brain thinks that way.
Me too.
I'm still empathetic, even though somebody is trying to fuck me over and a bunch of bitch ass hoes.
I'm still empathetic.
When they fall, I still feel for them.
Yep.
And I don't like that.
I don't like that either. I feel sympathy for the devil. I'm like, yeah, they're like, they ain't too much worse than me or whatever. So every time one of them like gets their fucking comeuppance and ends up in jail or burned or fucking kicked out of their house or fucking homeless on the streets and shit for acting like a fucking hater for like 2 to 5 fucking years and shit. Like, I'm sorry, but like I still feel for those people at the end of it. So I just hate them. Like, I kind of hate them. I'm like, I still feel for you at the end of it. It's so annoying. I will never forsake my connections with my brothers and sisters, and I would just not do that. So it's like fucking annoying. Like, he said it perfect. He said it perfect. Fucking annoying. It doesn't matter what they do. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, it matters, but not much, you know.
I was like, fuck you, bitch ass. Like, you deserve it, motherfucker.
Yeah, like, it was kind of like
yeah, cocksucker. Yeah, cocksucker. Just say it. Yep. Yeah.
While I tried like Facebook streaming for a little bit, and then sometimes on Twitter, every now and then you'd like catch a whiff of somebody's
like the trailer parks didn't put up with it. The trailer park boys did not put up with it. They clocked in at like 397 cocksuckers an episode or something for fucking, what was it, like, I think it was 12 seasons. I think it was 12 seasons, an average of 390 cocksuckers or something an episode, right? And like, and like, I learned that just because everybody else thinks something is evil doesn't mean it necessarily is. Like, and it doesn't matter what the word means in their brains or whatever. After you've heard it so much for like 10 years, you're like, okay, well, I mean, it's the Call of Duty lobby. Shut up, you know?
Real life, because they would link accounts or whatever, and
the
initial thought process was like, I'm about to end this dude's life. But then like you start digging into your shit, and you're like, man, this guy's got like 100 YouTube videos with like 6 views each, and his life seems kind of shitty. And it's like, fuck me, dude. I just want to like lay into this guy, but it's like, it's actually just kind of sad, you know?
Yeah, it's sad. No. Sorry, you know.
I really don't actually can't like, I don't know, man. It fucks me up because I wouldn't want people to do that to me and they feel that way about me. You always want to be on your best, and you want to be as tall as you can and as strong as you want to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I kind of see myself in them, even though they tried their best to fuck me. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know, man.
Yep, I see myself in them. I'm like, I've never been a hater. That I don't relate to that. I've never been a hater. I've been a hater of things that I felt deserved it, but I've never been a hater of somebody who just, I wanted their shit. You know what I'm saying? I've never been a hater of somebody I wanted their shit or didn't like their execution or something like that. Never been a hater, so I don't relate to that. But I can relate to being like the person on the bottom acting like a goblin and doing dirty things. And so that I can relate to, and that sucks, you know. That, I mean, that sucks. Like, it would be wrong of me not to not to kind of turn the other cheek, which is what I think the ultimate lesson about all of this is anyways. I wish they would do it, you know.
Sometimes I kind of wish I was more ruthless in that way.
Yeah.
But I'm not. But I think
I'm not. I mean, I'm ruthless, but I'm not. I'm not an asshole, though. I'm ruthless, but I'm not an asshole. I don't go out of my way to cause other people problems or try to profit off their fucking, you know, work, unless it like has to do with some other fucking like terrible problem, you know. I might steal to survive, but I don't do this to harm anyone or whatever. Like, or not this, but I didn't do those things to harm anybody.
Damn, I don't know who the fuck Moist is.
And I don't think I had anybody that ever had an issue.
Yo, thanks for the Moist.
Oh, the real Moist B. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know anybody.
Isn't the reason? Nah, it isn't. It's everybody. I don't think there's any. We're talking about dozens of people. Like, that as you go up and down the ladder, you meet people. People always forget them.
There are archetypes.
Yes, there's archetype. And you know what, dude? On my way up and on my way down, I've seen people that were going past me say shit that were so fucking vile, right?
Yep.
And I knew for a fact they would go down, and it didn't matter to me. And brother, all of them fell flat on their face, and I felt bad for them.
Yeah, like that's crazy. You know what he's saying, right? And I'll say it clearly. He's saying that everybody, whoever came after him for no good goddamn reason at all, pretty much ate the floor and lost their teeth. And at that point, he's left like standing there afterwards, looking at the rubble of a dead person, and he feels sympathy for them at the end. But this is the lesson, though. That's what happens. And that's the lesson he's trying. It doesn't matter how popular you get or how bottom of the rung, you know, like that I stay or whatever. It doesn't matter what the numbers or the capacity is. Like, in the end, these guys all fall flat. Like, statistically, they fall flat, right flat on their face and get hurt too. They usually get hurt really bad.
Some of them I helped too.
Yeah, some of them you probably end up helping. Like, I thought about it one day. I was like, well, I can't get this person out of their police charges anymore because they screamed on a 911 phone call. And I was like, if I ever have to help him, I can't. He left evidence on a police case. And if I were to tell them, well, I don't want to press charges, they're going to be like, no, he yelled on the 911 call and threatened you. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I suppose, you know, suppose you're right.
And I hated it because, you know what people say, right? They say, be kind to people on your way up.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and I try to be kind to everybody who doesn't attack me. Mm-hmm.
Right? People always overplay how confident they are when things are good, and I always tell people, only judge a creator's true character when shit is rock bottom against the wall, because that's their true self. Nobody gives a fuck how good a streamer is, how loud he yells, how strong that they look. When those numbers are up, things are rolling, they got drops on, they're looking good. Nobody cares. It says nothing about them.
Wow, Rabbit
It's
Native,
the
thanks for the
back
10
against the
gifted
wall
subs.
that matters. That's the only that matters. And once you know that this about somebody, you know everything about them. And often enough, when people are rock bottom back in the wall, they fucking vanish, disappear, and give up on themselves. And
Yep, they just they
can suck
they vanish, they disappear after all of that. They vanish, they implode on themselves, and they go to hell. And like and you're like, why did you do this? Why did you destroy everything you value on some vendetta with somebody you've never even met? Like I don't really get it, or even somebody you don't even know really. I just like and then so I would say I hate them for this. I hate them, like they're just sick, you know.
Dick, fuck them.
Fuck
these
them.
Bitches,
Yeah.
they always do it.
They always do it. They're addicted
Obviously,
to it.
it can never happen because of reality and everything, but it would be so funny.
Reality and
the
everything.
difference that people treat you when you're like on a big like upswing versus when you're kind of like stagnating. It's, it's comically transactional. Like it's insane. Yeah.
It's comically, and you know what? Why you need a very strong intrinsic value within yourself to know what you're actually worth, what you're kept.
You okay?
This guy on the highway just went off the fucking railing. He crashed over the fucking railing.
What?
Oh my god!
That car looks pretty done.
Wow.
Intrinsic value, right? Because you know what you can do. You
Fucking
know your
idiot.
value.
Now shoot him. They're saying now shoot him. Oh my god.
And even when things are down,
Idiot.
you see yourself for what you can be. When everybody
Yeah,
sees you,
everyone else
for
like
what you currently are,
right, like they just see you for what you currently are, and you think, yeah, but like talk to me in 50 years. Talk to me in 50 years and tell me that you were right. I don't think you're right. You know, I respect their right to dislike me. I just don't respect their right to shove it in my face. I don't think that's necessary. Just go watch someone else if you don't like it. You know, worry about your own life.
or worse. And take note of the people that look at you while you're currently at or predicted to be at or under.
Mm-hmm.
These
And
people,
these people, they stay and they're like, hey, I want to help you out, and they're really good. I've got a lot of people like that. I get relations with a bunch of them until they inevitably like kind of attack you because they're just either like, I don't know, they're just like because you don't do what they want, or you try and warn them that they aren't gonna like it if they hang out with you, and then when they do and you don't do what they want, like, you know, then, you know, you're essentially like they view you like this tool to spin up, like a photojournalist like drone that they want to spin along on a journey, and that's cool, but like the minute that I live my own life, I'm immediately basically up against them and not doing what they want, and that's not so good sometimes. Like that's why I was loath to make any kind of commitments at all. Devin Nash saved my life, I think, in a way. If I had gone down this road with a sense of wanting to be financially successful, I am sure I would have been ruined by 2028. I'm sure. I think right now, I think the future's so bright, I gotta wear shades, right? But the minute that I had acted like anybody else, I think I immediately would have been doomed from the start. So like, I just do what I want to do whenever I want to do it. I don't care really. I like when they enjoy it. I really love it when they stay around. It's gonna be a different game tomorrow. I'm an asshole and I'm loud, you know, etc., etc. And like, I gotta say, like, that's worked for me. It's worked for me. Had I done anything else at all, it has worked for me. Had I done anything else, pretended to be anything else at all, it would not have worked for me. It wouldn't have done it. And I feel he feels very certain about this too. It wouldn't have worked for him any other way. He was in a much harder crowd to please. Like, I can please some boomers. It's not that hard to please boomers, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard to please his crowd. They're much more cutting edge and have much more skill and have definitely much more like dexterity and have been doing internet and stuff like basically since birth. You know, it's like like you know, it's like a birthright for them. I didn't even have the internet till I was 14. Yeah, 14. No, 15 years old, I think. Yeah. And you know, but they had the internet since they were like 4 years old, and Netflix and all this other stuff. So like, you know, generationally, I don't think my battle is anything like his. I think I'm liable to get older people and younger people who are just looking to be entertained on the long term while they're studying or playing video games and stuff. That was the market my mother wanted. That was the market I wanted. She said, I told her, I was like, I put me on in the background. And she was like, that's perfect. Let's say that. And she was like, what's your ethos? And I was like, put me on in the background. And she was like, that's going to work. We're going to do it. You should put live in your name. And I was like, okay. And she was like, yeah, we'll make a website. And I was like, okay. And I didn't really see the vision at first, but you know, it feels good. Success to me is, you know, like something between 5 and 30 viewership by my standards. If I have 5 to 30 people watching what I do every day, I think that's an astronomical fucking success for a personal library that doesn't charge you anything, that just runs forever. I think it's like a new business model that I think has been around for about 10 years, but it's not been talked about or whatever. Oh shit, I guess I missed this back here, sorry.
Fuck their shit over when things pick back up. You should fuck them over entirely. Fuck them. I hate that shit. That's my thoughts. What, am I not allowed to say that?
No, you're allowed to say it. I respect it. It's not savage. Nope.
How am I corny?
Wait, are you asking me?
Somebody says I'm corny. I don't think it's corny.
I said it's pretty savage.
Yeah, I was saying it's corny.
Oh.
No.
People are asking me to ask, what about Twitter stands of you? Are there people that like follow your... Oh, do you have a feeling about people that like super obsess over like your relationship stuff or whatever?
I don't really have a feeling. I farmed my fair share of socials, right? A lot of things, you know, are kind of can't really be said, and some people have it right or wrong. I kind of like, I mean, what can I do? I feel like I kind of, if I like moderate against it, it shows certain things. Like I'd try to be hands off entirely and just be like, okay, whatever. I try to just moderate some of the hate though. Like I just don't like when people throw hate. I think it's just lame. I have my friends, anybody in my past, my exes, like I don't like seeing it. Not a big fan of it. Like I know I think it takes a lot of. I think something that's really like adult to still want things to be done right and people not to throw hate. Even when somebody's hurt you. Right?
Wait, so restate that?
Maturity is not wanting somebody to be hurt by useless shit like hate or like collateral or whatever, and then be fucked over even though they fucked you over.
Oh,
right?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's probably true. Yeah.
Because that's not the way to do it. It's not the way to get you there, and in the end, it doesn't get you anywhere else. It really doesn't. People think that like vengeance and this and that helps you get to places and makes you heal. That's just so incorrect. That doesn't make you heal. It doesn't make things any better. You think it does, and then you do it, and then it just kind of feels worse.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Yeah. But again, I think that's something people have to experience for themselves where they realize that, because it's obviously such an inclination.
100%. Yes, and vengeance is a very human thing, and everybody, I think at least once in their life, really want that.
Something that took a long time to learn. Everything takes a long time to learn for me, I guess. But like, there's that saying where it's like, holding a grudge against somebody is like drinking a cup of poison and expecting them to die. I think you do invest a lot of mental energy sometimes in like.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's like just leave them to their own shit. Yeah.
Sometimes you can even. I feel like there's some sort of therapeutic process, but like I don't know, like doing the opposite. You know, like wanting them to do good when they've done you wrong. Like I think there's value there mentally. At like, I think it reflects back on you and back on your own patterns and mental. I pat myself on the back sometimes for that. I think that's kind of healthy to underline. But because they fucking you over, dude. Listen, man. I can be as petty as it gets. Okay. Some of the bitches at the top of the hill, man, that look at you because you fell down and they think they're up somewhere. Even though the people at the top of the hill or people on the hill, they haven't moved up or down, but they'll point at you, make fun of you when you're down. And they think they're moving. They think
they're moving.
Pointing at you makes them move.
Yeah, they're like, nope. No. You're just kicking somebody who's down, and they think, oh, am I socially better because I made fun of this guy while he made a mistake or whatever. And no, all you've done is sit in your normal life, and you go, when you're not on the internet, you go to work, and if you're not at work, you're taking care of your kids. And if you're not taking care of your kids, you're playing video games and stuff. You're just like everybody else, You didn't gain anything from tearing somebody down who fell from grace. You didn't get social money or social clout. Maybe you did if you exposed the person or something.
Bitches, man. You know what? Not only do I pray
These
on their
bitches,
fucking
man.
downfall, I watch, spectate, and partake in that fucking downfall. Fuck them.
Yeah.
I hope their life crashes down to pure misery and they can fucking breathe the thought of their fucking self. Fuck them. Anyway.
Are you allowed to say somebody whose downfall you've preyed on in the past 5 years or no?
Nah, it's like old, very old shit. It's like things that people don't even notice. So it's like people are like, oh yeah, this was, it's like a lot of it is behind the scenes stuff, right? It's not the thing that I get it. Everyone wants to look like their appearances, and everybody wants to go on Twitter, and I can't really get mad at somebody for like wanting to look a certain way for attention. That's just the game. Game is game, right? It's the people that do things behind the scenes, like not invite you to certain things, denying you invite somewhere else, casting you out, shit like that, right? That's where the intention is the most bitter, because they're actively doing something. It doesn't even make them look a certain way. It just they're actively voting against you, right? And it's those people I always go against, and I always make it a line in my heart, okay, that I'm coming. I'm fucking coming. It might take years. It might take a decade. I'm fucking coming, yo. What?
It's a long time to be coming for, but I know what you mean.
What? It's alright. I'm not doing both. It's just like small things. Like it's just
a long time to be on the edge for,
No, right. But when you're coming though.
Yeah.
Like some people, like, bro, I don't think you get it. Like whenever I was like a liability for everybody, and I was a big like brand risk, I've told this story a bunch of times. Some of my friends would get like not invited to tournaments. Some of the people wouldn't get sponsor opportunities. And they quite literally turned close friends of mine into people that didn't want to associate with me anymore, and turned me into an enemy of my closest friends, right? And that's like internal damage. That's not even damage on the surface level. You're not even creating an image, or these are like, that's like very, very internal damage, And I always made it a line that like I'm not gonna come out and say fuck this person, whatever. I'm not gonna do it. When it fucking comes down to it, you're going to get fucked over, and you won't even know where to look. And that gives me like some sort of it gives me some peace in me that they tried their best to fuck me over, right? And I was able to see who did it, right? They will get completely fucked, and they'll never know what fucking hit them, and it will drive them insane and fuck them for it. And that gives me peace.
He wants to go to war with the trolls. What a fucking idiot. Every day I pray for a day where I might not ever deal with another troll again. Going to war with them? No. No, sir. You, sir, troll, have succeeded. I am an asshole. I'm a loser. I suck. I'm fat. I'm old. Please leave me alone. Like, you know, no war, nothing needed. You're the winner here. You're better than me. Please leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Don't want a war. Don't want to put you in jail. Don't want to do anything to you. Just leave me alone. That's all. Just leave me alone. That's all.
Now I'm causing fucking
Like, otherwise,
permanent
yeah, permanent
brain damage.
Permanent brain damage. Yep.
And they deserve it. They deserve it. That was their intention, not the result. Right?
Yeah, I mean, some people do. I think. Yeah, it's fair.
You want? Yeah. Right.
Okay, well, listen, I have a debate tomorrow that I'm
yeah,
not
and
even gonna be fucking
I gotta
regret
go.
for. You fucked me over for, so yeah.
No. Well, you will win regardless, right? And
not on this one, but we'll see.
Oh no! Oh no! Our debate is broken. What happened? Wait, the answer actually study?
It's the guy's name is Ryan Dawson. He's like, we'll figure it out. I've got 6 hours tomorrow to study, so we'll see what happens. All right. Well, hey, thanks a lot for.
You got this. See you, man.
Thanks. Have fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
Thank you, man. Thank you for everything. Bye, man.
Anytime, dude. Bye.
Bye.
See you next time, bucko.
No, it doesn't.
Wow.
I'm genuinely curious.
You took
no.
the high road.
XUC, no, I really
public
want you to answer
perception.
it. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Hold on. Okay. Oh, he's crying in the corner. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
I give you a 2.5 on a 10 scale.
Okay, tell me why. Saying that he's balling out and he's happy. I don't.
And
You don't believe that either. I think you're just.
no, I want to hear Ethan. Okay, so
I grew up in Turkey. We do not have access to.
I don't know. Can I get the original? Okay, here we go.
I don't know what it is, but I need to take a.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. If it's the coffee or what. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'm so sorry to do this, guys. There is the plus and minuses.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go through some of these.
Please go ahead. I'll be in the bathroom.
Yeah.
If any activity happens at Mar-a-Lago, just shout.
Okay, I'll kick in the door immediately.
Thank you, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, I was watching Ethan's conversation yesterday with the TikTok guy who is like, who I've actually covered on my YouTube as well in my Andrew Tate Wannabes Are Hilarious series. Sebastian, Romania's proudest soldier.
Right.
And I recall him saying something along the lines of, in one of his TikToks, like, I could change Ethan's life. Like, just give me a moment with him. And it was wonderful to see Ethan's life change.
Yeah.
Let me think
on
about
camera.
Hold on.
That was truly brilliant. I feel like for all of Ethan's like faults, and there are many of them.
So
let's
many.
Be real.
So many.
For all of his, for his inability to control his worst urges of, blurting out whatever random nonsensical thing that's going to land him in trouble by a designated hate watcher audience that's like waiting to clip shit. He is in his element whenever he's doing these kinds of interviews. He's very good at like slowly but surely, releasing more and more of the pressure until it ultimately comes to a boiling point where, he just leaves his interlocutors befuddled, and it's always a treat to watch, I would say.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I thought he did an excellent job, and like you said, by the end of it, that he could not wait to get out of here.
Yeah.
And that was before he even realized it was live, which was an interesting little twist on all of it. I don't know how he didn't know it was live. All you had to do was look up anything about the show.
Okay, I have questions though. I have questions because I don't know if you guys addressed this. Maybe you addressed it in the earlier part of the interview that I missed, but did we ever find out he has a real podcast? Because my speculation was that they do a fake podcast, like they make it seem like they're doing a podcast just so they can get TikTok clips out of it.
That is really interesting because I looked for his podcast and all I could find.
Oh my God, I'm right. Oh my God, I'm
right. Maybe partially because I could not find what that clip of him talking shit about.
Well, they don't have it. Okay, that's my.
But he
even
does
if
have
it's not
some,
real,
like, sort of podcast-like content on his main channel, but it didn't look like the same set or anything. Yeah.
Even if it's not real, even if it does have a podcast, I don't want to believe it.
Okay, let's just go.
I think it's way funnier to think that he just doesn't have a real podcast and he just does like a fake podcast to just get TikTok clips out of it because they saw that, like, you know, on TikTok it pops off when you have like podcast clips. So they decided, like, yeah, fuck having like a full-blown podcast. Let's just do TikTok clips.
He has these long-form videos, like struggles of growing up poor, featuring my mom.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
That, you know, is an hour long. It looks fairly podcasty, but it's not like an official. It's just content on his YouTube channel.
How the fuck does he have 890,000 subscribers? Wait, what? He has 890,000 subscribers?
And my man's getting like 30,000 views.
That's crazy.
It's pretty wild that he tried to bring up like Ethan falling off.
Yeah, I know.
What's going on?
That's the funniest part about it is that, like, you know, obviously Fat Man Bad. Like,
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Well, that was his first point out of the gate.
Clearly, no. You just gotta the more you say it, the more real it gets.
Yeah.
Like I've noticed that, like, the more you repeat that, like, well, you're a fat person and therefore you're like immoral. The more valid it became for me, at least. But the one thing that I always find funny, I briefly alluded to this last week when I was talking about, like, Ethan being more trad than like 98% of the conservative commentary circuit, having like multiple children and a wife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Been in a steady relationship for years.
Yeah.
Dedicated, monogamous relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
no, he's living the life.
Actually real trad shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other part of it is, like, for all these alpha bros, for the Shrigma grind set, you know, wake up, get my cake up, dudes out there, he also has like a successful, like a profoundly successful business, multiple at this point. So I was thinking about that a lot when I was watching the conversation take place, and in my mind I was thinking, like, dude, you don't have a real podcast. This guy does. You're trying to make it on, like, you know, on social media. This dude has for many years now.
Right.
Okay. Not to, like, glaze up Ethan all that much. When he comes back from the shitter, I'll start making fun of him.
Yeah. No, like we said, so many flaws.
So I'm
many
sorry.
flaws.
Can I interrupt real quick? He's in chat right now, and he's saying, "Someone tell Dan I'm typing under the podcast account."
Oh, I see. I'm a trad king.
Yes.
Oh, I see that he said this is a spicy one. Okay, he might not be back for a while from when.
We may have to do the show from the bathroom.
Yeah, add that to the list. Yeah, his. This is what happens when you fucking eat frozen pizza all the time. Jesus Christ. Okay, so but as I was saying, he's a successful. He's a successful podcasting business, right? He has a successful content business. These guys want to make that happen for themselves. He also has like an actual with Ela, like an actual fucking fashion merchandising brand, right?
No, they just drop ship their clothes.
But like you can't. You're doing all this same shit that, like, you're trying to do the watered down, shittier version of what this dude is doing,
Very
while
true.
simultaneously being like, you're a fucking loser. It just, like, doesn't.
Why would anybody look up to you while he's like trying to obtain everything that Ethan has?
Like, that's, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people like that, a lot of their fan base is like super young, so they only see like shapes and sizes. You know what I mean? They can't comprehend anything beyond that, which is why I feel like I'm a very effective counter to all of that, because I'm like, well, I'm bigger than you. Like, I can, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, it helps.
I work out. I promote a positive, healthy lifestyle of physical fitness, improving your mind, body, soul, you know, all the time. So what's up?
What's up?
What do you got? And at that point, it just basically is reduced to, well, you also like defend, marginalized groups, and I don't like that.
Right.
Because that's always what it is. It doesn't matter what Ethan is saying or doing. Clearly, it's just like you have a difference in opinion. you're toxic because you're defending the rights of marginalized people. So you're a bad guy for that.
Ethan says, I don't eat frozen pizza, bitch ass. Classes. I can't even read that.
How about he say that to my face? Oh wait, he can't because he's stuck on the shit.
Because his fucking asshole is just pouring lava right now, apparently, according to him. He said just a moment ago that he said, this is bad. just sent that message in the chat, so good stuff.
Gonna clog
it's
it
going
again.
well. It's going well in there, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Wiping is optional.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yes, there was a brief stutter. We know, chat. Don't worry.
Yeah, it seems
just a
like
one-off.
everything's all good. I was just looking at that.
But yeah,
seems fine.
it was fun to watch. I especially appreciated the moment where at the end, like the final culmination, where you know, you did the left-handed thing.
Oh yeah.
Like you hit him with the. So what's up? Like you know that there's like. You've seen the graph of like left-handed people skyrocketing all of a sudden when we no longer were forcing people to be right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just like, like, I loved that moment where you have that clip. Can you pull that clip? It's on the subreddit of the TikTok that a fan made.
Yeah, we'll pull that up right now. I'm
All
looking
right.
for
Well,
that chart right now, 'cause, yeah,
I
that was a
love
good
that
layup.
clip personally because, like he was like, oh, I haven't investigated this matter. Like, oh, I haven't looked into this. And I was thinking to myself, like, motherfucker, you've looked into nothing. Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? You're talking about a whole lot of other shit that you don't know anything about either. Like, this isn't new.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
Well, we're pretty sure. I mean, he basically said, right, that the extent of his research was watching a handful of like YouTube shorts. From Ethan Klein hater account.
You sent it, but I don't know how to pull it up. I don't have like a...
Oh, I can pull it up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
yeah.
You want to pull it up and show it. Yeah, I'm getting comfortable here. It's just like I'm asking you guys to pull shit up and stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pull out.
I'll happily Jamie for you. All right, here we go.
I tweeted that because people think they're born gay, and I don't think they're born gay.
The amount of left-handed people back in the day was really low because people with left-handed were seen as inferior and they were forced to use their right hand more often. But as it became more acceptable, then the amount of left-handed people increased and it became steady at what? Like
12%.
Would you say people choose to be left-handed?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Do you
That's like,
what?
Yeah, you don't know anything about anything. Like, you don't know anything about anything. You're talking about the other shit that you don't know anything about. Why don't you talk about this too?
Right.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
To be attracted to women?
Yes!
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I'm just naturally attracted to women.
Right. So do I need to connect it? You got it.
Oh, this music is fucking copyright, unfortunately.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's because it's like on all of these videos, and
someone needs to make funk like this style, this genre, but a copyright-free version, so we can use that on all of our TikToks.
We have a lot of talented musicians in the audience. So if anybody wants
someone needs to get on that.
We need some Sigma grind set music that we can use on the show.
But basically, like, yeah, the idea, it doesn't even click. It doesn't even click for him. He just like doesn't get it.
Trying to think, but nothing happens.
All right, breaking news. Area man caught stuck in the toilet. Folks, we have more updates from Ethan Klein, business owner. Stuck in the bathroom, having a hard time wiping. Folks, this is what the podcast and the broadcast has turned into.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh, big news. Breaking news.
Wait a minute.
Get a live feed of the toilet.
I'm hearing reports that Ethan Klein has finally made it outside of the bathroom and is back in the studio.
Thank
Return
you,
of the
everybody.
King.
It's great to be back. I was, of course, watching the live feed from the bathroom. I appreciate all the kind words you guys said about me. Anyway, thank you guys. Yeah, I saw you guys were talking about my boy Sebastian. And since we're on the topic, should we show some of his coping tweets?
All right, Ethan.
Sure, let's do it.
Sure.
I mean, you guys already touched so well on the topic. He's went straight to Twitter to cope and seethe. For example, look at
David, you're a lazy fuck. with the American flag emoji.
Good morning,
Watch
people.
this
I love you.
attempted hit piece of a podcast at CBassG16 should be
him.
called Attack of the Nerds. Steph, you handled yourself very, very well while deflecting personal attacks from the fatty. Oh!
This man
Oh.
he came away from that and retweeted that.
Dog.
Attack of the Nerds!
This is what he need. This is what he was in a rush to go do. Remember how he
Yeah.
he had a lot to do. It was to run to Twitter.
If you don't like CBassG16, you're genuinely only playing yourself one of the best young men I know.
That's fine. I mean, at least he didn't call me a fatty and a nerd, which is the worst thing you can call someone.
Dude, I mean, fat man bad.
I just want to be left
Fat man bad.
Fat man bad.
Yeah,
absolutely.
After that whole conversation, he's like, no, he's right. This fatty nerd got no place to talk to me about anything.
God bless
Ethan.
CBassG. The man paved the way. Dude, what? Oh, he went on a fucking... Oh, he did one of those things where he just, like, retweeted everyone praising him? Like, all
a lot.
12 people
Yes.
that he could find?
Yes.
Right.
He paved the way. He handed himself on that. So, but then let's go down to what he said about it himself. My favorite being, wait, there was 43,000 people watching?
I mean, he loved that. That's the first time he's had, like, real views and not, like, that Ty Lopez botted shit. You know what I mean? Like, AdSense paid views.
Says, here comes Ethan's fan base to clown on me. I was actually trying to find common ground with him, but he wasn't trying to have it.
I thought he was doing a great job when he said, like, you're fat and a loser and your podcast is in decline. I thought that was, like, really good for common ground.
He's like, he goes, okay, being gay is a choice. Let's discuss. And
That
find
was
common ground.
I was thinking, preach, King. That's what I thought.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
My favorite one's under the Buzz Lightyear one.
Buzz Lightyear, right? Buzz Lightyear, right?
At the bottom of this one.
The very bottom?
Yeah, right.
Oh, here.
Under that one.
Under this one.
Yes, right here.
Every single one of these people has
Where is
Twitter
the one
blue.
that you like in relation to the Buzz? Yeah, if there's any other ones in relation to Buzz Lightyear.
Let me think about
like
it.
3 above
It
Buzz.
was come on, that was a good marker. You saw the Buzz.
It's a big ass picture of Buzz
No,
Lightyear.
you're right. You're right. You're right. Tell me
Madness.
dark.
Ethan, I gained
Yeah.
weight because I'm on antidepressants. There's barely any calories in the tablets. LOL. He fucking got you. He got you.
This must be an 8-year-old.
He fucking got you. No, that's
Genuinely an
that is a
8-year-old.
Twitter blue user. Clearly.
Okay, fair enough.
They're clearly 48 years old and trying to make it in the crypto world. Okay.
Right.
This man.
Building a drop shipping empire.
But I've never actually heard that take that you're gaining weights from antidepressants because the calories in the pills are so.
That's brilliant.
I've never heard that.
No, that's
take.
that's brilliant.
It's novel, to be honest.
I like antidepressants. I think more people should try it. I'm on them right now. Seb, are you depressed right now? No. What the fuck is this guy even saying? Wait, but...
Oh, it's
he's
cut off.
He's confused?
Yeah, no, they're working, dude. That's why it's great. Are you depressed right now? No, they're working great.
Yeah, but I think he's basically saying, like, if you're fat, there's no way you can't be depressed. Like, that's what he's saying, I think. Which is what I don't understand, because, like the likelihood that every single person is calling you fat and therefore a loser, like, statistically speaking, if they're in America, like, there's a very high likelihood that they're fat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so I don't really understand where that's coming from either.
He was liking this tweet as well, which I love personally.
Yeah, go hit the gym anon. Yeah,
I
anyone
can't
that says
tell.
anon, anyone that says anon, should, you know, I'm not gonna say what I truly feel. I'm just gonna say
it in a parable in Minecraft.
Yeah, you should. No, you can't say it in Minecraft anymore.
In a story,
I probably shouldn't say.
In a story.
No, I wasn't even gonna say anything that bad. I was just like, I mean, you should go to jail. Honestly, you should go to jail. Your fucking entire PC should be seized by the federal government and checked thoroughly. Okay, like. It's just you're immediately signaling to everyone that you are a pathetic fucking loser.
Is this
Like-
one edited? I can never tell because people started fucking with these photos so much. Because it's like, man, that is a crazy fucking picture of me, dude.
I mean, it became a huge meme on the show because
I know, but I
why did
can't
they
tell.
do me dirty like this?
I can't tell which one is edited and which one isn't.
Yeah.
There it is, though. I look comfortable.
Okay, so but finally, I think this is where I hope you realize that like you should take my advice and get on T immediately and start doing steroids.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, yeah.
And get shredded.
Oh, because it would shut them up.
Cause like
It would be really good.
Because
for
like,
that reason.
here's the thing: for a lot of these fucking losers, like, it doesn't really matter what you look like. Obviously, Nico's been calling me a fucking soy boy like nonstop, and it's like, dude, like, I would eat you for breakfast and I wouldn't get enough protein out of that. You know what I mean? Like, you are.
Looks like he
know,
weighs 150 pounds.
You're a twink, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'd make a couple.
You're a very pretty twink, but let's be real. Like, come on. But even then, they still do that.
Well, he finds like, yeah.
But my point is, like, when he says shit like that, even his fan base is like, you know, they're like, oh, is this real? Is this working? I don't know if it works. So, because they look at like shapes and colors,
I would love it, man.
with their lizard brain, if you got shredded, it would be great. Do it out of spite.
So should I get on steroids before and then start lifting? Does that?
Let's link you up with Bradley.
I just want to start. I just want to get on the T, baby. The T train.
No, I mean, I don't know if. Oh God,
I'd be
that button
crazy. Like,
no, that
my
button
neck
would never
disappear.
No, that button would never work. Like, oh God, you would get banned if you were on steroids. You would definitely get banned.
Oh, I see.
You get angry and say some unhinged shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need.
I got the button now.
I don't need that anywhere.
Do you feel like your life changed yesterday?
Oh, my life? Yeah.
Was it a life-changing experience for you?
It was. I went home. I had dinner. I think about the impact on my life. I did. I think this dude's gonna probably need some recovery time, to be honest.
His life might have changed.
If anyone's life has changed.
These glasses have changed my life.
Hopefully he's on a different path.
After yesterday's episode, he's going to wind up on antidepressants.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know.
There's nothing wrong with it.
In fact,
I love the notion of being like, I want to come on your podcast, and then, you know, spending the second half of the podcast saying, I just want to be left alone.
That was one of the funniest things. I was like, wait, what does that mean?
I just want to be left alone.
Yeah, just leave me alone, man. How it started, I'm going to change your life. How's it going? I just want to be left alone.
I just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what's wrong with your brain, that you are so good in like the most awkward scenarios, but if there's nothing awkward going on, you have to fucking pop off and say some shit. Like, it's like you're like Jekyll and Hyde.
I need it to be awkward one way or the other. So if it's not them, then
but
it needs to be me.
you're such a smooth operator when like you're just eviscerating the person in front of you in like but then when there is no such situation, you're like, I gotta say some unhinged shit. I gotta be that.
It's a different that's suited up Ethan.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
great.
That's War
My favorite.
General Ethan. Oh, that's your favorite Ethan? Okay.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. You just
thank you.
You know, you just very effectively dismantle your interlocutor.
To be fair, he's not like the sharpest debate.
But it's not like the conversation is supposed to be like one that is educational. You know what I mean? I'm saying like it's fun, and you do a good job.
Well, thank you so much.
The
I
other
appreciate
guy, I mean the cult guy, the Nexium cult guy, he was at least like somewhat intelligent.
Yeah, that guy got it bad though.
He was good on rhetoric at least.
That was a bit of a gotcha, I think. Maybe was that a gotcha? Because he didn't know I had Tourette's. So I don't know.
Oh, that was definitely a gotcha.
Yeah, we gotcha.
I mean, the whole first
Gotcha,
half,
bitch.
he thought you were sympathetic to him for half of the interview.
Yeah, that was okay. I take it back. Maybe he's a fucking idiot too. Yeah.
No, but the whole
Yeah.
it was like another hour after the reveal that you were arguing with him, and you still did well when you were in that mode as well. So.
I mean, all I like to do, it's almost like the Socratic method. When I talk to someone like Sebastian, when I hear something that sounds funny to me, you want to just dig down as far as possible and get to the root of like, what does it mean and why do you believe that? And, you know, when you get down below the surface, because guys like that, they'll say something like, you know, being gay is a choice, you know, something like that. And you can just have a conversation.
Which is true. I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
What I believe in. After yesterday, I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it.
I'm deciding today to suck dick exclusively.
You know,
throw up the breaking news.
Breaking news.
I mean,
I'm choosing to be gay
you asked that
today.
question, but it's a question that everyone should ask others if that's the case. Like, okay, let's say being gay is a choice. What now? Why is that a problem?
Well, if they think being the only...
It's not, but let's say it is. Why is that an issue?
If people believe being gay is a choice, that implies that they have some inherent understanding of that they are having to choose to be attracted to women. They could choose. They like the option of being gay, right? They would choose that, but it's not the right thing to do, so they choose to be women because that's virtuous to be straight.
Yeah, like Rick Perry.
So it is a little gay, in a sense, to say being gay is a choice.
Yeah, Rick Perry.
Rick Perry.
He once famously said, you know, dicks are like alcohol to an alcoholic. You know, when you've gone sober. I mean, he didn't say it like that. I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said something along the lines of like, you know, an alcoholic who's you know, who went sober will see alcohol and the temptations of alcohol, but will avoid it, and that's what homosexuals should do. And I was thinking like, God damn, Rick Perry, like every time he sees like a fucking twink staff member, he's probably like
an alcoholic.
He's like white knuckling.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Well, I don't think he's gay. Oh, one of the good examples is he says, I don't want my woman to dress with her cleavage out. And so it's you know, you got to dig deep and understand, okay, if he's in a circle where he's talking to people and friends and peers, they're just going to take that at face value. You say, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel that way? How does that make you feel? Like, explain to me why. And, you know, he'll finally come to the conclusion that she's his, right? And so you come to a moment of truth there by digging to the root of an issue.
And it's also deeply insecure too. Like, it's paired up with like obviously hyper misogyny. Hyper misogyny meets deep insecurity.
Yes, deep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is my property, and also on top of that, I am terrified of other men looking at her and her getting some gratification out of that, because ultimately I think, what if she finds someone that's better than me?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you...
Is that Ethan?
I don't know what it is, but...
The new World PTR has now been out for over a day, and the in-game market has already reflected all the changes that you could possibly imagine. But I'm going to tell you how you can probably make gold. Now, the key thing here isn't to buy these mats and hope they go up. The key thing is probably to farm them. And your goal is effectively to milk the M10 runners who have lots of shards, milk the speed runners, and you know what? Milk the warloggers as well. They're going to be desperate to get ahead. They're going to be desperate to get the best gear, and you want to sort of sell it to them the first couple of days, and then maybe start collecting in your own time. If you are a speedrunner or a warlogger, then you might want to farm these if you can be bothered, or be prepared to pay. Let's jump in and talk about what we're getting. Now, we can't make this video without talking about the Asmodeums and the Scarabs and that kind of thing. So let's explain what you're going to need, how many, and is it worth buying now or worth farming. spoiler alert, it's not worth buying them. So on the PTR, there's going to be a couple of things of note. Now I'm just going to talk about Orichalcum and Mithril and Prismatic, but just know that obviously everything has its own version. So there's a version of this for leather and for cloth and for wood as well. It applies to all of them. So when I talk about Asmodeum, that applies to Runic Leather, that applies to Phoenix Weave and Ebony and stuff like that, okay? Because the key thing in the game, I think, is effectively going to be these prismatic ingots, or, you know, whatever they are. Now, apart from the color vomit, you might look at this and you might think, oh, it requires Asmodeum. That's the big boy. That's going to be the key thing. And yes and no. I think in the short term, what's actually going to be the most important bit will be the mithril ingots. It's worth noting that people are already now crafting Asmodeum, and you can craft 10 per day. Well, do you know how many you can craft with this prismatic ingot? Well, you can craft 10 per day. So you can craft at the same ratio with Asmodeum as the ingots. Now, what that means is that the cooldown will have a little bit of value, but it won't have a lot of value. It's a sub-cooldown of a cooldown, and one that you can do at the same rate that you are doing the prismatics. Now, that doesn't mean the mats won't have any value. Of course, they absolutely will. But what it does mean is that I don't think Asmodeum is going to go to the moon. It might do in the short term. So basically on live, it might be worth actually doing your cooldowns now and then selling the mats, but making sure you've got enough Orichalcum to craft more, so you're doing it like daily. The key bottleneck, I think, is actually weirdly going to be the mithril ingots, simply because there's only so much limited mithril on the map. Yes, it's spread out all across and there's little ores here and there, but where there's a lot of it, it's going to be heavy camp. Multiple people all spamming E trying to get the nodes, I think, even at stupid hours in the morning or at night. Eventually, that will probably change. Eventually, Asmodeum and Mithril ingots might sort of like balance out a little bit, but I think there's going to be more Asmodeum than Mithril for the first coming days. But as I said, they're all going to have value, and if you are one of the people who are not an M10 speedrunner or be an M3 speedrunner, and you're not a warlogger, then getting on and making your Asmodeum and then selling it and having your Orichalcum and stuff like that will make sense. Because Mithril, it requires Orichalcum. Now, whilst this isn't tier 6, it effectively is, because it requires 1 Orichalcum or 12 Mithril ore. But it's worth noting that the old stuff would require 8 Orichalcum ore or 2 star metal ingots. This is only 1 Orichalcum and 12 Mithril. What that means is that you won't need quite as much Orichalcum. Of course, it's still going to have value, and actually on my server, Barry, it's gone from 10 gold to 18 gold. So if you've been stockpiling it, there'll be a point where you'll actually get your best bang for your buck. It might be now and it might be at launch. It's hard to predict. I mean, if you're selling, that is. Obviously, you can go out and farm it, but there's multiple people farming it, you know, again, because people know that it's got value, so they're back at it. Also worth noting that bots are going to struggle in the expansion simply because they've got to pay for the expansion, and then they've got to level up a little bit. It's all going to be a little bit awkward for them. Eventually, they'll probably like sort out the game, but at the start, yeah, it's going to be who gets there first. So yeah, you can't farm Mithril, but you should have some Orichalcum and you should have some Asmodeum. You've got that, then you're set. Now, that applies to if you want to sell it, or if you are one of the people who want to buy it and, you know, try and get ahead. And the next thing is sort of on a similar vein. Now, there's a few things with this stone cutting. We need to talk about scarabs. Now, a lot of people saw this recipe and they panic bought some scarabs. In fact, I think I bought a few for probably overpriced, so I'm included in that. People saw, oh, it requires 10 scarabs? That's going to be the bottleneck. I need to make sure I craft this. And that's not really the case. Before we talk a little bit more on scarabs, I just want to point out that there is going to be a bit of demand in the stone cutting area because people are going to want to get these prismatic scarabs. So runestone is probably going to go up, or like it might do at a certain point and there'll be a peak time to sell it. Obviously, you need lodestone and Romy lodestone and that kind of stuff for that. For the runic voidstone, you need some extra lodestone and you need some powerful gemstone dust as well. And what's interesting is this is going to be a key way of getting up your stone cutting, but there's no new gems or anything like that. So actually sort of fusing your gems will be a good way of making gold. So quintessences are probably going to go up, molds will go like accordingly, and just blue gems might actually be in high demand. Now back to scarabs overall. The reason I think it's not the bottleneck is because whilst you need 10, you can only use one, as far as I know, you can only use one effectively once every week. So you need an Azoth inductor for that use, and whilst you can't see it because it's slightly behind my head, what you will know is that it's 25,000 gold, but you can only buy one once every week. It doesn't actually say that here, but on your databases. Not only can you craft 1 per week, and it's worth noting that the Azoth Inductor is bought, but the Scarab isn't, the amount of materials required will also be the bottleneck. So I don't have the map on me, but for a chest piece, that's going to be, it will be perfect gear score 700. I've just not got the trophies, the food and everything up right now, but it would be perfect gear score 700. To do that though, you would actually need 440 of the cooldown map. Well, the primary one, and then obviously you need 240 the secondary and the tertiary one as well. On your own, that's 44 days worth of cooldown map for 1 bis. In 44 days, you can quite easily farm 10 golden scarabs. I don't think scarabs are the bottleneck. They're going to go up a bit because you know what, if you're a speedrunner or a warlogger, you're not going to be bothered about that. You've got the gold from the umble shards or the warlogging, and you know what, you're just going to buy these, get them crafted, do you 1 a week, get your bis. Companies will be absolutely spending insane amounts of gold, and you, unless you're one of those people, want to be the one receiving that gold. You can get your bis, you know, either down the line or near bis quite quickly. And that goes back to the Asmodeum, etc. That's going to have value because people are going to need those cooldowns, but because it's like a 1-to-1 ratio, it's not going to be like exponentially up in price. It's just the materials right now are going to be in demand. Pretty much from now until probably like 2 weeks after the expansion, the prices I think are going to be very high. They'll be very high right now while people are adjusting. It'll dip before the expansion, and then once the expansion comes out, prices will be absolutely all over the place. You are possibly not prepared. Now let's change pace a little bit and talk about cooking. Now there's not a lot when it comes to cooking. It basically boils down to 2 types of food. You have some stat food, which by the way doesn't appear to be including like or needing a recipe. Recipes seem to be put on the back burner in the main, but you also have some luck food when you're harvesting, gathering, that kind of thing. Now all of the stat food basically use bananas. Hey, you know what, you can't get bananas right now because they're not in the game, but that'll be something that probably has value when that comes out. However, the rest of the stuff is pretty, you know, self-explanatory. People are probably going to want sugar, milk, blueberry, honey, lemon, etc. Right? Pick whichever one you think is going to go up the most. Just make sure you've got some so that you're not going out like paying ridiculous prices. It might not be worth buying them now. Might be worth farming them or buying them in a couple of weeks or something. But just be aware of this. There's also some luck food, and you need some of the fancier meats for these, which could go up in value. I don't necessarily know if it really will. Like, I mean, I don't know. They'll probably go up quite quickly. People want as much luck as possible. I'm not 100% sure if this is more luck than what we used to have. I think it is, but even if it isn't, it's 50 minutes, so it'd be worse. Now, the other thing with cooking is actually mount related. So you can also cook some food that will give you XP for riding. Now, this will be very, very short term. It doesn't take long to get riding 250. If you do the quests, etc., you're looking at maybe like 10 hours, and it's not going to take you very long, and you get food along the way from the quests, etc. But you can craft some that will speed up the process. In theory, this is another thing where you could effectively be level 250 in an hour. If you have a lot of barley, water, milk, and honey, then you can craft the basic ones. Then you need the basic ones to craft the mount ones, which are just, there's no name to them, but you need more barley, water, and milk. Then you need to make this complex mount vitamins, which you actually don't feed directly. You need to make it using mint, and then you craft the hearty ones. Same thing for the potent into the luxury, right? Just a lot of cooking materials are probably going to have value very early on, but then I think once everybody's max level, there's literally no reason to do this. By the way, that food, that looks absolutely delicious. I don't think I'd be feeding that to my horse. Now, technically, you can't use them because some of them have a level requirement, so you would have to start early and go, you know, level up as you go, but, you know, it's worth noting. Now, speaking of consumables, there is a bit of uproar about one of the new potions. Now, I don't actually have any because I use them in Outpost Rush. There is a new potion called the Regeneration Serum. Now, it doesn't actually show you the stats here, but it's stronger than a normal health potion. By default, you get more health back. It does use the same cooldown as a regen potion because it also gives you like regen over time. It also gives you stamina over time and mana over time. It's 3 of the health potions, mana potions, and the regen potions, and 5 Alcest. Now, Alcest and Azoth Water, that is going to be up, up, and up. It already is. You could get out there and farm it if you want. A lot of people sort of were farming this early because they sort of expected there'll be something with the potions, and so there is. However, health potions are quite cheap. Mana potions were cheap, but have already gone up, at least on my server, and regen potions were already expensive. They're sort of the main bottleneck about this. Either way, if this doesn't get changed, this is going to be one of the most important items. I mean, even if it gets nerfed, it's still going to be important. While we are here, we need to talk about the replacement for Ward. True to their word, the ward potions are literally getting extended. Now, I sort of thought it would be the new ward potions. That's not true. There aren't any new ward potions. It's literally just the old ones. Now, you don't need to be using quints, by the way. You can use just normal bolts or what have you, but I think it will affect how many you get. But what you do need is one of these tier 5 elementals. So it's, in this case, it's the shell tails. You can use the spine fish fins. For the beast ward, it's the same too. Actually, for all of them, it's these two. It's going to be shell tails and spine fish fins. For some reason, I thought there was different types. There's not. But the prices are going to be going up. Again, go out and farm them. They're not going to be something that you would necessarily want to just solo farm, because if you just farm them, you'd be quite bored. But if you're out farming molts or something, make sure you include these, because these are already going up. Now, I don't think you'll necessarily need a shed ton of potions, like they do last 40 minutes. However, for the speedrunners, do you know how many expeditions you can do in a week? 100. They might literally go through 100 of these things in a week. The price might be going now, I forgot this when I was at the stonecutter, but basically charged sand might be going up. One thing that also might go up in the long term is the globs, because you might want to be making good gems for your gear. Just in fact, gems in general will probably be used, so like cut gems. People will be leveling up, people will be getting a lot of new gear and just whacking in any gem they've got. So just gems in general might go up in price, and I sort of suspect they already are. But specifically, I want to talk about charged sand. Now, charged sand is going to be used for something called a jelly jug. Now, I'm not 100% sure where you craft this, so do forgive me, but I'm pretty sure that you need the charged sand and you need the prismatic blocks. So these prismatic blocks are going to get used quite a bit. Apparently, it uses smelting, but I can't find them. That's not to say it doesn't exist, it's just I can't find it. The jelly jugs, basically, though, in the new zone, they're going to give you more loot and they're going to give you more damage. You're going to do more damage with them. The mats are quite significant though, but it does require charged sand. So just looking now, it actually requires infused sand, but the way that you craft the infused sand is to have 25 charged sand plus 10 purified hearts. It's a little bit annoying to show you some of this because I don't know where you craft them, and sometimes you can't craft them unless you have the materials, which is a little bit annoying because I don't have the materials to show you. The hearts though I think you get as part of the quest. Well, basically it's Medusa's area where the stone. Whatever, I'm not going into details about that by now. All you need to know is that sand might be on the rise, and that might be something you can farm now, you know, you go into Brimstone, hit some sandstone block. Now the last thing I want to talk about is a little bit vague, because I'm probably gonna have to do a follow-up video on this on its own, and I've not really done the maths yet. There's gonna be people who are going to go from level 200 in professions to 250 quite quickly. Now, I haven't calculated how you do that. I sort of suspect, obviously it's better if you can do your first craft of the day, but because the new materials like mithril, etc. are going to be in short supply, a lot of people are going to think about doing it just using tier 5s. So your tier 5 stuff, including the purple versions of them, are going to be in demand. So for example, you can use Tolvium to craft the level 150 stuff. So Tolvium and stuff like that will probably hold value. So will Orichalcum, of course, but I think Tolvium, Cinnabar, and the other purple requirements, they've already gone up in price, and I can sort of see them going up again. People are going to want large quantities to craft and try and get ahead, basically try and get from 200 to 250 instantly, because whilst you obviously would technically be better crafting the 205 stuff, because inevitably they're going to give you more XP. Here we're looking at weaponsmithing. The reality is getting the actual tier 5 mithril, you wouldn't use prismatic unless you're a lunatic, is going to be a bit tricky, because early on that's not going to be possible, and some people are just going to be like, oh, I'll just get it out of the way using tier 5s, and that's why a lot of the prices have already gone up. I'll talk more about this in the video, but it's worth noting that a lot of the tier 5 materials are going up for this reason. People are going to just try and shortcut the leveling process rather than go out, farm the mithril, come back, craft one of everything, etc. They're just going to get all the materials, blast to 250, and it's not quite as efficient to do that. Like, in terms of the mats, it's not efficient, but in terms of value, probably is. Now, one last tip that I'm not really actually going to go into full details here because I don't really know how to explain it, but there is a material that is basically, it's almost replacing Gumbo Shards. It doesn't quite fully replace Gumbo Shards, as in you can't upgrade your gear directly. There is a way of upgrading some named items, by the way, that is over 650 to go to legendary. And I'm not going to explain it right here, but basically you're going to want some of this stuff. It's called Giant Matter. It's slightly behind my head. You get this in a variety of different ways. You get it from killing raffle bones. I think you get it from chests. You get it from quests. But one way you do get it is from salvaging legendary items, and it appears from salvaging anything legendary over 6,000, not 6,000, 600. Now that raises a bit of a question what you do on live. Is it worth with your named items using your umbral shards to get it up to like 600 and then waiting and then salvaging it in the expansion? Maybe. It depends how desperate you are for that. I think you will get enough in the game because basically you're going to get, I don't know how many it is for Mode Plus Rush, you get maybe like 20 or 30 for Mode Plus Rush. Like if you play the game, I think you're going to get enough for your normal activities, and I don't think there's going to be a massive rush to get it. However, there might be. Personally, I think I'm going to just absolutely clean house with my storage. I can't be bothered using my umbrals to upgrade them and then just holding onto them and then salvaging them. I think I'm just going to get rid now. Also worth noting that umbral shards, they are literally getting changed to gold, okay? So this character actually does have some umbral shards. And if you see my gold there, each stack is worth 1,000 gold. So 10,000 umbral shards is worth 1,000 gold. And if I salvage this, you see I'm going to go from 191 to 192, and there you go. It's a ratio of 0.1. Now, some people have literally like 5 million, and they're the people we're milking. Those speedrunners, they're going to want this, and they're going to want it quickly. As I said, I would not be buying this stuff right now because the prices are already high. People have already cottoned on, right? They're already aware of this. But if you farm, and you're not like one of these people who really want to get ahead, you actually just maybe want to take your time, you will make money day 1 or 2 or 3 or something like that. There will be money to be made. There will be people spending insane amounts of gold. You want to be one of the beneficiaries of that. I think inevitably you'll get close to Biss quite quickly, either using the seal, getting gear from Mode Plus Rush, doing the harder dungeons or what have you. Gear seems really easy to get on the PTR, like a normal dungeon was giving me like 690 gear. I don't think that's probably going to be intended, but maybe it is. It either is very easy to get or it's not going to be that easy to get. But in general, I don't think it'd be like insane to get over 675 legendaries. That's sort of near Biss. That'll be quite quick. But getting the gear score to do the dungeons, I think that might take you just a little bit longer. But personally, I think you'll get it through playing the game. And if you really want to rush, then you've got to pay up one way or another. I'm sorry if this video was a little bit long. There's so much changes that to sort of like point you in the right direction. It's a little bit tricky. Some of the stuff that I said might quite frankly be wrong. It might get changed. I might be mistaken. But from my best will, I think that's what's going to be happening. I think these are going to be the pressure.
To the fresh servers. And New World did like... So New World, for anybody who doesn't know, is actually getting a massive expansion. They are increasing the level cap, they are adding in new dungeons, they are increasing the item cap, and they are changing a lot of things with the game. They are changing a lot of the end game activities, improving them, and so we'll take a look at what this video is about.
New World is an MMORPG
and they're adding
that's had
mounts.
an interesting lifespan so far. During the beta phase, the red flags were obvious. The game released in...
No, they weren't, because nobody would listen to me. Nobody would listen. To be fair, Lazy Peon also was making the same videos that I was, and we were both getting shit on by the community.
September 2021, and initially at launch was insanely fun until about level 30 or so. Then it just fell off a cliff, with many people discovering game-breaking bugs, turning New World into a meme gold mine overnight. The devs didn't give up, though.
I don't think that the bugs had anything to do with why people quit playing. I don't. I think the reason why people quit playing is because it was too repetitive. Like, that's straight up why. And, like, leveling slowed down so much.
They went away and started addressing issues one by one, leading to the game having a major resurgence in player numbers for its first major update, Brimstone Sands, in October 2022.
Small correction on that. The update, the increase of players was actually because of the fresh servers. And New World did, like, this whole huge event. And it was actually the fresh server event that happened after Brimstone Sands. But the fresh server event happened like maybe a few weeks or a month after the Brimstone Sands patch. They fumbled the event too. Yeah, there were some problems with it.
Since then, New World has been rather quiet. Over the course of the past year, it's been losing players again month on month, which is mainly due to no new big content.
Well, let's see. Let's see where it's at right now. Charts. 17K, I feel like, yeah, it's gone up a bit, but it usually does on weekends. Not a lot to impress me there. And it looks like the game, you know, is at 18,000. Like, now it's pretty much not that great. And it's just kind of chilling, you know? Actually, not bad. No, it's not awful, no, but it's not great either, you know? And so, yeah, for an MMO, it's not doing super great. And I think there's a lot of reasons to that, but... It's not like it's a dead game, but it's definitely a very small niche game that a lot of people I think the worst thing about New World is the fact that so many people tried New World and they didn't like it, or they had a bad experience. And like once somebody has a bad experience playing a game, they usually don't want to go back and try it again after it improves. And that's what's happened with, I'm trying to think, like that's what happened with WoW. Like that's what happens with a lot of WoW expansions, is like the expansion comes out, it's fucked up, they fix it, people don't come back, right? That's just how it is. And Diablo 4, right? They improved Diablo 4 a pretty considerable amount. It's still not great, but it is improved at least, and nobody gives a shit because people have already decided the game's bad. It's like once gamers make their mind up on something, it's very hard for them to change it. No Man's Sky and not old school RuneScape, like Final Fantasy 14, these are the exception, not the rule.
The MMO releases and players just running out of stuff to do.
Stubborn? Well, it's not that people are stubborn. People don't like changing their mind. Because changing their mind means that they were wrong. And people don't like admitting they're wrong. People would rather double down on an opinion that they know is wrong rather than change their mind.
Though New World has announced its first real expansion, Rise of the Angry Earth, which will bring massive fundamental changes to the game, increase the level and gear score cap, as well as finally add mounts to the game. In this video, I'm going to discuss everything you need to know about the New World expansion, as well as jump into the game now in its current state to prepare my character for the new content, as well as see what other cool changes have been added to the game over the past year.
Yeah, I think the trailer, by the way, was really good.
First, today's sponsor, Dragon Raja. Dragon Raja is an anime-inspired MMORPG powered by Unreal Engine 4 that's available to play cross-platform on Android, iOS, and PC. Dragon Raja's just released a new patch, including the all-new warrior assassin class, Yasai, a class inspired by Japanese ninjas, with a large folding fan as the main melee weapon and the kunai as the long-range weapon. And if the ninja playstyle isn't enough for you, then there's 13 other classes to choose from, whether you want to wreak havoc from range with the Visioneer class, or ride straight into the action.
Why is she wearing a fucking a fucking VR headset?
With the very unique skateboard class. Dragon Raja has done a great job designing a variety of classes for different playstyles. There's also a new PvP hide-and-seek mode available, where players disguise themselves as different items and try not to get caught by the enemy team. Dragon Raja also features very in-depth character customization that doesn't just allow physical and wardrobe changes, but also lets you define your character's personality and their responses to their surroundings. With the new update, there's tons of rewards and limited time items up for grabs for new and returning players. There's even more rewards and events waiting for you by joining the official communities linked below. So download Dragon Raja using the link in the description and join in on the action today. Download now. So the last time I played New World was during the PTR for the Brimstone Sands expansion. I didn't actually play the game when the expansion fully launched, because my main server was dead due to everyone playing fresh stuff.
I love to hear that. Because remember what I said about how people quit the game and they don't come back because their server's dead? It's so funny that I was right. Because it was fucking obvious. Like, it's not even any sort of like fucking Nostradamus. Wow, big surprise. People don't want to play an MMO whenever nobody's playing on their server.
And I really didn't want to start again. I log into the game and I immediately see people spamming X-Egg in the chat. So I did the same thing and got invited to a 20-player raid group. If you played more than a year ago, you'd know that you couldn't make raid groups in New World previously.
I haven't made a raid
The max group size was 5 players, so straight away I was surprised.
Oh, there's a raid now? Wow.
We basically went around the map in this group and did some seasonal daily event called the Siege of Sulphur, where you protect eggs from waves of mobs and get good rewards. Pretty cool, and I'm a fan of any content that brings players together in an MMO. Basically, within minutes of logging in, I was in a massive group of players doing massively multiplayer things.
Yeah, that's cool.
I like that.
I actually think that the outdoor like content for New World, like it can be kind of bad because of like the friction with like players like running into each other and like spell effects. But I actually think things like chest runs are really cool. I like chest runs. I am a chest run enjoyer. And I thought they were a unique type of gameplay that New World had. And I even kind of like their events too.
So I wanted to finish off getting all weapon masteries to level 20 to prepare for the new expansion. I only needed to level the greatsword and
I
plunder
did it exactly here too. Yep.
bus, so I looked online for the best strat, and the current best method is to do this repeatable thorp events at this area in Great Clean. It was here where I stumbled upon another new addition to New World, augments, which are basically boosters that you can buy off the cash shop. The most significant ones, in my opinion, are the weapon XP and gathering XP boosters, which basically double your XP. You've also got season XP and territory standing boosters, which do a similar thing, and a proficiency booster, which increases your gathering yields by 10%. If these boosters were in the game at launch, everyone would be complaining that they were pay to win, and rightly so. I guess the game's been out long enough at this point that most people have capped gathering and weapon masteries anyway, so it's not a big deal.
I think it's, that's true. It's the same thing as in like Wayfinder, and I think that apparently, I don't know if Warframe does this too, people told me that it did, is that they sell you some of like the base items that you can get, but anybody who's playing the game seriously at all, like already has this, and it's easy for them to get them. And so, like, for most people, if you played New World, this wouldn't have really affected you. Yeah, it doesn't matter, exactly. And so, like, this, like, the gathering yield, I think, is kind of stupid, but the other ones, I don't really care about that much, because this is something that you would have just done as an outcome of playing the game.
Either way, I popped the weapon XP booster and got both weapons to 20 mastery super fast at the Thorp spot. Another nice change, if you hold Control plus C and left click, you can spam click to very quickly salvage all of your crap. You'll be doing this a lot during your time playing New World. The next amazing change to the game since the last time I played is the addition of multiple gear sets loadouts. This was one of the most requested features to be added since launch, and I'm happy to say it actually works very well except for one caveat. The thing I love about New World's gear set system is swirling gear in these templates actually removes it from your inventory, which is
it makes it to where it doesn't take up weight.
Nice, because if you've got 3 to 4 different gear sets, your bags would be an absolute mess otherwise. Really nice. The caveat here is that if you want more than 2 gear set storage, you need to buy it off the cash shop for
Which I don't think this is really going to matter a lot whenever the expansion comes out, because the reason why you would want to have multiple gear sets is for ward gear, and ward gear is being removed from the game. So like right now, it's like one of these weird things where like, I think it's kind of shitty that they sell these now, but I think that whenever they make the change in the expansion, this actually won't matter at all, and it will have no impact on a normal player.
Roughly $5.
So it will get better.
I started working my way through the Brimstone Sands MSQ and realized I was earning season XP. Basically a battle pass you can work through, which gives various rewards such as furniture, skins, gypsum, currency, and so on. Your typical battle pass, love it or hate it, it is what it is. At least it gives players at endgame something to work through once they've completed everything else, I guess. As I was questing through Brimstone...
A battle pass, like, who gives a fuck? I mean, like, I really... In my opinion, I wish that instead of a battle pass, they added rewards to different NPCs out in the open world, like different cosmetics, to get people to, like, go out and do that. But I guess Battle Pass kind of achieves that in another way. I think that it's stupid to just like hate Battle Passes categorically, but whenever I have that opinion, I don't want anybody to think that I like them. I don't, like, anytime that I see there's a Battle Pass, I just look at, okay, what do I need to do out of this? Okay, I'll just go do this, that's it. Like, I don't get excited. Like, Battle Passes are not content to me, if that makes sense. Like, Battle Passes do not move the needle at all, one way or another, on how I feel about a game or what I do really in a game that much. Like, maybe a little bit. If I'm very invested in the game, I'll do like a little bit extra stuff to get the Battle Pass. Better than that, not so much.
Sands, there were a few things going through my mind. Number one, the greatsword feels way more fun and better designed than every other weapon in the game. Number two...
Well, is that true? Probably. I mean, like, I like the hammer. I think the hammer is pretty good too. I really like the hammer. I really like the hatchet too. I'm not a fan of the rapier, but I know a lot of people like it. I think that, I feel like a lot of the weapons play very well. I think the problem really is just tuning. Like, for example, a lot of people don't play range in PvE, and I think that's a huge problem. And they're addressing this with the expansion. But like, I would, because like in a high level like mutations, almost everybody that plays mutations that I've seen at least videos of is playing with like a hatchet, a greatsword, or a great axe for DPS, right? And like you have maybe one person with a spear, for the spear does a debuff. And so you need to have the debuff. But other than that, you know, you're pretty much using the same melee weapons. So I feel like I wish that the ranged weapons had more value.
Yes.
Visually, the game is still one of the best looking MMOs out, and the sound effects are best in genre. And 3, the general movement in New World feels so fucking scuffed at times that the game's
so. I genuinely do not know how it's this bad. It's actually impressive how bad it is. And like I had to pause just to like make emphasis on this, that the movement and collision in New World is simultaneously some of the best and some of the worst collision in every MMO and in all video games I've ever played. And what I mean by that is that climbing in New World is, I think, one of the best designed climbing mechanisms in any MMO that I've ever played, any game I've ever played.
Climbing.
The climbing of like, you know, for example,
Fortnite is far better. Far. No, Fortnite. Fortnite. No. Fortnite.
But on the other side, are climbing up that big tower. What's it called? Malevolence in Eden Grove, I think. Like that is just fucking phenomenal, right? But fighting against an alligator and having the alligator knock you through a fucking piece of wood, and then you're like going like this on non-stop because the game doesn't know where you are. That's so bad, it's embarrassing. It's awful.
Still feels like it's in alpha in some places.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Like you still can't swim
Look, bro,
in New World. Still feels like it's in alpha in some places. He goes like this. He goes whoop. Like you still can't swim in New World. Your attacks will very frequently just not register when hitting mobs.
Yeah.
Relentless.
I think that there's something with the registry of this game. And I think there's a problem where like the game readjusts your character based off of where the game thinks your character is. Or there's some sort of like weird fucky tech that goes on with this because it's so bad. And I've never seen it any other game.
Rush with the greatsword is a great example
like
of this.
Constant
it's
desync.
A double hit ability where 50% of the time only one hit will register.
Look at
Any
that.
form of slightly elevated terrain in a combat area will make your character suit, and the actual running animation in this game feels so scuffed to me.
Yeah.
Like the run animation is faster than the speed you actually run. I don't know what it is, but it just looks off. Also, when you
that does look bad. I never even noticed that.
Log into the game after playing any other third-person RPG, you just feel like New World should have a sprint, but it doesn't. I kind of wish the game did have a sprint, to be honest, but right now my biggest issues with New World is definitely with the movement, inconsistent combat, desync.
I think the combat feels shitty. That's the problem.
I like the combat.
It's like that low-level combat, like fighting against the level 7 boar feels great, but actually, like New World, actually, here's a good way to say it. The more seriously you take New World combat, the more you'll hate it. It's worse than Dark Souls 2.
I continued questing through the Brimstone Sands, eventually fully completing every quest in the zone, including the side quests. And I have to say, when it comes to questing, New World has come a very long way. This is a game that was notoriously dog shit for questing back at launch. Every quest was go to this POI, loot crates, get item, run halfway across the map and repeat. But now it's much more varied, there's some actual story.
Bro, fighting this fucking goat. You would get to right here, and this fucking goat would spawn, and it was like, it had like this affix, and it said like something like, likes to headbutt, or something like that. And he would headbutt you, and he would knock you off. And then you would have to go back and do the entire thing over again. And the worst thing about it is that the goat dropped a really good fucking helmet. So then I had to sit there and re-farm. His prefix is pushy. Yes, Yes, exactly. The fucking affix he has, he's pushy. So I sat there and I killed this goat like 70 times.
And narrative interwoven into it. There's puzzles, climbing quests, more varied enemies. Quest rewards are actually decent now.
Yeah.
The difference is night and day from launch, and I actually consider New World's questing to be pretty good nowadays.
The Brimstone Sands questing is good. It is good. Also, another fact is that it is fully voice acted. Every quest is voice acted.
Next, I did the Ennard dungeon and was quickly reminded that I do actually enjoy dungeons in New World. And I think in terms of visuals,
I
there's
think
some
this is one of the worst fights that's ever been made, by the way.
of the most epic looking
Literal
dungeons
garbage.
in the MMO genre. I spent some time sorting through all my storage and selling stuff to free up some space for the new expansion. If you haven't played since launch, storage in New World is all connected now rather than local to each town.
Yeah.
Which means storage management is much less of a pain in the ass nowadays. Bags
I'm assuming they probably can't do this because they're, is there a roach on my leg? Where'd it go?
Roach.
On the wall a minute ago. No, whatever. So yeah, the fucking the storage, right? I think they should just make it to where like you have one big storage rather than you have to open up each one, because I find it to be kind of annoying that like I have to put like, because you guys, if you played New World recently, this is probably what you did, right? Is you would put all of your leatherworking stuff in one zone and you would put all of your mining stuff in another zone, something like that. It's fucking stupid. You should just have them all combined, and as soon as you discover a new area, it should just be added to your total inventory.
and tools now go up to legendary 600 gear score and will likely go higher for the new expansion. So I replaced all of my blues with legendary.
It's gonna go to 700. Which, by the way, I don't think 700's high enough if they had the same scaling. I think one of the problems with New World, especially at level 60, is that you don't really feel, or like, I don't really feel like you get that much stronger after you hit 60. Like, a lot of the item perks don't really feel super great, and apparently they're fixing that with artifact level weapons and artifact items, but yeah, like, because you just go from 600 to 625. It's not enough, man.
Full set of instruments, made a gear set for healer, strength, dex, and mage, then checked out another highly requested feature that's finally been added to New World. A full transmog system comparable to games like Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft, where you unlock the appearance of all dropped gear. There is one caveat to this though, because of course there fucking is. Basically, to actually transmog gear, you need transmog tokens, which can be bought off the cash shop. 5 tokens costs like $10, so if you're constantly changing your outfit, it's not cheap. Just to clarify, once you've unlocked something once, you don't need to spend more money to reapply it again. It is permanently unlocked for you to use as a skin at any time, but for additional skins you'll need more tokens. Something that
sounds really stupid.
Oh, wow.
What pissed me off with this system is that the preview window to actually view your appearance is dog shit, and depending on the time of day, like nighttime for example, you can't actually see the colors properly, which is annoying because you definitely want to get a good look at how your character will look before committing to spending money.
That's a good point. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would matter that much, but the fact that you have to spend money to do it makes it even more annoying. You can also earn tokens in game. How easily though?
Please improve the transmog character preview window. After that, I solo queued some 3v3 PvP arena, and despite never doing it before, was surprisingly less tryhard and more fun than I expected. I'm glad I was able to just solo queue this rather than manually find other players, otherwise I probably wouldn't have bothered. It was quite enjoyable and rewarding enough that I'd definitely play it again. I spent a bit of time leveling up my music skill, which seems to have had the experience per level heavily reduced since the last time I played the game. And finally, I took on a seasonal 10-player boss, which wasn't overly difficult, but it was fun because the rewards were good. The boss had a few mechanics, and it was easy to join a group by just Xing up in recruitment chat. It seems like New World's actually making a bit of a push to more traditional MMO-style raid content, as aside from the 10-player seasonal raid boss, there's also a 20-player instanced sandworm raid boss. That, as of making this video, is apparently the hardest boss in the game.
And he's still really hard, right? Like, my understanding is that the sandworm fight is actually pretty hard.
Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to do it yet as I can't find a group, but it looks super cool regardless.
That's cool. Yeah, you have to look up and shoot those things that are in the air. That's actually really fucking badass.
So next, let's discuss all of the info you need to know about New World's new upcoming expansion, Rise of the Angry Earth. First of all, this expansion will release on October 3rd alongside Season 3 and will be a paid expansion, costing $29.99. New players will be able to buy the base game plus the expansion in a bundle for $69.99. This expansion comes with a new zone.
That's cool. Let me see that again. Oh, this is in First Light. Yeah, okay. No shot. No, I really don't think $30 is a big deal. Like, this is a buy-to-play game that's had multiple updates for free. Like, I really don't think a $30 expansion 2 years after the release is a big deal, guys.
Remember First Light, the zone south of Windswood? Yeah, that zone no longer exists. It's fallen to the Angry Earth and will be transformed to the Elysian Wilds, completely unrecognizable from the place it was before. Mounts are finally being added to New World and will come with a new trade skill called Riding, which you'll be able to level up for upgrades to speed, buffs, and higher tier mount consumables. Mounts will come in the form of horses, dire wolves, and lions initially, with more likely to be added over time. You'll be able to name your mount and also deck it out with customizable equipment, which will undoubtedly be sold on the cash shop.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could put armor on the mount. That's badass.
A new weapon will be added to the game in the form of the flail, which can be used either one-handed or with a shield. The flail scales with strength and focus, and has abilities that can debuff enemies and absorb ally damage, making it a solid choice as a secondary for both tanks and healers from the sounds of it. Progression in New World will also be changed quite a bit. You'll be able to level up your character to 65, gear score will now go up to item level 700, trade skills up to 250, and the devs are completely removing the expertise system, which means there's no tedious barrier to entry grind that new players will need to go through to get decent loot. The new zones...
The expertise thing was fucking stupid. Yeah, I mean, they have improved a lot of those systems, thank God, yeah. And then, like, you know, as an in-game player, like, the ward system was so stupid, too. Like, you were basically farming 4 sets of gear with the same stats, except one stat was different, because there's a different mob type that you're fighting. Yeah, it was the most artificial playtime increase you could possibly imagine. It was so stupid.
Straight up drop gear that's 625 or higher, and the hardest content will drop the best gear, as it should. There's also going to be a new tier of faction gear, new faction quest line, and a new rarity of gear called...
Damn, so that's an artifact item.
Artifacts, which will need to be awakened via a quest line to unlock up to 6 perks, with one of them apparently being placed on a quest and a new...
What is this here? So you have to kill a bunch of mobs. Okay, well, I mean, like, who gives a fuck about this? I mean, this is the exact same way that the, remember, like, you would have to do the quests in order to get, like, those 580 item level weapons at the beginning of the game? I did the quest line to get, like, the Azure Ravager, like, axe or some shit. So this is basically the same thing again.
Rarity of gear called artifacts, which will need to be awakened via a quest line to unlock up to 6 perks, with one of them apparently being playstyle defining, which is quite interesting. There's also going to be quite a few apparently being playstyle defining, which is quite interesting.
Invigorated Vigor, Shrug Off. I think that's the new one. Is that the new one? I'm not sure.
Interesting. There's also going to be quite a few revamps to the game. The most important...
Only 32 attributes, one more than 625? No. 625 is 26. 31 is only from two-handed weapons. And actually, it's not 625, it's 623, which is the breakpoint that takes your secondary, your primary stat from 25 to 26, or from 30 to 31. It's actually not true.
One, in my opinion, is the removal of Ward, Bane, and Resilience stats on gear, which just wasn't fun, and I'm so glad to see removed. As well as the main storylines of both Eden Grove and Great Cleave also being revamped. Aside from that, the expansion brings with it...
I'm glad they're adding that, because those are the two, like, you remember how they did, like, the 1 to 35 experience? Like like Great Cleave is like 45. So like they're making it to where like the leveling experience will just be better.
New level 62 plus expedition, a new hearts rune ability, a new season with events such as Night Vale Hallow and the Turkey Terror, as well as a bunch of
They're
other
adding
stuff.
Turkulon again.
Overall, after revisiting New World for a bit to prepare for the new expansion, as well as looking into all the
Thank
positive
God.
changes that will come with the expansion, I really think New World is heading firmly in the right direction, and I've actually had a decent time.
I think New World has been going in the right direction for 6 months. But after going in the wrong direction for 2 years, it's going to take them a while to break even. I hope this expansion is where they do. And I actually think that New World is an enjoyable game right now. It's just that I would recommend somebody, if you want to play New World right now, make sure that you play on my server. My server is Marama, it's Marinara, some fucking bullshit, some stupid fucking name. It's Marama, something like that. If you see it, you'll know what it is. Play on a very populated server. Play on a populated server with a lot of people, and you will probably enjoy the game.
So far, returning to the game.
At
My
least
main
until
issue
6.
with New World is still that the movement and animation feels off sometimes, as well as the inconsistency with the tax registering and the game still not having swimming. But almost every other issue I've had with the game over the years has been resolved, and now with the addition of mounts, improvements to progression, large-scale groups, and transmog, the game seems better now than ever, so I do think it's worth jumping back into for the new expansion, because even if you don't stick around long-term, you'll likely get a few weeks of fun out of it at the very least. But that's it for this video. As always, let me know your thoughts on the current state of New World. Will you also be returning to the game for the new expansion? What else do you think the devs need to do to improve the game? Social media on screen, help us out with a like to appease the algorithm gods. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I'm excited to play this whenever it comes out.
Thank you for the excellent comfort of my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel and the last 2 videos as well.
Baldur's Gate 3 was a wake-up call.
I believe that we are being misled, misdirected, deceived. And I believe that it's being done on purpose. See, we've had this conversation around Baldur's Gate 3 and the state of AAA gaming for quite a while. Different content creators that are weighing in, publications, as well as different journalists, sometimes even tweets. But the focus of the conversation continues to shift, and it shifts away from the thing that is the most important part of the entire conversation, and I believe that that's actually being done on purpose. Whether some people know it or not.
What is it?
See, Baldur's Gate 3 was a wake-up call, but it's not the first time that we've seen this. We saw the same thing with Elden Ring, a game that was released to high praise, reviewed well, and that the players loved. However, it was also a game that was highly criticized by developers and journalists, judging the game
Of course they did that with Elden Ring, because it's the same thing where people want to, they want to have the hot take and say the thing that's good is bad because it makes them feel smart.
Simple things like UI or its lack of direction in the world. Regardless
of what was it criticized for, there were a number of developers who were criticizing Elden Ring for its UI, and they said the UI in Elden Ring was bad. Which I don't even think it's that bad.
I don't think the UI is bad. I just thought that how they did the weapon switching was archaic.
It's a wake-up call.
It was really bad. It took me a long time to get used to it.
It's like, newsflash, people don't care about the UI that much. The UI doesn't.
I cared
really
about
matter.
it. That
If
UI
the
bothered me a
gameplay
little
sucks,
bit.
Then the gameplay sucks. That's it. The UI is an afterthought.
No, it wasn't an afterthought to me.
Elden Ring was a game that was both innovative in its game design and also in its world design.
Innovative? I don't know about innovative.
Game that provided a significant
Well, yeah, the world was innovative, but I don't know about its design, though.
That's the word that we keep losing track of. Value. That's the most important thing for us. Fast forward from Elden Ring to Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
A conversation has started about how AAA studios can't be held to the same standards as an independent studio. Journalists, PR agencies, and other institutions dogpiling on the consumer, trying to suppress our outrage in response to the state of the AAA industry. Us asking, why can't you make games like Larian does? And it's not as if we're trying to ask them to do anything new. We're just asking them to do what they used to do. Many of our favorite games, favorite franchises started out as Larian. Passionate studios working on something they love. Making games that they loved playing. Making something that others wanted to enjoy. Blizzard, Ubisoft, EA, Microsoft, Take-Two, Bungie, and more.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like, a lot of the reasons why people have, like, disdain or frustration for a lot of these companies is because they used to be good. Most people don't have, like, a lot of positive, or, like, they don't have a lot of negative feelings towards, I don't know, like, a lot of these, like, phone game companies, because they always made bullshit. And, oh, wow, they're making more bullshit. What a surprise. This is what they always do, right? You expect us to do work now? Didn't we already win? Yeah, exactly. People have like a, you know, they're happy producing a you know, like some fucking, you know, $70 piece of shit with a battle pass that you have to buy cosmetics inside of.
To Bungie and more used to be known as the companies that you could always buy something from, and more times than not, it was going to be one of your greatest experiences in a game of value. Recently, I've seen a few others cover an article from GameDeveloper.com titled Yelling is Not Journalism by developer and journalist Brandon Sheffield. This is in response to Devin Laguirre's video on IGN talking about the shakeup that Baldur's Gate 3 has caused in the developer community. Now, the point of this video isn't to pick apart the article. However, I just want to highlight some of the language that's being used because it shows just how...
the person's being a fucking bitch because I watched this video and he didn't yell at all in the video. So he's reframing what the person said in this video as being aggressive and bad. Because like yelling is bad, right? Yelling at people is bad. So then what you do is you say this person is yelling in order to communicate a negative tone for the person's words. It's hyperbolic, you dummy. Well, it is hyperbolic, but it's actually not hyperbolic. It's just simply not true. Like if you say somebody's yelling and they're not, well, you're not being hyperbolic. You're just lying.
How far we're getting from the root cause of the issue that's upsetting the customer to begin with. And I'm wondering if we're being misdirected on purpose. Sheffield's article opens up with, there was an opportunity to give players context for why games release the way that they do. But instead, it was designed to incite anger directed at a few devs. So Sheffield opens up with a straw man, misrepresenting not only Devin Laguirre in IGN's video, but also the consumer outrage at the same time. Trying to make us out to be the bad guy.
Well, we don't need to give a fuck about what the developers' problems are. It doesn't matter what their problems are. It's the same argument, ironically, that I just used with the mods. We are under no obligation as a consumer to give a fuck about the developer needing to make money or not, or their time schedule, or their process work order. This is completely fucking irrelevant to the customer. Like, you don't really care about how an iPhone gets made. You care about how much an iPhone costs. You don't care about how long it took to make a video game, or how many people had to work, or oh, they did.
I care.
This game or not. People, I bet, crunch their asses off to make a ton of games that you love. Does that make you like them any less? Absolutely not. Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm so sick of developers and certain people, and streamers do this too, by the way, where they think that the viewer has to understand, oh, well, I need to make a living. It's like, no, if you want to do sponsor streams of phone games all of the time, then people aren't going to enjoy that. It's not the viewer's responsibility to provide you with a living. It's your responsibility to make content and then monetize that content. And if people don't want to bite whenever you put your fucking bait out there, then maybe get better bait. It's not though. It's the consumer does not have that responsibility unless they are stealing the content, right? Like you go to Walmart and you steal a banana. Well, that's a problem. You just stole the fucking banana. But that's not what's happening here. It's crazy. The developers think that we give a fuck about their process. You think that we give a fuck about anything. This doesn't have anything to do with the product. The development, how video games are made. I don't care how video games are made. Why the fuck would I give a shit about why a video? Oh, this is why the game is made. I don't care why. I don't care about, oh, this is the process. This is irrelevant to me. I care about the product. The process doesn't matter. It's crazy. So crazy that people think that anybody should give a fuck about how hard their job is or isn't. That this is a valid thing, that you want to guilt trip the customer because you have a hard job, then fucking quit. Jesus Christ. How about tipping? If you don't like tipping and you're not making enough money tipping, it's the same thing.
As if we're just directing this at people that are innocent and shouldn't be to blame for anything. But they know that's not the case. Our anger, our outrage is directed at the companies, not at the guys that are working at the desk. Furthermore, this also goes to show just...
I think that gamers, like, they like the developers in most cases, right? Gamers don't want bad things to happen to developers. They don't hate the developers. And I don't think that they really like them either. Not really. They just want to play the game. Like, what the fuck are we turning this into some sort of, like, emotional relationship? You are making a product. And if the product is good, we will play the game, and that's it. And if it's not, then we won't play the game. It's that simple. How can they possibly think that it's anything more complicated?
The condescending nature of the industry to begin with. That we, the consumer, need to be educated on how games are made. And if we're educated, then we'll understand why we don't get finished products, why we have to pay full price for an unfinished game, why we don't get value for the money that we spend. No, we don't need to be educated. You need to give us what we paid for.
Exactly. It's that simple.
That's it.
Yeah, we don't need to know or understand anything. Thank you. Yes, so fucking true. Yeah, it's a parasocial relationship with the developer. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Oh, wow, well, this is a problem. Like, I think that people can and people are understanding. You want to hear a great example of people that are understanding? The Endwalker release of Final Fantasy XIV. If Blizzard had released the game, people would still be talking about it 10 years from now. But with Final Fantasy, nobody really gave a fuck. Because they understand it's an international global chip shortage. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. And they trust that the developers are doing their best. They trust that the company is working as hard as it can. And there are just world, problems that sometimes you can't get around. And I think that's reasonable. It's the same reason why people with Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of people said the last act in the game wasn't really that great. But nobody really gives a shit about it that much because they feel like the rest of the game is okay. It's, again, a value proposition. And if you're not meeting the value proposition, then it's a problem. It's about goodwill. Yes, it is. Like, it's a currency. Like, the goodwill that companies have and they build up with the player base is a currency. Blizzard used to have it. I think Riot has it now. Rockstar 50-50. Larian absolutely has it. Final Fantasy Creative Business Unit 3 definitely fucking has it. From Software has it. And so that's something that happens, is you need to have that goodwill because you will have problems. And the companies that build up that goodwill by working hard and actually not just asking for fucking excuses, there will be things that will happen because life happens and video games are not exempt from that because video games are made by people. So, sure. players understand that.
How is this acceptable in any other industry? You don't go to
AAA studios. Somebody said in chat. AAA studios want us to feel bad for them for selling us unfinished, buggy ass games. Like, I give a fuck, bro. Like, I don't care. Care about how long you have to work in the office. Who gives a fuck about that? you're telling a plumber, a construction worker, a policeman that your job is so fucking hard because you have to work 80 hours a week. They do that every fucking week. Shut the fuck up. And it's not that your job isn't legitimate, but you don't see them crying about it either. And if they were crying about it, you'd probably tell them to shut the fuck up too.
A 5-star restaurant only get half of your food, and then you're expected to be understanding because, oh, well, there's only one cook that night. You don't go to buy a new car and you're told that, oh, we're still working on the seats and the radio.
Nope.
Don't worry, we'll release those to you.
Or the Lamborghini with the steering wheel.
And recently had that issue with Tesla does something like that too. But like, for example, Chipotle. Sometimes I go to Chipotle, there's like 2 guys working there, and it takes a while. I'm not mad at the 2 guys that are working there. Right?
No.
I'm not gonna shit on them.
No.
Like, they're doing their best.
Yeah.
But like, I'd be mad at Chipotle.
Yeah.
Why is it the expectation that we must still pay full price for a game and also be understanding of the pressures of deadlines, funding, and investor constraints? Furthermore, why is our focus continuously being reverted to the polish of a game?
Yeah.
Rather than the value that the customer receives
What?
from playing it.
Exactly. Like, this is the problem that AAA games have. AAA games and the development studios have this fixation about caring about things that people don't give a fuck about. They care about how a character's mouth moves. They care about if a role that a person does is as realistic as a role that a person in real life would do. They care about the UI of the game. They care about, let me think, like having different types of like bullshit options in a game. These are not things that players find value in. And AAA dev studios, I think, are spending a bigger and bigger percentage of their money and time focusing on things that have value to reviewers and not to gamers. The gameplay is what matters. Recognizable actors. Yes, I could not give less of a fuck if we have a recognizable actor in a video game. In fact, I think I would even not like it that much because it is actively taking away from my immersion whenever I see a character in the game that I know is a real person. Wasted budget. Yes, it is.
You can go to a 5-star restaurant, receive half of the food that you would elsewhere, and still get the value for the food that you paid for.
Half is an overstatement.
We see this in indie, single, and AA games time and time again. Baldur's Gate 3 is a $60 game, yet it provides the customer with far more value than many of the games that the AAA industry has released over the last few years. And it doesn't ask...
Well, it's also not even a $60 game. There are people that play Honkai Star Rail, and they spend hundreds of dollars on the game, and they're not malding about it because they feel like they're getting value from the game. They're getting something out of the game. Now, you might think they're stupid or whatever, but that is true. And the truth is that whenever people are getting value out of the game, like Genshin is the same way, then they're not going to complain. It's the same as World of Warcraft.
Us for any more money or make any excuses. Even when the conversation first broke out on Baldur's Gate over on Twitter, again, the discussion was boiled down to polish and scope rather than valuable experiences.
Yeah.
Why did the players love Elden Ring? It's because they felt that their time was valued playing it.
Yep.
They felt like they got their money worth out of the money that they spent on the game. They had fun playing the game. Time and time again, we're told these PR lines from publishers and AAA developers. We're sorry. We're listening. We hear you. But they're not.
Well, it doesn't matter if they are or not. Because, like, most people aren't going to see the apology. Most people play the game and it's bad, and they're like, well, I'm not going to play that game again. They're not following this company on Twitter and, oh, I hope they say sorry to me. I spent my money on this and it wasn't very fun. No, they're just like, well, I played this game. It kind of sucked. I don't know if I'm going to play the next one, man. Like, that's it. That's really what most people do. You think most people that are playing these games are following these companies on Twitter? No.
If they were listening, then they would understand that we're not doing this just because we're trying to complain. No, we're doing this because we want to save them. They're the makers of some of our favorite games of all time. But the problem is that the more profit-driven that they become, the further they get away from the passion of making games in the first place. It's like a gem collector turned mining outfit. They used to do it for the love of the gems that they were collecting, but now they're just mining for every resource they possibly can get out of it.
That's about
Now
right.
all they're going to be left with is rocks till the eventual
I
collapse.
guess so. He's been playing Starfield.
So the mine. Sheffield goes on to explain the rocks that we get, saying, in abstract, here's a big part of it. Games release in imperfect states because devs either run out of money or shareholders of their parent company mandate that the game must come out in a certain window.
That's true. He's right.
Which devs have no control over.
That's true.
They run out of money trying to make the best game possible in the least amount of time. Devs rarely control their own budget and are trying to make as much cool stuff as they can with the time that they're allotted.
Okay. Okay.
In short, for one reason or another, they are often forced to start selling the game in order to pay for the completion of the game. This has been done through DLC, patches, early access, and yes, even microtransactions for ages because of rising expectations.
3 Dragon Glories.
And because big studios are beholden to financial year results and reporting to their investors. Devs burn through their life force trying to make this happen, and it's upsetting to see this brought up with absolute incuriosity.
I don't care. I want to play a good game. It's not that I'm not curious. I don't care. I know I know this. It doesn't matter. How many of you guys own one of these? Do you guys have one of these squares or rectangles here? Yeah. How much do you want to bet that part of the reason why this is made and this, you know, like this exists in your hand is because of something that you would consider unethical? Probably like 100% chance? Yeah, 100%. Do you give a fuck? Do you care?
Oops.
Even in the slightest? You do? Would you spend $100 extra to buy a phone like this that was ethically made? People say yes. I think the answer is no. The truth is, some people, I'm sure some people are saying yes and they believe it. But I think that, you know, things like Nike prove that that is the minority. Anyway, it is not my responsibility. Like, it's the same as like a streamer, right? I'll actually use a great example for this. People were saying like, oh, I miss whenever Asmon used to do like these events, right? Like, remember this? I was saying like, oh, well, and I was telling people, I was like, oh, this was really stressful for me. I was very upset doing this. This was very, like, upsetting, and it was like, I would get anxiety, and like, who cares? Right? From a viewer perspective, who cares? We don't care, Baldy. Just play WoW again. Well, I don't want to. But that's nice. Just do it anyway, though. Yeah. And I know people care, right? You care. And I appreciate that. But you also still want to see the stream be good. And if the stream isn't good, you're not going to watch. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. That's what really matters. Not this other shit. We don't care about the profit incentives of the company. We don't care about quarterly deadlines. We don't care about crunch time. We care about playing the game. And the reason why is because we are the customer and we're not your union, we're not your HR. Get a problem with that, take it up with one of them. Stop guilting us into accepting subpar
And this is it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This misunderstanding that we, the consumer, blame the developers that are working at the desk when in fact it's the company who we direct our dissatisfaction towards.
Yeah, like who actually thinks it's the individual developer who's doing shit wrong? And I'm sure that in a lot of these cases there are individual developers that work at these companies who shouldn't be working there. who are fucking incompetent. Wicked. Right? We've seen it. But I don't think this is a general sentiment that people have.
We see it for what it is. Productivity being pushed by overpaid CEOs and the shareholders they answer to that want to provide as little value as possible to the consumer for as cheaply as possible while also selling it for as much money as they possibly can. Now even Sheffield is sold on the corporate narrative that it is our responsibility as the consumer to soak up the full game price so that they can finish making a full game later. Just
You have to pay us for the game so we can make it for you.
Investors make up for their poor planning, their misuse of resources, and their lack of vision within their leadership. Moreover, why are we giving microtransactions a path? Like, oh guys, you know, it's totally wholesome. They're just doing it because they need to be able to fund the game and, you know, keep the servers up and things like that. But we know that's not the case.
3 soul sprout.
If it was, then why are they using such manipulative tactics when they're using microtransactions in the first place?
Things to make as much money as possible. Like, I don't have a problem with microtransactions in games that are just like live service games. Like, I think that if you have a live service game that's continuously updated and there are new content patches that come out for the game, you either have to pay for it through a subscription fee.
My God, that hurts way too much.
Like, that's the reality. I think that whenever you buy a game, you are entitled to everything that was in that game.
Flamethrower.
Like loot boxes.
It has an 8-second cooldown. What the fuck?
Battle passes, making some of the best cosmetics in the game only purchasable from the shop. They know the tricks that they're doing, obfuscating different currencies within the game from our actual dollar. We don't know how things actually add up.
I don't know how that's legal. I still don't know how they actually allow people to do that legally. Because, like, what you're really like, there is no consumer, like, why do they turn everybody's money into some other currency? They do it explicitly so people don't know how much money they're spending. How is it fucking legal that you can have a practice
No way.
for the sole purpose
Well, yeah, but it's
of making customers not understand how much money
Oh,
they're
cool.
spending,
That's even better. Yeah.
and it not
Cool.
be deliberately
Wow, that's even more overpowered.
If it was being done for such wholesome reasons, then why are you implementing it in such an unwholesome way? I think that's the word. If that's the case, then how about the $1.2 billion that Activision Blizzard made in 2021 on microtransactions alone? Did that money go into making Diablo 4 a complete game? Or Overwatch, for that matter? No, it didn't. I think Xbox perfectly...
Well, it definitely didn't. I think that was primarily King, with things like Candy Crush and stuff. I don't know if that was like Blizzard. I don't know if they actually made a distinction in the earnings reports about microtransaction money from Blizzard explicitly. I'm not sure.
Encapsulates what's wrong with the
I could
gaming
be wrong
industry
about that, though.
and
I
how
don't
it's
know.
losing focus. Don't get me wrong. I love Xbox. I love Game Pass. I think it's one of the best things that the entire industry could do for consumers.
Yep.
However, Xbox is putting all of their focus into how they deliver games and stay ahead of the market rather than making sure that they are delivering high-quality games, great games, and games of value.
My God, that's fun. I've never done that
The smoke of
before.
live service titles pressuring Arcane to make Redfall. They neglected the oversight of 343 working on Halo Infinite, just assuming that they would get it right, even after consecutive failures to capture the magic.
Microsoft should kick them to the curb. I'm just gonna say it. They should completely fucking kick them to the curb.
Wow.
They fucked up 4, they fucked up 5, they fucked up Infinite, 3 strikes.
Wow.
Fucking
Yep.
fire them, pay Bungie to do it again,
Yep.
pay somebody else
Pay somebody else to do it
It
again.
is a
Yep.
joke that a company can release 3 duds and somehow they want people to feel sorry for them whenever they had fucking layoffs. They should lay off the entire fucking company. You can't make a good game. You tried 3 times, you failed. It's been 10 years. Quit.
Damn.
Halo. Think about
True.
it. They let Halo become an afterthought in the gaming industry.
Ah.
The most influential games of all.
Halo was the game. From 2001 to 2008, Halo was definitive. Halo was the fucking game.
The game that popularized FPS controls on a controller. A game that at one time...
Halo brought online gaming to the console audience.
No, not at all. Online gaming audience was Phantasy Star Online 1. It was long before Halo 2, I think. Anyways, I'm fairly sure. Yeah. The Xbox, or no, well, I don't know. Let me think about that. Yeah, that was before the Xbox. Yeah, the Dreamcast was before the Xbox One, yeah.
Culture phenomenon.
That's just where
And
you
now
joined the
how did
timeline.
that happen? Because they were more concerned with becoming the Netflix of gaming. Yep. And it's not just Xbox whose focus has shifted. It's almost every single AAA company. Epic Games doesn't even make games anymore. They just run off of the fumes of Fall Guys, Fortnite, and Rocket League microtransactions. EA pimps out every single game in their library outside of the rare gems like Jedi Survivor, It Takes Two, and the Dead Space remake. Ubisoft sells XP boosts in single-player open-world games.
Did they really do that? Are they really selling experience boosts in single-player open-world games? Is that actually true? Oh my god. That is so fucking funny, man. Valve does the same thing as Epic, though? Well, I mean, Epic Games is like, I mean, they're really like... I don't have a problem with Epic Games. Because
Me neither.
Fall Guys
They're a great company.
And Fortnite are good games. I think they're good games. I'm fine. Same with Valve. Because the game's good.
Yep.
And don't even get me started on Activision Blizzard. That horse is beat so dead, so hard, that they call bug fixes Season 2 in Diablo 4.
Yeah, it is, it do be like that, huh?
So while these companies continue to release unfinished games because they can't beat different deadlines that are set by their investors or time constraints or money constraints or whatever it is, while they continue to lose focus because they're paying attention to more profit-driven incentives than anything else, we, the consumer, have to soak up their misdeeds by paying into microtransactions, battle passes, and worse.
You know what a really good example of this is? KFC and Chick-fil-A. KFC, the quality of KFC, let's be honest, guys, it's not 1998 anymore. And I would even say that in the last 2 years, KFC has gotten a lot better. Trust me, I know.
Ugh.
But
couldn't imagine even eating a KFC in 2023.
Has just delivered better chicken, a better product that's more consistent.
What level? These are level 7s. What?
And after a while, people don't give a fuck about, oh, well, you know, like, it's hard to work at a fast food restaurant. You know, this is an issue. Nah, bro, like, you don't have the pot pies again? What do you mean you don't have any wings? The Pepsi machine's broken again. What about last week? It was broken last week. Oh, you just didn't want to turn it. Yeah, I'm going to Chick-fil-A. That's all there is to it. Because at the end of the day, like, I know that it's not the person who worked at KFC that day. It's not their fault KFC has a problem. They didn't do this, but it doesn't matter because I'm still going to go to Chick-fil-A. You see what I'm saying? KFC's drive-thru is closed every day sometimes. Yeah. Is it the consumer part of the blame? They enable these companies to do this by buying into the pay-to-win? They are, but then the companies blame the consumer when they don't. You're absolutely right that the customer's to blame.
And that's supposed to make our games better. But by the time any of these games actually do get to a playable state, or, God forbid, make them enjoyable,
that fucking the forbidden word, only spoken of in legend, feature complete.
They're already almost coming out with the next game anyway. That doesn't seem like us helping to support them make better games. That just seems like us being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
That seems like the consumer being programmed to continue to pay for things that we're not getting our money out of. And it's making it an expectation.
And also, like, we're not getting our money out of. Everybody has to make their own personal value judgment. Like, for me personally, I got my money out of New World, and I got my money out of Diablo 4. I don't feel like I wasted $70 on Diablo 4 at all. I leveled the character up to 100. I played the first season for, like, I don't know, like, at least probably 50, 60, 70 hours. I got my money's worth out of that game. But there are other people out there who didn't. What about Starfield? Bro, I played the fuck out of that piece of shit.
I mean, I played it for 60 hours. I think. Yeah, I spent 60 hours. That's what I spent more time than he did.
Absolutely. Was it fun hours?
Yeah, it was great. It was. Yeah, it was fine. It was.
It's a 5
good.
or a 6. It is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Game I feel a lot better for buying. This one. I feel way better about buying this one.
My God, this thing is too overpowered.
Really good about buying this one.
I might have to put all my points into intellect, because the axe will always just chunk, but the intellect on the staff is just so much damage, like just overpowered.
I feel good about buying this one too.
I don't know, this thing was this overpowered. Okay, I'm gonna level again.
How many times over the last few years have you expected a game to actually work day one on release without any issues? If you're anything like me, it's a flip of the coin.
It's a flip of the coin, both sides are tails. But I feel like, I don't know, like Diablo 4 on day one went pretty well for me. Dragonflight on day one went pretty well for me. Overwatch 2 was horrible. Elden Ring, like a lot of the single player games are all fine. Armored Core was totally fine. I feel like actually the real problem is with online games. Like I don't think that you can compare like a single player game
You can't.
to an online like
Endless experience. Yep.
MMO.
Yep. No, you can't.
Like those are two completely different things, because most games work as yes you can, but you can't really though. Like it doesn't make sense to compare the two.
When the coin landed on heads and it ended up actually working properly, it was a surprise. I think to myself, maybe they got it figured out. But we know that's not the case. If Elden Ring was the flash of lightning, then Baldur's Gate 3 was the thunder that followed. A classic turn-based RPG dominated gaming headlines. It turned heads and it held attention. Reviewers applauding the game as a resounding success despite the lack of polish in the later third of the game. Why? Is the game that good?
You want to know why the reviewers... I'm gonna let y'all know the real reason. Why did reviewers say the game was great despite the lack of polish in the last third of the game? Because the reviewers never got there. You know it, I know it, and everybody knows it. They played 10 minutes of probably 4 hours of the first part of the game, and then they reviewed the game. That's why they thought that.
That it's so far above everything else that we've ever seen? Well, that's a matter of opinion. Personally, I think it's one of the greatest games that I've ever played. But I enjoy tactical combat, high fantasy, and optional multiplayer. But why did it reach such a wider audience? Simple. Widespread consumer dissatisfaction. Players are absolutely exhausted of live service models, in-game shops, buying skins, microtransactions everywhere in the entire game, unimaginative design.
I think also like one of the reasons why it's worse now is because money's tighter now than it was a year ago. Money's tighter now than it was 2 years ago. Like inflation is a bitch. And so people are going to be much more stingy with their money. Like just as an example, like a lot of sponsorships for like streams and everything have gone down. And you know why? It's because people are spending less money in general. For whatever reason. Thanks, Obama. True.
games constantly stealing the mechanics of another game. And while that's completely fine in some different ways, I feel like every open world game is an Ubisoft game now. You wonder why we love Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 or Tears of the Kingdom. It's just because they're well-made, good games. It's a simple I've seen 5 or 6 different apologies from developers within 2023. Guys, you're listening. We'll fix things. We promise. No, you're not. Because if you were, then you would understand why.
You want to hear a good apology? Was the Wayfinder apology. Whenever they came and they said, guys, the store shop prices, they sucked. Hey, yo, we fucked up. That's our bad. We're going to change it. And we're going to give everybody refunds. All right. Yeah, that was good. Great. All right. Reasonable. The RuneScape apology. Guys, we see you guys don't like the new battle pass. We're going to change the whole thing. We're going to give people refunds for it too. Yeah, our bad. Like, we fucked up. Sorry about this.
It's just that they're really good games. And we just want you to go back to doing what you used to, which is making really good games.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that they can't. And the reason why they're apologizing, the reason why they're running around with their heads cut off is because they are trying to constantly figure out ways to be able to match the monetization of the game with how the player is going to play the game, how we're going to enjoy it. Ackman brought it up in a video of his, where he talked about how Diablo 4, everything in the game has to be scheduled in a certain way, how fast we level up, how fast we find items, how fast we find gear that we like that looks on us. All of those things have to match the monetization, the battle pass, all of those things. They all have to coalesce and combine. That's incredibly difficult to do, especially when you're trying to make something that's actually enjoyable to play. Earlier,
I think that the monetization, it's probably an issue of the tail wagging the dog, where like the monetization is a small part of the game fundamentally, but
talked about how different publications or journalists were pushing back on the gamers and our outcry and our outrage.
Best example of that is Lost Ark.
How they were dogpiling on us. Dogpiling on our needs and the narrative of the pushback that we have against the profit incentives of these companies and how we want better games and more complete games.
I had to take a piss.
Incentives of these companies and how we want better games and more complete games.
I think a great example of this is but I think that's an example of just being a lot
harder. Research company, the global microtransaction market from $67.9 billion in 2022 to $76.6 billion in 2023. Which is over 30% of the estimated $200 billion the gaming market will earn in 2023. It's really profitable being anti-consumer, especially when you start cost-cutting and you're also not held responsible for the state in which your games are released. I mean, they have turned our understanding that creative projects are difficult to make and are iterative processes in their design and made it into a normalization that we must buy unfinished products and wait for them to patch it or release more content in the future. All the while, they're stealing resources from places where they need to go. And what customers really end up paying for is the $80 to $100 million.
Just what we needed. Yep.
That they're spending on marketing budgets for these AAA games. And it really doesn't help that our regulators, those in government, aren't working.
Are dinosaurs that can't use email and that shouldn't even be in office. They should be in nursing homes or possibly some of them potentially in jail for taking money from lobbying.
To protect the customer. Mostly because either they're too old to not to through lobbying.
I bet Bernie Sanders fucking understands it. I bet people like Warren Buffett understand it. And they're older than most of the other people that people say are too old to understand it. No, I don't think it's because they're too old. I think somebody like, bro, I know plenty of people that are old as fuck that know stuff. No, it's because they're stupid. They're stupid and they don't care.
Being to protect the interests of investors and these large publicly traded institutions. Luckily, there are some countries like the Netherlands who are moving to ban things like loot boxes, and what's great about that is it makes it really difficult for these companies to be able to release their games in just about anywhere once other people start giving them even the slightest amount of pushback.
Once enough countries make it illegal to have certain monetization practices, then those monetization practices will no longer be profitable to design. And companies will no longer make games like that because there will just be so few markets that they can monetize in. That's just what happens.
By prioritizing profits, the makers of our favorite games, our most beloved games of all time, are losing touch with their customers. While they may not see the immediate effects of this because the silent majority continues to buy their games and interact with microtransactions, we're seeing a slow shift spurred by the vocal minority. When you see a classic RPG based on Dungeons and Dragons explode onto the market, breaking all-time records on Steam, you're seeing a greater shift in the market. Social media is much stronger than the AAA industry. Some of the most popular videos on YouTube and TikTok are those complaining about the state of Diablo 4, Overwatch, Warzone.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm really popular on TikTok. Did you guys know that? Like, somebody linked me this, and like, I'm getting millions of views on TikTok. How the fuck did that happen? I didn't even know there were people that were over 30 that even realized that.
Destiny, 2K, and more. The virality of that movement.
Now, what is it that you want here? I don't know. You, really? I don't want to, though. Damn it. Stupid thing.
They're far more careful with their spending.
Stupid thing.
And when a simple Google search reveals how people just don't trust your game or your company, customers are far less likely to make purchases regardless of how you try to manipulate.
I love how, like, the top result, Blizzard is dead, Diablo 4 is bad. It's not a game. Yeah, and also, like, the review bombing for that definitely helps.
The market through nostalgia or through marketing. I brought this up many a times on my podcast, which is every Sunday, 2 p.m. PST, right here on YouTube, by the way. But crypto games never stood a chance, and they never will. And the reason why is because
Crypto games will be successful, but they won't be successful because they're crypto games. The reason why crypto games aren't successful is because the only selling point of a crypto game is that it's a crypto game. I think that people actually at this point, I'm not sure. Remember that whole creator league thing that happened? Remember that? And people, I think people just don't want to deal with the blockchain. Like, customers and consumers are just not interested at all.
Too lazy. Too lazy.
Based on monetization. No matter what they do, they have to start with monetization first because, well, it's in the name. Crypto game.
Excuse me.
Crypto game. Because of that, there'll never actually be any. Because what great game do you ever remember that they ever started from how are they going to sell it? How are they going to monetize it?
Yeah.
The inspiration for most games that we've all enjoyed have always been somebody's great idea that it was something that they themselves were going to have fun playing.
Genshin? Well, that's not anything special, right? I mean, like, that's not...
A valuable experience that they would enjoy. And that's the whole point of this video. That's the whole point of what this conversation should be, is that we just want to have valuable experiences and have our time valued for playing the games that we get.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen a lot of people try to parse out and say, you know, I give $1 per hour value for the games that I play.
Sure.
You know, if it's a $70 game and I get 70 hours out of it, then yeah, you know, that was a good game. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. Did you actually value the time that you spent in that game? Will you remember it? Was it enjoyable? There's tons of games that you can spend $60 and $70 on and not enjoy. Doesn't mean you got your money out of it. It's not how that works.
Yeah, I think that's true. In general, like for me, I feel like I played some games for like way less than that, and I got my money's worth out of the game. I think it really just depends on the individual, though. Like for some people, they probably feel that way about Starfield or Diablo 4. For other people, they don't. And it's got to be like a personal opinion. I think that's what it comes down to. I'd spend $60 on a 20 to 25 hour game any day of the week. Good, then go buy Armored Core 6.
I just want good games. That's all we want. We just want our time value. We want the money that we spend for the game, but we want it to actually mean something in the first place. It's really not that complicated, and I don't understand how it's so hard to be able to communicate that to the developers and all of these different conversations that
Well,
we've had.
it's not that it's hard to communicate it to them, it's because they don't want to listen.
I want to experience what it was like playing Halo for the first time again, or adventuring in Elden Ring, or Ocarina of Time. It's really not that hard, and I don't understand why they're making it that hard. Other than
you see, you have to pay the popular hip-hop artist to make a song about your game, and then pay recognizable celebrities to be in the game or talk about it. So we don't have any money left over to make the game work, or actually to add game content, because all of those things occur before you buy the game. So that's why they're valuable, because they get people to buy the game.
Want to make it seem that way so that we just keep giving them money and that they can take advantage of us.
John Cena.
And if that's the case, and that's what they're going to continue to do, and that's the path that they want to choose to take, that's fine. But they will fail. Because we will go places to actually get valuable experiences. Your Call of Duty will stop being purchased once somebody makes a game that has a far more valued design.
Well, look at BattleBit. I think BattleBit's a great example.
Something that the players enjoy more and doesn't take advantage of them. Same thing goes for RPGs, ARPGs, strategy games, puzzle games. It doesn't matter. Every single genre that's out there, the next time that there's a game that comes out from somebody else that's not taking advantage of the players, it provides a better experience because you have lost the vision of what it's like to make good games and not think about how you're going to drain the player for every cent they have. You'll lose business. And if you continue, you'll lose yours.
I think that's what will happen in the long term. But the problem is that a lot of these companies, especially the ones that have like the really big like name brand recognition, like Blizzard, for example, it's very hard for them to lose that awareness, because there are so many people out there that they just know of them. Like, it's not something that happens in like 5 years. It's something that happens after 25 years. I'm trying to think of like a game company that just over time has become irrelevant and now nobody gives a shit about them anymore. Like, and they come out with a new game and actually nobody cares. BioWare? Yeah, maybe BioWare. THQ? Maybe, yeah, I don't hear about them anymore at all. Ubisoft? I think that people still care about Ubisoft. Because the thing is that if people don't like you, they still care about you. But after a while, people actually just don't care about you at all to not like you in the first place.
That's all I got today. I just wanted to kind of clear this up. I wanted to talk about this for a little bit. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I got some more articles and stuff that I'm going to probably cover maybe next week. I have a review for Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm going to do. I'm calling it a casual gamer's review. That's my thing. I'm a casual gamer. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitch if you guys haven't before, so subscribe to the channel if you guys haven't. Hope you guys have been enjoying the videos lately. I hope you guys have been having have a great day. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends, and yeah. Peace.
Yeah, I think that was a good video. I hope that more people talk about the reality that people don't really give a fuck about what a developer's concerned. Like, they don't care about what it's like to be a developer. They don't care about what it's like to work at this company. They don't care about how long you have to work. This is his channel. If you guys want to give him a sub, it's Legendary Drops. I've watched a number of his videos before in the past, and I figured I'd watch this one. I think it's really good, and I just wish that more people talked about this, because I am kind of sick of getting guilt tripped by these different teams and these people that work at this company. If you're releasing subpar garbage, then I don't care why. If it's subpar garbage, then it's subpar garbage. That's it. Diablo 4 somehow got worse, and so did Blizzard. Here we go. People been wanting me to watch this. We're getting around to it. We're getting into it. Let's do it.
Well, thank God we built you. What a blessing for the community. Do you understand that it is actually statistically harder for a team to be this consistently bad than it is for them to occasionally accidentally be good? The probability is staggering. Do you have any idea how low our expectations are? You are
I don't believe this, because if he was a real sports fan, he'd be setting a car on fire. Oh, no, never mind. He watches, I think this is like football. It's not soccer. Never mind.
A fury of sadness!
So, are you willing to admit I was right about Diablo 4? I accept your apology. I tried to tell you guys. I tried to warn you.
I warned you. I warned you.
But did you listen to me? Oh, well, most of you did, but some of you didn't.
People were very unhappy about Actman's video, the first video, because they said, you didn't even do World Tier 4. You don't know what you're talking about. And the game gets so much better.
Some of you held on to hope. You poor fools. I was eager to see what Blizzard had planned for Season 1 and how this new season would go over with fans who were still playing the game. What I didn't expect is that Diablo 4 would get worse with the new season update. It would actually get so...
I don't know. I mean, like, I played Blizzard games for a long time. I could have expected the game would have gotten worse. Like, I feel like that's not really that hard to imagine. Like, that happens all the time.
Bad, to the point where diehard fans who were defending it before the season have now completely given up on the game.
Yep.
What on God's green earth could have possibly occurred to...
What's bad about it is that people aren't watching it anymore. Like, people aren't even going on to Reddit as much. People are just like, yo, like, we tried.
Sway sentiment so radically. But that's what we're gonna find out today. Let's run through some of the dumb scum...
I still think Diablo 4 is a good game for casual Andes. I do. I think it's a nice, good game for sitting on the couch, knocking back a couple of brews, and, you know, maybe clearing out some goblins. But in terms of it being like a long-term game for people to spend a lot of time on...
No.
Shady, backwards-ass design decisions Blizzard has made with Diablo 4. This isn't for the faint of heart, guys, because things are much worse than we could have possibly imagined. Whoopi Goldberg has demanded a refund for Blizzard because Diablo 4 cannot be played on Mac.
I would have deserved a refund. Said you need a refund for another reason, but okay.
My favorite game, Diablo. And suddenly now Diablo 4 is not available to me on my Apple computer.
This injustice cannot be allowed.
Give me my Apple 4, because I paid for it. And I'm telling you, this really pissed me off. Tell me next time, say we're done on Apple, but let me have the 4. Let me play on the 4, because you made me so excited for it.
We are truly living in the worst timeline. Anyways, let's get on to the real stuff. As we all know, every game these days needs a battle pass, otherwise it's trash.
Damn, so they really have a lot of these, huh? The Battlefield Battle Pass. That's cute. It rhymes.
Garbage. Nobody's ever gonna play it. So naturally, Diablo 4 has one. This
I didn't even claim the items out of my battle pass. I didn't. Why the fuck would I care?
Might make it a masterpiece
I'll
in
have
many
to do it
people's
on, like, the
eyes.
last
However, in most games with battle passes, you expect to earn enough currency in that battle pass to purchase the next one.
Yeah, but the thing is that Fortnite is a free game. So logically, the free game should... Wait, what? The free game has a better system than the one that you paid for? Well, shit.
It's kind of a nice reward for players who don't spend money, but
I've been watching Summit play this game. I've thought about playing Halo again, man. I have.
invest the time so that they can get the premium rewards in the next
Try to do
pass.
that
Or, you know, you
BXR.
can use the currency to buy specific items, skins, emotes, whatever. They have crafted what is quite possibly the scummiest, dirtiest battle pass ever. If you compare the season 1 pass,
I don't even know if this one is that scummy. I just think it's another dick in the salad.
It's another dick in the dick salad. Is it a particularly large dick? No. But it's still another dick in the dick salad.
No, it's just another dick.
666 Diablo fun bucks. Ha, I see what
Diablo
you did
fun
there.
bucks.
666. Ooh, that's so cute. Except you can't purchase fucking anything with 666 coins in Diablo 4. Man, you guys should really hire a fucking...
How much is it? 1,000. So if you buy a battle pass with 666, the second time, that would mean that you would have 666 times 2, which would be, let me just, like, sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't do it. Minus 1,000 plus 666. So you would be 2 platinum off of being able to buy a second battle pass in the 3rd season. Ooh. You're just so close. It just, come on. Don't you want to spend just a little bit of money? Don't you want to just put in a couple of bucks? But if you do that and you don't buy the special pack, you're not getting a bonus. So you're losing money unless you buy the expensive pack. So what do you want to do? You want to lose money? Oh my fucking god.
4th grade math student, because your math is awful. This, of course, is the same scummy tactic Microsoft used to use with Xbox points before they...
I'll have you know I have one of these little cards, like, glued to my wall. Xbox Live Gold membership.
Pitched that concept in 2013, a decade old. Yes, it is that outdated. What Blizzard is doing right now. They create a currency, they create that currency's value, and then they make a fucked up conversion rate, so you never have exactly as many points as the thing you want to purchase.
I will say it again, and I will say it again after I say it this time. There is no benefit to the consumer that prices are not always shown in the local denomination of the used currency. And in fact, the only purpose these secondary currencies provide is to obfuscate the true price of what you are paying.
And I think that something that is fundamentally built off of obfuscation and confusing the customer should not be legal. There is no benefit to the customer that there are premium currencies in games that make it harder for you to understand what you're spending your money on. And if it was up to me, it would be fucking illegal because it is fundamentally deceptive. And I believe that you should not be able to actively deceive your customers. You should not be able
Also, politicians shouldn't be able to lie in public.
to do something about it.
Go to jail. Yep. Call Ted Cruz. Call Ted Cruz who gets away with it every day.
More points.
Yep.
But Blizzard took it a step further than that. Oh boy, they have been thinking months and seasons ahead with how fucking scummy this is. As one Reddit user points out, if you try to use...
I fucking saw this. Yes, I see. That's how I knew the numbers came out, because I read this fucking post whenever it was made. I read this fucking post. Yep.
Coins that only buy battle passes. Look at this math. With a price of 1,000 coins per battle pass, getting 666 coins means that on your second pass, you'll have 1,332. Great. You can get a battle pass and have 332 coins left over. However, on the Season 3 pass, getting 666 coins means you will have 998, exactly too short of getting another battle pass. This is wild to me because even in
Just spend a little bit of money and you'll get it again.
Call of Duty, they give you enough credits in the battle pass to buy the next one. Somehow, the battle pass gets worse though, because if you purchase the ultimate or deluxe edition of D4, well, it's safe to say you're probably a hardcore fan. You deserve a nice reward for spending that little extra bit of money. So they gave players a premium battle pass, one that Blizzard themselves said could be redeemed for any season. What's that? Maybe you don't like the current season gimmick of Malignant Hearts and all that? Oh, that's fine. You can redeem the pass later. However, if you scroll to the seasonal page, it will highlight the Activate Premium Pass option. So if you hit A by...
Well, okay, so this is, all right, a little... Let me actually let him finish, and then I'll clarify after he explains it.
Accident. Oops.
Let's see if it counted.
It's this dude.
No!
No! No!
Turn the game off. Things that you can't cancel. You pass is one.
Thing activated?
He's like, no! No! Oh, if I had $1 for every time some jackass front end accidentally costs you the battle pass as that guy screams, no! Like, shuts the game off. Like as it's like, let's processing. He opens his Xbox thing. He goes and he like pops the fucking disc. He resets. He pulls the power on the console, and he's like, no! As it like charges him like. Isn't that battle pass like $50? I think the guy's like diving for the console. Shit. Fucking bad front ends. I swear to God, these fucking thieves. This is some of the funniest material I've heard in so long. Oh, that diving for the console moment. No, did you charge me? Did you charge me? It's so expensive. What did you do? Did you charge me? I've had moments like that where you're like, oh no, did you just charge me like 5 times? Oh no, you put through like $100 on my card and that's all I had, and now I got to deal with the bank and it's locked up for 10 days and I needed that money to eat ramen while I played your video game, but now I've got to starve all 6 days because you locked up my bank for, locked up my money at the bank for like 7 days. Oh God, front ends, man, and the older it was, the worse it was. Like the later and more retro it was, the worse it was. Yeah, shock bulb. Shock bulb. Shock bulb. Shock bulb.
you how you are. You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Just can't get into it.
Well, so it was better. It was like basically on consoles. This was not the case on PC. We checked. But it was the case on consoles that there is something that is referred to as a dark pattern. And a dark pattern is whenever your cursor or your selector is pre-watched. Oh fuck, he says this. Okay,
Oh yeah, so like, if you ever want to buy something from him or whatever, it's like, oh my god, look how fucking painful this is. I have to go through like 15 clicks on the store and type in the name on the controller or whatever the fuck, right? It's like a bunch of bullshit, and then you go through all the email and sign up. Let's say you're buying Final Fantasy 14, and you're finally fucking done. And then you accidentally blow the rest of your money you have to eat for that weekend on the battle pass. You're like diving for the console power. You're like, no, because Blizzard put their fucking battle pass on the front screen in this dark area where people accidentally buy it all the time. And this is theoretically why Diablo 4 was so actually successful, is they accidentally charged a whole bunch of people.
Fortunate. Oh, what an.
I mean, what do you want me to do here? I mean,
you just had.
Oh, okay.
Looks like Blizzard just made a little fucking.
Oopsie. Oopsie, battle pass. You know, remember back in 2014, I think it was, when everybody who went Sony for a few years, remember we all kind of did it. We all kind of had the PlayStation 4 Pro for the nice Witcher 3 and the Grand Theft Auto 5 and the, you know, the Overwatch and the fucking, you know, like the Spelunky and the cool, like, you know, good what's that ninja game and stuff like M++ and, you know, fucking PopCap games and shit, you know, Plants and Zombies and stuff, right? And we're like, oh, it's all fun. It's such a good catalog, and the PSN store gives us a game every month and all this. But then, oh, it turns out that, oh yeah, like 7 million people who have been using the PSN, your shit's on the internet now. All of your passwords, all of your credit card shit, all of your fucking, like, your addresses for like 10 years, all of your fucking shit, all of it. And, yeah, that was kind of fun. Thanks, Sony. Thanks, Sony. And that was in, like, 2014. That was, like, god damn it. That was, like, 10 years ago now. But it doesn't matter. The after effects are still being still being felt. And that was, like, that wasn't even a front-end thing. That was, like, while we were sleeping at night, all of the world's hackers ran off with all of the Sony PlayStation customers' information, all of it, all their passwords they'd ever used. How often were those people using the same password? It was so stupid. It was just like, wow. That one was like, what? So yeah, so apparently Sony got hacked, and all the people that were in Sony PSN's thing are now the victim of cybercrime. And their passwords were stolen, and their money was stolen, and their bank accounts were emptied, and their information was stolen and ransomed and used against them. It's so stupid. And like, man, all those poor people, and I was one of them. I was definitely one of them. They were like, you know, there was like a fucking lawsuit about this. God damn it, man. And that was just like not even like the front end, right? Like Fallout 76, you can get caught in the front end. You can't get back out of the menu. You got to restart the game, right? I've seen front ends that really suck, like pretty fucking bad. Play online for Final Fantasy 11, and the lodestone for Final Fantasy 14 is a good example. It's just horse shit, right? And there's only so much you can deal with as a gamer before you've entered your information like 45 times and you're frankly fucking sick of it. You kind of expect them all to do it, and you're like a Steam gamer, and you're a Sony gamer, and you're an Xbox gamer, and you're a fucking Switch gamer, and you're a fucking like iPhone gamer, and an Android gamer, and a Google gamer, and a fucking PlayStation 4 gamer, and a PlayStation 3 gamer, and an Xbox 360 gamer, and all this shit across so many different things. Maybe a PSP, throw some portables in there. You got maybe a Steam Deck at this point. I don't, but I mean, good for you if you do. It just keeps on going, right? And so then across these 65 different entities, all of those passwords are compromised. All of that shit's taken. Sometimes if your shit's like valuable, they stole your money and ransomed you. If you have money, you know, they found out famous people's names like Drake and shit like that. That was a fucking debacle. That was just a debacle. That was the start of it. And it just went from there. And I've been watching some videos about this, but the PS1 in particular was really mortifying. Because, like, I mean, that was like my master password. You know, it was like a master password that I used, and now I don't. Because it was just like, wow, you know. Jesus Christ, man. So fucking dumb. Like, that's, you know, that stupid shit. That's like, you know, that's just bad news. How do you fuck that many people? And it's not Sony's fault. It's more like that kind of scale of damage and just like sheer upset of people's lives. It was almost monumental. There was no deaths, which I guess you could say is a good thing. Nobody died. But I'm talking like this was truly horrible for millions and millions and millions of people. Like it was like 7 million people. I was one of them. So fucking annoying. I was on Sony every day back then, you know? Every day I was like on Sony all day. Not every day, but there was a period there where I played quite a lot of Overwatch every day for like 2 or 3 hours. You know, a couple of years. That was like all I played too.
Why? Isn't that so cute? Yeah, it's cute how fucking desperate you are for people to keep playing this game. You have to resort to using dark patterns. Are you fucking kidding me? How do your business practices continue to get more scummy? How do you get worse over time?
It's kind of impressive to the point to where I want to see what they do next. One day we will get the announcement for Overwatch 3.
And that'll be a beautiful day because it'll be like, oh, we're not copying this. You're not selling us the same game again, are you? Will it be free this time? Will it be free? Will it be free this time? You know? Will it be free? nice. Yay. Yes. Everything is turning out me. Yes. Okay, so now I can do this now. Yes. It's going to be so sweet, 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 sweet. I don't even really need to level this thing. I just needed that. That's it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's going to be sweet. $27, not bad. Ooh, minus gloves. Wait, did I have them already? No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, reinforced mining luck. Cool. It's heavy gloves. I don't want heavy gloves with mining luck though. But they'll sell. They might sell. I mean, you know, of all the things that sell, that'll sell. But if it's BOE, it's not BOE. So goodbye. Unfortunate, but I don't want heavy.
What is a dark pattern? A dark pattern is a UI that is specifically crafted to trick users into redeeming things, purchasing things that they otherwise wouldn't have, right? It's a UI without safeguards. When you click log out of RuneScape, it takes 2 clicks instead of 1. So you don't do that by mistake. This is the most basic fucking concept when it comes to user interface design, but it's surprisingly missing in this game.
Yep, so yeah, how do you do
It's
that?
not surprisingly missing. It's only missing with the battle pass.
Now, Epic Games used a dark pattern in Fortnite that they ended up having to pay over $500 million for. Yeah, $275 million to the FTC and $245 million to refund players that were tricked and duped into paying for things they otherwise wouldn't have. Obviously, this isn't as bad as with...
Oh, by the way, today also Apple lost a lawsuit and they owe $500 million to people whose phones were intentionally slowed down due to planned obsolescence. I read about that today.
Ooh.
And so we've actually had a number of these consumer rights W's. This is awesome.
Epic did, but it's the same intention. This
I didn't know
would be
that.
Like if you hit the add to cart button on Amazon and it just purchased it for you and refused a refund. Nope. You click the one button. Nope. You're stuck with it. Blizzard is also refusing refunds, right? This is what they said. Once claimed, a Diablo 4 Battle Pass cannot be revoked. Customer service is unable to assist with removing or reissuing already claimed passes.
I don't know why they couldn't just well, I do know why. It's because it would cause them to lose money. What am I thinking? Of course they could undo this, but no, of course they're not going to do that. Like, yeah. What was it? I'm so stupid.
Go fuck yourself. The amount of predatory practices in Diablo 4 is so outrageous at this point, I'm surprised Chris Hansen hasn't shown up.
You want to explain yourself?
It's not predatory. You already paid for the battle pass. You just accidentally
quit it. Maybe read prompts on your screen.
Oh god, and getting the refund on the battle pass, that's hell. You got to go go to the website, log in, go to support, open a fucking ticket. Maybe if you're lucky you have a 24/7 live chat. It just usually is a bot that directs you to someone, maybe if you're lucky. And you might get someone there in a few minutes if you're lucky, but it's still already 10 minutes lost. Then you maybe you're lucky and they just refund the battle pass. They're like, sorry about that, and they fix it. But it's still like 10 minutes at the very least if you're lucky. If you're going the email route, it's going to be like a day. If you're going the email route, and if it's late at night, you're going the email route. You're not getting any help unless it's like Monday through Friday, and 9 to 5. That's always cute. And man, I've been dealing with this stuff like for so fucking long, Yeah, frankly, I don't care. I'll just take the quests. I mean, whatever. Is there a level restriction on egg? Wish I was higher level, damn it. How do you get up to this thing? I keep going around. Oh no, there we go. Is that it? No, that's not it though. Yeah, how do you get over there? That's dumb. Wait. Is this right? Yeah, do you go through? Yeah, it goes through. Yeah, it does. It goes through. I mean, the castle's cool. I like the castle. It's good.
I mean, there's some truth to this, but it would be good if there was a confirm button, right? Like every single other online purchase.
Click it. Maybe read the prompts on your screen.
Objection!
Not predatory, you say. Accidentally clicked. It shouldn't be possible to misclick something like this. That's what the UI designers are for. That's what safeguards are for. Are you sure you...
Well, keep in mind also, on consoles, the default, like, icon was selected on Redeem Battle Pass. So if you just press the menu and pressed A, it would register the key press before you could even see what happened. So this is actually, that argument is actually not even true.
Want to redeem the battle pass?
Pressing button X dismantles the gear. Clearly,
oh, bro, he watched the video.
Isn't enough to prevent him from doing it. And so we have to end up adding a safety mechanism that you don't just have to tap a button to dismantle your gear, Dustin. You have to press and hold the button. And the more valuable the piece of gear, the longer you have to hold it.
This was such a good video.
In their Season of the Malignant blog post, Blizzard says this: if you purchase the Deluxe or Ultimate Edition of Diablo 4 and want to redeem your Battle Pass for this season, navigate to the Season section of the shop and select the option to activate your Battle Pass. If it ain't predatory, where's the fucking option? This is one of the scummiest things I've ever seen Blizzard try to pull.
No, it's not. It's really not. I mean, they've done way worse stuff. Like, the Overwatch thing was way worse than this. Like, increasing the prices of BlizzCon tickets to, like, $900 was, like, fucking insane. Let's see. Diablo Immortal. I would say this is in the top 10, but I don't know if it's in the top 5. I mean, you've got to keep in mind, like, there were some really bad ones. Oh, the AWC money. Yes, that was so big. Oh, my God. Actman's in chat. Actman, did you hear about this? The AWC money? This is a Warcraft drama, so I bet you might not have heard of this. No, I did not. Wow. So Blizzard puts out a toy, and this toy is supposed to be an item that you buy to support the players of the AWC, the Arena World Cup, it's the PvP tournament, and also the MDI, Mythic Dungeon Invitational, the PvE Dungeon Tournament. And players said, and everybody, Blizzard said, that this money would go to the players. And it went to the players at a rate of 25%. 75% went to the company, which I sheepishly fucking defended because that's the same percentage that Dota takes for their contribution packages. I said, you know what? That's fine. This is industry standard. I'll let it happen because at least Blizzard is trying something. Well, Blizzard did try something. And what Blizzard did is they announced before BlizzCon, just a little bit before then, that actually the prize pool was only going to be the $600,000 because now that the players had spent so much money on the fan funding, Blizzard wouldn't have to provide their own funding because the players did it for them. So the money that Blizzard said that they were going to put up for the tournament, well, they don't have to do that anymore because the players already spent it. I swear to fucking God. Shout out to Snuts. What the fucking show? Yes, and this wasn't even like, it was a WoW thing, and like nobody cared at the time because classic WoW was so popular. People were like, retail Lamau, who cares? Like that's what they get for playing retail. But like, I remember Snuts came up with this. He talked about it, and I remember I was reading about this. I think I even interviewed Snuts while I was getting boosted in BRD. It was one of the worst things that Blizzard has done. And they profited from it as well, yes. And they're still selling the toys now. As far as I know, I think they're still selling them now. Oh, dude. It was a real situation. 600K. Yep. There it is. What's worse than that? I think Overwatch 2 is the worst one.
But once you start viewing Blizzard's decisions with Diablo 4 through the lens of maximizing player retention and revenue, then everything falls into place. It all makes sense.
So if you were a product person, you couldn't change the course of that company very much. So who influenced the success of PepsiCo? The sales and marketing people. Therefore, they were the ones that got promoted, and therefore they were the ones that ran the company. It turns out the same thing can happen in technology companies. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people. And they end up running the companies. And the product people get driven out of the decision-making forums.
Where's Jeff Kaplan? Oh, it's this guy. This guy says I'm a psychopath because I said Arthas did nothing wrong, which I still think he's completely fucking delusional about, right? But he is right about this. He's about this. I've seen this clip before.
And later we find out that they had dramatically slashed the budget for Warcraft 3 Reforged to almost nothing. And it's pretty clear to me that it came from the top, maybe even Kotick directly. They screwed the game that we all wanted to see for money because they thought there was no money in this.
And the companies forget what it means.
Oh, really?
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Product sensibility and the product genius that brought them to those.
To be fair, I mean, J. Allen Brack was always kind of an idiot. Like he was always kind of an idiot. So, I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't want to think like this guy was not some kind of genius for sales either. He's just an idiot.
To that monopolistic position gets rotted out.
Remember whenever he took over and like his hair went gray in a year? Jesus.
By people running these companies who have no conception of a good product versus a bad product.
That was bad.
We want to use mobile devices as the platform for a new.
You know what? I used to fucking defend Wyatt Chang here. I used to defend him, and to be fair, he makes some really nice YouTube videos. But that bullshit this dude pulled about how Diablo Immortal you can't buy gear was so fucking deceptive it made me mad. And I was like, oh, they put him up here as a sacrificial lamb and he had to announce this. They knew it was gonna go bad, and they said, Wyatt, you gotta do it anyway. Fuck you, right? But you know that shit you pulled with Diablo Immortal, this is what you goddamn deserve.
They have no conception of the craftsmanship that's required to take a good idea and turn it into a good product. And they really have no feeling in their hearts, usually, about wanting to really help the customers.
So my theory is Blizzard knew players weren't going to react well to some of the changes they made in the patch. So to keep some hardcore players invested, they used the dark pattern to trick them into redeeming the battle pass.
Right.
Oh shit.
And by the way, I can actually totally believe that Blizzard did this on accident. I can actually believe that. Because in every single way that they explain why coding for Diablo 4 works this way, I actually think that they could be that dumb. I do. I genuinely believe it is possible that they could have fucked up on that level. And before you say, oh, there's no way, that you are loading every item in every player's stash tab whenever you join the city.
Oh wow.
Just remember that.
Why?
They don't make any money from that. They're just dumb.
I was trying to click Season Journey.
Like the first time I got in a legendary in an internal build, I did this. I accidentally dismantled it because we didn't have any safeguards. And I was so angry. I was ready to go over and punch somebody on the UI team.
Well, I guess I had the fucking
Yeah, that guy worked at Blizzard, but he got fired, so that problem happened again.
Battle Pass now. God damn it. That is fucking sneaky, dude.
Yeah.
That pisses me off so much. I might as well claim all my fucking rewards.
Yeah.
You might as well redeem those rewards. You might as well grind out the rest of the battle pass, cause oopsie doopsie. Looks like you redeemed it, fella.
Yep,
Better keep
idiot.
playing Diablo 4. Don't ever stop. Don't ever stop playing this game ever for any reason. Keep playing. Old Blizzard is dead. And if you're like me, it's time you finally realize that.
Well, Blizzard is dead.
Here we go.
It is a
Yeah, I
corpse.
really don't.
It is a corpse
I don't
being
really.
puppeteered by Activision, and
Maybe
Yeah.
this is the reason why he was so unhappy that I said Arthas did nothing wrong. It's because Arthas was the leader of the Scourge, and the Scourge reminded him of Blizzard.
Bobby Kotick, and it's going to be used as basically a factory to put the Blizzard stamp on things and stoke nostalgia to get sales, and that's it.
They really did do that.
That's it.
Running out of storage space is an issue that 100% of all Diablo 4 players will run into at
Oh
some
yeah,
point.
and they all
So
do this. It
naturally,
drives me crazy. They all
the new
do this.
season introduces a mandatory item that takes up more inventory space.
And it doesn't just take up a little bit of inventory space, it takes up a lot.
A lot.
It exacerbates the issue even further. The
And
Diablo
it doesn't go in your questing tab where nothing else goes. Oh no.
fans universally praised the presence of malignant.
Oh, also, this was bugged, by the way. And you could infinitely farm the Wrathful Hearts. Like, that were supposed to be, like, super rare. You could infinitely farm them just by resetting the last quest. I did it, like, 50 times. I have every Wrathful Heart that I could ever need.
Hearts in the normal inventory slot. I have not heard a single person
And
criticize.
also, like, a compounding problem that this creates. Every single item that you get effectively 1.5 times harder in order to achieve best in slot, because now you have a fifth stat that you have to match, which is the color correct malignant heart color. Because you can avoid one color because you can put a Wrathful in any color, but then you do have to have one color correct one. Isn't that cute?
This at all. The lack of a gem tab has been universally praised by all Diablo fans.
So you guys remember how people were complaining over the fact that gems took up too much stash space? Blizzard fixed that problem. You want to know how they fixed that problem? I can guarantee
They didn't fix that
almost
problem.
nobody's going to be complaining about bag space. Because
No
of
gems.
Because your bags are going to be filled with fucking malignant hearts. Holy crap. But look at this shit. This is like 3 dungeons. I'm not exaggerating. This is 3 malignant dungeons worth of items. Are you kidding me?
If this
No, they're not kidding. This is for your own good.
company gave even a molecule of a shit about the fans, about providing the best experience for those fans, limited stash wouldn't even be something we're talking about. But why? Why is the stash space such a contentious issue? Well, it's the same reason they made teleport cost 2 seconds longer. Blizzard is trying to milk every single microsecond of playtime out of you. The less storage you have, the more time you spend micromanaging your inventory.
Look at my stash. I don't. Okay.
I would have believed that, but I actually think that they couldn't figure it out because of the lag. And I think that's even sadder. Because at least if it was a malicious plan, somebody in the company is smart enough to have a malicious plan. And whenever you use the word malicious plan, inside of that term does exist the word plan. Which is slightly reassuring, right? But in fact,
whatever. I guess we're supposed to spend even more time fucking around with our stashes.
Blizzard, can you just cut the shit? Why are you playing stupid fucking games with me and the rest of the Diablo fan base? Why are you wasting your time trying to trick me and the rest of us into playing this game? Have you ever thought about
That is
making a
insanely
video
fun.
game? No! And the game is so fun, I want to keep playing it? Whoa! Radical concept, bro! That's fucking crazy!
Chair has a
People don't
spine.
play video games because they're fun anymore. What? What is that nonsense? Enough nickel and diming us of our precious time. Just make a good video game. How is this such a radical concept?
I need to, dude, every time I see this, man, I need to play Diablo 2. I have to fucking play it. Oh my god.
Quality of life? What does that mean? I have no idea. But now because of Blizzard's dog shit game design, players have to figure out their own workarounds for this. They have to create mule characters to hold more inventory. Either that, or you just have to say screw it and get rid of the items you don't want to.
I'm actually to the point where I'm gonna have to start getting rid of perfect powers that are actually valuable. In Diablo 3, when you would complete a season journey, it would give you an extra tab. Can we get 1 or 2 or 10 for completing it, please?
People shouldn't have to.
How could they possibly do that? Because you have to understand that Path of Exile does that. But, oh wait, no, Path of Exile is free. Oh. Huh. It makes you think. Really makes you think.
Ask for a scoreboard in Battlefield games. They
Oh, I gotta
shouldn't have to
gyp some
ask
more.
for a Slayer playlist
Wow.
in Halo. And they shouldn't have to ask for adequate storage space in a game that is all about collecting fucking loot. And the worst part,
There's not a Slayer playlist in Halo? Wait, is this a joke on release? No. It's like all Microsoft needs to do is buy Ubisoft and buy EA, and they will have completed the Infinity Gauntlet of studios that consistently under-deliver. They can snap their fingers and make a battle pass out of nothing. Snap their fingers and remove half the content out of a game and put it into a battle pass.
this is by design. This is intentional. Blizzard did use community managers to soak up the sniper bullets fired from upset fans and force those community managers to give some dumbass excuse that is so stupid it would have been better if they completely ignored this and didn't even mention it. When you see another player in game, you load them and their entire stash filled with all their items.
You know Joseph Pipiora got fucking... They were probably so mad at him internally.
What?
They're like, you shouldn't have told them that. Why did you tell them this? Now we look like idiots.
This is no different than when 343 said they couldn't add a Slayer playlist to Halo Infinite because of
UI limitations with the game right now, in the way a number of playlists that are exposed. Now, I don't want to get biblical and religious, but I felt the exact same way about like God and original sin. What do you mean you can't get rid of it? You did it. What do you mean? You made the system. Like, what do you mean we have to go have another guy get crucified for this? Why don't you just change the fucking system? Isn't this your fault for programming it this way? Is it the UI problem? A problem
Heresy.
that you designed?
Very bad heresy too. He's gonna alienate his base. He's got to be fucking careful.
You designed the game.
Careful, careful.
You designed these limitations.
Yes.
No other online RPG I've ever played has ever had these issues. How the fuck does RuneScape?
Has any other online RPG had these issues? I'm sure there's probably one of them. Nobody plays it anymore, though.
Work. What?
New World. New World has these issues. What a great frame of reference. See, yeah, New World had these problems. Come on.
kind of wizardry is that? My bank? Look at all these slots I have in my bank. How the hell does this game load this for every other player in the server? That is just insane, dude. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. How the hell did you guys get WoW to work? How did you possibly?
They don't even know. They don't know how they got it to work. They accidentally got classic WoW to work because Omar just figured it out. Because before then, nobody even knew how to make the game work.
Man, that is the greatest technical achievement in modern human history. Okay, so he's also saying that if we weren't forced to load other players and their stash inventory, right? Okay, run with me on this. If we weren't forced to do that, we could have a bigger stash. Oh shit. Oh no. What's that? Diablo 4 is an always online video game?
Yeah.
Gosh. What?
Disconnect. You know what that means? You just lost your character. Somebody Hall of Heroes.
What a terrible coincidence. If only there was a way to make video games playable without an internet connection, but just technology hasn't gotten to that point yet.
No.
Hopefully someday. Oh wait, technology has caught up to that point, because in the Beelzebub mod for Diablo 1, you get 50 tabs of storage right off the bat. If you can pick it up, you can store it. That's the philosophy Diablo games need to have. The Beelzebub mod apparently was also made by one guy. One guy.
Yeah, but like you can't expect Blizzard, because there's so many people that work there and they have to get approval for everything that they do, and then they have to have a meeting where the approval should be given. So like you can't expect 100 people to be able to do something as fast as one person, right? I mean, come on.
Managed to accomplish what 9,000 people at Blizzard couldn't. This is what
9,000 people? Is there even 9,000 items?
Couldn't. This is what teams are working diligently to improve so that we can have more stash ASAP. Gee, if only you guys worked diligently on this in the 6 years of fucking development time you had.
Yep.
Oh man, were you guys snorting coke in the bathroom and stealing the female employee's breast milk again? Huh? Were you doing that? It's too bad there was not a single brain cell amongst the 9,000 employees who worked on Diablo 4, and not one of them thought to bring up the issue of limited storage space in an RPG about collecting loot.
Well, you could see how this would happen, because we watched the developers play the game. And if we watched the developers play the game, they didn't pick up any loot. So, actually, it's probably not an issue. As I said, the best insight into why a game is good or bad, all you have to do is watch the developers play it. PoE 2. There's 90 new bosses, and we're gonna have a dev, which, by the way, doing it in front of like 300,000 people live is pretty stressful. And he died a couple of times, but he fucking killed it. And you know what? Remember the Final Fantasy? Yeah, the Devil May Cry guy for Final Fantasy 16? He just showed up. He's like, all right, yeah, I'll beat it. It's no big deal. And he even, by the way, if nobody watched that, he actually held his damage way longer than he had to, just so he could kill the boss while it was staggered, while he was in limit break, by using the Remula ultimate attack as his final attack for combat. He actually could have beaten it way easier, but he didn't do that. Yeah, Yoshi P, who's the developer of Final Fantasy 14, has a level 90 of every class, and his main is the hardest class to play, which is Black Mage.
Not one. You expect me to believe you hired fucking vegetables to make this game?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Yep.
No. Obviously, that idea is so outlandish, it can't possibly be true. So the real reason the stash is so limited is by intention. And then they say they're gonna try to introduce a gem tab in later seasons. It's gonna take time. Why are you guys so efficient? Why do you guys work like a well-oiled machine?
I wonder what works faster. A local government trying to fix a road or Blizzard Entertainment. Because I think both of them is a problem you can solve in one day that takes 18 months.
When you're making the game worse, but when it comes to...
It's like a black hole. Like, time and money, you just put it in and it just... Where'd it go? Well, you know.
Like easy no-brainer fixes. It's like, bro, give me 6 months for that, man. That's a tall order. Gem tab? Are you crazy? We can't just throw that together in 6 years. Come on, man. Maybe buy some items in the store. Maybe we'll work faster.
This is something that is clearly obvious, has been addressed since day one. Blizzard saying they know this needs to happen, but now we're saying that a gem tab isn't going to be there until season 2, maybe season 3.
Well, I'm surprised it's coming out for season 2, guys. I'm going to be real. I think they've got a lot of things planned for season 2, and the way things are looking, I feel like we're not going to get them all. Because, like, if they've got so many things coming out in season 2, that's going to be like an overload. So, like, they're going to have to move some things back to season 3. Now, they'll probably be ready by season 2, but for some reason, they're going to get delayed. I guarantee you, there's going to be some problem. Oh, I got one. Oh, great. I thought I didn't have one of these. I got these Dr. Peppers with real sugar. They're really good. So if you want diabetes, this is where to go. Okay, here we go.
Like, it just can't take 6 months to add a gem tab. Not when you have 800 million in revenue, but there's things like this that are just taking too long. I mean, this is 2023. There's thousands of games. You can't take a year to add a gem tab. If you're a
you think that you can? We'll see.
We'll
see, and then you're gonna have the dads on the Reddit. What, man, gamers these days, I tell you something, I'm level 47 and I'm having a blast. What the hell are people complaining about? I play the game 3 hours every 4 months. It's great. It's the same as with New World, remember that? Oh, people are complaining about the end game? Well, I'm fishing, so it's fine.
Slowly, you're dead. You're gone. It's over.
So in my Diablo 4 review, I talked about how dumb and boring the stats and itemization are. Jesus Christ, I did not do it justice. I did not even scratch it.
I know he's about to show the list. He's gonna show the fucking list. I know it.
Tip of the penis on how bad and maliciously designed Diablo 4's loot is. Okay, you want to see how crazy it is?
I fucking knew it. There it is.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Look at all these affixes. This section alone.
Okay, so this is an interesting thing that they're showing here. So these are all the affixes to all the damage in Diablo 4. And I'm gonna pull the pull the visuals on this because it's a little nutty, you know. Diablo 4 stats, right? Vulnerable damage, crit hit chance, crit hit damage, resource cost reduction, Spirit Fury essence, cost reduction, resource generation, cooldown reduction, attack speed, strength, intelligence, dexterity, willpower, total armor, damage reduction, maximum life, movement speed, all stats, increased skill rank, percentage of damage, damage versus bleeding, damage versus burning, damage versus CC, damage versus chilled, damage versus close, damage versus dazed, damage versus distant, damage versus elite, critical strike chance versus injured, critical strike damage versus CC. I like that the game's good, and I like all these things. I think it's just cool. I think it's cool.
Oh, it's just for calculating damage. Look at this now.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you also have, like, let me see if I can look at this.
yeah, you have like
I want
percentage.
to see about perhaps setting an old keybind I used to use for live scenes, which is like, yep. It's high game capture. I guess I can. Well, I don't know. I guess I can always keep display capture running. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So, but game capture, right? So yeah, all I need is show and high game capture. So show, yeah, show and high, right? And then we'll try that, and we'll see if that works. So now I should be able to go. Yep. Right. Left for and left for right. Yeah, game for right, left for screen, game for right, left for screen, game for left. That could make my job a little easier, because it's like, man, like fucking get better at being a streamer, I guess, because it's like, yeah. Oh yeah, I have gear sets set to certain things. Yeah, gear sets. Yeah. Key bindings of gear sets, right? Yeah, gear sets, right? Dialogue, fishing, social, action, navigation, fishing, housing. Why don't I see the... Why don't I see what I'm looking for here? It seems odd to me. But oh well. Well, I don't know.